Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Birds were flying in the sky. The Ares Empire came into view. The statue came into view. It stood in the middle of the square. Walking straight ahead, the guard asked if it was too quiet here. Sighing, the man asked what was quiet, said that no one knew when the revolutionaries would start acting again. Gritting his teeth, he added that they were ordinary country bumpkins. What revolution, damn them, to which the guy replied that it was true. Grinning, the guard said that everything had been quiet lately. Maybe they realized that their little rebellion was pointless. Raising his head up, the man replied that he was right. The Imperial Knights had probably dealt with them. The statue appeared, and it was heard that it hoped that everything would remain like this in the future. A torch illuminated the room. Standing by the table, the knight said that tonight they would kill the emperor and destroy the empire. Clenching his fist, he added that this was the only way to restore the kingdom. The knights looked at him silently. The boy nodded when he heard this. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he had the most important task. The knight stood still when he heard his name. Frowning, the man said that he was obliged to protect the secret manuscript at any cost. The knight nodded his head. Looking straight ahead, Logan said that he knew. Suddenly, the knight entered the room. The boy looked at Logan. Smiling, he said that he was certainly a patriot. Looking away, Logan asked what was going on, to which the knight replied that he was talking about the secret manuscript. A book appeared. It was heard that many people sacrificed themselves to get it and protect it from the empire. Since the manuscript was under his responsibility, it meant that he was the first one the empire's army would target. Raising his hand, the boy said that he would be obliged to take risks to fulfill his duty. Looking away, Logan replied that he spoke as if he had voluntarily agreed, to which he said that he understood that it was because of his fluency in the ancient language, but he did not even complain, and this is an indicator of patriotism. The knight looked in amazement, hearing that he was quite, with his words from indirectly insulting their other comrades. Looking directly, the guy said that it was not about patriotism at all. Frowning, he added that it was about revenge. A blow flew to the head. The thought arose that he was a worthless person. The guy held a sword in his hands. It was heard that, incredibly, young Master Logan lost to his younger brother Ronian. Ronian looked scared and turned to his brother. It was heard that but he only took up a sword 3 years ago. Right, he is a genius. The hero lay on the ground, and someone said that but young Master Logan has been training to become a knight for 10 years. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he heard that this fool was the eldest son. He grabbed the weapon tightly, hearing that the future of the MacLean family was rather bleak. The man grabbed the table and asked what paralyzing poison was. He stretched his hand out to the side and shouted that he had poisoned his own brother, and had gone mad. Logan put his hands behind his back, hearing that if Ronian did not recover. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The hero frowned, hearing that he should get out of here, and the thought appeared that he was going crazy with a sense of inferiority, and had harmed his brother. Standing by the window, the father said that he was no longer his son. It was said that for this sin he was expelled from the family. That was who he was. The protagonist walked forward, and the thought appeared that by leaving home, he had become a mercenary. Logan rushed forward. The thought occurred to him that it took 10 years of hard work for him to realize what a terrible person he used to be. The hero looked at the flames. It was said that but it was too late then. Raising her hand, the girl asked what she heard. The protagonist was walking down the street. It was heard that it looked like there would be a public hanging in the square today. Logan froze, hearing that the prisoner's name was MacLean. He raised his leg. The hero turned around abruptly, hearing that Ronian. The protagonist rushed forward. It was heard that he was an aura user who fought against the Empire on the front lines. The royal family fled in all directions. Yes, he was disowned. The image of his brother appeared. The thought appeared that no, he had to tell him something, so he asked. Running forward, Logan thought that he would live. Blood was running down the blade. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted that they should watch. Raising his head up, he added that such an end met the fool who dared to rebel against the Empire. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought about what he had promised to take revenge on. Frowning, he added that he would take revenge on the Empire for killing his family and for taking away his chance to ask for forgiveness. A building appeared, and it was heard that it was behind it. Looking straight ahead, the knight shouted that it was him. Logan ran forward quickly, and it was heard that the red-haired man had the secret manuscript. Suddenly, the hero looked up in amazement. He froze in front of the wall. Entering the building, the man shouted that he was here. Grabbing his sword, the protagonist said, "Damn it." The knight rushed forward and shouted for him to die. Logan parried his blow. Frowning, he exclaimed. The man swung his sword and wheezed. He frowned and shouted furiously. Looking straight ahead, the knight shouted, "What a bastard." The hero deftly dodged his blow. He struck the man and thought, "Another." The knight swung his weapon sharply. The protagonist extended his sword towards him and thought, and more. Logan clenched his teeth and thought, he should kill more Imperial bastards. He frowned. Suddenly, the hero abruptly froze. Standing around him, The knights shouted, "Over there, let them surround him. How dare he steal the treasure of the Empire? Let him surrender and give the manuscript." The protagonist looked away and thought, he is destined to die here. He smirked. Looking straight ahead, Logan said, "Then there is no choice." He held the sphere in his hands. Suddenly, the hero abruptly crushed it. Smiling, he said, "They will die together?" Looking at the glow, the men asked again. Suddenly, a bright light hit from the window. A rumble was heard in the tower. The protagonist was in zero gravity, thinking that his life was filled with regrets. He existed for revenge. At least he was glad that he managed to fuck up the Imperial degenerates. But from his biggest regret, he closed his eyes and added that he could not get rid of even after death. He had to ask for forgiveness. Stretching his hand forward, Logan thought that it would be lucky if he could meet his family in the afterlife. A bright light appeared. It was said that he would be able to apologize to everyone. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in amazement. Gritting his teeth, he thought his head was splitting. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought, how is this possible if he died? He looked away, hearing that he was fine. Looking straight, Logan said that he was. Looking at him, the guy said that Rick, his main servant, asked how he felt. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that Rick had died 30 years ago, and then asked why he was alive. Rick exclaimed in fear. Opening his eyes wide, he shouted that it looked like he had a bad head injury. Let them call a doctor. The protagonist looked away in bewilderment. He opened his eyes in amazement. The knight was holding a shield in his hands. There was a flag hanging on the wall. The thought occurred that the emblems of his house were everywhere. Raising his eyebrows, Logan thought that he was dreaming. The guy entered the room and turned. The hero opened his eyes wide, hearing that he was fine, to which he thought that this voice. The brother walked forward. It was heard that Ranian. The younger brother looked down. Ranian clenched his fist tightly. The thought occurred that he remembered. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist thought that this moment, it happened after their first duel. A pillow flew at the guy. The thought appeared that he had lost to his younger brother, and when he came to visit him. Stretching his hand forward, Logan shouted that he was just the offspring of a mistress. The guy looked at him with disappointment. It was said that despite all the insults, Ranian got used to following him everywhere, but after that day he stopped coming. The brother turned to him in amazement. Raising his hand, Rick said that the young master needed rest, asked to return to himself. It was heard that everything was fine. Looking straight ahead, the servant turned. The hero grinned and said that he should come. The guy looked at him in amazement. The servant looked up in bewilderment. Lowering his head, Ranian said that he should forgive, he should have been more careful, to which the protagonist replied that everything was really fine, he should not apologize. Smiling, he added that he did nothing wrong, he should. Gritting his teeth, Logan mumbled something. Looking at him, the brother asked what was the matter. He really should rest more. He looked at him in amazement. It was said that even such a good guy had his life taken away. The hero put his hand to his face, thinking about how he had fought on the front lines under the orders of the kingdom, and died. The protagonist sat on the bed. He put his hands on the boy's shoulders. Raising his eyebrows, Logan apologized. Gritting his teeth, he said that he was very guilty. The hero hugged him, and the guy asked why he was crying. Ranian looked away. Tears appeared in his eyes. The protagonist hugged him tightly. The doors opened slightly. It was heard that then. Grinning, his brother said that he would visit him again. Closing his eyes, Logan replied that it was good. Let him go and rest. The hero silently looked forward. Turning around, he thought that if this was not a dream. There was a flag on the tower. A thought appeared that he really had returned to the past. Frowning, the protagonist thought that something needed to change. He looked in amazement, hearing the appeal. The girl bowed and apologized. Looking straight ahead, Logan asked what for what. Grinning, Rick replied that nothing. Maria disturbed his rest, because he forgot to warn her. The hero put his hand to his face, hearing that he should apologize, to which he thought that for sure, he treated the servants badly too. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that everything was fine, she had done nothing wrong. Let her bring him a pen and paper, to which Rick asked again. The servant looked at him in amazement, and asked what he was going to do with the pen and paper, to which Logan replied that he should just take her away and bring him what he asked for. The pen and paper were lying on the table. Having risen, the hero said that thank you, he can go, and let no one come to him, to which Rick asked what he had just thanked him for. The protagonist frowned, hearing that he was sure that he was fine, his head did not hurt. The guy grinned, hearing that she was saying the same, he was fine, let him go, to which he responded approvingly. Logan sighed, hearing that he should rest. He put his hand to his face when he heard that she had yelled at him, which meant he was healthy, let him get back to work. Sitting at the table, the hero thought that he should be patient, these were all consequences of his own actions. With wide eyes, he added that it was more important now to write down what would happen in the future. The flag was stuck in the ground. It was said that the war against the Empire was in 10 years, a disaster that would destroy not only his family but also the entire nation. Holding a pen in his hands, the protagonist thought that his goal was to prevent them. Raising the pen, he added that but first. The warriors fought. The thought arose that the vassal war, which would happen in a year, would begin suddenly and partially destroy his family, for which dark times would begin afterward. Putting his hand to his face, Logan thought about what he needed to prevent it, and then said that but for this. The chess set stood on the table. The door was closed. The man stood by the window. An appeal was heard. Looking straight ahead, the father heard that he, the first young master, had come to see him. Looking to the side, he asked again. The boy walked straight. The girls exclaimed in amazement. The guys rushed forward. Logan was walking down the corridor. Suddenly, the servant leaned to the side. She fell to the floor. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought, what to do now? Why did she have to fall in front of the young master? This is the end. Stretching his hand forward, the hero asked that she was not hurt. Grinning, the servant thanked him. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Smiling, the protagonist said that she should not worry so much. Kneeling, the servant shouted that she was very guilty, asking for mercy, to which Logan asked what was the matter, why so suddenly. Putting his hand behind his head, he thought that the abrupt change in his character seemed strange to them. It would take time for them to get used to it. Frowning, the hero added that he could only wait and show that he had become different. He smiled widely, thinking that she couldn't have reacted that way because of his creepy smile, or could she? Standing by the door, the servant said that the first young master had come to meet him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought of his father. The man standing by the window said that he was no longer his son. A thought appeared, that in his past life, he resented his father for many years after he had driven him away, and considered him a cold-blooded man who had stopped holding out hope for his son. An image of his father appeared. It was said that he was a cruel father, heartlessly banishing his own child, and not even stopping by to visit after he passed out from an injury in an official duel. Logan clenched his fist tightly and thought how stupid he had been to think of him like that before. The doors to the room opened slightly. A thought appeared, that having to drive away his own son would break any parent's heart. Grinning, the hero turned to his father. Standing by the window, Patrick heard a greeting. It was him, Logan. The man turned around. Looking straight ahead, he addressed. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and thought that his father. He pressed his lips together and added that he was truly sorry. Looking away, Patrick said that he looked better than he expected, asked what and why he came. Looking at him, Logan thought that he expected this, but he really was distant. Well, for him, 20 years had passed, and he saw his face every day, and then said that he came. The man frowned, hearing that because he wanted to ask permission to engage in secluded training near the family cemetery, to which he asked again. The knight held a shield in his hands. An idea appeared that was needed to win the regional war. The answer is simple: improve all the forces of the territory, make the knights and guards more powerful, strengthen and create new weapons, and many other things. Frowning, the hero thought that in order to implement all this, he needed money. The kingdom appeared. It was said that but in Ares the McLeans are known as a poor family. They have no money. The image of a girl appeared. The thought appeared that, however, there is one way to instantly gain them. Thanks to the event that will happen in 3 months, he will be able to receive the amount of the annual family budget. Looking at his father, the protagonist thought that but for this he needs to hone his fighting skills and get the right to vote, and Patrick asked that he wants to run away because he lost to his younger brother. Looking straight, Logan answered that not at all. He realized how much he was lagging behind, and, albeit late, but he drew conclusions. Frowning, his father replied that as if the lack of perseverance was the only reason, in his opinion, he still has not come to his senses. Raising his eyebrows, the hero thought that it was quite expected that he would not believe him so easily, and then said that he understood that another problem was his behavior. Patrick closed his eyes and said that he was tired. All he ever did was talk. Turning around, he added that he should go away, to which the hero replied that he had been doing it all this time. Patrick frowned, hearing that instead of admitting his flaws, he took his anger out on others. Looking down, the protagonist said that he was also incredibly stupid and childish. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that this training, among other things, would help him gain control of himself. The man looked at him silently, listening to him ask for permission. Looking at him, Logan heard that this time his words did not sound like a far-fetched excuse. Light was shining through the window. He heard how long he planned to train, to which the hero replied that about 3 months. The protagonist looked down, hearing that in his opinion, this was enough to catch up with Ranian, to which he replied that his goal was not to defeat him. The man grinned when he heard that he had set a short term to simply squeeze the most out of him. The hero smiled when he heard that he had indeed changed a little. Okay, he allowed it, to which he thanked his father. The protagonist turned around when he heard the address. Looking at the window, the man said that it was already spring, but the ground was still too cold to sleep on. Logan gritted his teeth when he heard that he should try not to freeze. He grinned and responded approvingly. Several days passed. The bag fell to the ground, and it was heard that here he was. Raising his head up, The hero said that only immediate family members were allowed here, so no one would disturb him. Moreover, there was enough space for solo training. Opening the bag, he thought that he also could not let others see his training methods yet. Holding the book in his hands, the protagonist said that he found it. He smiled and added that the secrets of the divine sword, and then thought that in his past life he memorized and burned this manuscript so that it would not fall into the hands of the Empire. The knight raised his weapon. It was said that the cover of the book was originally decorated with a golden falcon, and the contents described the secrets passed down by the hero of ancient times who defeated the evil dragon that ruled the world. Logan smirked and thought that he encrypted it using the secret code of the Independent Army so that no one could read it. The hero threw the book aside. A thought appeared that if the book was not a lie, after he mastered what was described in it, the aura masters of the Empire and even the archmages would no longer be scary to him. In his past life, his advanced age and lack of talent prevented this, but now, clenching his fist, he added that he had a chance. The life energy that changes the body is called strength. It is the basis of the secrets of the divine sword. A glow appeared near the hero and he thought that he would have to concentrate this power in the heart and create a core, a difficult task for a person with average abilities, and the past him would have already broken at this stage. But, closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that, as expected, after returning to the past, he had a feeling that his power was working to its fullest extent. Now 3 days and nights of hard work would be enough to. Suddenly Logan exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the core, he thought, wait, it was already created. The hero looked at the core in amazement. A glow appeared around the heart. A thought arose that while it was being born, extremely dense energy was boiling. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that the body absorbed it like the earth absorbs rain after a long drought. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that if the contents of the secret manuscript are true. Suddenly Logan kicked the ground. He frowned. The hero swung the weapon sharply. He smiled and said that it was amazing, and then thought that his physique and feelings had completely changed. They had adjusted to the need to master the sword. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he had no idea why the power core had formed so quickly. Raising his head up, he added that but at this rate, in 3 months he would become much stronger. Smiling, Logan said that it was great. He would continue training. A tree appeared in the forest. It began to get dark outside. Night fell. Dawn appeared outside. The hero stood still. Looking at the tree, he said that today was the last day of training, and then thought that out of the 10 sword techniques recorded in the secret manuscript, the strike that transcends space and time is a space-time slash. Grabbing the weapon, the protagonist thought that with a single 1-star core. Flames appeared around the hero, and he added that he could only reproduce the technique. Flames flew around his hands. Logan frowned and thought that he would definitely succeed. The hero struck and thought about the slicing wave. He used the wave split skill. The protagonist was breathing heavily. He crouched on the ground. Looking up, Logan laughed. He was looking at the trees. The hero closed his eyes and laughed loudly. Frowning, he thought that this power exceeded his expectations. A beginner would not be able to master such a technique. Looking at his hand, the protagonist added that even if he spent all his strength after the first strike, it was nice to have an ace up his sleeve. Clenching his fist, he added that he had achieved the goal of his training, and could proudly report the results to his father. Frowning, Logan thought that he should wash himself before the visit. The flag stood on the tower. A question was heard about what he said. Smiling, the man said that he should forgive him, but the owner could not see him, asking him to leave. Looking at him, the hero asked why. He was unwell. Raising his hand up, the knight said that the family law says that even relatives in a direct line cannot meet with the owner without prior notice. Asked if he had really forgotten. Rick, looking at the hero, said that these laws are already a couple of 100 years old, to which the protagonist replied that 3 months ago he met with him without any problems. Smiling, the knight said that this only means that the guard did not do his job. A thought appeared that it was strange. In a past life this did not happen. Suddenly Logan heard that damn, the knight was breaking down on him. The knights were standing on the balcony. A thought appeared that the sound was coming from the house. It seemed that the force made his hearing sharper. It was heard that, be that as it may, he was still the first master. Smiling, the guard said that he was a coward who ran away after losing to his younger brother. The knight understood that the kid would not be able to even squeak in response. And the other added that it was true that if something went wrong, he would fix everything. The thought arose that he just needed to listen. Lowering his head, the hero thought that his reputation had fallen to the very bottom while he was training, so low that even the knights of his own family laughed at him. And the man said that next time, let him come when he was given permission in advance. The protagonist sighed and added that it was unpleasant, of course. Putting his hand under his clothes, he thought that he planned to demonstrate how he had changed and gradually improve his reputation, but then said that he should say his name. Frowning, the knight thought that he was getting it, and then introduced himself. Closing his eyes, Logan said that Dominion then. The guards looked at him in amazement, hearing that he was preventing him from meeting his father, citing the family law, which had practically outlived itself. Rick looked at him in surprise. hearing that he had also humiliated him with his insolent behavior. Frowning, Dominion wondered why the hell he had suddenly decided to use his authority, and the hero said that he, Logan, was for an unfair insult. Suddenly, he threw a glove in the knight's face. Frowning, the protagonist said that he was challenging him to a fight, they would have a duel. Looking at them, the guards asked what he was saying. Smirking, Logan asked why he was silent, he was scared. Looking straight ahead, he added that he really had his tail between his legs in fear at the sight of a coward, as he was called in gossip. The knight raised his head up. It was heard that he believed that his best years were already behind him. Removing the glove, he said that it was good. Dominion squeezed his glove and said that he clenched his teeth fiercely. The hero smiled, looking at him. It was heard that he was accepting the fight. The spears were standing by the wall. The protagonist stood in front of the knight. Looking straight ahead, the guard asked that the young gentleman would fight the knight, and the other added that he would lose. It was not even up for discussion. Logan threw his sword over his shoulder. It was heard that he saw how Ranian beat him up. They say that after that he disappeared for 3 months so as not to be seen by his brother. How long will this coward last? He bets 50 gold that he will not last even 10 minutes. The hero looked down, listening to that 10 minutes, bets 100 on 5 minutes, to which he thought that no one believed in his victory. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he looked relaxed. The knight clenched his teeth and said that he asked to take care of himself. Smirking, Logan thought that he had the nerve to agree to fight him, but to say nasty things in front of other knights was too much of a coward. Looking at him, Rick thought that in the end the young gentleman still went to the duel with him. Closing his eyes, he thought that they were done for. He heard Rick stop breathing. The man took a step forward. Closing his eyes, the knight shouted that the official duel between Logan and Sir Dominion was beginning. Raising his head, he added that for safety reasons the fight would be conducted with wooden swords. Looking to the side, the man said that now. The hero frowned, looking at him. Gritting his teeth, the knight thought that he really should continue. The young gentleman was very stubborn, he had no choice. Raising his hand up, he added that they were already given wooden weapons but knights mostly use force, so even they are capable of killing a man, no matter what happens here, it is not his responsibility. But, stretching his hand forward, the man thought that Sir Dominion, for heaven's sake, go easy on him. Standing between the fighters, he added that they should begin. They held their swords in their hands. The man took a fighting stance. He stood at attention. The knight looked surprised and asked that Sir Dominion was going to use force, and the other added that against an ordinary man, he would really give it his all. Rick bit his fingers and asked that it was not cheating if the young master got hit, and the knight said that he asked to be gentle. The hero looked away and thought that well, this might scare someone who did not know any better. A glow appeared around the man. The thought arose that but he was clumsy with the power, it emanated from him due to lack of control. Pulling the weapon forward, the protagonist said that he saw he was on edge, asked what upset him. The man gritted his teeth and thought that he was a kid. Clutching the weapon tightly, he added that he said that his best years were behind him. The knight stood against the wall. It was said that time passes, juniors rise in ranks. Dominion at 40 was the weakest in the order of knights and planned to retire. Looking straight ahead, the man thought about what to cook for dinner. The thought arose that he was just minding his own business while waiting for retirement. Smirking, Logan thought that but he believed his best years were behind him. Dominion gritted his teeth tightly and thought that why such, how dare he. Suddenly he rushed forward. Rick frowned and shouted that they should stop him, the young master would die, and the knight replied that he himself had agreed that they could do it. Dominion thought as he rushed forward that he had already decided to retire anyway. He swung his sword and added that he would therefore finish him off with a secret technique. The hero looked at him silently. The protagonist took a step forward. Bright beams appeared in the air. Logan parried his blow. The man clenched his teeth. The sword fell to the ground. A glow flew around the hero. The glow was shining around the hand. It faded, and the protagonist said that he called himself a knight. Looking down, he asked what but this is his maximum. The knights looked in amazement. People froze in surprise. The knight was kneeling. Looking straight ahead, the guard said that it was incredible. He did not have time to follow the first young gentleman. Looking to the side, the hero heard that he was using force, and he turned to the judge. Walking towards him, the knight responded. Grinning, the protagonist said that he wanted to give Dominion a second chance, asked what he would say. Looking at the knight, the judge said of course. The man looked at his hand. It sounded like he was fine. A thought arose, what the hell happened? The hero threw the sword over his shoulder. A thought arose that he was weaker than this kid. Squeezing the weapon in his hands, the man said no. Frowning, he shouted that it couldn't be. Raising his weapon, the protagonist thought that he was angry, pushing himself too hard, and then said that he could. Suddenly, he struck the man and added that he could. Blood flew out of the knight's nose. Logan looked at him angrily. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he even gave a second chance. The man grabbed his face. The thought came that it was time for him to tuck his tail between his legs. The knight gritted his teeth. Sitting on the ground, Dominion turned. Closing his eyes, he said that he admitted defeat. Suddenly, the hero struck him. Pursing his lips, he thought that he had shown enough mercy to the vassal who tried to rebel against his lord. Now it was time to get it. Frowning, the protagonist added that it was what he deserved. Logan swung his sword. Blows flew at the man. The people looked at him in amazement. It was heard that it was so cruel, maybe they would stop him. Looking straight ahead, the knight asked if it was really their young master, and the other added that how could he have changed so much in 3 months, and not only awaken the power, but even completely transfer the sword technique. The hero held the sword in his hands. It was heard that he had been a swordsman for several decades. The protagonist stood still. Looking straight ahead, the judge said that he had won. Logan looked away, hearing his name. The office appeared. It was heard that it was impressive. Standing by the window, Patrick said that it seemed that he had awakened, asked what had happened during training. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he had been watching them like that. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he had gotten rid of self-interest and was ready to let go of the past. While working with his thinking, at some point he felt how power began to fill him. It was incredible. Looking straight ahead, he thought that in his past life, this is how he felt. Only after refusing to take revenge on his family, he gained strength. Lowering his head, Logan thought that he barely managed to wake up after 40. It was heard that he came to an understanding. He really had changed. Looking away, the man objected. Frowning, he asked that the first thing he did after gaining understanding was to attack the knight. Stretching his hand forward, the hero answered that he deserved it. He heard the whole story from the guards, right? Looking at him, the father answered that yes, and still asked if there was a need to go so far. Frowning, the protagonist answered that yes, there was. Raising his head, the man asked what really? The knight smiled. It was heard that the man was trying to deceive his master's son and make him a laughingstock. If he had not stopped it, he would have undermined the discipline in their house. The pyramid appeared. It was said that the hierarchy is the pillar that allows the entire structure to function. The tower collapsed. The thought appeared that if it were to shake, the balance would be broken. The hero was lying on the ground. It was said that in addition, during 10 years of life as a mercenary, he realized that when it comes to a group of armed men, willfulness must be sharply cut off at the root. Today's case will serve as a lesson to the other knights. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that Dominion had definitely made a big mistake. He forgot his duties and tried to fool him. Frowning, the man said that but he overdid it. Let him control himself, to which Logan thought that he forgave him so easily. Standing in front of him, Patrick asked that he wanted to be punished, to which the hero replied that he did not at all. Frowning, the father said that he did not consider his action correct. Let him not make such mistakes again. Let him not do anything like that without his permission. The hero frowned when he heard that he had not yet officially received his rank, to which he replied that he would remember. The chess set was on the table, and he heard that he also had to find out something. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that He frowned when he heard that his fiancée would soon visit them. Opening his mouth, Logan thought that she would finally arrive. The girl grinned, and the thought appeared that it was his. The man smiled, and the thought appeared that it was a cash cow. The girl got out of the carriage. She raised her head up. The girl walked forward, and it was heard that Lady Rena had arrived. She took a step forward. The maids looked at him in amazement. The knight looked at him in amazement, and said that the young master was very lucky. The girl closed her eyes and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Rena looked straight ahead. She grinned and asked that he was doing well. Smiling, the man said that she had become a real lady. The guy looked at her in amazement, thinking that he had seen her in childhood. She had grown up to be an incredible beauty. The hero stood next to his father. He frowned. A thought appeared. What was wrong with this guy, who should be happier than everyone else? Stretching her hand to the side, Rena said that she should allow him to read the letter that the Count had entrusted to her. Holding the letter in her hands, she turned to Lord Patrick. The knights looked at her in amazement, listening. That's so, therefore, this is what they hoped for. A thought appeared. That for how long? Looking straight, Rena said that due to unavoidable circumstances. Holding the letter in her hands, the girl said that she was asking for the dissolution of the engagement. Having given the letter, she added that that was all. The people looked at her silently. The hero frowned and thought that he was beating around the bush, but in fact he meant it. The man extended his hand to the side and said that he thought Patrick would become an aura user, but he had been a high-ranking knight for 20 years. Gritting his teeth, he added that to be honest, his son was even worse, so why would they lower their standards and team up with him? The man waved and said goodbye. Frowning, the protagonist thought about what he really wanted to say. Looking straight at him, Patrick said that breaking off the engagement without a proper reason. He gritted his teeth and added that House Wolves was trying to insult them. The knights looked at him in fear. The girl widened her eyes and said that she guessed that he would interpret it that way, so she asked to be allowed to deliver the message personally to settle any misunderstandings. Tears appeared in her eyes and she added that the memories of how she lived with them for a whole year as a child still lingered in her mind. Logan held her hand, It was heard that the moments created with young Master Logan in this beautiful and serene place, her young mind kept as a treasure, she had no desire to forget them. Rena closed her eyes and said that but she was connected to her family, and therefore obliged to follow her instructions. She thought it would be best to apologize to him and young Master Logan in person. The girl put her hands to her face and exclaimed, and the other added that her heart was as beautiful as her appearance. The hero frowned and thought that it was a curse. Lowering her head, the girl asked what was the reason. Frowning, she added that she would like to hear about these inevitable circumstances. Rena looked at her. Looking away, the protagonist thought that Marion, his stepmother and Ronian's biological mother. He added, frowning, that she had long considered him an enemy because of the issue of succession, and so, as he thought, she would not interfere, but the honor of the family was another matter. Rena, lowering her head, said that they should forgive her. She could not tell them anything, since she herself did not know the reason, to which she was asked that she did not know the details regarding her marriage. Lowering her head, the girl said that she was destined to marry and become part of another family. Her father did not discuss important decisions with her. Wide-eyed, Marion asked what was going on. She had come to tell about the dissolution of the engagement. Without giving a reason, she believed that this was how they should take it. Lowering her head, Rena said that in return, the House of Wolves intended to pay. Extending her hand to the side, she added that 3 million gold as compensation. Looking down, the man said 3. Wide-eyed, he shouted 3 million. The hero grinned and thought, great, now if he can get that money. Patrick scowled and shouted, how dare they? The knight grabbed his face and said he was too strong. The girl shuddered in fear and the knight said she should stand behind him. Raising his head, he shouted that he, Rockford, a knight of the House of Wolves, was calling out to him, asking him to calm down and continue the conversation. Frowning, the man asked that he was a high-ranking knight, saying that was impressive for his age. The boy frowned when he heard that he believed that wounding the rising star of the House of Wolves would be a fair exchange for the humiliation of the dignity of the House of MacLean. He closed his eyes. The man grabbed the railing when he heard the head of their house call him a man of honor, and he also said that they would not persecute the young lady and the younger knight. Looking straight at him, Rena said that they were not trying to buy honor with money, asking to accept them as a sign of a sincere attempt to maintain the friendship between their houses, despite the upcoming public criticism due to the inevitable circumstances. Gritting his teeth, Patrick thought that if he continued to press, he would become a dishonorable man. Frowning, he added that this was what he had been trying to achieve by sending 2 children here. Looking at him, the boy heard that a guest would remain a guest. Even if he brought bad news, the MacLean house would not oppress them. Light was shining from the window. It was heard that they would not accept the wolves' offer either, and would ask for only one thing for breaking off the engagement. Looking down, the man said that let the Saint Rena politely apologize to his son, he would not accept any other compensation. Grinning, the knight said what was to be expected from their master, and the other added that this was how aristocrats should be. Raising his hand, the hero addressed his father. Looking to the side, he said that as a person worried about the break in the engagement, he wanted to ask for something. The protagonist's eyes widened and he said that he would be so kind as to listen to him, and then he thought that they needed money. He was going to let them just apologize. This was crazy. 3 million was their house's annual budget. The woman looked away, and he thought that half of the amount was coming from his stepmother's family as assistance. Once it was stopped, they would go bankrupt, and then what? Frowning, Logan thought that he didn't understand what he was doing. They had to get those 3 million at any cost. Looking at his father, the hero said that he would like to accept the offer of the wolf's house, to which he asked again. Frowning, Patrick asked that he wanted to make him go back on his words. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought about how much pressure there was, even without an aura, but he was a high-ranking knight. Clenching his fist, he added that it was a pity that compared to others it was a trifle. If he couldn't settle everything now, he would never advance further. Looking at the hero, Patrick said that their house was not so poor that they would give up their honor for money. Logan sighed heavily. Looking straight at him, he said no, just that much, to which the man asked again. The hero frowned and shouted that right now they owed the bank 3 million. Clenching his fist, he added that the annual interest was 150,000, right? Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that without support they would go bankrupt. Standing in front of his father, he added that even the great house of the poor, they would come to an end. Lowering his head, Logan thought that he wanted to say so, but since this was an official meeting, he would have to restrain himself. The palace appeared. It was heard that the reason why they should accept these 3 million. The man frowned, hearing that it was precisely in honor, to which he asked what it meant. For her sake he wanted him to take back his words. Looking at him, the hero said that he should forgive him, but the House of Wolves was superior to them, and the Count also ruled the East. The knight looked away, and it was heard that even though his forces were located there, they did not serve him, afraid that a simple apology would lead to the spread of rumors that they were trying to please the wolves. Raising her head, Rena said that her family was reasonable. Stretching her hand forward, she added that they respected the honor of the House of MacLean very much, to which the protagonist replied that she had come to break off the engagement. Gritting his teeth, he added that if he continued to talk about reasonableness, he should not make a fool of himself. Rina frowned upon hearing this. It was said that in his past life he believed that Rina was sincerely upset by the inevitable breakup, but before it happened. Standing by the wall, the girl said that she thanked him for coming. Today they would part. She smirked and added that she wanted to create one last memory with him. Looking at her, the hero turned and then thought that his life as a young master was ruined and the decision to risk everything for the sake of the woman he loved by escaping seemed best to him. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that they would escape tonight. He opened his eyes in amazement. A glow appeared from the book. Logan froze in surprise. He swung his sword sharply. The girl smirked and asked him what he thought. Someone like him could own her, said that he should understand where his place was and get out. Looking at the girl, the hero heard that he had lost to the boy. Why did he need a sword at all? He himself had made it easier for her. Thank you for that. To which he asked what she was talking about. Rina lowered her head and screamed. Suddenly, the knight burst into the room and screamed. The girl started to cry, saying that Mr. Logan had suddenly started to act aggressively. Frowning, the protagonist thought that she had caught him. He had been guilty of many wrongdoings, and the family no longer trusted him. Smiling, Logan thought about how in the end the McLeans had to apologize to the wolves and pay a huge compensation, because of which he could no longer trust women. Damn bitch. The girl looked away. A thought occurred to him that he was sure that this time she was planning to profit and run away, having achieved the breakup of the engagement. What a pity. Looking at her, the hero thought that now she would not succeed. The protagonist stood still, thinking about how at first he had planned to change his reputation in the family. It seemed to him that if he slowly showed himself from a new side, this would convince people about him, and one day the family would also reconsider their attitude towards him. Looking straight ahead, he added that these were his thoughts. Fragments of memories appeared. It was said that but the battle with the Dominion made it clear that the guards were turning a blind eye to the fact that they were clearly showing disrespect to him, and during his absence, many rumors had also spread. Logan looked away and wondered if it was possible to influence his family by receiving recognition from such people. Frowning, he added that there were 9 months left until the regional war. His reputation was unimportant now. Grasping the railing, the hero thought that he had to save his family. Looking at the girl, he said that he accepted her offer of compensation, despite the family's wishes. Rina's eyes widened in amazement. Frowning, Patrick shouted that how dare he contradict his will. Looking straight ahead, he heard that empty apologies did not suit him if their honor was worth only a few words that would dissolve in thin air. The protagonist frowned and said that her value was just as weightless. Rina clenched her teeth tightly. She lowered her head and said that they, the wolves, would submit to the will of the Lord Master of House McLean. Standing in front of them, the girl asked what his final decision was. Rina looked away. Frowning, Logan thought that she was saying this to save her father's reputation. She was probably bursting inside with the thought of having to pay $3 million. Looking straight ahead, Patrick said that as a representative of House McLean, a sincere apology was enough for him. The knight stood still, and it was heard that, however, the final decision. Frowning, the man said that for Logan. Looking at him, the woman turned. Rina raised her head up. She angrily clenched her teeth. The hero looked away, hearing that, but let him be careful. Standing in front of him, his father said that if he sold his honor, then in the future he would be more willing to agree to such an exchange. Patrick silently looked forward. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that he could forgive, but he couldn't back down, and then said that as a person who suffered from a broken engagement. Frowning, he added that he would accept money from the wolf's house as compensation. The girl looked away. Rina clenched her teeth angrily. Standing still, Patrick said that he thought he had changed a little. Turning around, he added that it turned out that it was for the worse. Logan lowered his head, hearing that it was his own fault for not explaining the true value of honor to him. Standing still, he thought that he was doing this for the good of their family. The flag fluttered in the wind. A pile of coins appeared. The thought appeared that they were finally his. Grinning, the hero thought that 3 million gold. Closing his eyes, he added that calm down, you can't get too excited. First he will put them in the bank. Looking away, the protagonist thought it was Rick, and then said let him come in. Entering the room, the man apologized. Crossing his arms, Logan said it was him. The man grinned and said that he was Dwayne. He closed his eyes. The thought appeared that he was the financial manager, and the most trusted person of his father. In other words, he came to him with a smile for a reason. Frowning, the hero thought about what he needed. The man grinned. The thought appeared that he, Dwayne, was now going to face the greatest difficulty in his life. He was sitting at the table. It was said that as the financial manager of the McLeans, he had to cut the budget for the entire castle, before he was forced to make up for the lack of money, begging his father-in-law for help. Dwayne looked away and thought that he was the financial manager or the leader of the poor. God, if this were not his hometown, he would have quit long ago. Frowning, he thought that, but now, he had a chance to settle the situation at least for a couple of years. Looking at the hero, the man thought that his opponent was a stupid child. He grinned and added that he should forgive him, but he would have to share the money. The room appeared. It was heard that he just came in to say hello. Yesterday he had surprised him a lot. Clenching his fist, Dwayne said that he had defended his position, not paying any attention to the unreasonable pressure on him. Stretching his hand to the side, he said that he literally. Smiling, the man said that he was shocked by what an heir the McLeans were growing up, and then thought that how could he care about his flattery. Before he had only done all sorts of nonsense, he was probably the first to praise him. Come on, let him open his heart and wallet. Looking straight at him, the hero asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. Closing his eyes, the man thought, stop. He was not prepared for such a reaction, and then said that in their difficult times, 3 million gold was like rain during a drought. Standing in front of the hero, he said that his ingenuity would allow the family to breathe a sigh of relief, to which the protagonist asked why. The money was his. Dwayne closed his eyes and smiled. Logan stuck out his tongue. A thought appeared that he had expected such an outcome, but it was worth a try. What a bastard. The man clenched his teeth and thought that he was going to spend it all on himself. Clenching his fist, he added that calmness, let him remember 20 years of life. The man was on his knees and said that he was asking for help, to which he was told that he should not be like that. Frowning, Dwayne shouted that one more time, let him save them, to which he was asked what was wrong with him. Let him let go. A thought appeared that he was used to humiliating himself, and now the situation was the same. Looking at the man, the hero thought that, but why was he crying? Dwayne opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that everything was so bad. He held his hands out in front of him and said he didn't know if he knew, but they owed the bank 3 million, the annual interest alone. The man looked at him in surprise when he heard that it was 150,000 gold. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard the question of what he knew. Putting his hand on his hip, he said that but it was harvest time, he would be able to pay the interest, to which the man wondered how he knew so much. Smiling, the man said that it was just that, as a rule, running a barony requires money, and they were always short of it. The hero shook his head when he heard that if he could help a little, to which he replied that he would forgive him. But no, to which Dwayne asked why. He thought he had opposed his father for the good of the barony. The man closed his eyes and said that it was clear, he knew that. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would use the money for the good of the family, not to cover current expenses. Looking down, he added that he needed to think about the future. Gritting his teeth, Dwayne thought, as if he knew, let him just give him the money. Coins appeared, heard that they would admit, he would pay off the debts, but how would this change the situation in the family as a whole? Looking straight, the man said, well, their budget would grow, and it would be easier to manage the castle for the next couple of years. They would have the opportunity to exile. He exclaimed in amazement, hearing that, and then, stretching his hand forward, Logan asked that they would again be mired in debt, so, said that they did not even have any special goods to sell. It was a vicious circle. Standing in front of the man, he added that he wanted to break, the money would go to implement his plan. Dwayne looked in amazement, and thought that this was definitely the bully he knew. The hero frowned, and he added that he imagined him as a child who did not care about the problems of the family. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had a favor to ask. If he did him a favor, he could help cover some of the family expenses. The man looked at him in amazement, and asked what kind. Logan grinned and said that he needed him to gather some mercenaries. The bag was on the floor. It was heard that he was really leaving. Putting on his gear, the hero said yes, to which Rick asked what was happening to him. After all, he had not long ago returned from solo training. Looking away, the protagonist said that he had to earn money, to which the servant asked if he didn't have enough. Holding the bag in his hands, Logan said that he needed much more. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he was sure the Lord would be against it. The atmosphere in the castle was too tense. Turning his head, the hero answered that it was true, so he would leave secretly. The servant asked again in amazement, to which the protagonist replied that he should shut up. Frowning, he thought that if he couldn't change his reputation now, then he wouldn't be able to change anything else. Looking at the window, Logan thought that he needed to organize an army outside. Frowning, he added that fortunately, he knew what was going on there now, since that was exactly when he was kicked out of the house. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he needed to check on that man first. Standing behind him, Rick asked what the hell he was thinking, what other escape at his age, to which the protagonist replied that he was damn persistent. Lying on the floor, the guy shouted that what should he do, if he escaped, he would have to go through him. Looking at his leg, he added that he should stop. Smirking, Logan said that he shouldn't worry, he left a letter for his father, no one would blame him. Raising himself, the servant asked what he had written. The hero smirked, looking at him. Rick looked at him in bewilderment. He smiled nervously. A glow appeared around the man. His eyes lit up. It was said that the breakup of the engagement broke his heart. Patrick clutched the letter, reading that he decided to leave for a while, he would return soon. The hero grinned, looking away. Raising his eyebrows, the guy thought that he should return. A clearing appeared, a thought appeared. 200 years ago, The House of MacLean was not in such a position as now, a huge and vast county, stretching from the neighboring Viscounty of Tesron to the Viscounties of Sylvan, Perina and the plains of Bifrance. A man sat on the throne. It was said that he was revered as the ruler and master of the southern part of the kingdom of Grandia. The flag was torn, a thought appeared, but the fruitless rule of 3 generations before the current Lord Patrick led to a decrease in his family in rank and a significant reduction in the territory under his control. People laughed. It was said that the vast grain holdings that were once called the MacLean Plains were given to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among various landowners. The place where the MacLeans ended up was the hard and dry land near the southern mountains. Frowning, the hero thought that there were no worthwhile regional products there, nor were there any copper mines that were typical for the mountainous area. In such a situation, even if they won the regional war, they would have to constantly ask the Lord for help. Looking straight ahead, he added that it would take a lot of money to break the vicious cycle, much more than 3 million. Standing in the middle of the city, the protagonist thought that here, in the greatest trading city of the kingdom of Grandia Kale, there was someone who could give it to him. Raising her hands up, the woman shouted that the rings with precious stones were from the Empire, 10 gold, and the man added that this shield was popular in the north. Walking straight, Logan thought about how the road to here reminded him of how far away the MacLeans were. Clenching his fist, he added that if he was not mistaken, this man spent his youth in Kale. The residents say he lives somewhere here. The image of a man appeared. The thought appeared that the gold beetle Philip. Knights appeared. It was said that the Ares Empire is the strongest nation on the continent, a powerful centralized government that operates on a merit system. Regardless of gender or age, a person with talent can succeed here and enjoy power and wealth. The man looked straight. The thought appeared that even foreigners have such a right. An excellent example of this is Philip from the kingdom of Grandia. He is one of the richest merchants, influencing the empire, and the greatest military merchant, who is considered a traitor to the kingdom of Grandia. Philip looked away. It was said that in reality, despite his nickname Gold Bug, he supports his fellow countrymen, and uses money and power to make Grandia a sovereign state. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this man too. The guy lowered his head. The thought arose that guy. Looking down, Philip asked how they could deceive him like that. What is he supposed to live on now, damn it? Looking at him, the protagonist wondered what he heard. His business went bankrupt because of deception, a sad, however, sight. Clutching his head, the guy asked what, maybe, just die. He looked away, hearing the appeal. Grinning, Logan asked that it was he Philip. Raising himself, the guy answered yes, and who is he? And then thought that red hair and eyes, a strong-willed look. Looking down, the hero said that it was good that he found him. Taking a step forward, he asked that there would be time to talk. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that who was he? They knew each other. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The thought appeared that in Logan's gaze Philip immediately saw something that he had encountered many times as a businessman: greed. The guy trembled in fear and thought that judging by the time when he approached and his old armor, this was probably a mercenary, perhaps. Grinning, the hero said that he was. Philip frowned and shouted that now was not the time to pay off the debt. He would receive the proceeds from the sale of commercial property in 3 days, then let him come, to which the protagonist replied that he did not come to knock down the debt. Opening his eyes wide, the guy shouted that he said that he had not received the proceeds yet, let him go. Logan stood silently in front of him. Looking straight ahead, Philip thought that he was asking to leave. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero said that he should stop being hysterical, that is, calm down. He did not come for money, but wanted to invest himself. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked again. Buildings appeared. He heard something that was going into him. Looking straight ahead, Philip thought that he did not come for a debt. The hero smiled, and he added that he was crazy. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that yes, he was crazy, since he was investing in someone who had completely failed. But what if it was true? Frowning, he asked how much he wanted to give. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked what and how much was needed. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he thought he had enough money to cover his debts to get back on track, to which he thought it was true. Philip opened his eyes wide. Logan grinned. A thought appeared that if you looked closely, his armor was heavily soiled. The armor was covered in dirt, and the guy thought he had come from far away. Philip clenched his teeth. Closing his eyes, the hero asked how much he needed, said he would try to help, to which the guy replied that he was a little bastard. The protagonist smiled. Frowning, Philip said that if he wanted to deceive him, he should have prepared better. He was the same as the others, he was not an investor. Stretching his hand forward, he added that this symbol, the southeastern barony of MacLean's, so. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that they were a poor family asking for help from their father-in-law. What other investments? When his master was unable to pay his debts, if he was caught posing as a nobleman, he would lose his head. Lowering his head, he added that he had picked on the wrong person. The guy began to cry and said that he was completely bankrupt, asked what he had learned. Frowning, the hero thought that even having found himself at rock bottom, he had not lost his insight. Looking at the guy, he added that he could calm him down, and Philip shouted that he did not even have money for food. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. The guy turned around, hearing that he should look at what he asked. What was he trying to do again? Suddenly, a flame appeared from Logan's hand. The guy looked in surprise and asked what power. Was he not imagining it? The hero grinned. The thought appeared that he had awakened it at such a young age, and such a genius was trying to deceive him. It was unlikely that there was an idiot who would decide to ruin his bright future. Grinning, Philip said that he should forgive him. So many troubles had happened to him that he began to react sharply to everything, asked what he could repeat, what business he had with him. The protagonist closed his eyes. Standing in front of the guy, he said that he wanted to hire him forever, and as a bonus he would pay off his debt, to which the guy asked again. The bag fell to the ground. It was heard that let him forgive, but the McLean house does not have that kind of money. Opening the bag, Logan asked how much he owed, to which the guy replied that it was about 250,000, to which the hero replied that he would give the entire amount, and pay the same amount for it. No, he would add 50,000 on top. The guy frowned and thought that the light. A bag of coins appeared. It was heard that 300,000 would suit him. Smiling, the protagonist said that a total of 550,000 gold, he would pay everything at once. Philip looked at him in amazement. Logan smiled. The thought appeared that an angel. Blood flowed from his finger. A drop fell on the sheet. The guy held the paper in his hands. The girl grinned and said, "Great, the contract is signed. Now if the subordinate tries to intentionally harm the master." She closed her eyes and added that he will feel terrible pain, as if his soul is being torn apart. If he is not happy with this, then let him awaken the power and become at least a high-ranking knight, or pay a mage of the 4th circle and above to remove the curse. The guy closed his eyes when he heard this. The mage grinned and said, "Let them come again." Looking straight at him, Philip thought that he had signed his own death sentence. The hero smiled, and he added that the angel, no, he was out of his mind, and he drew up an expensive magic contract to make him his slave, but for its cost, you could buy 30 slaves. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked that they met for the first time, so they can't trust each other, right? The guy frowned when he heard that since he was investing, he needed a guarantee. Logan looked away. Extending his hand, he said that when they get to know each other better, he will break the contract, they will work hard. The guy pressed his lips and thought that some kind of nonsense. He did not stipulate any terms or conditions, but, shaking his hand, he added that he had no choice but to believe him. Frowning, Philip asked what he should do. Looking at him, the hero answered that he should first buy monster meat. Removing his hand, the guy said that he really was crazy, and then thought that monster meat, to which the protagonist replied that he said out loud what he was thinking. Looking away, Logan thought that well, his confusion is understandable. The blood and meat of the monster contain poison, so it is burned. People were standing near the beast. It was said that but in a couple of years the situation will change dramatically, when it becomes known that it is possible to neutralize the poison with ordinary ingredients. In some areas with a shortage of food, people will start to eat monster meat. The monster was lying on the ground. The thought appeared that already in winter the number of those cured of incapacity will increase among them. People looked in amazement. It was said that the consumption of monster meat will lead to the appearance of Kaloka. The woman put her hands to her face. The man smiled. The thought arose that even those who became sterile after the injury will see the effect. A year after the Imperial Magic Tower confirms this. The magician raised his finger up. It was said that Kalo will disappear from the shelves across the continent. Grinning, the hero thought that all because it will have a good effect on male potency. Clenching his fist, he added that this way he will be able to make many times more money from 3 million. The guy silently followed him. Philip raised his eyebrows and thought maybe he should run away. He looked at them in amazement and asked what the million was. The people looked away, hearing that he was crazy. Who would spend 1 million on monster meat? Let him tone it down. They would make money even if he bought more. Looking straight at him, the guy said that he was against it, but he was confident in his decision, yes, to which the hero responded approvingly. Stretching his hand out to the side, Philip asked what he thought the price range was for Kaluk meat, to which the protagonist replied that it was not worth much now, everyone just burned it because there were no buyers. Holding a mug in his hands, Logan said that therefore, if they simply order corpses from someone, they will fit into 200 gold taking into account the kingdom's transport fees. If they bring a lot of Kaluks at once, it will be even cheaper due to transportation. To which the guy replied that it was expensive. He even took into account the transport fee, to which the hero asked what was this a mistake. Putting his hand to his face, Philip said that no, he determined the price correctly. But with a budget of 1 million, he plans to hire a guild for hunting, and then buy the prey. Looking at him, the protagonist answered that yes, and what is wrong? Tapping his finger on the table, the guy replied that this was a completely wrong approach. Stretching his hand forward, he added that now everyone throws away monster meat, so it will be enough to buy it. Looking at him, Logan heard that there were plenty of mercenaries who were ready to bring and give anything for a coin, and if they saw that someone else was trying to get rid of the meat, they would simply buy it for him. Smiling, Philip said that he was sure that if he just asked, They would bring all the Kaluk meat in the kingdom to his feet, and even butchered. The hero looked at him in amazement, and thought that he had already recouped his expenses on him, an amazing kid. Looking down, the guy said that in the future he should let him do the financial planning, since now his fate depended on him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that by the way, to which the guy asked what was going on. Holding the paper in his hands, Philip heard that he should stay in Kalia for now and buy this in large quantities, to which he asked that the cartridges made from the iron tree growing in the southern mountains of the Empire, springs and glue, wanted to create toys for sale. Smiling, Logan replied that something better, and then thought that he could not tell him yet that all this was raw material for weapons of war. The guy held the paper in his hands. A thought appeared that in a past life, weapons made of these materials were used to invade the kingdom of Grandia, and even a pathetic soldier with its help was able to keep the night under control. Putting the mug on the table, the hero thought that he trusted Dwayne to recruit mercenaries to whom he would give this weapon so that they would gain an advantage in the regional war. Looking to the side, he added that but first, you need to find a master who will make it, and an instructor who will teach them how to use it. The mercenary city of Haroon appeared. Kyle crossed his arms and asked him if he wanted to hire him as an instructor. Standing against the wall, he said that he would forgive him, but he had never done anything like this before, to which the hero replied that it would not be difficult, he would just have to train the C-rank mercenaries he hired. Putting his hand behind his head, the man said that he did not know what they had told him about him, but he had only led a couple of kids, it would be better to turn to professional teachers. Looking at him, the protagonist thought about what they had told him. He had worked with him in his past life, so he himself knew everything. Kyle could master any weapon and had excellent horse riding skills. The man stood in front of the squad. The thought appeared that, moreover, his value would increase after starting work as an instructor. After all, the squad of mercenaries that he had raised after he was seriously wounded, and his skills after retirement are unmatched by anything. Logan smirked and thought that he was not in the best mood right now. He should offer him money. He held out his hand and said that he would pay 4,000 gold for it. The man looked at him in amazement. Kyle frowned and thought that a rank A mercenary could earn 2,000 in a month at most, and he was offering twice as much. He turned his head and added that he couldn't fall for that, and then said that he would repeat it. He had never worked as an instructor, to which the hero replied that it was not enough, then 6,000. The man, looking away, said that he preferred missions where he had to fight. Logan lowered his head and said that it was true. It seemed like there was no choice. Frowning, he said 7,000. The man heard it out of the corner of his ear. He hit the wall and shouted that he couldn't hear him. He thought that money could buy anything. The man grinned when he heard 8,000, to which he replied that well, they had the same views. Bowing, he added that he thanked him in advance. The thought appeared that Kyle was hired. Buildings appeared. It was heard that this is how, so he is the first young master of the house of Baron Maclean. Looking straight, the hero asked that he was not curious why he took a mercenary from the feudal city of Macleans, to which the man asked again, what is the interest, if he pays well, and he added that he has a clear mind. The mercenary looked away, hearing that they should move. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted that if they were late, he would finish them off. The people walked forward. There were shackles on their legs. Frowning, Kyle said that he must have known that Haroon was called the city of mercenaries and slaves. They would meet more of this ahead. The man looked away. It seemed that because there was a slave market further on. The hero lowered his head and replied that yes, he knew. People were sitting in shackles. It seemed that he was going to go there to buy one slave. The guy looked away. Grinning, he thought that he was clearly a stupid country bumpkin, and then said that he should come for a second. Frowning, the guy said that he could offer him slaves at the cheapest price. The mercenary frowned, and he screamed. Falling to his knees, the guy thought that damn, why was Kyle here? Grinning, the protagonist thought that now he was calmer. It was not for nothing that he hired him. He took a step forward. Looking straight ahead, Logan thought that there were much more guards here. It seemed that this was the very place. Smiling, the man said that he thought he knew where he came, to which the hero replied that he wanted to buy a gnome. Bending down, the man said that everything was correct. He had come to the right place. Unusual races are very rare, so they take special care of them. Asked to pass. The protagonist looked away. The girls looked at him. Smiling, the man said that it was extremely difficult to catch these elves, asked that he had ever seen them before. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he would tell about. It was heard that it was enough. Stretching his hand forward, Logan said that let him bring him to him. The dwarf lowered his head. It was heard that for sure. He said that he came for the dwarf. His legs were tied. His hands were in shackles. The dwarf looked angrily ahead. Grinning, the man said that well, as he sees, you can immediately tell from him what race he is. He will be very useful to him, even among the great masters of the dwarves, this one of the few with the rank of expert. The hero looked in amazement, and asked what the rank of expert. The dwarf looked away. It was said that by nature dwarves are skilled with their hands. They create and repair objects. Seeing this as the meaning of life from childhood to old age, the rank of an expert is much higher than what he was looking for. Grinning, the protagonist thought that with him he would not have to worry about anything, and then asked what the price was. Raising 2 fingers up, the old man replied that since he was an expert, the minimum was 200,000. Gritting his teeth, Logan asked what he looked like, a simpleton. The man looked at him with fear. Frowning, he said that 50,000 he would give in to him. Looking away, the mercenary thought that in just a couple of minutes he had dropped the price by 150,000. Frowning, the dwarf said that he was ruthless, to which the hero replied that it was elementary. Looking straight ahead, he asked where he was taking him. The protagonist grinned and said that he would be making items for him at the McLean estate in the southwest. The dwarf lowered his head and said that he thought so, and thought that while dwarves were skilled craftsmen, it did not apply to those who were sold into slavery. Logan looked away and thought that despite their natural talents, they could not create a true work of art without passion. The dwarf lowered his gaze and said that it was to restore his enthusiasm. Looking straight ahead, the hero said 20 years. Smiling, he said that if he tried his best for 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that 20 years was nothing for his kind, right? The dwarf looked at him in amazement. Standing next to the protagonist, he asked what but how, and it was heard that they should seize him. The man frowned and shouted that the slave was running away. The man ran forward quickly. Logan looked to the side. The slaves ran in front of him. The guy clenched his teeth. The people turned around when they heard that they should grab him. The guy looked ahead angrily. The people shuddered when they heard that the slave was running away. The guy ran forward quickly. He looked in amazement when he heard that there. The man suddenly kicked him. Looking to the side, he said that he was caught. Gritting his teeth, the man asked how dare he. Swinging, he added that he would bite him, spineless scum. The boy began to cry and said that he was fine. Looking down, the mercenary said that they were slaves, there was no need to stop. Frowning, the hero replied that he knew, but, and then thought about what it was. The guy clenched his teeth, a thought appeared that he had blue hair, and eyes of different colors, red and blue, somewhere he had seen such things before. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Looking straight ahead, he said to give him a minute. Looking down, Logan thought how was this possible, he never expected to meet a nobleman killer here. In his past life, there was an extremely famous aura user in the kingdom. People were lying on the ground. It was said that at first he was a slave who escaped after killing his master. He was wanted for killing both countless soldiers and knights pursuing him, and the nobleman. The guy held the weapon in his hands. The thought appeared that he had to hide like a criminal. Particles were flying around the man. It was said that after about 10 years, when he appeared again, he already used the aura, thereby proving that he had risen above ordinary people. He killed the entire family that previously owned him. Victor looked down. The thought appeared that since then he had been killing every aristocrat he came across in Grandia, for which he received an unusual nickname, the aura user, the killing aristocrat. Frowning, the hero thought that the incident with the disappearance of this slave happened after he became a mercenary, so now that person should not have been bought yet. Looking straight ahead, he added that if he saved the boy, then in the future an aura user would be on his side. A bloody splash appeared. The thought appeared that but the problem is that. Victor bit the man on the leg, and he shouted that someone should take this bastard away from him. The guy looked forward angrily. It was said that he was an unstoppable maniac killer. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that well, if he was a deadly weapon that killed his allies you can just lock him up. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was the son of a beast. Suddenly, someone kicked the sword away. Looking to the side, the slave owner asked who dared to bother him. Damn it. Logan looked at him silently. Frowning, the man wondered who he was and when he managed to approach. He looked at the coat of arms and exclaimed. Raising his leg, the slave trader said that he was a client. Grinning, he said that it was awkward when the goods did not obey. He educated him, asked what to suggest something. Frowning, the hero answered that he wanted to buy a couple of slaves. The man held out his hand and asked what he meant about these children. Their eyes were a rare color, so they were expensive, he was sure, to which the protagonist replied that he should name the price. Logan frowned when he heard that it was at least 10,000 for each. The man smiled, thinking that a strong young slave was worth about 300 gold, and he had raised the price a lot for children who were skin and bones. 10,000 for an aristocratic killer was cheap, but he didn't know that. The slave owner smiled broadly, thinking that he also didn't want to let anyone get rich off him. The girl looked away in surprise when she heard that he had raised the price 30 times for a child who was about to lose consciousness, and the other one seemed to have one foot in the grave. She looked down and turned to her brother. The man held out his hand and said that there was still no one else to buy, so the protagonist replied that 500 for each. That price was higher than for a healthy slave. The slave owner closed his eyes and replied that it wouldn't even cover their original price. Frowning, the protagonist asked that he didn't think he knew how much slaves were worth. He gripped his sword tightly in his hands. The man looked at him in fear. Taking a step forward, he thought that Victor was always a nuisance. He was sure it wouldn't get any better in the future. The man closed his eyes and said that he thanked him for the deal. The boy looked down. Looking away, the mercenary asked that he had already woken up, but his wounds shouldn't have healed so quickly. The hero smirked and said that he had, indeed, come to his senses quickly. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he was secretly emitting a power that was barely noticeable as they walked. A glow appeared around the boy, and he thought that it was better than the magic of most low-level priests. Frowning, the protagonist thought that, however. The girl looked at him in amazement. Her eyes widened, thinking that this child could see the power, even Kyle hadn't noticed. Turning his head, Logan thought it was probably a coincidence. The boy gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he jumped up. Swinging his arm, Victor yelled for him to die. The hero dodged his blow. Then he grabbed his arm. The boy looked at him in amazement. Victor suddenly opened his eyes wide. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he didn't know if he was possessed or just stupid. Victor looked away and told her to run. It sounded like he didn't yet understand the situation he was in. Logan's eyes lit up and he asked what he looked like, a slave owner. The boy gritted his teeth, hearing that it was good that he had a fighting spirit, but he should learn to choose his opponents wisely. Frowning, the hero said that he hoped he wouldn't have to warn him a second time. If he obeyed him, he assured him that he and his sister would be safe, but if it happened again. The boy nodded, hearing that he would get rid of him, and of course, his sister. The protagonist let go of his neck. Victor fell to the ground. Logan looked at him. Looking straight at him, he thought that he had enough of this. The boy looked surprised, hearing that he planned to make a night out of him. Raising his head, he asked what he was talking about him, to which the hero replied that he knew exactly. He probably knew that a knight was an honorary aristocrat. Grinning, he added that as a slave, he would be able to get around this condition. The girl looked away, hearing that his sister did too. Victor looked at her. He leaned on the ground. Frowning, the boy shouted that he agreed. Grinning, the hero thought that he knew it. Lena looked at her brother. The thought appeared that his cruel nature could be controlled through his sister. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that great, they would start training when they returned home, and also. Hamar frowned, hearing that they would step away for a minute, to which he asked what was wrong with him. The mercenary held the guy's hand. It was heard that he would write a contract. Standing in front of the hero, the dwarf asked what the contract was. He looked surprised, hearing that it would be magical. It said that if he served him for 20 years, then he would send him back to the mountains. The dwarf opened his eyes in amazement, and asked that to the mountains, he would really return him to his people, to which the hero replied that he understood that it was difficult to believe simple words. Grinning, the protagonist asked what was wrong. He did not want to which Hamar replied that of course he did, and he would agree to anything. Frowning, the dwarf said that he would do everything for him. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. Hamar lowered his head and said he couldn't believe he was telling the truth. Thank him. The dwarf wiped his tears. A thought occurred to him that if the contract was enough to bring him back his motivation, then it was a solid plus for him. Logan smirked and thought that thanks to this he would be able to get everything he wanted, although he had gained even more since he managed to get himself an aristocratic killer. A glow appeared in the sky, and he added that the preparations for the war between the regions were going smoothly. The guy walked straight. It was said that while Logan did not know that rumors of his strange behavior had already spread throughout the MacLean domains, while he was gone, his reputation sank to the very bottom and broke through him. He looked ahead. A thought occurred to him that and also about that. Rick gritted his teeth. It was said that he was drowning in troubles, trying to change something, and he thought that what the hell was he doing, damn young master. Smiling, the servant said that he was finally back. Looking at him, the hero asked how he was doing. Rick chuckled, closing his eyes. Biting his lip, he asked if he really cared, to which the protagonist replied that he was glad to see him smiling. Logan looked at him in amazement, hearing what the hell he was doing there. He knew what people were saying about him. They called him a moron who spent 150,000 gold on monster meat. Philip stretched his hands forward and said something. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what, to buy monster meat. Looking at the guy, he said what an idiot, to which Philip replied that young Master Logan of the MacLean barony wanted to buy it. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he had heard of him, and the other added that he was the one who ruined his engagement. Looking straight ahead, the boy was thinking that he thought that spreading rumors about the monster meat would increase his sales in the market, but he did not know the details of the master's past. He thought he was just crazy, and he turned out to be a scumbag. Philip frowned. It was said that despite such thoughts, his instincts screamed that he should not miss the opportunity, and then said that 1 gold per kilo. The people looked at him in amazement. The boy stretched out his hand and thought that no mercenary would refuse to sell trash even to a scumbag if he was willing to pay, and then asked what they wanted to earn. Raising his hand up, he added that then let them bring him all the Kaluk meat they have. It was said that the aggressive sales move prompted the mercenaries to bring the meat. The rumor about Logan spread to the fiefs near Cal. Grinning, the hero said that Philip did his job just perfectly, to which the boy asked how he could laugh now. Looking straight ahead, the people heard that they should just look at those who were brought in and think how much gossip they had heard, since they were standing with such faces. Rick raised his eyebrows when he heard that he shouldn't worry about it would be over soon, to which he replied that he shouldn't be so calm. A glow appeared around the man, and it was heard that even the head of the house was furious. Lowering his head, Patrick asked him if he enjoyed running away from home. Frowning, the protagonist said that it had indeed been a useful trip. Looking straight ahead, the father said that he had heard rumors about his crazy deeds, but he was glad that he had spent his time usefully. Putting his hands behind his back, Logan replied that rumors were just rumors. He was not ashamed of what he had done. The woman smiled, looking straight ahead. Looking to the side, she said that she saw that the first young master did not realize at all where his place was, and how his actions could affect the honor of their name. Gritting his teeth, the hero replied that it was unnecessary. He had spent almost nothing of the money he had received for breaking off the engagement. Frowning, the woman said that he should repeat it. The man sat up, hearing that he had heard. Would she really stay on his side now? To which he replied that it was enough. Patrick lowered his head, listening to the first young gentleman being completely to blame, to which he shouted that he had said enough. He leaned against the table. Marianne looked at him in amazement, hearing that he would like to speak with Logan alone, asking him to leave them, to which she asked how he could treat her like that. Frowning, Patrick said that he would give him a final warning. The hero looked ahead silently. The office appeared. He could hear what was happening to it. Standing by the window, the father said that they would have a frank talk about what was happening and why everything was exactly like this. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that it seemed like he wouldn't back down this time, and then replied that he wouldn't understand even if he told him. Looking at him, the man asked what he himself understood. He was aware of how people spoke of him. People stood in front of his father. It was heard that they considered him cruel, evil, and obsessed with money, and lately even crazy. Clenching his fist, Patrick asked how much longer he would have to cover for him, said that if this was just a phase that would end in the future, then let him know. Logan hung his head, listening to the fact that he could at least apologize to his late mother. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he could not believe that he mentioned her. In his past life such a thing had never happened, not even when he was kicked out of the house. The man looked at him, and he added that perhaps he had not yet lost hope for him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he asked to give him 1 year. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that after that time he would understand why he was doing this now. Looking straight ahead, Logan said that he should do him this favor. The man looked at him in surprise. A room appeared. Patrick was sitting at the table. Looking straight ahead, he thought that a favor. How strange this word sounds in a conversation between a parent and a child. Holding a watch in his hands, the man added that if Logan does not answer for his words in a year, he will have to make a decision. Looking at it, Patrick thought that first of all he is the head of the house, and only then his father. A portrait of a girl appeared. It was heard that he should forgive him. He has no idea what he was planning. Lowering his head, the man said that he promised to protect him at any cost, so that he would grow up a good person. Sitting at the table, he added that, but, it seems, he should have been more attentive. The hero opened his eyes in amazement, and turned to his brother. Ranyan smirked when he heard that he had awakened the power, to which he replied that he knew he could do it too. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he was only 14, and then thought that in his past life, she had not awakened until the region war, but now it happened faster. Smirking, his brother said that it was all thanks to him, to which Logan asked how, and he added that the knights tried to prevent him from meeting him when he returned, and then, looking away, the hero asked again. The knights were beaten. The thought arose that he awakened her to see him. Ranyan smirked. The thought arose that when this happened, he managed to break through 2 knights. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was good, and then thought that if he taught him the secrets of the divine sword, then when the power stabilized. The guy smiled. It was said that he could become much stronger than in his past life. A house in the south of the barony appeared. The man looked away, hearing that he had returned. Looking straight ahead, Dwayne said that, it's him, young master. Standing in front of the hero, he added that here are 350 C-rank mercenaries that he asked to hire. The mercenaries looked angrily. It was heard that it was him, the one who called them here, and then left them in this crumbling house for 10 days. They were not fooled. The Baron's family would never get involved with the mercenary guild, unless they were crazy. And who knows, maybe they really are crazy. There are already rumors about this guy. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard that they should look at him wearing a sword and armor, trying to look like a knight or something, and then thought, God, I need to pacify these scumbags fighting for their lives right now, otherwise they will be impossible to control. The man looked surprised when he heard the address, to which he asked what he was talking about. He frowned when he heard that he thought he looked funny in armor and with a sword, to which the mercenary replied that he did not really understand what he was talking about, and then thought how he heard it from there. Logan replied with a smile that of course he did not think so, otherwise he would have to answer for his words. Looking at the man, he said that but a C-rank mercenary did not have the ability to look down on others. Grinning, the hero asked what offended him, said that it seemed that even an insignificant person has pride. let him come forward. The mercenary looked at him in surprise when he heard that if he could hit him even once, he would immediately pay him a year's wages and let him go. He staked his honor as an aristocrat on it, and the others would be witnesses to his promise. Standing in front of the hero, the mercenary asked, "Which is good, he will not go back on his word." He took a step forward. The man smiled, looking at the hero. The people looked at them. It was heard that let them see how big he is. Maybe he has B rank, not yet, but he will be when he does this job. Frowning, the protagonist thought that this is why he is so confident. The mercenary smiled and said that he can begin. Smiling, Logan replied that he will regret it, to which the man said that he has been using a sword much longer than him, so he should not worry. Looking straight at him, he asked what he could give him an additional advantage. Suddenly, the hero hit him in the face. The people looked at him in amazement. The men froze in surprise. The man doubled over in pain. He fell to the ground. The mercenaries looked at him in fear. The protagonist raised his hand. He closed his eyes and sighed. Logan smirked and asked who else wanted to discuss him. Looking at him, the mercenaries asked that he was already using the force at such an age. Damn, it was just ridiculous. Kyle looked away. Raising his eyebrows, he thought he was unusual, but did not suspect that he was so good. Smirking, the hero said that it seemed that there were no takers. Looking straight ahead, the mercenaries heard that let them then allow him to formally introduce himself. He was Logan, the one who called them here. Many were probably curious about why he was spending money on mercenaries. The protagonist smirked, looking straight ahead. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he planned to make them cavalry crossbowmen. The men looked at him in amazement. Looking away, the mercenary asked what about the cavalry crossbowman, who uses a crossbow on a horse, to which the other replied that it takes a lot of time to reload. Raising his hand, Kyle said that a crossbow is not a suitable weapon for cavalrymen, to which Logan replied that he knew, to which he asked what then why. The man held a crossbow in his hands. It was said that a crossbow is more powerful than a bow, but it takes more than a minute for inexperienced shooters to reload. But on a horse a person will very quickly lose the ability to shoot, even if he has 3 or 4 loaded crossbows. Their bewilderment is understandable. Closing his eyes, the hero said that for now he should think that he is throwing money down the drain, pretending to be a soldier, and then thought that this does not affect anything. He grinned and added that he should train them thoroughly, and later he would understand why it was necessary. And then he thought that the crossbowmen and cavalrymen would be a powerful force for the Maclanes even after the feudal war. The mercenary looked ahead silently. Kyle closed his eyes and said that he would do as he ordered. The man held a paper in his hands. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that out of 350 mercenaries, only 312 had passed the simple qualification test. He looked away when he heard the address. Looking straight ahead, the dwarf asked what it was. Logan smirked and asked what he had already read, saying that it was a diagram of the crossbow he was to make. Looking at the dwarf, he added that he understood that it looked a bit rough to a professional's eye. Frowning, the hero thought that he had used this weapon for several decades in his past life and had roughly outlined its structure. He was an expert-ranked dwarf, so he should be able to handle it. Looking at the paper, Hamar said that he needed to place the container that would hold the projectiles in the back of the crossbow and make it self-reloading, and that it should shoot 3 times in a row. Gritting his teeth, he added what and who came up with this crap, to which the protagonist replied that it was him. The dwarf froze upon hearing this. His eyes widened and he said that, well, if you think about it, it was very innovative. Looking straight ahead, Hamar said that but the intertwined cables in such a mechanism will not hold up and will break, and because of the wooden box behind the shooters will be inconvenient. What to do? Grinning, Logan replied that it was up to him to decide. The dwarf looked at him furiously. The room seemed, it was heard that he was joking. Let him not be angry and listen. Frowning, the hero said that let him reduce the size of the shells and where they are. He is right. 1 shot will be enough. Instead, you can make the container detachable to reload with each shot. The dwarf looked at him in amazement, hearing that for convenience they will call it a store. Wide-eyed, he said that it is incredible. A crossbow even in the hands of a professional will not shoot twice in a minute, it will be. The protagonist grinned, hearing that a weapon of the new time, to which he thought that it will be invented in the future. Holding the paper in his hands, the dwarf said that just think about it, and all you need is a container, a spring, some wood, glue and a bowstring. Frowning, he added that it was a very motivating challenge. Great, he would try. Looking at him, Logan asked what he thought, how long it would take, to which Hamar asked again that he was asking him to create something he had never heard of, in a certain amount of time. Looking straight at him, the hero said that people had invented this weapon, to which he asked what was where, who? Smiling, he replied that it didn't matter, if he thought he couldn't handle it, he should give up, to which the dwarf said okay, he could do it. Raising his finger up, Hamar said that in a month he would create something much better. Looking at him, the hero heard that he would still find out what it was like to deal with a dwarven ego. A stone wall appeared. People were running forward rapidly. The guy was breathing heavily. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that he had slowed down again, he could do better. Victor closed his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly. Crossing his arms, Logan thought that since they had arrived, he had only fed them and let them sleep. The boy ran ahead, and he added that food could change you beyond recognition. His legs were shaking from fatigue. The hero frowned, looking at him. The boy fell to the ground, hearing that he should rest. Walking forward, Lena turned to her brother. Grinning, the protagonist thought that a 14-year-old boy, who was smaller than his peers, ran 20 kilometers without a break. He was talented. The boy smiled, and he added that most of all he liked his perseverance and endurance. He was worried in vain. Looking down, Logan thought that it was obvious that he was not a killer from birth, which meant that his life had changed a lot because of. Lena looked at her brother in amazement. The hero lowered his head. The guy stood up, hearing that it was enough. Let him get up. It was time to move on to the next training. He looked at the sword. It was heard that he would study the sword technique of the Kingdom of Grandia. Every knight's student knows it. Rolling up his sleeves, the hero said that he should watch and learn. He grabbed the weapon tightly. The protagonist swung the sword. He lowered the sword down. The guy looked at him. Lowering his eyebrows, Victor thought that he was tired. I wish he could lose consciousness and fall asleep. Gritting his teeth, he added that, but if this is the price of good food and sleep. The guy looked forward angrily. He swung the sword. Victor lowered the weapon down. The hero looked at him in amazement. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he repeated the movements exactly and even the breaths. And after all, he showed them for the first time. It is unlikely that Ranian was so good at his age. The protagonist grinned. He held out his hand and said that if he could develop his stamina and perfectly perform the kingdom technique more than 1,000 times in a row, he could be called a knight. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked again. Logan smiled and asked if he could do it. Victor frowned and said that he could. Standing in front of him, the hero said that if he needed anything for training, he should tell Rick. He could probably get him anything, to which the boy replied that he didn't need anything. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked if he was sure. Looking straight ahead, Victor said that he should just continue to look after his sister. That would be enough. He frowned. Logan smirked and thought that was great. Putting his hand on his side, he thought about how Victor wouldn't be able to go to war, but in the future he would become a huge support for the McLeans. The mercenary army and the new weapons would become a formidable force. The hero trained the boy. It was said that, but you shouldn't rely on them too much. Hamar might not be able to make a good crossbow, and even if he did, there was a chance that the mercenaries wouldn't be able to master it. Frowning, the protagonist thought that since he had essentially put everything in the hands of others, he needed to come up with a backup plan. A room appeared. He heard him say that. Sitting at the table, the man asked that he wanted to join the knight's training. Frowning, Logan replied that he did. The sun was shining in the sky. Vincent opened his mouth and shouted that everyone's attention. He glanced sideways at Logan and said that from today on, the first young master Logan would join the training of their knightly order. The guys asked again in bewilderment if they had heard wrong. Someone added that he had defeated Dominion, and now the knights seemed like some kind of joke to him. The man frowned angrily. In the memory, he was standing and asking if Patrick was going to send the young master to train with the knights. He continued to say in fear that they would not be happy about it. Patrick replied that he was not asking to be treated specially. The man opened his mouth angrily, and the thought occurred to him that it would be better to give him a beating as a new recruit. Vincent rubbed his forehead and thought that even if he said that he was his master's son, it would be easier to treat him well. Logan smiled and told him not to worry. Looking at the man, he continued to say that if he did not catch up with the others in grades this week, he would pretend that nothing had happened and leave him alone. Vincent opened his mouth in shock. Then he nodded and agreed. He grinned and thought that this week the difficulty level would increase 3 times. Someone's footsteps were heard. Someone clenched their teeth from tension. The knights carried each other in their arms, and the boy exclaimed, "What kind of training was this?" The man shouted angrily that they were preparing to die. They were cavalry. How could they not know what horses had to endure? He shouted furiously to make them feel how hard it was for them when they were fully equipped. The thought arose that this was nonsense. The knight said exhaustedly that he was surprised when he said that they would train in armor. They answered that they had to go through hell because of that damn troublemaker. Logan walked straight, and it was heard that he would not last long, maybe 3 days, and he would not last even 1. The protagonist ran forward with a man on his back. He had outpaced his comrades. Vincent thought in bewilderment that it was incredible. He was in the lead. Logan smiled and the man thought that, moreover, he was smiling. Looking at the fallen knights, Vincent thought that at this rate, not he, but the knights would fall behind the program. He pursed his lips. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard a shout for everyone to stop. The boys fell to the ground and the man shouted for them to rest for 10 minutes. Logan lowered the man from his back to the ground. Vincent walked up to him and asked if the young gentleman was doing well. He asked with a smile if he was tired and thought that of course, let him just answer honestly and he could cancel this crazy training. The man's eyes widened when Logan answered that it was bearable. The boy smiled. The man asked again and he answered that it was a good training. Knights go through this every day, so they must be strong. Vincent turned to the fallen soldiers and the hero said that he was looking forward to the next one. The man clenched his hands into fists and thought that this was not what he wanted. Logan narrowed his eyes. The moon was shining in the sky. The hero stood alone and thought that all the knights were gone. He pursed his lips and thought that training with them was his insurance in case all plans failed. If nothing worked out, he would join the knights and fight on the front lines, so he needed to get close to them now and establish connections. He looked down and thought that and let his strength. A fire ignited near his chest and he continued to think that it was possible to develop through meditation, but it was also important to train the body. That's what the training of the Knight Order would be useful for. He put his hand on his burning chest. Then he smiled and thought that he knew it would work. Sparks flew around him and the thought arose that since the core of power was growing, he did not even feel tired. The protagonist brought the sword behind his back. Then he closed his eyes. He swung the weapon sharply. The sword was burning with fire and the hero thought that this was the power of a one-star core. Logan's eyes widened and he thought that maybe when he reached the second star, he would gain strength befitting a high-ranking knight like his father. The guy smiled sheepishly. The lamp illuminated the room. A crossbow flew past, and someone shouted that it had failed. Another weapon flew past and a cry was heard that this one had failed too. Weapons flew around the room and someone exclaimed that they had come up with nothing else. Logan asked in confusion, "Where is the carving he asked for? This thing only makes one shot, and the magazine, didn't he say that it needs to be installed?" The man began to say angrily that but Logan hit himself in the face, apologized, and said that he shouldn't have said that. The man answered discontentedly that everything is correct, even if he is its owner, but the pride of the craftsman. His eyes filled with black when the hero said that if he is not capable of better, then nothing can be done. The protagonist looked away and said that several weeks of work were wasted. He expected too much from him. It was his fault. Looking at the enraged craftsman, he said that he misjudged his abilities and was wrong, wasted so much money for nothing. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard 1 month. The craftsman angrily said that he would create a new one in a month and come back. Then he broke the old crossbow. The protagonist wondered why he was so angry. What about a new one? He smirked and continued to think that if he pissed him off more, he would build something amazing. A month later, the craftsman was aiming his crossbow. A moment later, arrows flew out of it. They flew several meters in an instant. Both hit the target. The old man coughed and asked what he thought. "It shoots one more shot, and it is easier to hold with one hand, and you can also change the magazine." Logan widened his eyes and thought, "Holy shit." He reloaded it in less than 5 seconds. They looked in front of them and the hero thought that the radius is not as big as the weapon from the past, and it is smaller, but it is better suited for a cavalryman. No, he even surpassed it, and the craftsman said that as he said, "All that remains is to insert a pre-prepared magazine. He worked hard for a whole month to create it. He is not going to put on airs, but let him keep that in mind." The boy thought happily that he couldn't believe that they had already come so far, although there was still a month before the war. The old man angrily called the gentleman and asked if he was listening. Logan grabbed the man abruptly in his arms. He lifted him up and exclaimed that it was a great job, he had tried hard. Looking at Hamar, he shouted that long live the gnomes, long live Hamar. The old man replied that they could be seen, and that he was not a child. Logan happily said his name. The old man asked again with tears in his eyes. A moment later, the hero asked if he could make 400 of these in a month. The bowstring on the crossbow tightened. The arrow pierced the tree. The man lowered the weapon and looked ahead. The boy grabbed his head and said that it was amazing. It flew far. They answered that it also fired several times in a row, an interesting crossbow. Kyle frowned and thought how a crossbow could do such a thing. It was muzzle-loading and shot at a long distance with such power and speed. He looked away and thought that if he equipped an army of more than 300 cavalrymen with it, it was scary to even think about the consequences. Logan was standing next to the guy and he said that he was truly an amazing person. That's what he meant when he talked about cavalry crossbowmen. The protagonist smiled and replied that well, yeah, sort of, and thought that Hamar had a hard time. The craftsman was on a break and the hero thought that other craftsmen were helping him, but it was impossible to predict that he would fulfill his order 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and even make an additional 100 crossbows. A dwarf with an expert rank is something. He pressed his hand to his chin and thought that he would like to share with both the knightly order and the soldiers, but he had financial problems and a technology leak, so he needed to hold his horses for now. He turned to Kyle and said that from now on, let the mercenaries take crossbows and go clear the mountains outside their territory. The guy asked what it was. The protagonist grinned and asked if he meant to say that it was impossible. The guy looked away. The arrows stuck in the tree and it was heard that maybe it would work. The hero started walking, saying that he couldn't. He walked away and told Kyle to make it work, otherwise it would all be in vain. The man frowned and thought that he would not develop such a weapon to kill monsters. It was heard that everyone took a crossbow. The hero said something to the guys and the thought arose that he was really preparing for war. Dandelions grew in the ground. The man opened his mouth enthusiastically. Logan was carrying several people in his arms. Someone said that he had colossal stamina. The knights looked at him and said that it was just ridiculous. It was in his genes, and that if he took after his father, he should be good with a sword. The man turned to his interlocutor and said that, and yet, it was worth remembering Dominion. They answered him. How can you compare him to an old man? After all, he lost to his younger brother when he had not even awakened yet. The knight answered tiredly that despite this, it was quite surprising that he had been enduring all the training for a month now. The hero clenched his teeth. The training that was originally designed to displace Logan was now entrenched in the order. The boy smiled and said that it was hard, but it was more useful than just running. They answered that it was true. This is how you should train in the knightly order. They suddenly became an incentive for the low-ranking knights, who usually did everything half-heartedly. The man stroked the horse and asked if it was hard for it to carry him, and thanked him, and the knights also realized what their horses were like and began to empathize with them. The knight leaned against his partner and asked if he was heavy. He ate too much yesterday, so they answered that it did not matter. The boy's eyes widened when he was told that he was one of them, so there was no need to worry about such things. They ran on, and the knight asked what he should answer to such a statement. Strengthening the bonds between the knights was a bonus. The man smiled and thought that he continued to train them like this because the first young master did not leave, but the result surprised him. He looked at the protagonist with pride. A smile shone on his face. Logan rubbed his neck and thought that his lucky charm itself came to him on foot. The moon was shining in the sky. The protagonist was sitting on the bed. He closed his eyes and thought that after exhausting his body with training, he would begin to stimulate his inner awareness with meditation. Repetition and coordination of this gives its results. He lowered his head and continued the thought that he had recently noticed signs of a change in his strength. If he could improve it as he planned, then figures appeared behind him and he thought that the Superman, the Aura Master, and the Supreme Mage would no longer be a threat to him, as in his past life. Logan opened his mouth. A sphere lit up in his chest. His body was surrounded by fire, and he began to speak in an unknown language. Opening his mouth, he spoke spells. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. The entire room was filled with fire. The guy's hair stood on end. A bright sphere appeared and he thought that it was ready. The protagonist smiled and looked at the two-star core. He knitted his brows. Now he had a base to learn the next secret sword technique. Logan delivered a deadly iron slash. Considering the power he had gained from the first technique, he was sure the second one would exceed his expectations in terms of power. The hero looked out the window and thought that if he had managed to master it before the war. He looked at the moon and thought that even high-ranking knights would not be scary to him. The sun was shining on the clearing. Monsters were passing by. The horse was running at full speed. They turned around abruptly and screamed. A huge army was rushing towards the monsters. Kyle frowned. He raised his fist. The soldiers rushed into battle. The crossbow rose up and someone shouted that it was loaded. The soldiers raised their weapons and someone shouted at them to shoot. Arrows pierced their bodies. The zombie opened its mouth and screamed. The monster screamed in fear. They fell down from the pain. Kyle looked ahead confidently. The guys looked forward happily. The guy was holding a crossbow and said that it had almost no recoil. They answered that his shot went through the monster's head and hit the head of another one that was standing behind. Logan was riding a horse. He frowned and thought that a pack of over 100 monsters had been destroyed in less than 10 seconds. Their old habits of using a regular crossbow were making a little bit of an impression, but they were starting to reload faster. The protagonist smiled and thought that it was worth it that they had gone so far to hunt. Kyle rode up to the hero and asked if he was happy. He replied that it seemed like they had done terribly during their first hunt, but now they had gotten better. The guy looked at the hero in bewilderment. Logan turned around to look at him when he apologized for his curiosity and asked why he needed it. Looking at the bunch of monsters, Kyle said that he had never heard of an army of mercenaries with such power, and whether he planned to kill all the monsters on the continent. The hero began to speak thoughtfully when someone suddenly called him. The guys turned around to look at the guy and Logan asked what was the matter. Kyle frowned and shouted what was the matter, and they answered that he had been sent by a man named Rick. The protagonist asked again, puzzled about Rick. The knight was out of breath and began to say that Viscount Travis had come yesterday. He lowered his head and continued to say that he had declared war on them. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The man opened his mouth wide. Frowning, he shouted that he accused the McLean house of insulting his ancestor by unlawfully taking his life. The old man, horrified, looked at the sphere. The guy turned his head, said that it had happened in the distant past, and he had decided to get even now. His comrade replied that now, probably, a war would begin. The knight, looking at the lord, asked what they would do now. Frowning, he added that the number of the Viscount's knightly order alone exceeded their chances of winning even with the lord. Suddenly, everyone in the room lowered their heads. Someone said that they should request support and send knights to guard the city. He was told that in this case, if the knights with power were driven out, the city would fall into chaos. The Lord closed his eyes. Someone added that they should first send an ambassador to negotiate a truce. He slammed his fist on the table with all his might. Opening his mouth, he shouted for everyone to shut up. Lowering his head, he continued to say that although his family's power was not as great as it used to be, these people were constantly declaring war for no particular reason. It was obviously planned on purpose. He looked menacingly in front of him, asking what they were even thinking before mentioning peace. A second later, he stood up from the table. Turning around, he shouted for everyone to prepare for war and to abandon the plan to win it. He would not accept any objections. The boys lowered their heads in concern. Someone raised their hand, saying that the young master would also participate in the war. Hearing this, the woman turned around in fear. A second later, she turned her head to her husband. The Lord, looking menacingly ahead, replied that his sons would go to her along with the rest. Then he looked at the knight, adding that he had awakened the power, and Logan was old enough to contribute. The girl raised her hand, saying that she had heard that the young master was training with the knights. Since they could both use the power, they would be of great help to them. The guy, looking ahead in fear, thought that this was bad, because the protagonist was currently away. Running quickly through the corridor, he thought that he should report to him about what happened immediately. We are transported to Logan. The guy tells him that this is what happened. The protagonist lowers his head. Gritting his teeth, he thought that according to his memories from his past life, the war was supposed to start only in 2 months. What could have affected this? The guy, raising his hands, told him to hurry. They would definitely ignore all customs and go straight to war. They needed to leave now to make it at least to the middle of the battle. Logan, squeezing his hand, thought that he did not have time to think. The one-eyed guy, looking at him, smiled, saying that his mercenary squad was always ready to take on the case. The protagonist looked in front of him in surprise, asking if he was not very surprised by this news. Then the guy, looking ahead, answered that they were in such a state now that they themselves were preparing to unleash a war. Squeezing the crossbow in his hand, he continued to say that they have an excellent weapon. It is obvious that they want to use it. Logan, looking ahead, thought that these guys were too confident in themselves. Smiling, he continued to think that this was not out of nowhere. They did not leave a chance for a pack of monsters. He imagined a bloody hand in his head, thinking that the pack had increased since last winter. But what was the point if a war had begun? They only needed to win. He clenched his fist. Then, looking menacingly ahead, he thought that now they had enough strength for this. A cry was heard over the forest that a squad of mercenaries was ready to move out, and we were told that the McLean house was shaking from the news of an unexpected war, but all 314 people were confident of their victory. We are transferred to the tower. The guard looks at the soldier with fear, and we are told that the war began earlier than the protagonist planned. The next day after its announcement, troops appeared on the McLean territory. Their numbers exceeded expectations. We are transferred to the office. The warrior, looking ahead in fear, shouted that there were about 100 individual knights, about 1,000 regular soldiers and about 10,000 cavalry. This was a full-scale war. The Lord looked ahead in fear, asking if their enemy had gone mad. She was trembling, and he thought that they would have to face not only the forces of knights, who were like superhumans to ordinary people, but also cavalry, and this was in a war between fiefdoms, not nations. He clenched his teeth, thinking why they were going so far. Then he lowered his head. The girl looked ahead in fear, and the knight added that the house of Cuirass could not send them reinforcements. Opening her mouth wide, she shouted that this could not be. He must have been mistaken. Her hands trembled, and she added that she had to see for herself. The Lord clenched his teeth. Looking at the knight, he shouted to him to gather all the men who could bear arms. They would answer them with all their might. The Lord looked ahead, and we were informed that the confidant of the house of Cuirass had turned away from them. Finding himself in a trap, McLean gathered as many men as he could to fight the enemy. The horse stopped. The Lord with his cavalry came forward, 53 men. Behind him stood a small army, numbering 552 soldiers. Then came the farmers, who numbered 4,418 conscripts, a total of 5,023 men. The knight trembled, looking ahead. Before him was a huge army, and we were informed that this was not even half the number of the enemy's men. The Lord clenched his teeth. The knight, descending to his comrade, asked where the young master was. He replied that he had left long ago, had not returned yet. The protagonist's younger brother listened to the conversation. One of the knights laughed and said that at such a time, he probably shouldn't be expected. He ran away when he heard the news. Turning around, the guy shouted what they were talking about. Frowning, he added that he would never do something like that. After which memories appeared in his head, when he stood in front of his brother. Logan, smiling, added that soon it would be his secret technique. And the guy, remembering how he looked in front of him in surprise, shouted that he knew that the war would happen, and he could not run away. Looking in fear in front of him, he heard someone ask that the first young master had run away. One of the knights, lowering his head, added that, apparently the rumors were true. The guy turned pale, looking to the side, and the Lord replied that he would have to replace his brother. He added, frowning, that he should remain determined, no matter what happened. The Lord grabbed his spear, thinking that why he couldn't believe it, but now something else was important. Raising his spear up, he shouted for everyone to get ready. They needed to defeat these worthless people. The knights rushed into battle. The man, smiling, looked ahead, saying that Patrick had finally grabbed his sword. Riding forward on his horse, he shouted that his knights were his swords, let him face them. The Lord looked menacingly ahead, pointing his spear forward. He surrounded his horse with a red aura. His weapon glowed brightly. The opponents, he thought that first he must break through the vanguard. Opening his mouth wide, he made a dash forward. He pushed off the ground. After which he pointed his weapon at the enemy's shield. His eyes turned pale, and he thought that he was able to block his blow. He looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. As suddenly the knight smiled. The guy was breathing heavily, looking ahead. Then he turned his head. He saw someone lying on the ground, clutching his hand. After which he turned the other way. He saw his ally, stretching out his hand, asking for help. Gritting his teeth, he thought that their affairs were bad, they were losing. Raising his head, he continued to think that their troops were so outnumbered that they sent them to fight even with a bow like him. If they surrounded them, then it would definitely be the end. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head. The boy fell to the floor. The soldier raised his spear over him, shouting for him to die. A second later, someone knocked his spear away. Suddenly, a blade was thrust into his chest. The warrior, looking ahead, told the boy to get up and grab the spear. The boy extended his hand and, smiling, thought that he was an ally, after which he thanked him. A moment later, blood gushed out. His savior fell with an arrow stuck in his neck. The boy jumped up in horror. He ran, thinking that he needed to go to the rear as far away from the enemy as possible. Looking around, he saw how many of his comrades fell to the archers. Then he stopped, felt a strange aura. His face turned pale. In front of him, he saw the cavalry, wondering if they were already here. He looked ahead in fear, wondering if they would all die. The Lord, surrounded by an aura, was fighting with a swordsman. He looked ahead menacingly. Gradually, the warrior began to give up his positions. Smiling, he said that he lived up to his name. They had prepared so hard that he could not believe what was happening. The Lord clenched his teeth in displeasure. His hand was shaking, and he wondered if he had survived his blows containing power. He did not know that Tezron had a high-ranking knight. Then the guy reached for his sword. Several knights surrounded the Lord, and he wondered if the other four were at least of middle rank. Looking to the side, he wondered if that was why they were so confident. He looked ahead menacingly, asking that they were the ones who were preparing to deal with him. Smiling, the knight replied that he liked their training. After which the warriors headed towards the Lord. He, sitting on his horse, thought that if he could not hold out longer, then the knightly order would not be able to, and then, suddenly his spear fell to the ground. He grabbed his sword. Rushing forward, he shouted that he would not allow this. A moment later, he struck his opponent with all his might. He was pushed back. A second later he looked ahead in fear. The Lord, quickly approaching, was ready to cut off his head. Then suddenly he stopped. Turning around, he saw how they came from behind him. At the last moment, he was able to dodge the spear, and then parried the attack with his sword. Looking around, he shouted that they were scum, they did not know knightly honor. One of the opponents, smiling, answered what he was talking about. His comrade added that he should not pay attention. These were his last words before death. The high-ranking echidna looked ahead and replied so that they would not forget that he was a trained high-ranking knight. Suddenly, the Lord jumped off his horse to strike. And a second later, he used all the strength he had put into his blade. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Turning around, he saw his opponent behind him. He pierced the Lord with his blade. A second later, he smiled. He pulled his spear back. And the Lord, his mouth wide open, screamed in pain. His legs began to tremble. He put his sword in front of him, thinking that while the high-ranking knight was blocking his blows, the others were attacking. This was clearly a trap, but he could not get around it. Looking at the fighting warriors, he thought that they even brought people from the rear. He breathed heavily, looking ahead. After which, he clenched his teeth, thinking that his son had escaped all that he had done. Looking at his opponents, he continued to think that he hoped that at least he could continue his family legacy. The Baron watched as the Lord was destroyed by his charges. Smiling, he thought that he did the right thing by not telling anyone about his high-ranking knight. Now all that was left was to defeat Patrick and take the castle. Looking ahead, he continued to think that once he had him in his hands. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Turning around, he thought that it was the sound of cavalry. Behind him was a knight. Coming closer, he shouted that they had found a detachment of cavalry in the rear, about 300 of them. The Baron asked in surprise that they had an elite detachment. The knight, looking ahead, replied that it was unusual that they did not have spears. Imagining a horseman in his mind, he added that their only weapons were small crossbows. The Baron spat to the side. He laughed and replied that he was talking about the ones that the hunters were using, and that he should send soldiers from the rear and archers and finally get rid of them. He imagined himself destroying the opponents and added that they were not an elite unit, but some worthless warriors. Suddenly, he looked down in surprise. His face turned pale when he saw his soldier fall dead. He turned his head in fear. Behind him, he saw the cavalry pointing their crossbows at him. Logan looked menacingly ahead. Then he frowned. There were many corpses lying on the battlefield, and one of the soldiers screamed loudly in pain. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. He saw tears welling up on the soldier's face. In rage, he opened his mouth and shouted for all his mercenaries to shoot. The Baron turned pale with fear. A moment later, a huge number of arrows covered the battlefield. The knights looked up in surprise. The guy's face turned pale and he shouted that they had such a squad, after which the warriors began to fall dead one by one. He put his shield up. Looking around, he saw many fallen comrades. Looking around in fear, he thought that those who did not have time to hide behind the shields were dead, if he had hesitated even a little. The archers pulled their arrows, shouting that they needed to counterattack and shoot back. One of them menacingly pulled the bowstring, after which his arrow landed far from the enemy. Gritting his teeth, he thought that the arrows did not reach them. The crossbowmen pulled their weapons forward. A moment later, a huge number of arrows rushed towards the enemy. After a while, many corpses lay on the ground. The Baron, looking around, wondered why the entire rear was destroyed in a second. His face turned pale, and he continued to think that they used not even magic, but damn crossbows. What kind of weapons did the Lord create? Looking at his ward, he shouted for him to move here from the front lines. We need to destroy the crossbowmen. Suddenly the Baron's flag rose. The knights raised their heads in surprise. They looked at each other. Then they headed back. The Baron, turning around, extended his finger and shouted that they needed to be finished off. Logan and his comrades looked at the enemy. Smiling, he said that they themselves were walking into their hands. Then someone clashed their swords. The protagonist's younger brother defended himself from the blow. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The knight swung his blade, but the guy managed to dodge. The soldier looked back with displeasure. Looking at his comrade, he said that they had no time for him. The battle had changed strangely. He replied that he thought he was playing games. This boy was no joke. The boy turned around and asked what he was doing. The boy was breathing heavily, thinking that having been in a real battle, he realized that he was not a genius. He was just a boy who had recently awakened. Squeezing the blade in his hands, he thought that he could not lose. Taking a stance, he remembered his father's words about having to replace his brother, thinking that he could not die here. Then he opened his eyes in fear. The knight swung his blade, and the boy thought that why were they turning their backs on him? Whatever the reason, this was his chance. He made a quick dash forward, and then pulled out the blade. A second later, he struck his opponent's back with his weapon. Blood gushed out to the sides, and he wondered why he had wounded him so easily. And the knight began to fall to the ground. Several arrows fell under his feet. The knight's legs gave way. The boy looked at the bloody body of his enemy. Then he looked ahead. In front of him, he saw his older brother. Logan looked ahead menacingly. The boy smiled widely. Suddenly, cavalry rushed past him. The knight, his mouth wide open, shouted that they needed to attack those with crossbows. Such was the order of the master. The horses quickly ran forward. The protagonist looked towards the enemy. Smiling, he said that this was the famous snake shield formation. Looking at his comrades, he shouted for them to aim diagonally towards the ground. The boy looked at Logan in surprise. He, smiling maliciously, added that their target was the horses. His friends also smiled madly. A moment later, many arrows flew forward. The projectiles began to hit the horses' legs. The knights fell to the ground. And Logan, lowering his head, said that they were fools. Looking ahead, he saw his brother, thinking that, fortunately, he had arrived in time to help him. Frowning, he thought that his father was still there. He decided to save his family this time. There was no point in winning the fight if he died. Turning around, he told his comrade to stay in charge. The one-eyed man, looking ahead in surprise, shouted that they planned to attack beyond the range of their bows. Looking ahead in surprise, he thought that victory was almost in their grasp. Why didn't he try to earn it himself? Looking after the protagonist, he thought that he was stronger, but if he faced knights of average rank. Then, turning his head, he extended his hand, shouting for them to cover the Lord. We are transported to the Lord. One of the knights pierces his flesh too. The old man clenches his teeth, glaring menacingly ahead. The high-ranking knight, smiling, shouts that he can't believe it. He ran at him, knowing that he will be stabbed. Suddenly, a soldier appeared above him, who swung his blade. He missed, hitting the ground. The Lord rose to his feet, looking at his bleeding wound. Looking ahead, he thought that this was strange. He frowned. Several soldiers were quickly approaching him. The high-ranking one made a dash forward, and the Lord thought that they were literally rushing at him against their will. Where did they get so much desperation from if the advantage was on their side? He was able to block their blow. Then he dashed back. Gritting his teeth, He thought that he was finished. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind him. The soldier stopped and looked to the side in surprise. Logan swung his blade. He struck with all his might in front of him, blinding the enemy. The Lord, opening his eyes, wondered what had just happened. In front of him, he saw someone's silhouette and a bright light. Logan smiled slightly. Turning around, he said that he barely made it. His father opened his mouth wide, looking at his son in surprise. The Lord slowly approached Logan. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he thought that he had seen him approaching from the enemy's rear with a squad of mercenaries. But he was sure that he was far away from here. Turning around, he wondered how he had managed to make such a journey through the enemies to him. Then he turned around in fear. He saw many warriors lying dead on the ground, wondering if they were all defeated. Taking a step forward, he said that when did he manage to become so strong, but it did not matter now, he did not know what was happening. Opening his mouth, he added that since he was already here, it meant that the advantage was on their side. Logan, looking forward, replied that naturally it was so. The Lord placed his hand on his shoulder, answering that it was clear to him. Lowering his head, he continued to say that his son had done well. The high-ranking one, looking menacingly in front of him, wondered that he was able to simply destroy 2 mid-rank knights at the same time. Looking at Logan, he continued to think that this pathetic 20-year-old boy. Clutching his blade in his hand, he thought that at his age, he worked himself to death to become a knight. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he didn't care about it. Why did he stand in a stance, thinking that he would kill him here and now? Looking towards his opponents, he shouted for his allies to quickly take the potion. The Lord, menacingly looking ahead, thought that this and the attack were enough for him to understand that now his son, although a low-ranking knight. Looking to the side, he continued to think that he would have enough strength to deal with most knights of average rank, if he dealt with those with average, and he took on the high-ranking one. Suddenly, Logan extended his hand. Looking ahead, he added that he would fight him. His father, looking ahead in surprise, replied that no, he was too strong for him. His son had advanced significantly, but had not yet reached a high rank. The protagonist punched his father in the stomach. He turned pale, looking ahead in fear. Then he fell to his knees, and Logan, stretching out his hand to him, replied that even he could defeat him in such a state. Let him trust and allow him to fight him. The protagonist frowned, and the Lord lowered his head. After which, getting up, he replied that the eye was given, but let him be careful. They stood with their backs to each other. Logan, closing his eyes, smiled, saying that they needed to finish them off quickly. Then he made a dash forward. The knight, looking at his opponent, thought that the Lord's son was advancing on him. Then he clenched his teeth. He thrust out his blade, enveloping himself in an aura. Looking menacingly ahead, he shouted that how dare he. Logan pushed off the ground. He quickly approached his opponent. A second later, he covered his weapon with aura. He dashed forward with all his might. Jumping, he swung his blade. Then he hit the high-ranking knight with all his might. He frighteningly held back his blow. Logan looked menacingly ahead. The knight managed to push him back. Frightened, raising his head, he shouted that how is this possible, thinking that even though he was injured, he did not feel any remarkable strength or high level from him. Looking at Logan, he thought that, however, the flow was pressing him. It meant that he was giving it his all. A second later, he smiled maliciously. Then he pushed off the ground. He extended his blade forward, thinking that it could not be otherwise. He raised his sword to strike, shouting for him to die. Logan calmly held his blade out in front of him. The knight made a few jerks and hit the protagonist. His legs were pinned to the ground. Logan easily blocked his blow. A moment later, the knight felt a strong pain in his stomach. His pupils turned white, and he wondered what if it weren't for his wound. The protagonist confidently looked forward. Then he hit the enemy with all his might. He clenched his teeth in pain, and then jumped back. He looked at Logan in silence for a few seconds, clutching his shoulder, thinking that he had never exposed himself. He needed to wait for the moment to attack. Suddenly, he looked forward in surprise. And then he smiled widely. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that he had another option. The protagonist looked down in surprise. Examining his blade, he thought that the power was in his sword. He clenched his teeth in displeasure. He watched as his opponent absorbed his aura. The knight smiled and thought that everything was fine. He got fooled. Then he got back into his stance. He thrust his dagger forward, and then, laughing, rushed into battle. The protagonist clenched his teeth in fear. He thrust his blade forward. And the knight, looking sarcastically, thought that his center of gravity had shifted. He swung his sword. Chego approached Logan, preparing to strike, thinking that this was the perfect moment. He thrust his blade forward. Suddenly, he stopped in surprise. Turning around, he thought that he had only gotten a shred of clothing. Logan stepped forward. He watched as the knight looked around. Then, opening his mouth, he wondered if he was really that slow. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his head and said that he was using the secret of the divine sword. His blade glowed brighter than before. And the knight took a step back and shouted that he needed to get out quickly. Logan frowned and used the first form. He slashed forward with all his might, using a slashing wave. The knight looked ahead desperately, shouting that it was impossible. A bright pillar of flame engulfed the protagonist's opponent. The lord turned around in surprise. Logan's younger brother also turned his head. They saw a bright light in the center of the battle. Logan spat to the side. There was a small crater in front of him. The protagonist lowered his head. Looking at the defeated enemy, he said that a high-ranking knight relied on cheap tricks. Then he raised his blade up. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that he was able to kill the enemy general. The soldiers looked at him in surprise. The spearman shouted in fear that a high-ranking knight had fallen. His comrade replied that it couldn't be. Their flag fell to the ground, and someone shouted that where was the baron, had they really gotten to him? Someone dropped their sword. The knight looked at his comrade with displeasure, shouting that he had gone crazy. He replied that they needed to surrender to save themselves. He didn't want to die here. The spearmen, watching their conversation, turned pale. Then the knights began to lay down their weapons, saying that they were surrendering. The guy, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was all thanks to the young master. His cheeks turned red, and he added that they needed to honor the young master. The warriors smiled and looked at each other. They raised their weapons, mentioning the protagonist's name. The moon appeared in the sky. The horse ran forward quickly. The baron, discontentedly clenching his teeth, wondered at what point everything went wrong. He had been preparing for this battle for 3 years and even asked other aristocrats for help and gathered 100 knights. Looking ahead with discontent, he thought that his cavalry and weapons had ruined everything. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he remembered the lord's eldest son. Pulling the reins, he thought that first he needed to return to his place. Approaching the castle, he thought that this way he would stay alive. Then he jumped off his horse. Approaching the guard, he shouted for them to open the gates. One of the soldiers saluted. Then he pointed his finger forward in surprise, shouting that someone was coming. There was a cavalry unit in front of them. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. The baron turned around in fear. Waving his hand, Logan shouted that Travis was running fast. The protagonist stood next to his horse. Frowning, he began to shout that Travis had lost. The warriors should open the gates and let the winner through. His gaze fell on the archers standing on the wall. The dumbfounded soldiers began to discuss that they had lost, and that was why the Viscount had returned in such a hurry. The enraged man asked if they had chickened out after listening to the enemy's chatter. Logan began to move towards the wall. A yellow aura enveloped him. The guards watched him and asked what he was doing. The protagonist was preparing for a powerful dash. He suddenly jumped up. The guard looked up and wondered if Logan had disappeared. The protagonist jumped onto the wall. The blade was in front of the man's throat. The protagonist, with a serious expression, ordered the gates to be opened if they did not want to die. The doors to the room were open. The man was standing in front of the table. The Viscount was kneeling. He was stunned, thinking that he should at least take some gold with him. Travis, terrified, heard that he had been caught. Turning around, the man asked how he had ended up there. Logan remembered how he had passed the girl and told her that his maid had shown him the way before he had even threatened her. The protagonist smirked and emphasized that such behavior spoke volumes about his reputation there. Travis frowned at what he had heard. The old man was standing behind the protagonist. He began to walk away from there. Enraged, Travis wondered how they dared to betray him. Trying to crawl back, he cried out that he surrendered. The man extended his hand and said that he was ready to pay both reparations and a share in accordance with the convention regarding feudal wars. Logan asked again about compliance with the convention with a satisfied look. Frowning, the protagonist said that Travis declared war without a reason and invaded them the next day, and now he was mentioning the convention. The man was horrified by what he heard. A vein appeared on Logan's forehead from anger, and he asked if Travis had no conscience at all. The man lay on the floor and shouted that the protagonist still had the honor of an aristocrat. Enemies captured during feudal wars are guaranteed to be spared according to the convention. Closing his eyes, Logan replied that he respected the honor and traditions of his house McLean, so he would spare his life, and also give him time and permission to take the gold and leave. Looking at the satisfied Travis, the protagonist noted that his father would say so. He grabbed the blade and added that Patrick was a man of honor to the core and would spare the surrendered man without any conditions. Logan shifted his gaze. He noticed a chest with precious stones and a blade. Taking hold of the sword, the protagonist said that it was beautiful. Looking at the protagonist, Travis allowed him to take the blade, noting that it was forged by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Having exposed the blade, Logan refused the dagger. Logan gave the blade to Travis and asked him to take it with him. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist plunged the dagger into the Viscount's chest. The stunned man began to cough up blood. The protagonist, with a calm face, said that he did not say that he would spare him, but said that his father would have done so. Logan held Travis's hand and thought that he and Patrick were not alike. With an evil smile on his face, he asked if Travis dared to talk about honor. Sitting in front of him, Logan asked him if he realized how many people had died because of him. The guy, covered in a red aura, said that the man's miserable life would end there. Tears began to flow from Travis's eyes. His gaze became empty. Logan calmly watched his death. Looking at Travis's corpse, the protagonist asked him to thank God for a quick death. The protagonist looked at his bloody hand. He clenched it into a fist. Smiling, Logan stated that they had finally survived the disaster. Rising to his feet, he noted that it was time to end this. The protagonist held his hands in front of his face. He tensed his lips. Standing in the room, Logan began to scream that Travis had committed suicide. Gusts of wind enveloped the castle. The guy ran to the protagonist in the room. Standing in front of the protagonist, he suggested that he should look into the underground dungeon of the castle. Logan started to leave and agreed with this. A few days later, the protagonist was looking at the evening sky. Patrick stood in front of his son on the fortress wall and asked what Logan was saying, noting that he had arrived at Travis's castle as soon as he had recovered. He asked with a serious expression if the Viscount had committed suicide. Standing in front of him, the imperturbable protagonist suggested that Travis must have been in despair. Holding his chin, Patrick asked if Logan had killed him. He began to examine his son's tense face. Closing his eyes, the protagonist admitted that he had done it on purpose. Stretching out his hand, he said that they had to take his lands back under their control. He did not want his line to live and cause them problems in the future. Patrick's face was serious. Closing his eyes, he replied that he agreed with this decision, because the protagonist was already an adult, and he had his own reasons for doing so. Logan calmly thought that his father had changed. Putting his hand on the wall, Patrick turned to his son. Looking around, he stated that he had played a vital role in this battle. He did not turn around and quietly thanked him. A smile appeared on Logan's face. The embarrassed father brought his fist to his mouth. He turned to face the protagonist. Standing in front of him, he announced that he would become the official heir to the McLean house. The surprised protagonist turned to his father. There was a smile on the man's face. The protagonist lowered his gaze. He said with a satisfied look that he apologized, since he had to refuse. The dumbfounded Patrick clarified if Logan was refusing the offer to become his successor. Looking at his son, he asked if the protagonist was worried about his reputation, adding that if so, his contribution to the battle completely changed it, to which he received the answer that it was not about that. Putting his hand on his chest, Logan said that the McLeans are a family of knights. Ronian is better suited for this position. Patrick listened with a serious expression as Ronian began using the Force at 14, 5 years before him. An image of his younger brother appeared in the protagonist's imagination. Frowning, Logan said that it was impossible to predict what feats he would perform when he reached his age. Patrick looked at him silently. Looking at his son's upset expression, the man replied that he was right, but the head of the house was not made for combat achievements. Smiling, Logan thought that perhaps, judging by what was known today, but if Ronian, like in his past life, were to obtain the title of the youngest user of the Force, there would be no more problems. The protagonist imagined the image of Ronian from his past life. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face while he thought that the more important thing was that becoming the heir would not give him any advantage. He did not have time to learn how to be a baron. Logan stood quietly and stated that as an older brother he wanted to give his younger brother a chance. He hoped that Patrick would wait until Ronian reached the right age. The man was delighted to hear this. He lowered his head and said that he did not expect the protagonist to be so attentive to Ronian, adding that he would accept his request and postpone the choice of the heir for 5 years, when the youngest son becomes an adult. Logan thanked his father with a satisfied look for this. Standing opposite, Patrick emphasized the fact that the protagonist would receive another reward. When they returned home, they would calculate their income from the war. It would most likely exceed 100,000 gold. Putting his hand on his chest, Logan asked for permission to choose the reward himself. The warriors shouted loudly for the gates to be opened. Patrick with his sons and the army returned home. The guys with an enthusiastic look discussed that the warriors returned a week later and heard that the war lasted 1 day. The boy extended his hand and asked if his comrade had heard that it was all thanks to the first young master Logan. They looked at the protagonist. The stranger extended his finger and said that according to the soldiers who had returned, the young master's mercenaries had turned the tide of battle. The boys turned around and listened to them as if they had known what would happen in advance. He had heard that they had defeated them with a mysterious weapon. He had even managed to deal with a high-ranking knight on his own. The dumbfounded girl asked if the first young master was such a great man, to which she received the answer that everyone thought he was nothing but trouble. The boys stood in a circle and discussed whether it was possible that Logan had brought a lot of monster meat for a reason. They happily declared that this was to be expected. Geniuses were different from ordinary people. The protagonist heard their dialogue. Looking away, he thought that it was embarrassing for him to hear such things. Ronian rode behind him and asked him what he would say, noting that everyone was praising him, to which he received the answer that it only made him blush. He shouldn't overdo it either. The younger brother asked with a satisfied look, what else could he do if it was true? Noting that they were happy to see him, they needed to smile. The confused protagonist asked about the smile. His gaze fell on the delighted children. Logan was confused by this. The protagonist turned his head in their direction. A smile appeared on his face. Logan looked at the villagers with an irritated smile on his face. The boys were scared by what he saw. The dumbfounded protagonist heard a discussion that they did not know what to make of this smile, and he would cut off their heads with this finger. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist wondered what was going on. Patrick was watching him. He cried out with a satisfied look for the villagers to welcome the victors of this war. The night sky enveloped the castle. The protagonist walked along the city street. Looking down, he asked if the welcoming ceremony would last until the morning, noting that for people who had just returned from war, they had good stamina. Logan stopped when he heard Marion scream, asking what he was planning. Ranyan tried to stop her. The furious woman asked if the protagonist had refused to become the heir and what his plan was, noting that he could fool others, but not her. Disappointed, Ranyan apologized, adding that she was very upset by the problem with the family. Smiling, the protagonist replied that everything was fine. Logan stood quietly in front of Marion. Looking at her, the protagonist reasoned that she had always been unhappy with him, but after betraying the House of Kiros, she had lost all her strength, so he no longer had to fear her. Lowering his head, the protagonist came to the conclusion that if he apologized now, she might accept it. Logan looked at her. Standing in front of her, the boy said that he realized that his actions in the past months were not trustworthy, and he regretted that he was driven by envy and feelings of inferiority. Ranyan held Marion's hand and asked her to stop judging him. Logan looked at his younger brother and declared that he was the one he should apologize to. The boy was taken aback by what he heard. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that he apologized to him after returning, but never said what for. Frowning, the protagonist suggested that regrets and a cowardly nature that he had nurtured for several years were difficult to overcome. He looked down and noted that he himself knew this. Ranyan flinched when he heard Logan apologize for hating him all these years. A bead of sweat ran down his face. Stunned, Marion listened as the protagonist said that he tried to cover up his own incompetence with hatred. Logan calmly stated that he sincerely regretted his behavior now. Looking at Ranyan, the protagonist asked to let him formally apologize to him at least now. Lowering his head, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he was truly sorry. Ranyan looked at him silently. Saddened, Logan thought that good deeds cannot cover up bad ones. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he was still innocent. The protagonist was taken aback by the boy's words that everything was fine. He looked at him. There was a slight smile on Ranyan's face. Putting his hand on his chest, the boy said that he believed that as long as he was good to him, one day the brother he knew would return. Joyfully, Ranyan closed his eyes. Logan, looking satisfied, thought that in vain he had not dared to do this earlier. Turning his gaze to Marion, the protagonist addressed her. He remembered helping his brother learn how to handle a blade and said that he sincerely cared about Ranyan. He patted his brother on the head and said that he hoped that he would be the heir. Frowning slightly, the protagonist added that he understood that he could not ask him to trust him right away, so she should watch everything he did from now on. Marion lowered her head. The protagonist looked at her. He smiled silently. The moon shone brightly in the sky, while the protagonist reasoned that this would be enough for now. Morning came. Logan and Hamar were moving through the forest. The disgruntled dwarf asked where the master was going immediately after returning from the war, to which he received the answer that he had rested enough, and it was time to get to work. Frowning, Hamar replied that he was just worried, that's all. Turning around, the protagonist asked not to worry, because he would definitely like it. Sighing, the man thought that Logan did not know what he liked. The protagonist suddenly stopped. He raised his gaze. Looking at the huge mountain, the guy said that from now on they would be developing this mine. Confused, Patrick asked if Logan wanted the right to develop the mine as a reward. Stretching out his hands, he asked if the protagonist was talking about the one in the mountain, near the borders of Tehran, to which he received the answer that this was it. Raising his hand, the man emphasized that although it was a mountain, there was actually nothing there, after which he clarified why he had chosen it. The sun's rays fell on Logan's face. Looking at the mountain, the protagonist said that buried gold could be found in it. The cart was moving through the forest, and the plot told us that the reason why the Tehran house started the War of Feuds became clear only a year after its end. Tehran mined gold from a mountain in the captured Maclane territory, and this alone made him much more influential than any other average duke, until Ranyan destroyed his family out of revenge. Logan remembered, his brother stood over a frightened Travis. Ranyan pulled out his blade. The guys were walking down the corridor. The guy turned around and told that there was an underground prison of Travis's castle. There were unusual people in it, so he decided that Logan should see for himself. The main character looked at the old man. The man with a dumbfounded look cried out that they did nothing wrong. Holding on to the bars, he said that they simply mined gold from the mine, for which they were hired, and that evil Viscount locked them there. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. He began to tremble and said that he could not believe that he had imprisoned 5 valuable mining experts. Logan licked his lips and said that it was an unexpected catch. The dumbfounded old man wondered what was going on. The ship sailed on the sea, and the protagonist told us that they had won the war against Travis, but it was like riding a small wave. The ship sailed towards the abyss, while Logan said that if the invasion of the Empire, which led to the collapse of the country, was the last obstacle, then the event that would happen in a year would be the beginning of the death of the nation. Tentacles crawled out of the water. Tentacles began to climb onto the ship. The Kraken began to sink the ship. An image of the ruler appeared in the protagonist's imagination, and he added that the death of the current King Richard. After introducing various influential people, the protagonist emphasized the fact that Richard's sudden death would lead to a conflict between the 3 princes for the crown, followed by 3 years of civil war that would significantly weaken the kingdom's fighting power, with the Empire invading just when the kingdom's strength had not yet been restored. Looking around the treetops, Logan wondered if this was the reason that led to the kingdom's collapse in the first place. Crossing his arms, the protagonist reasoned that House McLean was not part of a faction, maintaining neutrality, which would allow them to remain mere observers. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he could not pass up such a chance. He imagined himself standing in front of the heavily armored men and concluded that he would use the chaos to reclaim the lands that had belonged to them before, and they would once again become the rulers of the Southwest. Holding his chin, Logan added that if he could, he would stop the civil war and move on. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard a voice that addressed him. Hamar stood in front of him and asked what he was thinking about in broad daylight. The man glanced at the mine workers. Logan noticed them and thought that he hadn't noticed. He needed to pull himself together. Because he had just overcome a disaster, for the sake of the future, he needed to quickly increase his combat power. But now this proposal sounded like nonsense. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized that he would have to rely only on his own money. He raised his head with a smile on his face. Looking at the mountain, the protagonist thought that it would become a cash cow to fund his endeavors and told them that there was gold in the middle of the mountain. He wanted them to develop the mine. Crossing his arms, Logan clarified how much it would cost him approximately. Hamar stood in front of the workers with a serious look. He thought with a puzzled face that this was another ridiculous task. The old man raised his hand and wondered if Logan was telling the truth, noting that Travis had promised to pay a lot, so he immediately agreed, and then asked if he was sure there was gold there. Sighing, the protagonist replied that he was sure of it. The furious protagonist stated that he had seen it himself. The dumbfounded man asked in his mind how he had seen it. Pointing his finger at his subordinates, the protagonist said that for their information, this task was secret, so they would have to work in 6. The puzzled old man cried out that working in 6 was an exorbitant amount of work. He turned his attention to Hamar and added that even with a dwarf it was difficult. The furious man mentally asked the dwarf to support him. Hamar looked at him silently. Looking away, the dwarf said that they could simply prepare for death in advance. They should sleep less and give up normal human life. The dumbfounded old man came to the conclusion that he was finished. Smiling, Logan thought that Hamar was a good man, because he already thought like a worker. Looking around the mountain, the protagonist asked if they were ready to start, adding that he would like to hear about the payment. The old man held out his hand and said that they needed to get to the gold first to determine the scale of the work, but 5 million gold would be good as a down payment. Hamar said with a serious expression that it would take a long time to develop the mine safely, with half a year just for preparation, and then another half a year to operate at full capacity. The protagonist looked down and began to reason that he knew it would take a lot of money and time, but this gold had made the Viscount richer than other dukes, and he needed to get it at any cost. Logan looked up and thought that if he could only sell the monster meat now, he would invest the proceeds in the mine. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist emphasized the fact that the effects would only be known in half a year. Logan scratched his neck and mentally wondered if he needed to wait, adding that if he removed the toxin from it, he could use it as a medicine right now. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he had used a neutralizing agent for this when he was a mercenary, and he could do the same now if he did it himself and sold it. Logan clenched his fist with satisfaction. The plot shifts to a week later, when the sun's rays fell on the McLean's house in the south. Rick stood in front of the barrels and said that this was the protagonist's cloudy medicine, made from night grass, herbs from the plot, and Leica herbs. Pointing his finger at the servant, the protagonist said that he asked not to call him Cloudy. This was a neutralizing agent. Rick held out his hand and said that the monster meat was in the storage room, as he had asked, after which Logan asked him to go with him to use the prepared agent on the meat. A dumbfounded Rick loudly asked if the protagonist wanted him to go with him. Holding his head, the guy started screaming that he didn't want to do this. The protagonist had never been to us, so he didn't know anything. An irritated Logan wondered why Rick was suddenly fidgeting. He covered his nose with his hand. Standing in front of the warehouse, the protagonist asked what that stench was. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that he knew it would smell, but the smell made him feel sick. Yellow energy began to envelop his body. Closing his eyes, Logan exhaled. The protagonist began to enter the room and called Rick with him. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that he paralyzed his sense of smell with force. If the guy felt bad, he should awaken his power. The protagonist handed over the powder and asked to sprinkle it on the meat. Watching Rick, Logan added that he should not feel sorry. All the meat should be in powder, the black spots are poisonous, so he should be careful. Rick began to chop the meat into mince. The guy made balls from the mince. Holding the ball in his hand, the protagonist asked if it looked like medicine. Standing in front of the table, Logan said that they would sell it, Rick would create it, so he should remember how to do it. The guy closed his eyes when he heard that the protagonist would pay him 100 gold for each pill. Having pulled out the medicine, the protagonist said that now it was necessary to test its effectiveness, after which Rick asked what it was for. The puzzled guy heard that it was for men's health and asked how to understand this. Logan imagined an exhausted rabbit trying to crush something. A white hare came up to him and touched him. There was medicine in his hand. The rabbit ate the pill. The beast began to crush much more intensively. The rabbit's body became huge and muscular. A loud scream was heard in the barn. Holding his neck, Rick said that now everything was clear to him, after which he said that there was one person on whom he could test. Taken aback, the protagonist asked who he was talking about. Rick extended his finger and replied that he was talking about Lord Dwayne. The protagonist introduced the man and wondered why his ears were burning. Knocking on the door, Dwayne told the first young gentleman that it was him. He opened the door slightly and said that he was asking for forgiveness. He was told that he wanted to see him. The man walked around the room and called the young gentleman, asking where he had gone. Sneaking up behind him, the protagonist said that he had been waiting for him. Jumping back to the wall, Dwayne cried out that he shouldn't have jumped out from behind so suddenly. The protagonist hugged him and said that he just wanted to give him a shoulder massage. He had been very tired lately, because he had to settle things after the war, and the man replied that he was fine. Unlike him, things were going worse for the Lord. Patting him on the back, the guy said that he knew how hard it was for him. Frowning, Logan reported that things were going badly for them, because he had spent every last coin on the war. The servants and knights did not know about it and asked for their pay. The management was currently going through hard times. Dwayne burst into tears and called the young master. Wiping away a tear, he said that all this time he seemed to have perceived him incorrectly, did not expect that he was so caring and even thought about the manager, and the protagonist asked if that was why he had problems in bed. The man wiped away his tears with a smile. He anxiously walked forward and asked him to forgive him. Extending his hand with the medicine, the protagonist said that he wanted to give it to him. Smiling, the guy said that it was a patented product from a merchant from Kalia. The result is guaranteed after the first pill. He grinned, thinking that although he had never tried it himself. The man looked sadly at the pill, listening to what he decided to give him first. Dwayne ran down the corridor. Logan stood next to the servants, thinking that finally. Rick extended his hand to the man and said that he was the manager, asking how he could run down the hallway. Frowning, Dwayne asked how much the pills cost. The protagonist smiled, deciding that this was a success. The servant gritted his teeth and asked if he could hear him. The man was sweating and smiling. He knelt down. The manager looked at him seriously. Rick watched as Dwayne knelt and asked what was going on. The protagonist frowned. The servant looked at him in shock. Logan took out the box. Handing it to the man, he thought about how after the first successful time, men bowed their heads before him, and the experiments continued. The protagonist sat at the table in front of the knight, and reported that he had heard rumors that he and his wife had been having a lot of fights in recent days. The boy covered his mouth with his hand and said that it was enough, let him just try to accept it. Vincent swallowed the pill. A fire flared up in his thoughts. The man stepped on the floor and called the young master. Sitting behind him at the table, the protagonist told him to go to his wife. Smiling, he said that he would talk to his father himself. Vincent looked at him happily and thanked him. The man walked through the office and said that he asked for permission to take his leave. Patrick turned away, telling his son what about it. Blushing, he continued to say that it was wonderful. The sun's rays illuminated the door. Logan walked down the hallway and mentally apologized to Ronan. Smiling, the protagonist thought that they would have another brother. Frowning, Rick asked in anger why he did not offer him, since he worked harder than everyone else. The protagonist calmly looked at him. He lowered his eyes. The servant stood behind him in the hallway, asking what that look was. The boy looked after him with alarm. Logan stood with his back turned, saying that he had no one to test the pill's effect on. The protagonist looked at the windows and said that he shouldn't follow him. He stunk. A voice came from the magic ball, saying that it was clear that if the medicine worked, there would be demand. The protagonist sat at the table and said that they should take 100 gold pieces each, 1,000 for a set of 10. Frowning, Philip in the ball asked if he thought that the aristocrats in the capital were simpletons, so he shouldn't get into trouble. Raising his hand, Logan replied that of course not. He was just confident in the product, and thought that in his past life it had been bought so often that the price had risen terribly. The boy handed the coin to the wizard, saying that he should let him talk for another 10 minutes, and said that this was logical if he was sure of the effect. Philip, crossing his arms, listened to the protagonist's belief that the result would be excellent. It would be enough for someone famous to try the pill and express their opinion. It must be someone who needed such a medicine, and asked what kind of aristocrat would spread the word that his impotence had passed. The protagonist grinned and said that many ears always listen to the conversations of aristocrats. Even if it is a secret, rumors will still spread, and other buyers will flock like bees to honey. Touching his chin, the guy said that in that case. Gritting his teeth, Logan listened to him suggest going to a banquet in the capital, and clarified whether he was serious. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he only went to celebrate victories when he was a mercenary. His family did not have money for banquets. Philip in the ball extended his hand, saying that it was the easiest place to establish connections. Although it would take time to advance his business, he would have gone himself if he had not been a commoner, because it would not be possible to sell medicine at a banquet. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again whether to sell at a banquet. He sat in a chair, listening to him say that he should not say that he wanted to do so. His house would become an outcast if he pulled off something like this in high society, and he replied that this would not happen if he was not the one selling. Logan looked at the magic ball and said that he remembered what he told him about the informant in the capital. He should go to him and find out about everything they might need. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would soon arrive in Grand. He would find out the details when they met. The guy sadly looked away, thinking that he had a bad feeling. The plot moves us to a week later, when the protagonist got off his horse and said that they had arrived. Philip stood behind him in the capital, telling him that he had indeed arrived. Taken aback, he asked how he had managed to get permission, specifying that he meant to sell the aphrodisiac. Turning around, Logan replied that of course he hadn't told him about it. The protagonist looked at the cart, and said that although it was difficult to bring 3,000 boxes without a servant, the protagonist smiled and thought that his father had agreed faster than he thought, probably because of his success in the war. The guy extended his hand and said that when he had come the first time, he hadn't had any servants with him either, asking if he thought it was normal for the son of a noble house to travel like that. Looking away, Logan replied that it was difficult to choose a route when servants were around, not to mention that they had their own work to do. He looked down, thinking that, speaking of work, he had loaded Rick with a big task. The boy remembered the servant smiling and calling the young master, thinking that he had done everything for him in both his past life and this one. The protagonist imagined Rick holding his neck and asking if he could return to his duties, if he wanted him to work on his day off. Imagining the boy turning away and saying that the servants were saying that he smelled bad lately, they didn't even come near him. Would he ever be able to get married? The protagonist thought that he was really very grateful to him. He remembered the servant with his pockets full, asking if he said he was a little short of pills. No way, which meant he would beat him for every one that fell out when he shook him. Philip stood in front of him worriedly, wondering if the expression on his face was familiar, if he was having a flashback. Logan clenched his fist in joy and said that as a token of gratitude to Rick for doing such a job, he would name the medicine Emporic. The guy looked at him in shock, thinking that there was no doubt he was crazy. Looking at the coat rack, Philip said that he must be tired after a long journey. It would be better to recuperate at the bar. The protagonist was sitting at a table in the room and asked if he should not tell about the aristocrats who had problems with it, in a place full of ears. Turning to him, the guy said that he went to the informant to find out what he asked for. The protagonist propped his cheek on his fist and listened to him say that he was really going to pay him 900 gold for each document. Smiling, Logan replied that he charged a lot, but he did a good job. Philip frowned, hearing that if he conveyed his words correctly, they would receive the information they needed, and said that he repeated everything to him word for word. He held up a finger and said that first, they needed the names of nobles who had been married for the last 10 years but had no children. The guy held out 2 fingers, saying that second, the names of nobles who had remarried or had mistresses. Philip leaned over to say that third, the names of nobles who ate food that increased stamina, and the protagonist replied that that was right. Then everything would be fine. He had done a great job, not just with this task, but with all the ones he had given him. The protagonist put his hand on his cheek, listening to how the real trouble had happened the day he had heard the news of the war. He couldn't even imagine how worried he had been until he found out it had ended that evening. Frowning, Logan heard that when he thought about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with, he lost all appetite. Who would buy it? The protagonist threw a sheet of paper in his face and told him to stop talking and read this. Frowning, he asked who on the list he thought would be their first client. Philip started to cry. The protagonist put his hands on his thighs. The guy pointed at the sheet and asked what about him. Logan leaned towards him. Taken aback, he said that it was the same. A chandelier was shining in the hall. The girl smiled sweetly at her companion. The man was standing surrounded by women. The count turned around, hearing his name being called. Divis looked at him in fear. Putting his hand to his chest, Logan said that he asked for his forgiveness. He was the eldest son of the McLean house from the southwest district. The man bit his lip from laughter and said that they had a new guest here, welcome. The protagonist smiled as they listened to people say that it was tasteless. I wonder where he was from, what kind of trendy southwestern clothes were these, and thought about how he wore what Philip recommended, and as expected no one liked it. Great choice. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd thinking that he didn't have time to make useless connections at a pointless banquet like this. His only goal was the Earl. He watched as the man clenched his fist thinking that despite being an important figure in preserving the kingdom of Grandia and getting married at 20, as a man he was pathetic and still childless. The boy stood in front of him thinking that he was surprised when Philip pointed out his name on the list since he had become quite famous in his past life. Remembering the sad man sitting there, Logan thought that it was the Earl who had committed suicide because of his wife. The protagonist imagined the woman frowning and asking if he was done talking. Imagining her pointing her finger at her husband and insulting him, the protagonist thought about what happened between them, the insult his wife had given him at the banquet. He remembered the dumbfounded Didas, thinking that it had driven him to suicide. Frowning, the guy reflected on how reputation and other people's opinions were very important to him. Logan put his hand on his chest, thinking that he fit all 3 points he had told the informant. This was the ideal first buyer of the Emporic, and said that he had come to the capital for business, and having heard about his authority, he decided to meet him in person. Smiling, the man replied that he said business, but Grand already had everything. The Count stood in front of the girls, telling them that he believed that since he had come from the outskirts, many of the capital's goods had shocked him. Grinning, the protagonist said that of course, but he was sure that there was nothing like his product here, that was why he was going to sell it. Stepping towards his interlocutor, the protagonist said that this medicine was specially developed for men. He raised his hand to his cheek and said that it increases sexual desire. Divis was taken aback. The man bit his lip in displeasure. Frowning, the Count shouted that the son of an aristocrat sells such things. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that it was a great shame. Grinning, Divis thought, how dare this provincial speak here, now he will bathe in humiliation alone. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that this can be read from the expression on his face, how obvious. Smiling, Logan said that as a courtesy he brought a gift for an influential person in the capital and asked to accept it. The protagonist held out the box, saying that it was his product, an emporic, which would be sold for 100 gold pieces. The Count looked surprised, hearing that he had specially put 3 as a gift for him. This wonderful medicine has no side effects, he can swear on his honor as an aristocrat. A tear ran down the Count's cheek. The plot moves us to a few days later, when the bell on the door rang. The man held a piece of paper and said that the gentleman had instructed him to purchase the drug emporic. Here was his ID. Smiling, the protagonist replied that Count Divis had sent him, and thought he had hit the nail on the head. Philip bowed after him on the street, and told him to come again. He walked to Logan's table and said that 10,000 gold for 10 boxes, not bad for the first sale. The protagonist's voice could be heard from the house, saying that they would earn even more. The rent for this tiny shop itself cost 10,000. As expected, this was the center of the capital. He had barely managed to negotiate the rent. Philip raised his finger and said that they needed a place. It would be more useful if people could come in and inspect the goods themselves. He looked sadly and said that he went to a banquet almost every day, sometimes twice. The protagonist extended his hand and replied that one client was not enough for him. The guy grinned and said that they needed to advertise the product to as many people as possible. The plot moves us a week later, when the man was walking down the street. He looked down, thinking that he couldn't believe it. The Count asked him to buy this medicine again. No healthy food had such an effect on him. The servant approached the crowd. Many people lined up in front of the house. The man was taken aback, thinking why the line was so long. For a minute, he knew these people. Looking at the guys, he thought that this was the manager of Viscount Talon, and he was the butler of Count Hamel. The servant lowered his hat, thinking that this could spread unnecessary rumors. He should quickly buy the medicine and leave. Philip looked out from behind the door and shouted that they were very sorry. The guys were taken aback, hearing that, unfortunately, they sold everything they had prepared for today. The guy smiled and said that he was really sorry. The emporic was very popular, but there was not enough supply, so they set a limit of 50 boxes a day. The man put his hand to his chest in fear and said that if he returned empty-handed, the master would kill him. The old man smiled and asked the servant what was going on. Let him go find out. Grinning, the protagonist thought that introducing a limit stimulates buyers, and other people, seeing the crowd, will also be interested. Everything is going according to plan. Philip put his hands to his cheeks, shouting that there are no more goods for today, asking to come tomorrow. Smiling, he said that everything was sold out today. The stranger picked up the bag, hearing that it was sold. Picking up the money, the man asked in a panic which day in a row it was. Looking at the door, Philip said that this was amazing. Smiling, he said that they had been fulfilling their sales plan every day for a month. Today everything was sold out immediately after the opening, so they will be able to get 4.5 million a month. Touching the coins on the table, the protagonist asked who knew that there were so many incapacitated men in Grand. The protagonist propped his cheek with his fist and said that they had raised the price 3 times, and there were still people willing to pay more. He would soon start worrying about the future of their kingdom. He looked up at his happy friend. The guy smiled. Loud laughter came from the house. Logan, smiling, strangled his colleague and said that he had done it. Well done, and Philip replied that he could not breathe, all thanks to his efforts. Grinning, the protagonist said that great, starting next month he would receive a percentage of the profits. The guy was taken aback. Felix watched as Philip's scream came from the building that he would try his best. The man looked at him seriously. The boys looked at the door from which they were shouting that at least 10 tons of gold per year. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand. He stood over the table and asked if they were serious. Hamar in the ball reported that, judging by the miner's words, there was a good chance that gold nuggets were in deeper layers. Logan clenched his fist in delight, thinking that 10 tons of gold, even with a rough calculation, was 100 million gold, a jackpot. He had won a much bigger lottery than he expected. The man said through the ball that the price of extraction was serious. 5 million gold would be needed, specifying whether they had the means to pay. The protagonist pointed at himself and said that he should wait, and his master would get all the money he needed and workers in an instant. Frowning, Hamar thought that it would be better if he had been softer with them. The street in the city was illuminated by moonlight. The protagonist walked down the steps, thinking that the initial investment cost of developing the mine would be about 5 million. If the sales of Emporic remained the same, he would be able to collect 4.5 million in a month. He happily closed his eyes and thought that it was enough to sell it for 2 months to earn a lot of money. Looking up, the guy thought that he had about 700 boxes of Emporic left, so he should go home and send more here, and then start developing the mine. Looking at the silhouette of the building, Logan wondered why he felt like there was someone there, albeit faintly. The protagonist frowned. The protagonist rushed forward, wondering if they were thieves. He ran into the room. The guy was standing in a dark room. Grabbing his sword, Logan wondered if they had left. No, there was only one way out. They were still here. A stranger passed behind him. The protagonist looked at him worriedly. The protagonist waved his sword and asked who was there. He held the sword out on the street. The guy stood at the threshold, thinking that there was no one, but he definitely felt as if there was someone there. Logan was taken aback. The protagonist turned around with a grin. Looking at the man in the cloak, the protagonist thought that he was on the roof. The guy tore himself off the ground. He rushed upward in rage. The man was standing on the roof of the house. Logan swung his sword. Felix dodged the attack. He looked at him in surprise. The guys were standing opposite each other. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked who he was. Felix frowned silently. The protagonist watched as the enemy disappeared. The guy was taken aback. He stood on the roof, thinking about how there was no trace of his presence left, although he had just been in front of him. Logan looked down. The protagonist picked up a piece of cloth. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked what kind of nonsense this was. Morning came. Taken aback, Philip asked if an aura user had snuck in. The guy sat at the table and replied that it was just a guess, but at the very least, he was an advanced force user. He crossed his arms and explained that it wasn't just that he felt he had a high rank, the thief was obviously very different from him. His friend looked down sadly and asked how an aura user could be a thief. Someone who possessed it could go from being a slave to being an aristocrat. Would such a person stoop to robbery? Frowning, he asked what was stolen, if it was medicine. Logan put the box on the table and said that it was just 2 pills of Emporic, that's all. Philip shook the medicine into his hand and said that it was only 2, which meant he wasn't interested in the money. He took it for himself. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard him ask if there were any incapacitated aura users. The protagonist extended his finger to check if there was an aura user on his list, and his colleague replied that no, he had been asked for an extra fee because it was incredibly sensitive information, and he refused. Looking up, Philip said that he remembered, there was one person. The guy imagined the boy running happily and telling that he was a childless aura user who lived in the capital. The man watched the children running along the road. He looked at them sadly. The woman looked at him and asked what she was looking at. Felix spread his hands and replied that he was simply enjoying the views of the street. The husband looked away, worried. The wife looked at the happy family and said, again at the children, then. She put her hand to her chest in disappointment, listening to him say that no, he liked the cityscape, he should not allow himself stupid thoughts. Turning around, the man said that they should go home. The woman hugged him and said that she was so happy to have met him, he knew. Felix looked at her sadly. He hugged her tightly and replied that he was glad too. Imagining the grinning knight, the protagonist thought about how he was the best swordsman in the kingdom. Sadness and regret were rooted in his heart. It all started with a simple wound he received in his youth. Fighting for his country, he was injured in the groin area. Being a youth, he did not care about another honorable wound received while performing his knightly duty. Felix looked at the sky with sadness, wondering what the meaning of the title of Duke and the glory of the strongest on the entire continent was. Frowning, the man thought that without a child to inherit it, everything would sink into oblivion. He remembered sitting on the couch with his wife. Felix imagined how she took his hand. The Duke imagined how the girl looked at him and said that for him this must be agony. The man remembered his wife holding his braid and telling him that if he didn't mind, she should let him stay next to him. He imagined her crying desperately. Felix thought about how sad he was and wondered if there was no way he could repay her for the boundless love he received. The man walked in front of the servant on the street and asked why he had to come earlier, since they were only pressuring him with words about the need to have an heir. Louis looked at him with sympathy. Walking behind, he said that he would try to express himself more carefully. A very effective medicine had recently appeared in the capital. The guy frowned. Felix turned around and asked if it was true. Louis walked behind him, saying that it apparently even healed physical wounds. Raising his hand, he said that he did not know if he would believe it, but there were many reviews about its effectiveness. Closing his eyes, the Duke thought that he had already tried the medicine after stealing it. Felix stood in front of him, worried, thinking that he never expected to commit robbery, even if his wife's tears bothered him. What a shame for all his students. Clenching his fist, he thought, not to mention that it had no effect. Looking at the palace, the Duke said that rumors should be treated with distrust. Felix walked down the street, thinking that rumors are just rumors. Medicine cannot cure what the aura did not help with. It's time to give up. We see the gate, near which the man cried out that he had already said it. The guard looked displeased and said that he could not meet him without an appointment, specifying how many times he should repeat it. Smiling, the protagonist replied that this is why he asked to simply tell him his name. The protagonist grinned and said that he would definitely want to meet after hearing it. Taken aback, Philip asked if he was going to personally visit the Duke. He put his hands on the table and said that he should not tell anyone that he was planning to go to the strongest man in the kingdom, and asked him if he was the one who robbed him and how things were going with his wife. The guy frowned and asked if he was planning on doing that. Philip glared and said that he was asking for trouble and that he should just pretend that nothing had happened. Logan sat in the hallway thinking that if something went wrong, it would be bad for them. His colleague was right. But if that person really was the Duke, then this was an opportunity he couldn't miss. The man opened the door to the room. He extended his hand and said for him to come in. The protagonist walked into the room. Looking at Felix, who was turned away, the protagonist thought that this was a chance to create a strong bond with one of the strongest men in the kingdom. He bowed and said that he welcomed him and that he was the eldest son of the McLean house. The guy frowned. Logan looked at the man, wondering if he was about 70 but looked much younger. Had he slowed down his aging by using a strong aura? Felix looked at him and said that the McLean house was in the southwest region, asking why he had come such a long way from there. Smiling, the protagonist decided that it was too early to get down to business and said that he had recently opened a business in the capital, so he decided to bring him the product as a gift. Putting the box on the table, the protagonist said that this was an amazing medicine for men's health. Its effectiveness had been proven by many aristocrats. The Duke looked down, asking if this was true. Smiling, the guy thought that there was no reaction. Now he was not sure if he really was the thief, then he would try to approach it from a different angle. He looked at the box and said that, however, such a thing would not suit a Superman like him. The man shuddered, hearing that he had brought something more special. Logan smiled and thought about what he had reacted to. He hadn't shown any interest at first because the emporic hadn't worked on him. The protagonist imagined a medicine box, thinking that the poison in the monster meat used in the current version of the medicine had been neutralized for use as an aphrodisiac and to treat dysfunction. Imagining a lot of pills, the protagonist thought that this ordinary poison wouldn't work on a superhuman, so he had accumulated it. He remembered the flying drop, thinking that he had created a powerful concentrate. The guy looked at the medicine box, saying that it was a limited edition of the emporic. Felix looked at him in surprise. Remembering how he writhed in pain, Logan thought about the fact that he called the version limited, because it concentrated the effect of 50 ordinary pills. He had the chance to experience it on himself, so it is safe to say that the effect will be, what a killer pain. If an ordinary person without a power core takes it, he will die, but the user of the aura will not. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and said that if he liked the effect of the pill, he asked to let him know, he will gladly send him more. Felix took the box. Listening to that, of course, he will take all measures to maintain confidentiality. The plot moves us to the next day, where the sun was shining on the building. Smiling, the Duke asked what he wanted, adding that he was ready to do everything in his power for him. The protagonist clenched his fists in his thoughts, thinking that it worked, and said that he did not understand what they were talking about. He looked at the happy man, thinking that an aura master is a martial artist and a master of strength who uses life energy. It is safe to say that he appreciated the effect of the medicine. It worked. Clenching his fist, Felix thought that the medicine is not a one-time use. After 30 uses, the effect will accumulate, and he will be completely cured. His long-term melancholy and chest pain came to an end. He confidently stood in front of the guy. Looking at the smiling Logan, the Duke thought that he could not believe that he brought him a gift and did not even mention his deed. Felix calmly thought that on that day he saw his swordsmanship abilities. For a young man very good, he believes that he is the owner of this miraculous medicine. Stretching out his hands, the man said that it seemed to be in a hurry. He looked at the serious guy and said that thanks to his gift, he had a chance to be cured of a lingering illness, and was ready to repay him for it. Let him say what he wanted. The protagonist looked calmly and said that in that case. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he could ask him for a useful book on the art of swordsmanship. Felix reached for the top shelf. He pulled out a book with his finger. Logan took it in surprise. Extending his finger, the man said that because of the training described in it, his body would hurt, but it was worth reading, since it had several eccentric moments. The protagonist happily looked at the book and asked if he could write a letter confirming that he gave it to him. Grinning, the protagonist thought great, he got what he needed. Taken aback, he thought that it was a pity to take only a book from the Duke, although he was ready to give him anything, but his goal was completely different, and listened as the man said that he still thought it was wrong. Closing his eyes, Felix said that he would personally teach him sword techniques. The boy frowned in shock, thinking that he wanted to teach him, the greatest swordsman in the kingdom. The Duke calmly stood in front of him and said that he understood his modesty and did not need much, but he was embarrassed to repay with only a book. Smiling, Logan thought about the fact that in the past in this life, this was the first time someone said this about him. Even if he had the secrets of the divine sword, there was no need to refuse the offer of the strongest man in the kingdom, and thanked him. The man stood with the boy on the street, saying that evaluating the talent of remarkable young warriors is one of the joys for the old man. Holding out the sword, he told him to concentrate, because he wouldn't give in. The protagonist took the weapon out of its sheath. Frowning, the Duke ordered the sword to be drawn. The protagonist gritted his teeth in panic. He stood before his opponent in flames, thinking that a huge force was pressing on him. Reaching out a trembling hand for the sword, the guy thought that he couldn't even grab the sword. Logan looked at the furious man, deciding that this was what an aura user was like. Felix confidently held out the weapon. Grinning, the protagonist thought that not all aura users were able to restrain their entire body using the power of such magic, even if his rank was lower, but still. The protagonist frowned, thinking that if this was true, then all the battles on the continent would be finished by aura users finishing off the rest. In his opinion, it was not just about strength. Grabbing the glowing sword, he thought that this must be some kind of special ability. Felix looked at him seriously. Beads of sweat were running down the boy's cheeks. The mana cluster began to glow. Logan stood surrounded by flames, thinking that he would use the power to enhance his senses, not his body, and then analyze what was holding his body back. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that every time he tried to move, the Duke's power would stimulate it to activate. The protagonist moved his elbow to the side, thinking that it was dissipating the power he was putting into the movement. The boy breathed heavily, thinking that he didn't know how this was possible, but he understood how to resist it. Squeezing the handle of the weapon, Logan thought about when he would be able to suppress its power. The protagonist swung the sword, continuing the thought that he should react a little faster. Felix frowned. He said with a serious look that everything was as he thought. The Duke watched as the boy held out the sword and said that he was talented. The protagonist wiped his mouth with his fist. Lowering the sword to the ground, the man said that it was good, and now let him watch carefully. A red glow appeared from the tip. Logan watched as mana surrounded the teacher, thinking that he was concentrating the power that suppressed him on the tip of the sword. Biting his lip, the protagonist wondered if this was the aura of the blade. The protagonist looked up in alarm and decided that it was not. Grinning, Felix said that he would receive. The boy looked up in fear. Looking at the huge flaming sword, Logan said that this was the power of the blade. Looking at the huge blade, the protagonist reasoned that the sword was moving very slowly. He could see it, but he could not move. The protagonist frowned. Looking at the blade, Logan thought that the Duke's power permeated his entire body and interfered with the functioning of his senses. The power of the red blade was growing, and then wondered what he could do even after understanding the principle. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Logan imagined a cloud of energy in his heart, and noted that his power itself neutralized the Duke's power. Watching Felix, the protagonist reasoned that his intuition told him that he could not dodge this blow. He frowned. A yellow aura surrounded the ground under Logan. Surprised, Felix asked if he had created a barrier of power. He swung his blade. The men were preparing for a powerful attack. Felix stomped the ground. He rushed at the protagonist. A sphere of mana surrounded the protagonist. His face was scared. Felix delivered a powerful blow. The protagonist flew to the side. The man watched him with a calm expression. He lowered his blade in front of the trembling protagonist. Raising his head, Logan began to talk about the aura blade. Frowning, Felix asked if the protagonist thought he would teach him something he could not master. The protagonist smirked at the words that he saw the full version. Felix looked at the fallen Logan and said that towards the end, he unconsciously took the fight a little more seriously. He noted with an interested expression that he could not believe that the protagonist had come face to face with him, some were simply destined to succeed in this world. Looking at the unconscious Logan, the Duke emphasized the fact that he would be interesting to watch. The old man looked at the protagonist and asked if he was leaving already. Standing in front of him, the butler added that the Duke had told him to rest until he was fully recovered. He could stay there. To which he received the answer that everything was fine, thanks to the potion that Felix had given him, he had fully recovered. The old man gave way to Logan and asked to be allowed to walk him to the gate. The evening sky enveloped the garden. Turning around, the protagonist thanked the old man for walking him. The embittered protagonist began to leave at lightning speed. The old man turned around and saw that Logan had already left. The protagonist entered an alley. Holding his stomach, he noticed that he was in a lot of pain. Holding the potion in his hand, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he could not use such an expensive potion for such wounds. He could not believe that Felix gave him a potion of excellent quality that was not available anywhere. He felt a strong pain in his stomach and thought that he had developed strength recently, so he would be able to heal the wounds himself, although it would be difficult, because they were inflicted by the Duke. Looking at the bottle, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he had received more than he had lost. Looking at the note, Logan read that these were the coordinates of the communication channel of Felix's estate. If he encountered difficulties while mastering the power of the blade, he could contact him. Grinning, the protagonist wondered who would have thought that his impression of him would be so good. The Duke treated him almost like a student. The established contact with him would be very useful to him in the future. The guy looked into the alley and called out to Logan. Philip, looking dumbfounded, told him that he had been waiting nearby for the protagonist to come out and asked why he was so pale. He asked with a frightened face if the protagonist had been rude to the Duke, to which he received the answer that he had only learned a little sword art from him. Logan started coughing up blood. Looking at the sky, Philip cried out that he would prepare everything for the escape and find the fastest horse. A week later, the protagonist looked at the sign that said that the Emporic was sold out. He should come later. Logan said with a serious look that the total income from the sales of the Emporic was about 4,100,000 gold. Frowning, Philip said that if sales remained the same, then 4.5 million in a month would not be difficult to earn. The guys looked at each other with a smile on their faces. A loud joyful cry was heard from the house. Looking at Philip, who was kneeling, the protagonist asked if he was so happy that he did not mind not getting a bonus this month, and the guy asked not to interfere with his fantasies. He looked at Logan and said that he had established the process of purchasing monster meat in Kalia. He asked with a puzzled look if the protagonist had thought about buying a house in the capital, noting that considering the living expenses, it would be profitable. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he did not want to, because he would be there for a year and a half at most. Until then they would focus on the Emporica, after which they would have to move, even if they wanted to stay. Getting to his feet, Philip asked him to take care of his health so that the business would continue to flourish. His coughing up blood horrified him, to which he received the answer that this was why the protagonist spent a whole week locked in his room. Philip remembered how he came to his room and asked if he was really focused on recovery, noting that when he came, he was always doing something at the table. Smiling, Logan thought that he liked that Philip did not try to find out more. Despite grumbling, in his place Rick would definitely get to the bottom of it. Standing opposite, the protagonist said that he would be heading home, and Philippe had to calm the customers until he sent a new batch of Emporic. He was surprised and said that there was one more thing. Every month it was necessary to send food rations worth 100,000 gold to Tesran and MacLean. Dumbfounded, Philippe asked again. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that they would do this for a year, so they needed to find a supplier. The puzzled guy said that he did not know that Logan valued his people so much. Approaching the door, the protagonist thought that he was doing this because it was necessary. Holding the door handle, the protagonist noted that only in a year the chronic shortage of food supplies at the MacLanes would end. Looking down, Logan began to reason that even having the plains of Tesran, due to the infertile lands of the MacLanes, they would still go into the minus. The labor of people plays an important role in his plan, so he cannot allow them to starve. Opening the door, the protagonist said that he had a job to do, so he would go. The exhausted people were sitting in the room. Their faces were sad. Looking at the paper, the mysterious stranger said that Logan wanted them to find these people by their names and a couple of external signs. He asked with a puzzled look, which meant that the protagonist did not know where they lived and whether they would have to search the entire continent. The protagonist, with a serious look, asked to just say whether they could handle it, noting that he would pay handsomely. The guy looked at the list and agreed. Logan left the building. Walking down the corridor, the protagonist thought that he knew that it would be difficult to find them, because even the names he knew could be fake, but there was no other option. Looking up, the protagonist noted that he had to gather all the independent superhumans at any cost. He introduced the various warriors and added that they were the ones who had reached such a level in their past lives and had not joined any organization. Each of them would be of great help in the war against the Empire, especially the guy she had hired. The protagonist paused. Sighing, Logan wondered why he was in such a hurry. adding that he was too worried despite the fact that things were going well in the capital. A slight smile appeared on his face. Looking at the sky, he stated that he needed to calm down, and there was still time. The man slammed his hand on the table. The stranger stood behind him and asked the elder to calm down. The puzzled guy stood behind him and said that he only came to convey his words. He was taken aback by the request to explain why he had called his followers this time too. Pointing his finger, the boy explained that they would be sent to the countryside in the southwest, to the McLean territory. A dark aura moved towards him. The boy, dumbfounded, added that it would be a 6-month mission. The man touched the stranger's shoulder and thought that he could not allow this. He said with a serious expression that it was time to settle the matter once and for all. The man was furious. Clouds floated above the tall tower. Someone took a step towards the table. A hand reached out to the sleeping boy when he was addressed. The dark-haired youth opened one eye. The man rested his hands on the table as he greeted someone, explaining that it was a long-range earth magic spell for the fourth circle. Sweat broke out on the boy's face as he thought about what the man had come for, and how he had assumed that he was an aristocrat, but his suit was too simple. The protagonist looked straight ahead as he said he needed a couple of magic scrolls. The dark-haired youth smiled, thinking that such a person would never come to meet a high-ranking mage, and that he would probably buy a bunch of scrolls that were not particularly different from each other. Then the protagonist asked for 150 magic scrolls of destruction. Logan put his hand under his clothes when he was asked again. He put the parchment on the table when he explained that it was his user certificate issued by Cooper Bank. The brunette looked closely at the document when he counted 6 zeros. The youth opened his mouth wide when he realized that it said 4 million gold. The protagonist looked at him indifferently. The protagonist looked resolutely ahead when he exclaimed that he would accompany him upstairs. Rocks were thrown at the people as it was explained that destruction magic was a fourth circle long-range earth magic spell, and that depending on the mage's potential, it could even bring down a rock. However, due to its drawbacks such as the time it took to activate and show signs of use, and the fact that it only worked on rocks and dirt, it was not used in combat at all. 2 people were standing near a huge mountain as they talked about how it was shaking, and how it must be destruction magic. Logan was shown in profile as he thought about how it was perfect for construction, and how he could speed up the development of the mine and solve other problems at the same time. The protagonist looked at the man in front of him with warmth, who asked if he really wanted to buy 150 destruction scrolls, to which he answered in the affirmative. The bearded old man folded his arms in front of him as he laughed, saying that they hadn't had such a generous customer for a long time, and that he was even starting to worry. Then it was explained that it was William, the head of the Earth's magic tower. The protagonist remembered the man running towards him, when he thought about how he never imagined that he would come running himself, and that he was the head of the tower in the 5th generation. But he acted like that because of 1.5 million, assuming that things were going badly for them. The men were sitting at the table, when the guy realized that his trading partner's weakness was an advantage for him, and then said that his house of McLean was a small fief in the southwest, and that he would understand if he hadn't heard of it. Then the interlocutor laughed. William sat in front of him, smirking, when he replied that it seemed like their intern had made a mistake, and then asked for forgiveness, adding that he would give him a severe reprimand. Then Logan said that it was not necessary, and that it was a trifle. Sweat was pouring down the brunette's face as he realized that he was done for after the old man called the customer kind. The tower leader frowned as he thought about how he almost let this simpleton go to an intern, and how earth magic was only used for farming or planting crops and trees in peaceful times. The protagonist stared blankly ahead as the old man wondered what kind of aristocrat would spend expensive scrolls on such trivial things when he could hire people, and then added that it was precisely such ignorant fools who were babbling about the magic tower becoming weaker after he became the tower leader. The bearded old man gritted his teeth as he realized that although he had indeed spent the budget for this month a little early. William was shown in profile as he considered how great it was that this simpleton had come to them now, and how he needed to butter him up and get more money out of him, and then said that, to be honest, there was one problem. The protagonist put his hands on the table when he asked what it was, to which he replied that he must have known that it took at least a 5th circle mage to create a 4th circle scroll. The old man's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he added that they didn't have many such specialists in their tower these days. Logan looked displeased when he asked what the deal was. William looked ahead, puzzled, when he thought that this wasn't the reaction he expected, deciding that he should check again. The protagonist stood up, pushing his chair back when the leader said that the guy knew that each scroll was expensive to make, so they couldn't make them in advance. Then he was told that it seemed like nothing could be done. The old man sat behind the protagonist, who said that he had planned to buy 150 a month, and that if they had trouble making that amount, he would simply contact the ruler's family's magic tower. William fell to the floor in front of the young man when he asked the master to wait, and then asked him again. Logan lowered his gaze when he answered in the affirmative, adding that he was talking about 150 every month, and that in 6 months he would ultimately need 900 scrolls. The old man covered his mouth with his hands. The atmosphere around the leader turned icy when the buyer said that since it was already difficult for him to make 150 now, they would not last 6 months, meaning he had miscalculated. William grabbed the boy's leg as he left, when he exclaimed that they could handle it. The old man had a smile on his face when he asked Tom if it was possible, and the leader answered in the affirmative, assuring him that they could definitely do it. William's eyes widened when he said that the scrolls of the fourth circle cost 10,000 gold each. The old man's gaze became wild when he said that 150 scrolls would cost 1.5 million. The tower leader frowned deeply, looking forward as he shouted that the amount for half a year was 9 million. He clenched his fist, putting it out to the side. William looked forward with determination as he said that it was a very attractive price. The master's shoes were shining when the old man asked how about finding a mage instead of buying the scrolls, and was asked again. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully as he thought about how the detached mages hated doing dirty work, so they usually sold scrolls, but he would lend him a mage who would cost even more, noticing that the man had cleaned his shoes well. The protagonist looked away, thinking about how a mage with a fourth circle would be as effective as 3 scrolls, and then asked if they had a mage with a fourth circle who would be willing to go to a construction site in the countryside. Logan stood in front of the tower leader, who responded with a laugh that it seemed like they had misunderstood each other, and that even he couldn't order a mage of that level, asking for forgiveness. Then the guy wondered what he had hoped for. William bent his index finger, as he explained that he could provide 9 second circle mages and 1 third circle mage instead, and that they were apprentices who had been working as a team on various construction sites for a long time, talking about what would happen if he reduced the number of scrolls in exchange. The protagonist looked at the man with boredom as he thought about how that sounded good, and that the construction had been going on for a long time, so it would be even better. The protagonist was shown in profile as he wondered what kind of mages specialized in construction, deciding that he wanted to see what kind of people they were. The man in the long robe stopped. The brunette stood in front of the other mages as he introduced himself, and stated that he was a third circle mage, and that they would be in the care of the buyer. Logan looked ahead worriedly as he said his name, and the old man said that now they had said hello, and that they could go. The mages had their backs to the boy when they asked for his forgiveness. The angry protagonist turned to the tower leader when he exclaimed that they looked like they were going to die soon, to which he replied that regardless of their appearance, they were young employees with the most experience in the construction industry, and that they were real experts. The young man remembered the sorcerers folding their hands in front of him, when he thought that they really did seem reliable when he had superficially examined them with his senses, and that among them there were magicians with the second circle and one with the third, and also that, in addition, they were 20 years old, and they were already considered talented. The protagonist looked carefully in front of him when he wondered why he had agreed to send his students to the countryside, deciding that he was not telling the whole truth, and whether it was worth checking him out. Logan turned to the bearded old man when he said that compared to the scrolls of the fourth circle, the offer to reduce their number and provide magicians of the second circle was not a fair exchange. Then he asked him again, answering that 10 magicians should be enough, and that among them there was one with the third circle. A smirk appeared on the guy's face. The satisfied head of the tower was in front of the protagonist, who said that then for 120 scrolls and 10 magicians he would pay 1,200,000. William pursed his lips, closing his eyes. The protagonist, smiling, looking ahead, thought that this was a damn low price, considering the talent of these magicians, although he would not mind if he agreed, and that no one would send normal magicians for such a price. Sweat appeared on Logan's face when the old man agreed. The head of the tower handed the buyer a document when he offered to sign a contract. The protagonist looked at the parchment in fear when he wondered if he really seriously agreed and was in a hurry, and when he managed to prepare the contract, because the ink on it was not even dry, summing up that he knew that something was wrong there. A man appeared behind the protagonist, who told the head of the tower that he heard everything and that he needed to talk to him immediately. Clayton was being held by other mages, asking him not to do this and to help them stop him. Then someone called him by name. Logan looked worried. The man had a magic circle on his chest. When the boy realized that he was level 5, he then wondered if the leader wanted to send his followers away again. The bearded old man stood in front of Clayton. When he answered that it was for the good of the tower, and that his followers were the most talented, then he explained that that was why he was asking why only they were doing the difficult work. The young mages looked in one direction, when their mentor added that it was not someone else who was doing this, but children who had just returned from work. Then William said that any work was nothing to the young, and that it was for the good of the tower and themselves. The protagonist watched the argument when Clayton asked if the old man thought he didn't know that he had been oppressing them ever since he had received the 5th circle and become an elder last year. Then the leader asked if he had gone crazy and how he was acting in front of their guests. The protagonist looked ahead indifferently when he realized what was going on. The bearded brunette was shown in profile when he thought about how this man had received the 5th circle at a relatively young age and became an elder, and the tower leader was scared of this. William looked angry when the guy thought about how he was taking it out on his followers when he couldn't confront the elder. Logan stood up straight when he realized that the internal conflict in the tower was convenient for him, and that he couldn't believe that he had received such a lucrative contract. The old man crossed his arms as he said that if he didn't want to obey the orders of the tower leader then he didn't care, and that he could leave with his followers. Then Clayton asked if he was serious. The dark-haired man gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist. Clayton stood with his legs wide apart. William bent his arms in front of him as he told the elder that if he wanted to leave then he should do so. A colorful carpet was revealed. The stone walls of the room shook. Grick extended his hand forward as he cursed, exclaiming that things were bad and that they needed to stop. Clayton opened his mouth wide as he told the tower leader to get ready. William gritted his teeth, looking forward. The boy clutched the seal in his hand. He was standing near the table when they looked at him. The mages watched the boy who took the document. Grick looked ahead in fear. The protagonist grinned creepily as he announced that the contract was now signed. He was standing in front of the sorcerers when he repeated what he had said. The protagonist shook his head when he asked the 10 mages to follow him, and advised the 2 senior ones to sort it out themselves. Sweat appeared on the faces of the bearded men when he asked them if it was true that the contract would remain valid even if the head of the tower changed. William stood in front of his colleague when he said that they had shown themselves to their guest from a worthless side, and that he would send them the scrolls as soon as they were ready. Then his interlocutor objected, saying that he had not finished yet. The gray-haired old man pointed at Clayton when he asked him again and asked if he really wanted to break the contract with the Tower of Earth Magic, and then told him to know his place. The man clenched his fist when he agreed with him, answering that since he was acting like this, he would leave with his followers. The dark-haired mage put his hand on his chest, looking forward. Logan and William looked in the same direction. They opened their mouths wide when the leader reminded him that he was also an elder, asking how one could waste time in the countryside. Then the boy added that he had never hired a mage with the 5th circle. The protagonist bowed to Clayton, who said that he would not ask for payment, and that he would simply help his guys get the job done faster. Then the young man exclaimed that he was very grateful to him, and the old man asked him to wait, saying that they did not finish their sentence. The young mages wiped away tears when the mentor asked only to postpone the trip for a day, since his followers needed to rest before leaving, to which the protagonist agreed, adding that in that case they would meet tomorrow at lunch at the western gate, and the leader asked if they could hear him at all. The carriage left through the gate the next day. There were people standing near the corner of the wall when Logan thought about how yesterday's contract was an unexpected stroke of luck, and how hiring one level 5 mage would cost $1 million. The protagonist crossed his arms, thinking about how he wanted to go home quickly, and how he would send him to the store from there. The protagonist looked away intently when someone addressed the young master. The girl covered her face with a fan and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time when he recognized her. Logan opened his mouth, looking forward when he addressed her formally, and thought that she was rude as always, after she asked if they were close enough to call each other by their first names. Rena looked away as she said that there were rumors going around the capital, and that they said that a rather shameful business had opened there, and then she suggested that the McLean house had started having problems, thus asking if his family had finally come to an end, and if he wasn't ashamed to walk around like that. The protagonist's mouth widened, smiling as he replied that she knew how ambitious he was when it came to money, and then asked her not to worry about anything, as if to say that it was none of her business, and that she should stop thinking about his business and go where she was going. The blonde girl was shown in profile as she said that the amount of money she had given him was not small, and that it seemed difficult to realize it if he lived in the barren lands. The armored guy had bags on his back when he replied that she was right and that it was time for him to go, and he thought about how disgusting she was and that it was better to avoid her. Then Rena said that she heard about his great contribution during the feudal war, and that he used a special weapon. There was a carriage behind the protagonist when she added that she had an offer. The blonde girl looked away coquettishly when she asked him if he wanted to sell it to her. The protagonist opened his palm when he replied that it was not special at all and that he felt bad about refusing her, but he had to. Rena looked after the running guy. She looked displeased. The young man took a step forward, thinking that even after he became famous for selling emporic, none of the nobles showed interest in the feudal war. Logan imagined the blonde with the fan when he thought about her, and how her entire family was probably interested and pretty quickly. The protagonist lowered his concentrated gaze when he thought about how crossbows were simple, so he hoped he could use them a couple more times. Then someone approached him. Behind Clayton was Grick when the man said that he clearly remembered that they agreed to meet at the western gate, and then asked why the guy was going there. The protagonist stood behind the magician when he said that he finally found them, and that he just ran away from someone annoying. Then he asked him again, to which the young man replied that nothing, and offered to go on a journey. On the road there were carts. The sorceress sat opposite the guy. The bearded brunette looked away, thinking about the fact that 3 large carriages were enough to carry 5 or 6 people in each, and that, in addition, the coachman seemed to be experienced. Accordingly, the buyer spent a lot. The young man looked worriedly at the mentor, who said that it was not worth the trouble, and that he wasted a lot of money. Logan looked away intently. Clayton sat with his arms crossed over his chest as the protagonist thought that this was not the first time he had met a very proud mage. The protagonist smiled widely, thinking that he had volunteered to go for free so it would be easy to sweet-talk him, and then said that he had some great mages with him, so what he did was only natural. The bearded man sat silently by the window. There was a full moon in the sky when someone said that it was getting late, suggesting that they rest there before they continued on their way. A fire was lit. Logan was sitting near a thick trunk. The blade of a dagger flashed. The boy's eyes were closed. He tilted his head forward, dodging the weapon. He was being watched by people in hoods when the protagonist asked who was there. The man's feet touched the grass when he exclaimed that he could not believe that he had dodged it, and that it was very impressive for a young man. The bald man stood in front of the protagonist when he added that he had heard rumors about him in the capital, and then asked if it was true that he had made a lot of money selling some medicine. Logan was surrounded by bandits when he assumed that they were thieves. The boy placed his hand on his belt when he exhaled and replied that he wanted to try out what he had learned earlier, meditating in a calm environment. He pulled the blade out of its sheath. The protagonist stood upright, holding his sword when he exclaimed that since they had interrupted him, he would practice the technique on them. The unknown man opened his mouth wide when he asked what he was talking about. The protagonist slit his throat. A body lay in front of the bandits when they cursed. The hooded man rushed towards the boy, wishing for his death. Logan bent his arm in front of him, looking forward. The man with the knife opened his mouth wide. The boy attacked him in the stomach, swinging the blade. He flew away from the protagonist. The bandits looked in one direction. The hooded man rolled his eyes. The bandits' comrades were lying in front of them. The masked man looked scared as he cursed, and said that they were leaving now. He looked down at his feet, thinking about them and realizing that he couldn't move. The hand holding the sword began to double. A male silhouette appeared behind the protagonist. His blade was engulfed in flames. His foot was pressed against the ground. Logan held the sword engulfed in flames in front of him. He attacked the bald bandit with it, who screamed loudly. The guy frowned, looking ahead. The man looked at the blade in horror as the protagonist cursed, saying that it seemed difficult to hold it for long. The protagonist looked down, satisfied. The bandit pressed his shaking hands against the ground as someone exclaimed that it worked. Logan gripped the blade in his hand as he thought about how concentrating and compressing power through a new source would generate an aura. The bodies of the bandits were lying on the ground as he thought about how the Duke had shown him a power sword that day along with the pressure blade, which was on a weaker level of aura, but he thought it was too early for him to try to replicate it. The protagonist looked at the blade with a blush as he said that he couldn't believe he was able to use the power blade even for a moment. The protagonist looked away seriously. He was standing behind the crying bandit, who cursed and wondered what was holding him back. The tip of the sword touched the ground. The bandit gritted his teeth in fear. The boy walked towards him, thinking that using the power that emanated from the blade to forcibly disperse and overpower the enemy was characteristic of the pressure sword. Logan raised his weapon, smirking as he said that he was good enough to use it in a real fight. The bandit's face was horrified. The young man stood, touching the ground with the blade. Bodies lay around him as he wondered if he had overdone it. The protagonist looked surprised when someone called him young master, exclaiming that he had seen everything. A bearded mage stood in front of him as he said his name. Clayton's face was shown close up as the protagonist wondered why he was so angry, guessing that he thought his treatment of thieves was too harsh, and realizing that if the sorcerer did not cooperate, he would be in big trouble. The man stopped in front of him. They stood opposite each other as the mage said that the young master had amazing abilities. Sweat began to appear on Logan's face. Clayton opened his mouth, looking ahead as he added that he knew little about force users, but what he had seen was enough to understand how unusual it was that he was capable of such a thing at his age. The protagonist smiled tightly as he asked not to be embarrassed, thinking that despite his appearance, he was not angry. He walked behind the robed sorcerer. They were surrounded by a dense forest. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, wondering why he had purposely walked away from the camp to avoid being discovered by those who were not his allies, and whether he had come all this way to find him, and why. The bearded sorcerer was shown in profile as he said that his followers were having a hard time because they had not been given the best teacher. So while they were together, he wanted to take up their training. Logan was standing next to Clayton when he replied that he was doing well enough, and then wondered what that meant. The man's feet touched the ground when he stopped. The bearded mage turned to the boy, saying that when they arrived and started working, he wanted them to have breaks between shifts to train, and then asked if it would be okay if he worked more in exchange. The protagonist looked forward, nodding as he responded in agreement, adding that it was no problem. The protagonist looked down, thoughtful. He stood in front of the robed mage as he thought about how mana came from the earth, and where it was going. A brown aura enveloped the tent. The entrance was slightly open as the boy realized that the mages were sleeping under that awning. Clayton's face was dripping with sweat as he addressed the young gentleman, who wondered why he was going so far. Logan smiled as he said that he seemed to value his followers greatly. The dark-haired wizard closed his eyes as he replied that since he called himself a teacher, he should at least teach them the basics. The boy followed the wizard as he asked if it was too much to argue with the head of the tower for their sake, to which he replied that the old man had been the first to misbehave. A flag fluttered in the wind. A majestic castle was shown. The protagonist stood in front of his father's desk, who said that he understood and that he had gained a lot of experience in the capital. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he answered in the affirmative, adding that the journey had been good for him, to which Patrick replied that in that case, all was well, and then asked if there was anything else to report. Logan looked ahead with distrust, wondering why the other guy was asking weird questions instead of getting straight to the point. The guy's father looked worried when he asked his son again, who said that the business was going well and that they would soon make a profit. Patrick put his hands on the table when he asked what business, to which the protagonist replied that he had started selling the medicine he had given him. The bearded man pointed his finger in front of him when he asked if he really meant to say that he had traveled all the way to the capital and started a business selling a sex enhancer. The protagonist looked upset, standing in front of his father, who turned to him and said that he remembered that he had promised not to interfere in his business. Patrick brought his hand to his face when he added that next time he should at least think about the reputation and dignity of their house, to which the protagonist responded in agreement, thinking about how his father had taken the news better than he had expected. They were standing across from each other when the man suggested that his son had simply agreed without thinking, to which he replied that he had, deciding that he already felt his reputation being restored. A worried Patrick looked at his son, who said that he also happened to meet the Duke of the Sword and establish a connection with him. Then the man assumed that he was talking about Felix. The boy's father was shown in profile when he asked if he had sold him the medicine too. Logan smiled happily when he answered that he had. The angry man opened his mouth wide when he asked how much he wanted to ruin the reputation of their house, to which the boy replied that in return he had given him a good secret technique of the mid-level sword. Then he was asked again. Patrick looked closely at the blue book when he said that the Duke of the Sword had indeed given him a full-fledged technique of the iron blood blade. The protagonist, smirking, looked forward when he thought about how it was a lie, and that he himself had written the book while he was at the Duke's estate. He imagined a man holding a lantern as he thought about an Imperial merchant finding it in some ruins, and how it described a mid-level sword technique. He imagined one person passing it on to another, while he thought about how the merchant first copied the tome and sold a few copies, but the contents leaked out and began to move around the market, and how the technique soon became public knowledge for all the knights on the continent to learn. Logan was shown smiling in profile as he thought about how this event would happen in 10 years, and how if their knights learned the technique, the power of the house would increase. He remembered the glow in his chest and himself holding the sword as he thought about adding the blade's chi and the secrets of the divine weapon to give his father and Ranian an advantage. The protagonist, looking ahead indifferently, thought about how the iron blood sword technique accelerated the power, which could cause damage to the insides during training, and how his father would not allow such a thing, so the Duke of the Sword's involvement would make him change his mind. Patrick opened the book in front of him as he said that it was now clear what would happen if they did so. The man looked at the tome with a smile, thinking that these records were an order of magnitude better than the ones they had, and that their level was significantly higher. The book was in his trembling hand as the protagonist's father thought about the reality of how difficult it was for nobles to obtain decent sword techniques, and how for a while he even thought that this was the reason he had not progressed for 10 years. Logan watched Patrick exclaim that if their knights mastered it, the average level of the entire order would increase by 30%, and then wondered how they could repay the Duke for his kindness. His son opened his mouth, looking ahead as he said he had another suggestion. The protagonist's pupils narrowed greatly as his father said he had to master it to at least repay him in this way. The protagonist extended his hand to the man in front of him as he asked again and objected, after which the man yelled that they didn't have much time. Logan looked at the object thrown at him in confusion as Patrick exclaimed that mastering the technique was his priority, adding that his son should take care of things for now, at which point the son asked what his father was saying. The boy looked at the seal in his hands in shock as he realized what it was. He extended his hand to the running man, who asked him to help Dwayne with his issues, adding that he would return once he mastered the technique, and then thanked him. The protagonist stood by his desk as he turned to his father, saying that he had something to tell him. The protagonist held the seal in front of his face as he realized that since he had it, he no longer needed his parents' permission. The man opened the doors for him, exclaiming that he had heard about the young master's success in the capital, when Logan said that it was excellent and that he would take care of everything while he trained. Dwayne's mouth dropped open when he asked him to help his family with their finances, adding that it was urgent, when he was asked about how they hadn't received money after winning the war, and why he was barging in like it was his room. The protagonist covered his ears and said that he was being noisy when the manager explained that the amount was not enough to maintain the two fortresses, and that due to the war, they had a reduced workforce, and that there would be much less food this year, and that even the Kairos had stopped helping. The man folded his hands in front of him when he asked the master for money, adding that he had heard that his journey had been successful. The protagonist smiled, closing his eyes, when he apologized, stating that he had spent it all. Dwayne was kneeling in front of him when he objected, saying that he had earned several million, and then asked how the boy had managed to spend so much in such a short time. Logan looked down, satisfied. The manager looked up hopefully when he said that it was not funny. The boy looked down with a smirk. Sweat appeared on the man's face. The protagonist stood in front of him, nodding when he asked if it was true. Dwayne put his hands on the floor when he cursed and asked what the boy had spent it all on, to which the protagonist replied that 1,200,000 on scrolls and mages, and that he had also bought building materials and food to support their people, summing up that there was nothing left. The manager looked ahead carefully, raising his head when he asked him again, saying that a little food would not affect the well-being of the people. Logan's mouth fell open, answering that he had spent 1 million gold on food. In front of him on the floor sat Dwayne, who asked him again, so the boy explained that food worth 1 million would be sent to their people every month for a year. The manager's mouth dropped open when he asked if the young gentleman was crazy, so the protagonist thought that this was an expected reaction, and that his opinion of him had not changed much after he became a war hero. The protagonist looked sternly at the man when he replied that he was sane, and then asked about how it would be enough to feed the people, to which he replied that it was, asking about the building materials and magic scrolls. Logan looked pleased when Dwayne suggested that the young gentleman would be building something, so the boy explained that they would be building a dam. On a white sheet was written a call for labor duties in 2 weeks. An old man glared at the Tezon keep as he said it had finally happened and that the nobles were exploiting them to the fullest. A dark-haired man clenched his fist at the MacLean keep as he exclaimed that calling for labor in the middle of the busiest farming season was madness, and that if he went his children would starve to death. Then another man added that they had barely escaped the battle alive and now the feudal lord was trying to finish them off himself. Someone gritted his teeth as he wondered if they had to choose between dying while escaping or working or starving to death. A dark-haired man glared at the front as he said that death would come either way and then asked what the others thought. A man held a pitchfork as he said they had no choice. Someone picked up a shovel as he shouted that it was better to take matters into their own hands. The commoners with weapons stood in a row when they decided to attack the feudal lord. They were in front of the gate when someone asked if everyone was there. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he asked if they were really going to do this, to which he was told that they were being chased like dogs, stuffed with grass for dinner, while they themselves lived happily. The commoners stood with their backs turned when someone suggested that with such a number of people it was worth starting a fight. The man looked carefully at the bearded man. He pursed his lips, answering that he was right, and that it was better to take advantage of the opportunity. The commoner clutched his weapon in his hand when he added that it was worth dragging all the nobles out of there. The gate opened slightly, then someone announced it. The old man clenched his teeth, looking ahead. The men with weapons looked determined. Dark silhouettes appeared in front of them. The warrior in the helmet opened his mouth wide when he ordered the knights to prepare for the distribution. The riders rushed forward. The commoners looked confused as they asked what it was and that he had said anything about giving it away. The old man looked away, his mouth hanging open as he exclaimed that it was nonsense, and that they knew what these aristocrats were like. A heavy sack was handed to him. In front of him stood a knight in armor who explained that by order of the young master, those who participated in forced labor would receive a month's supply of grain for the entire family. The men looked ahead in confusion as they were asked to stand in line, warned that they would begin to give it away now. Then someone asked if they were serious. The men ran forward, shouting that it was indeed grain and that they would never go hungry again, praising God. The old man clutched the sack to himself. He pursed his trembling lips. The man, sobbing, opened his mouth wide and shouted for the health of the young master. The old man stood before the men as he repeated what he had said. The men looked at each other, smiling. The commoners with the food were watched as they shouted for Logan to be praised. Dwayne stared ahead as he asked if it was worth giving a forced order to gather everyone there, adding that the boy could have simply asked them to come. The steward looked at the protagonist, who replied that not even a quarter would have come then. After all, they did not trust the aristocrats. The man poured grain in front of him as the protagonist thought about how the nobility considered their people property, and those with feelings fulfilled their duty to protect them. The dark-haired boy's mouth dropped open, crying as Logan thought about how, having lived as a mercenary in his past life, he realized that to the common people, the only difference between a good noble and a bad noble was who took more from them. The man held a handful of grain in his hand. The steward stood next to the young master, who said that even his father thought more of the knights than the people, as he considered them the strength of the nation. The protagonist looked down carefully as he added that this was why, despite the lack of budget, he had kept the knightly order of 50 men, and then asked Dwayne to think for himself what the people thought of them. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he explained that he had forced them to come and see how he treated them, so that they could be sure. The boy and the steward looked at each other as Logan asked why he was looking at him like that. The bearded man smiled widely when he replied that he was simply surprised and that he never ceased to amaze him, summing up that it was time to get used to it. The protagonist looked away with a smile when he asked him not to be stupid, saying that as long as he trusted him, he would be able to move forward with the construction. Dwayne was standing next to the gentleman when he began to object, asking him to think it over again, and then asked why he would spend $2 million on this venture, and whether it was possible to complete it. The protagonist turned his head to the side when he replied that he spoke like those two. Clayton and Hamar looked shocked when they asked that he was really going to drill a hole in the mountain. They were sitting at the table in front of the gentleman when they asked that he was really going to let water from the river there, and even build a sluice. Logan was eating with his eyes closed when he replied that it was possible, and then told them to do as he said. There was food on the plate when the boy explained that the MacLane's territory was surrounded by mountains and wastelands on all sides, and that they had barren lands. He brought a knife to the meat when he added that even the lone mountains to the north blocked the Luther River from flowing south. The mage and the craftsman were watching the cutting of the food when the protagonist said that they would therefore bore a huge hole in the northern wild mountains, so that the river water would pass through them. The piece of meat was cut in half. Hamar looked at the protagonist when he said that it would be more convincing to tell them to dig under the mountain, so the protagonist asked him to listen. Logan imagined the high mountains when he explained that they would make a tunnel 30 meters in diameter with an outlet directly to the river at ground level, which would serve as a sluice, and that such a method was used in the West and was called a reservoir. The protagonist lowered his appraising gaze when he thought about how this method of water control would actually become popular in the Empire in 20 years, and that he didn't know how it worked, but he had a dwarf master and a fifth circle mage with him. The sorcerer and the craftsman were sitting next to each other. The white flag was fluttering in the wind when the protagonist decided that if these two succeeded, they would turn the wasteland in the west of their territory into an arable plain. The bearded men were shown in profile when they said that even if so, they needed to choose a place carefully, because the condition of the land was important. Clayton looked at the craftsman with a steady look, who added that the water level and canals should also be taken into account, and that in order for the tunnel not to collapse, the structure should be in the shape of an arch, concluding that the help of magicians would also be needed. The dark-haired sorcerer sat next to the dwarf when he asked him to wait, and then asked if this was really possible to implement. Then he realized that he had spoken out loud. Logan sat in front of the men when he asked the same question. Hamar opened his mouth, looking ahead, when he said that he had enough work now, since they had just started digging. Then the master answered him that this is why he prepared magic scrolls and mages. The protagonist approached the dwarf's face when he asked him to choose which mountain would be suitable for them. Then the craftsman exclaimed that he guessed that something was wrong there, since the boy treated him to delicious food for free. The sorcerer looked away, wondering if they could handle it. The bearded man opened his mouth. He was standing in front of a steep cliff. People were watching him, asking if this was magic and if they would be safe. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest when someone answered that since the young master was there, everything would be fine. Hamar raised his hand to his mouth when he addressed the mage, shouting that if he was ready, he could begin. Clayton was shown in profile as he nodded. The sorcerer had his back turned. He touched the rocky surface with his hand. Rock fragments flew in different directions while someone screamed. People began to run away from the sorcerer, calling on him to take care of himself, because everything was falling. Logan watched what was happening from afar. Next to him stood a dwarf, who exclaimed that he had asked him to be more careful, and then asked why he was demonstrating his power there. A magic circle appeared in front of the sorcerer when the protagonist thought about how, in addition to strength, people can master such supernatural energy as mana, and how in his past life he could barely feel it, but now he feels it clearly. The magic seal was shown up close when the protagonist thought about how the power of the earth emanates from the mana circle in his heart, drawing the same intricate patterns over and over again, stimulating the stone wall. Logan smiled, wondering how he couldn't believe he was seeing this with his own eyes and if the power core had enhanced his senses. Clayton looked away as he asked the master to watch closely as he wasn't done yet. The boy crossed his arms as he looked ahead. There were broken stones around the wizard as he realized that this was a different spell. The dark-haired wizard opened his hand in front of him. He clenched his fist. The stones were floating in the air in front of him. Sweat began to appear on the protagonist's face. A silhouette began to emerge from the broken stones as the protagonist realized that he had gathered them together. The mountain of boulders grew larger. A huge shadow fell on the master and the dwarf. There was a stone golem in front of them as the boy realized what it was. Logan looked ahead in awe as he said that it was amazing that a golem of this size could be created without tools. Clayton stood in front of his creation when the protagonist thought that if they could make a couple more, not only would they complete the construction faster, but they would also possibly increase their combat power. The protagonist closed his mouth. A bearded wizard stood in front of him, who asked what was going on when the guy turned to him. He grabbed the wizard's hands. Logan looked at the man with a crazy look when he asked how many more golems he could make. The stone creature was shown up close when the guy asked if his students could do the same. The protagonist put his hand on the wizard's shoulder, who answered in the affirmative, saying that they could create golems, and that they actually had their own school for creating these creatures in the magic tower. The protagonist looked at the man happily when he asked if this was true, to which he replied that there was a problem. Clayton looked straight ahead as he explained that the spell formula for creating a golem core was only available from the 5th circle, so the students would need mana stones, but even so, they would only be able to create very small and weak golems. The young master looked displeased as he thought about the mana stones. He pictured a blue crystal as it was explained that it was a mineral like orichalcum or mithril, imbued with a natural energy that made it rare and impossible to create artificially, and that it was quite expensive as it was more often used to aid in spells or to create artifacts. A thoughtful Logan was shown in profile as he realized that mana stones were not cost-effective, but money was not important in times of war, deciding that if he could win the war with a small amount of money, then it would be good. The bearded wizard frowned at the youth who asked if his golem would be stronger with mana stones. The joyful protagonist imagined the stone creature when he answered in the affirmative, adding that its speed and strength would increase, and that it would last longer. The protagonist imagined himself as a beggar when the wizard explained that of course, since he was a 5th circle, he would need a mana stone of the highest quality. Clayton was in front of the master when he exclaimed that even so, a low-level stone would be fine for the spell to create a 2nd circle golem, and that it could last for 24 hours, being several times stronger than a normal person. Then the youth wondered why he felt like he needed to explain everything. Logan touched his face, looking away when he thought about how a low-level mana stone was worth a piece of gold, and how the cost-benefit ratio was too bad. He imagined a creepy golem when he decided that for a short war like the last one, it would be extremely useful. The guy and the mage were opposite each other when the man started talking about what would happen if he was not a member of the magic tower. Clouds were floating above the forest. When he was asked again, the mage asked to forget about it. Dwayne looked scared when he said that there was a monster. The stone creature was shown in profile. The golem hit the mountain surface, then the manager shouted that the monster was destroying their land. The protagonist stood next to the scared man when he said that he already said that he was not destroying, but digging a tunnel. Dwayne ran towards the forest when he exclaimed that he must report everything to the master. The protagonist put his hand on his belt when he sighed in relief. There was a dwarf standing in front of him when he addressed him, asking him to take all the workers to the water channel, explaining that there was no point in leaving them to make a tunnel, since the monster would be enough. Logan was behind the craftsman, who asked the boys to stop being afraid, like they were small, and to gather their tools, and then go there. The dam was shown, when it was explained that they were making 3 structures, and that the first was a tunnel and a dam. There was green grass on either side of the water, when it was explained that the second was a water channel that would bring water from the river to every corner of the wasteland. The mine was shown, when it was explained that the third structure was a cave, and that there were already results there while he was in Grand, since the workers had worked on it first. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully, thinking about the fact that after returning from the capital, he was busy building the dam, so he could not follow the development of the cave, deciding that he should drop by tomorrow to have a look. The dirty man held the pick the next day. Hamar looked angry. The protagonist stood in front of him, asking if they hadn't met before. Then the protagonist asked what he was talking about. The dwarf clenched his fist when he asked whose fault it was that he had to run back and forth from the mine to the water channel. The craftsman threw his towel on the ground when he screamed and exclaimed that he couldn't do it anymore, then asked to just kill him. Hamar lay on the ground in front of the master when he asked if he couldn't rest, and if the work would stop if he wasn't there, and why he had to carry everything on his own. Then someone said that he was angry and needed to be calmed down. Someone touched the crying dwarf's shoulder. A smiling Logan opened his palm in front of him when he addressed the craftsman, saying that he understood him and every word he said, adding that he was doing a great job, and that therefore he would be doing all the organizational work from now on. A frightened Hamar lay on the ground when he asked the guy again, who advised him to use this opportunity to report to him on the progress of the work. The dwarf pointed his finger in front of him when he exclaimed that he was trying to dump all the responsibilities on him. Then he was told that he had guessed after all. The young man bent his little finger when he said that he really promised that when everything was ready, he could rest as much as he wanted. The satisfied protagonist looked ahead with a smile. The craftsman looked at his hand with fear when he asked again, and then asked him to move away from him. The master squeezed his little finger when he said that he promised him, then he screamed that the protagonist would break his finger. The workers were behind Logan, who was amazed at how brazen he had been. The protagonist stopped in front of the cave entrance, thinking that the mine would now be developed faster than in his previous life, and that he was not sure about the dam. The protagonist looked ahead with satisfaction when he decided that everything should work out. In front of him on the table lay the sphere when he was informed that the building materials would be delivered without any problems. The guy looked at the magic ball with a smile when the subordinate added that they also easily came to an agreement regarding lumber for 100,000 gold per month. Then he replied that he understood, and that it was good. Philip smiled widely, saying that when they developed the mine and cleared the land, the area would be completely transformed, and that he should visit him one day. Logan silently looked at the sphere. He was sitting in a chair when he agreed with him and advised him to come next year, and the boy repeated what he had said, adding that he was curious as to why, and assuming that he would not answer. The protagonist looked down seriously when he said that there was a rumor that the ruling family had a problem. The protagonist touched his chin when asked what it was, and he replied that he had heard about it in the house of the Duke of the Sword, and that he did not know the details, but it seemed serious. Logan looked down in concentration, his mouth slightly open, when he asked his subordinate to try to scout the situation while he was busy with business, and then thought about how, judging by the memories of his past life, the king would suddenly die next winter, and a civil war would begin, but the information that he, a low-ranking mercenary, had might not be relevant. The young master continued to look down, standing up straight and thinking that if death was indeed sudden, then it would be like the previous life, and that if it was not, the time frame would change, and that like the feudal war, he could not change the timing of the civil war because he did not know the reason. His hand reached out to the energy flow as he realized that he could at least prepare in advance. He clenched his fist in front of him as he decided that the MacLean house would participate in the war that would turn the order of the kingdom upside down. He sat in his chair, looking at the sphere as he asked his subordinate to put money aside for the reserve fund and buy as many weapons and armor as he could, enough to arm 1,500 men. Philip looked worried as he said that this was not a trivial request. The protagonist stared at him, saying that it wasn't for knights, but for soldiers, when he asked again, saying that he thought the MacLeans had no more than 100. The bespectacled youth's mouth dropped open when he wondered if the gentleman had lost his mind. The protagonist covered his ears, thinking that it might seem strange, but many of their men had died in the last war, when he added that no one fully equipped their soldiers in war. Logan's eyes widened when he thought about how this had greatly reduced the farmers' productivity, and how they needed to minimize conscription and strengthen their knights and regular soldiers. He imagined armored warriors and a plowman when he concluded that arming vulnerable soldiers was part of his plan. Philip looked away guiltily, saying no, when the protagonist asked if he had ever been wrong. The protagonist, smiling and looking away, suggested that the subordinate do so. The bespectacled boy closed his eyes as he replied that it was good, and that he would look into the rumor. The young master clenched his fist as he thought about how great that was and how their wealth would be supported by the mine, their food by the dam, and their soldiers by their weapons. Logan grinned, looking ahead as he realized that the main preparations for the push forward were slowly and surely progressing. There were piles of papers on the table. The manager stood behind the boy as he asked him to read them and sign them, adding that he would leave the next pile of papers there. The exhausted protagonist looked down, asking how long he had been sitting on the documents, when Dwayne chided him for signing them without even looking into the contents, and then asked the young gentleman how he could be so careless. The bearded man, looking up thoughtfully, replied that it would soon be a month. The steward, gloating, pointed at the protagonist when he asked if he thought that a lord's work took a day or two, to which he replied that he had never seen his father work so much. Logan looked shocked when the man answered in the affirmative, explaining that it was because he had handled most of it himself. Dwayne stood before the young gentleman, who asked why he had now dumped everything on him, to which he was told that as the heir, he should be fully aware of what issues required attention. The door opened slightly when the boy exclaimed that he was not the heir, then the man asked about how he really thought that anyone would believe that. They looked at the man who entered, who apologized, saying that the matter was urgent. The guy with the eye patch spoke about the craftsman. The protagonist looked forward worriedly when he exclaimed that Hamar was stuck in a collapsed mine. The protagonist rested his hands on the table when he asked the worker again, who answered in the affirmative, adding that one of the tunnels had collapsed. The manager looked at the serious man in confusion when he asked about how there was a mine on their territory. Then the guy asked about the extent of the damage and whether the man had found Hamar's location. Dwayne looked at the man with the eye patch when he repeated his question, after which he replied that about 50 meters of the tunnel had collapsed, so it was impossible to determine exactly. A hand reached for the slammed door as the young man exclaimed that there was no time to waste and that they would head there right away. The angry manager clenched his fist as he wondered where they had gotten the shaft from, cursing. A horse's hooves were revealed. The dark-haired worker turned around, looking back. There was a horse in front of him as he exclaimed that the young master had arrived, then he was asked where the collapsed tunnel was. Logan walked past the man, who explained that as he entered, the tunnel would be the middle of the three, adding that it was the deepest. The worker looked after the protagonist as he said that it was quite dark inside. The protagonist took a step forward. His eyes glowed yellow. Sweat appeared on his face. The passage was littered with rubble. In front of the boy was an old man who addressed the young master. Concerned, Logan looked ahead as he asked everyone to step aside. He touched the cobblestone with his hand. The protagonist's eyes were closed. A flame appeared under his palm. He imagined the silhouettes of the crushed people. An elderly man stood behind the master. When he reported that Hamar and about 10 workers had escaped the worst, but were injured, then he was asked how he knew this. The mustachioed old man looked ahead intently when he was told that it did not matter, inquiring how long it would take to save them. Then the subordinate said that it would take 3 days to clear the fallen stones if all went well. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he thought that even the strongest dwarf would not last under the rubble with injuries. The guy stood in front of the blocked passage, thinking that the more time passed, the less chance they had of surviving, realizing that they needed to save everyone as soon as possible. He stamped his foot. The workers stared ahead when their master said that he thought this man was their only hope. The crowns of the trees were shown. Logan looked seriously at the man in front of him, who asked him why he had called them. Behind Clayton were his followers. The protagonist looked askance as he replied that he would get straight to the point. The bearded wizard stood in front of him as he asked him to save Hamar and the workers who were stuck in the mine, exclaiming that he would compensate them generously. The dark-haired man's mouth dropped open as he wondered if there was a cave there, and if they were stuck there. The entrance to the mine was shown as the wizard realized that the dwarf was busy, running between the cave and the dam. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest as he stood in front of Clayton, who agreed, saying that the people were in danger, so they would help. Then he thanked him, adding that he would definitely repay the favor. The bearded wizard was shown in profile as he thought about how he couldn't figure out why he brought the magic scrolls of destruction and didn't use them, and that it was the mine. Logan stood with his back to the wizard, who was thinking about how if he kept it a secret, it must be a pretty valuable place, and how he finally told about it to save a slave and a couple of workers. The young master looked ahead confidently. The man opened his palm. The wizard raised his hands up. Clayton frowned and opened his mouth as he said that he would hold the tunnel, and then asked the boys to use golems to clear the stones, and they agreed. The protagonist watched the young wizards. The wizard had a mana stone in his hand. Grick held the crystal near his chest as he cast the spell. Fragments of stones were shown lying on the ground. The protagonist stood straight, looking ahead. Golems appeared in front of him as someone exclaimed that the fallen rocks had turned into monsters. The bearded mage was behind Logan, who was thinking that he couldn't believe that they had cleared several meters just by creating golems, when the man exclaimed that they didn't know what condition they were in, so they should hurry. The stone creature extended its limb forward. The golems were pushing the rocks in front of them. The young gentleman was helping to carry the rocks. Clayton looked surprised. The protagonist turned his head to the side as the mage thought about the nobleman carrying the rocks himself to save those of lower rank, and how he would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. The mage's pupils narrowed greatly as he thought about it, which wasn't surprising since it was him. The old man opened his mouth, looking forward as he exclaimed that they had found them. The dwarf was pinned under some rubble when someone shouted that they were there. Logan crouched down in front of Hamar. The artisan's eyes were closed when he realized that they had passed out from shock and that it was lucky that their injuries were minimal. The young lord looked down in worry. The golems were carrying the injured when the boy began to praise the heavens. The dwarf had a bandage on his forehead when he was asked if he had dozed off while using the scroll of destruction, to which he replied that he had been working too much lately. The protagonist looked guilty in front of Hamar, who told him not to worry, saying that they would restore everything soon. The protagonist looked up, sitting next to the artisan's bed, when he told him to just rest and not think about anything until he was fully recovered, to which the dwarf replied that the work was not difficult and that he could return to it in a day. Logan looked at Hamar with disapproval. The young gentleman was sitting next to the bed of the wounded man, who asked if he really wanted him to rest. Then the boy asked if he would be okay otherwise. The craftsman pointed at the young man who had turned away from him when he exclaimed that he would rest then, no matter what it took. The protagonist was holding the door handle when he thought about how amazing magic was, and how they had completed the rescue operation in 2 hours with its help. Clayton appeared next to him when he thought about what he wanted. The bearded mage looked at the protagonist intently when he said that the young gentleman's mind was amazing, then he asked him again. The dark-haired sorcerer lowered his meaningful gaze. Logan looked away with concern as he assumed that he had found out about the gold in it, and that it was quite possible since he was an earth mage, and then thought about how much trouble it would be if others found out. Clayton stood next to the protagonist, who wondered if he would keep the secret, and the sorcerer asked why the boy had gone so far as to reveal the existence of the hidden mine to him and ask for help. The protagonist looked thoughtful as he mentally repeated his question, answering that because no one could replace Hamar. The boy opened his mouth, thinking that it would be better to risk saving him, since without him, the development of the mine would slow down, which would affect future plans. He imagined the knights in helmets fighting. Logan was shown in profile as he said that if he was not able to protect his people himself, then there would be no one left next to him. The bearded sorcerer looked away appraisingly. He turned to the young master, asking if he would like to start a magical tower on his property. The protagonist looked surprised when he asked him again. The dark-haired mage was in front of him as he explained that he thought it was time for him to open his own business, and that this place seemed like it could support a small magical tower. The protagonist looked at the man who asked what he would say, then the boy realized that the wizard did not seem like he was joking, thinking about a magical tower on their property. Logan's mouth dropped open, clenching his fist as he exclaimed that it would be amazing. Clayton stood in front of the young master, who asked if his students would be moving in as well and how much support they would need, to which he replied that of course they would stay with him. The satisfied wizard put his hand on his chest when he added that if we talk about support, he simply asks to provide them with everything they need, summing up that he trusts the main character and his abilities. The dwarf watched the joyful protagonist. The full moon illuminated the palace when Hamar asked the master magician if he had also hit his head, since he decided to trust Logan. Then the craftsman was advised to go and rest. Stretching his hand forward, the dwarf said that he was now fully recovered and ready to restore the tunnel. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he would try to compensate for the delay, to which the hero replied that good luck. Hamar left the office. The doors closed. Frowning, Dwayne said that it was time for him to tell him about the mine, to which the protagonist replied that he should come in. He opened his eyes in amazement and shouted that when he secretly began to develop it, and why he did not tell him, to which Logan replied that he should forgive him. It flew out of his head. Stretching his hand forward, the man asked what flew out. How is it possible? Why he hid the mine so carefully? There is iron or copper, a lot. Smiling, the hero replied that there is gold in it. Looking at him, Dwayne said that he should stop joking, to which the protagonist asked again, what and what? For him it is impossible. Frowning, he added that according to calculations, it would bring in 100 million gold a year. He thought he would lie about something like that. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true. Logan stood silently in front of him. He extended his hand forward and addressed him. The man began to fall, and the hero shouted that he should wake up. He could not kick the bucket now. A thought appeared that, not taking into account a small incident, the plan was progressing successfully. People were walking forward. It was said that faster than he expected. It was heard that while they had organized a meeting again, the construction of the dam was completed. Looking to the side, the guy asked that he was sure the construction should have taken 6 months, and they managed to do it in 3 months, to which the man replied that yes, this was accurate information. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing what he heard. This meeting is needed for a final check. The managers are here. The man was breathing heavily. It was heard that great, since everyone is gathered, he understands, he has a lot of his own things to do, but let them stay until the end to see everything. Frowning, the man said, God, what a useless and grandiose digging. The dam appeared. It was heard that as if the supply of water from Luthra and its influence on this wasteland would change something, it would be better to spend the money on repairing the southern wall. Looking straight ahead, the man asked why it was necessary to make it so long, to which he was told that he did not know. Grinning, he asked what he knew. Dwayne froze in amazement. Looking straight ahead, he thought that this dam would not only irrigate the wasteland with water, it was directly connected to the underground part of Luthra, if it was possible to constantly supply the channels with water. Wide-eyed, the man added that the wasteland could become a real fertile land. The hero looked away. People looked at each other happily. The thought arose that everyone from workers to magicians participated in the construction. Dwayne grinned. The thought arose that even the managers had come. Standing next to the man, the protagonist asked what they would start, to which he was answered approvingly. Crossing his arms, the dwarf asked if he really needed to do it like that, said that they had everything set up, the workers could open and close the dam themselves. Grinning, Logan said that the first time should be majestic and memorable. They would show everyone on the McLean territory. The monsters stood near the dam. It was heard what exactly they had created with their own hands. The man looked at him in surprise and shouted, "Oh shit, what is this?" Pointing to the side, he added that he should look, monsters. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he had seen this kind of magic quite often. Frowning, Clayton shouted for the gates to open. The golem extended his hand forward. He began to open the dam. The monsters lifted the gates with their hands. The hero silently looked at them. The people looked at him in amazement. The man suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The golem stood near the dam. It was heard why they froze, what was going on. Clayton smirked slightly. Looking at the gnome, he asked what he was doing. Was this a joke? To which Hamar replied that he had definitely ordered them to open them. He didn't know what the matter was. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, damn. He stood in front of the man. A thought appeared that in fact the golem's power was needed for show. In fact, about 100 workers were needed to cope with them. Frowning, Logan thought that, but this was not part of the plan. What should he do? Looking straight ahead, Clayton said that if the reputation of his golems was tarnished, then, he promises. To which the gnome replied that but they really were not able to lift the gates, and the hero had turned. Frowning, he said that he should break them. The man asked again in surprise. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that they would build new ones later, and he should break these. Clayton looked straight ahead. The golem clenched his fist. It was heard as he ordered. The golem hit the wall. The man looked at him in surprise and asked what they were seriously breaking the gate. The monsters were hitting the gate. Cracks appeared on the wall. Suddenly water poured out of the holes. The people looked at him in amazement. The man stretched his hand forward. The guy opened his eyes wide. Clayton looked forward silently. The hero lowered his head. He grinned, looking down. The people, looking straight ahead, shouted that this was water. They had water, it worked. The river flowed in front of them. It was heard that they had brought water to these lands with their own hands. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that now the problem with food during the Civil War was solved. There was no need to rush with restoration. Next spring they would start farming. Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the man, Logan asked again, to which Dwayne replied that he was very wrong, let him forgive him. The hero grinned and said that it was nothing. Why was a big man like him crying? Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. Lowering his head, Hamar asked how long it would take to rebuild the gate, to which the man replied that he shouldn't worry, he would help. Walking towards them, the protagonist said that they didn't need them urgently, so they should rest for a week, then finish working in the mine, and another long weekend awaited them. The dwarf looked at him in surprise and asked again. Closing his eyes, Logan said of course, and then thought that after that they would have work to do again. A river flowed through the valley, and the thought occurred to him that many farmers would come to cultivate the fertile lands, but it would be difficult for them to travel here from the city every day. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that they would therefore build a new village in which they would settle. Stretching his hand forward, he said that he was great at building, and then thought that no, wait, that was not how to ask him. The dwarf looked at him, hearing the appeal. Smiling, the protagonist asked what he thought. Construction was difficult even for him. Yes, he said that it was logical. He had never heard of dwarves being good at it. Hamar looked at him furiously and shouted that what was he talking about? The creation of weapons should prove to him that dwarves are the best in this field. The thought appeared that he was caught. Raising his finger up, Logan said that it was true, impressive, respected, to which the dwarf replied that he could praise him, but he would not give him anything, and why did he suddenly start talking about construction? Closing his eyes, the hero replied that well, he was just curious, and then thought that he should be happy. Smiling, he thought that soon he would have a frightening experience of building houses. The protagonist frowned and shouted that they should listen. He stretched his arms out to the sides. It occurred to him that when they gathered to open the floodgates, he had made 2 promises to the workers. First, anyone could work on the plains of the McLeans. People looked at him happily. It was said that second, they would receive tenant rights to match their employment. The tax would be only 30%. Logan looked away. The man smiled and asked that the river, their lands would really change. It occurred to him that if he announced this, even the vassals would not object. For weeks past, it was heard that what was to be expected from Hamar. Sitting at the table, the hero said that just think, he had already finished planning the city and modeling the houses. He knew that he had chosen the right gnome, to which Rick replied that it was amazing. The protagonist looked at the gnome. It was heard that he did not expect him to take on the job when he came to him a couple of weeks ago. At first Hamar hesitated, but as soon as he started, he showed excellent results. The settlement appeared. It was said that the roads would intersect, and the distance between the houses would remain the same. In each section there would be common wells and toilets. Outside the city there would be a sewer to get rid of garbage. Putting his hand to his face, Logan thought that he described the layout of the city he saw in his past life as accurately as possible, and now they would be able to successfully found the largest settlement, the city of McLean. Looking straight ahead, he added that the goal now is to have half the inhabitants of their territory. Looking at Rick, the hero asked why he smelled bad, to which the guy replied that it was all because of him. Closing his eyes, he asked why. The medicine is in great demand. If not for it, he would not have to suffer so much, and someone would turn to it. Frowning, the protagonist asked if he would ever knock, to which Dwayne replied that something else was important now, Hamar, that gnome. Smiling, he added that he had just sent a message that they could start developing the gold mine. Holding the gold in his hands, the man said that these were rare gold nuggets from a cave. The protagonist looked at him in amazement, hearing that they usually had to get them in small quantities from minerals, but they had already found specimens like these. Smiling, he replied that it was a great job, and Dwayne asked what and how they had gotten this lucky guy, to which the gnome said that thanks, now he could rest. Looking at him, Logan asked what but how much they would be able to dig, to which Hamar replied that he believed about a ton a month. Even by a conservative estimate the mine would last for 10 years, he could go rest already. Closing his eyes, the hero said that but they had just started building the city, they would need more crossbows and the knights would also need new weapons, asked what he could organize. Hamar frowned when he heard this. Kneeling, Dwayne said that their treasure, and the protagonist thought that they still had a lot of work. Hamar really should rest, maybe he should hire another dwarf later. Crossing his arms, he said that okay, as he promised, he would give him a rest, but a whole month was too much. Rushing forward, the dwarf shouted that he shouldn't look for him, he was going to sleep the whole month. Logan looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. The strength awoke in him, and the man shouted. Dwayne began to cry, saying that 100 million gold, a ton of gold a month, is 100 million gold a year. Sitting on the ground, he added that they were saved, they wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore, to which the hero thought he was crying harder than when the dam was opened. Grinning, he asked what but he understood that the mine belonged to him. The man looked at him in amazement, hearing that of course, he would give 30% as a tax. Gritting his teeth, he sighed. Rising up, Dwayne said that he believed he could handle everything. After all, the dam project was a success, So far all his decisions had turned out to be correct. The protagonist looked at him in amazement, hearing that he trusted him, to which he thought he readily accepted his statement. People were standing near the mine. It was heard that, but of course, it was worth taking care that the workers did not blab too much. If the news about the mine spread, they would cause trouble. Closing his eyes, the man said that he would take care of it, to which Logan responded approvingly, and thought that it was unusual. Looking away, he added that his father would be a problem. He had done a lot of things on his own while he was away training. People were walking near the river. The hero lowered his head and thought about his father. The man looked away. The thought occurred to him that he had become a professional knight after all. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this was what he had expected when he had given him the iron blood sword technique, but he had never thought that his skills would improve. There had been no progress for more than 10 years. Looking straight ahead, Patrick said that he had done a lot while he was away. Looking at him, Logan said that if he had heard about his plans. Touching the water with his hand, the man said that to think that water had appeared in this wasteland, it was true. Patrick grinned and added that it was true. Grass grew on the ground, and he could hear his level advancement and the transformation of these lands. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that it was all thanks to him. He was much better than him. He smirked when he heard this. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that these were just recent achievements, to which his father replied that no, what he had done in 3 months exceeded all his contributions in 30 years. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was blessed with a son like him. Thank him. Smirking, Logan heard that he believed he could now trust him with the affairs of their house. He looked in amazement when he heard that he would be training the knights himself for now, to which he asked again. The hero put his hand to his chest and said that he had not planned on becoming a lord, to which his father asked what he knew, what he had learned during his training. Lowering his hand, he added that he had grown old. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that although he had mastered the basics of the iron blood sword technique, he was completely unable to master the secret technique. The boy grinned, and it seemed that if he had taken it upon himself to learn it when he was young, when his power had just awakened, everything would have worked out. Clenching his fist, the father said that with his current strength, which had formed its own specific flow over so many years, he would not even be able to create a core. Standing in front of the hero, he added that since he had given up, he thought that his and Ronian's time had come. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that thanks to this, he had finally managed to break through the barrier that had hindered him for so many years. Taking him by the shoulders, Patrick said that now it was time for him to retreat and train those who would open the way for him. Logan looked down. Closing his eyes, he responded approvingly, and then thought that since he said so, he had no choice. The man looked away and said it was his turn. The woman held an umbrella in her hands, and it sounded like she was going to help Logan fulfill his role completely. She lowered her head. The hero frowned. He was walking toward the woman. She extended her hand forward and said that his achievements were enough to see him as a reliable heir, and that she had previously only wished success for Ronian, and that was why she had fought with him. Lowering his head, the protagonist apologized, to which Marion replied that he had no need to apologize, rather she needed it. Looking straight ahead, she added that he had already apologized before, although she had not been able to accept it, and that her stubbornness was to blame, and she hoped he would be generous and understanding. Logan looked at her silently. The water flowed forward, and it sounded like she had heard him teaching Ronian the art of the sword. Smiling, the hero replied that yes, it might be his genius, but in just a week he had created a core of power and had already mastered the first form. Marion grinned and said that she hadn't seen him as happy as he had been recently for many years. Standing in front of the hero, she added that she asked him to continue to take care of him, that he would remain his younger brother in the future. Turning around, the woman said that it was time for her to go now. The protagonist looked away. Looking at her, Logan shouted that parents should not use respectful address to children. Grinning, he added that from now on, he asked to speak to him without formalities, like in childhood. Marion looked surprised, hearing that mother. A tear was running down her cheek. The man turned around. He was smiling, looking at the hero. The hero looked at them silently. He was watching the parents. The flag hung on the wall. It was heard that when the construction of the city was completed, they would begin to clear the weeds and restore the land for plowing until the beginning of next spring. Grinning, the protagonist said that they hoped that the harvest would greatly exceed that of their ancestral lands, to which the man asked that but would the residents agree to move. Looking at him, Logan answered that yes, since they planned to grant property rights to those who moved, and besides, the new houses would be better than the straw ones in which most now lived. Patrick smiled, hearing that he also asked Dwayne to place a recruitment notice for knights. If they agreed to join the regular army later, he could take care of their training, to which he replied that of course, these were future candidates for knights. Frowning, the man said that he tried well, but on the other hand, he held the weapon in his hands. Looking straight ahead, the father said that he was too hopeless, since when did they have 2 knightly orders? Looking at the army, the hero thought that the Knights of Maclane and those who deserted from Tesron after losing the war between the fiefs. The knights looked at him with fear. The thought arose that they had been in the same order for some time, but still behaved like opponents. Frowning, the father said that he understood that it was difficult to get close to those with whom they once fought to the death. Looking straight ahead, the knights heard that, but he believed that they would find their way, realizing that the knight's duty in. Sighing, Patrick said that they simply had no thirst, not at all. He trained until he lost his post to become stronger, and his son worked tirelessly for the benefit of their territory. He closed his eyes and added that while the so-called knights were fighting for their pride like little children, he had been too indifferent to them and took full responsibility for it. The commander looked away. It was heard that the thought appeared that the commander should do something. Looking away, the man turned to the Lord and thought that he had an idea. Smiling, he said that his condition had become much better, asked that he was really an advanced knight now. A glow appeared around the stick. It was heard that first he would put their behavior in order. With his weapon extended forward, the father shouted that they should taste and learn the power of the sword art. Smiling, he thought that they would have no time for stupid thoughts. If he was driving them like dogs, he would discipline them and hand over an excellent knightly order into Logan's hands. The pen wrote on the paper. Grinning, Dwayne thought that in 20 years of management he could not have imagined that signing documents without worrying about the budget could make him happy. Extending his hand forward, the man asked what was going on with the young master these days, said that he almost monopolized the budget, to which he shouted that he was sure he had reasons for it. Sitting at the table, Dwayne asked why they doubted him, blinded by the shine of money. Closing his eyes, he added that where, in their opinion, it comes from. Frowning, the man said that they should do what the young master says. Looking at the paper, he asked again. Dwayne's eyes widened as he shouted out what he wanted to spend 10 million gold bars on. Looking at him, the hero replied that he was going to buy mithril, about 100 kilograms, to which he was asked again. Pressing the man against the wall, the protagonist said that he should just sign the paper, saying that he believed him, to which the man replied that he couldn't. What was he going to do with something that was thousands of times more expensive than gold? Looking straight ahead, Philip asked that he wanted to buy mithril to equip the knights, said that it was impossible. Logan suddenly looked at him in surprise. Leaning on the table, he asked why it was impossible, to which he was told that mithril could not be bought simply by borrowing money. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that this metal contains mana. It is 10 times stronger than steel, and 3 times lighter. It is often called the silver of the gods. Looking at the ball, the hero heard that it was not something that could be bought simply because he was rich. Wealthy people could not get it. The protagonist asked again, hearing that it was even more so 100 kilograms. For such an order he would need not only money, but also influence. Smiling, he said that if so, then he had an idea. Sitting at the table, the guy exclaimed in surprise. Looking at him, the man asked what was the matter, to which he replied that he had just received a request from the countryside, from the McLean's house, where it was. Putting his hand to his face, the employee said that he should report to the Duke, although he had too much to do to answer such calls. The man rushed forward. Opening the doors, the man shouted that they had received a call from McLean. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that the Duke had arrived so quickly. What could be so important in that backwater? Looking straight ahead, the man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero grinned and asked if he was doing well, to which he replied that of course, except for the lack of news from the one he personally trained, everything was fine. The guy looked away. The Duke grinned, hearing that how could he send him personal messages? He knew perfectly well where his place was, to which he replied that he was still good at flattery. Well, the call came just in time. The protagonist frowned, hearing that he was just about to express his gratitude, to which he asked again, and then thought that he had somehow unknowingly helped him, or it was sarcasm. The man grinned silently. Closing his eyes, he said that his wife was pregnant. Logan looked surprised and said that he congratulated her. An office appeared. It was heard that thank you, all thanks to him. Putting a hand to his face, the hero asked what it was thanks to him. He did it himself. Closing his eyes, he added that he was blessed by heaven, to which Felix replied that he was still as impudent as ever, and both heaven and his efforts had helped. Looking straight ahead, the man said that, but first and foremost, it was his merit. He was sincerely grateful to him. Looking at the ball, the protagonist heard that when the child was born, let him come to the capital. His wife wanted to thank him personally. He asked again in surprise, hearing that while he was here, he would teach him another technique. Logan bowed, hearing that he did not want to which he replied that thank you very much. Sitting at the table, Felix said that reliability was clearly his trait. He had no more news. Let him tell him why he called. Smiling, the hero asked that he could help him get some mithril, about 100 kilograms to create knightly equipment. The man looked at him in surprise and asked that not 100 grams, but a kilogram. The protagonist smirked when he heard that he needed someone with power. Putting his hand to his face, Felix asked if there would be enough money. The medicine was selling so well, to which Logan replied that yes, that's right. Looking at the orb, he added that he didn't invest that much in his knights. He underestimated his generosity. Logan smirked when he heard that he was quite extraordinary, to which he thought that the misunderstanding was growing even more. Smirking, the man said that it was fine, he would personally take care of it, to which the hero replied that he thanked him. Crossing his arms, he added that well, it wasn't a difficult task, but he should definitely come when the child was born, but for now. Looking away, Felix said that he wanted him to call him mentor, instead of addressing him by his title. Looking at the orb, the hero heard that well, let him know when everything is ready on his part. He pursed his lips. The girl looked at him in amazement, hearing a joyful exclamation. Raising his hands up, the protagonist asked that he would be the Duke of the Sword's apprentice. Amazing, he only asked for a small favor, and he did him such an honor. Grinning, he added that he would go talk to Hamar about the mithril equipment. Looking straight at him, Logan said no, let him rest first. After all, he is the one who moves the knowledge from the future, and he will be more useful if he rests. Closing his eyes, he thought that he is such a generous employer, he is blessed. For a long time, Hamar had nightmares. A crowd of people appeared. It was heard that these guys were under 20 years old. They came to hire themselves out, and passed a simple test. Looking away, Dwayne asked what but did he need to hire so many, said that usually, it is enough for their number to be 10 times greater than the number of knights, to which the hero replied that he said that he would figure it out himself. Frowning, he thought that no matter what anyone said, building up strength was necessary. He would personally make the selection, even if they went into a slight minus. The knights appeared. It was said that the Order of Knights is a symbol of the territory's power. Its rear is covered by elite forces, which are called the regular army or knights' apprentices. The guy looked away. A thought appeared that in most feuds, the physical abilities of boys are tested before they become adults. Only those whose physical abilities exceed a certain standard are accepted and trained as soldiers. The knight held the sword in his hands. The thought occurred to him that talented people among the chosen ones undergo rigorous training, testing the limits of their human capabilities, after which they awaken the power and become knights. But the Empire had a new theory. It wanted to approach this issue differently. Raising his finger up, the old man said that physical fitness and awakening the power are two different things. The senses are much more important. The knights ran forward. It was said that thanks to this theory, the Empire used the overwhelming power of 50,000 knights in the war to crush the neighboring countries in 9 years. Frowning, the hero thought that they gathered all the soldiers and made a second selection among them to form a squad of knight apprentices. Because of this, it will be difficult during the civil war in Grandia, which will take place in a year. But after 9 years they will have a force capable of resisting the Empire. Closing his eyes, he added that it would be good to take those over 20, but then he will not have enough people for the upcoming construction of the city. Stretching out his hand forward, the man shouted that he should be quieter. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked how they used to select soldiers, to which he replied that they simply told them to run and chose in turn from those who came first to the finish line. The thought arose that it turns out that a crude selection is based only on physical strength. It is not surprising that the number of knights is hardly growing. Looking at the man, Logan said that he should accept those with keen eyesight, hearing, and quick reactions. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. People were standing in the middle of the field. It was heard that they should go forward until they saw the image. Raising his hand up, the guy said that the picture was strange, and the other added that the young gentleman was very handsome. Frowning, the hero said that there was no need for compliments from the very beginning. Enough. The guy raised his hand up. Looking straight ahead, he said that judging by the comb, it was a rooster, right? The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that he had seen the comb from such a distance. Raising his hands up, Dwayne shouted that he would say the same word over and over again, and that they should keep coming forward until they heard it. Gritting his teeth, the boy said that he could not hear anything, and the other added that he spoke at different volumes. Frowning, the boy said that he was a sparrow. The man's eyes widened, hearing that a little earlier he had called him a bastard. This was also part of the test, to which he replied that he had been talking to himself, as he had heard. Grinning, the hero said that he had passed the selection, and he was in for a dressing down. The documents were lying on the table. Holding them in his hands, the protagonist thought that he could not believe that 250 people with excellent results in the vision and hearing test had passed. He needed to get 500 in total, so that together with Tezron it would be 1,000. Lowering his head, he added that among them there were many obviously small and skinny children. It was probably due to lack of nutrition. Creating, from them, a semblance of victor would take a lot of time, but they could fatten and train them until they became strong enough. Holding the papers in his hands, the protagonist thought that, by the way, he should visit him. The guy was waving a weapon. He looked forward angrily. Sitting on the ground, the knight said that he was a diligent boy, and the other asked if his style was too aggressive. Looking straight ahead, Victor thought about what Mr. Logan said. If he perfectly performed the technique of 1,000 swords, he could become a knight. But awakening the power was much more important. Squeezing the weapon in his hands, he added that he should quickly become a knight. Lena looked at him and turned. A thought appeared that it was unknown how long Mr. Logan would wait for him. The girl looked away. She exclaimed in surprise, looking at the hero. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he definitely had talent. Victor held the sword in his hands. A A thought appeared that a 16-year-old boy who had only been studying the art of the sword for a year maintains the correct basic stance when swinging the sword sharply. Looking straight ahead, he added that moreover, the speed of the sword with such a swing is actually faster than when he uses with standard sword techniques. Putting his hand on his side, Logan thought that his martial art still matches the nickname of the aristocratic assassin. Although his character does not match, he will not be able to hone this style of fencing. Practicing alone, he will soon need to find a partner. The guy turned around, hearing the address. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that tomorrow he plans to leave the castle and go train soldiers in Tehran. Most likely, this will last until winter, to which Victor asked again. The protagonist smirked and said that let him go with him. The guy widened his eyes in amazement. Looking straight ahead, he asked that they can take Lena with them. Raising a finger up, Logan asked that he wants to bring the girl to a training camp full of men. He is sure that this is a good idea for her. Frowning, the boy shouted that he wanted to take her with him, to which the hero thought, God, he is usually so mature, but he becomes a child when it comes to his sister. Closing his eyes, he said that alright, so be it. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said that however, if something happens, full responsibility will be on him. Standing in front of him, Victor answered that yes, he will take care of her. Looking at the boy, Logan asked why she is so precious to him, to which he said that he has no other family, and the hero added that this is the only reason. Victor silently looked straight ahead. The protagonist frowned, hearing that their parents died because of him. Looking down, the boy said that Lena lost them because of him, that is why he must protect her, his only family. Logan silently looked at him. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he said alright, let him continue to work. Tehran Castle appeared. Frowning, Kyle said that there were 5 laps around the castle wall, and the last 100 finishers would run 2 more laps. Looking at him, the guy asked again. Suddenly, the man shouted furiously that they had come here to play, let them run quickly, to which they responded approvingly. He silently looked at the students. Grinning, the hero said that it was nice to work with experienced people, the role of a training instructor suited him, to which Kyle replied that, well, since he treated him like a knight, he accepted his offer to renew his contract, and yes, he also thought that this job was made for him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he was surprised when he offered to renew the contracts of other mercenaries, to which he replied that information about the crossbows could not be allowed to leak. Raising his hand, the man asked that he did not plan to start a war within 2 years. Grinning, Logan replied that he was not a warmonger. He crossed his arms and thought that sometimes it was simply impossible to avoid. They looked away, hearing that he was a monster. Victor ran forward quickly. The boy looked at him in amazement and asked what he was made of, and the other added that he knew that he was a slave, the slave of the young master. Gritting his teeth, the student thought that if even a slave could do this, then he could do it even more so. Running forward, he shouted that he would not lose to him, and the boy said that he was going to vomit. Kyle looked at him in surprise and said that the effect of Victor's presence was as he said, to which Logan said that he did not expect that they already had outstanding physical abilities. Grinning, he added that the will to fight was enough. Victor ran forward quickly. The thought appeared that he was clearly absorbing the power. It was not long left. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that if he awakened, he would become the strongest motivation for the soldiers. But contrary to his expectations, blood flowed from the fist. It was said that in the near future. The guy looked angrily ahead. The thought appeared that Victor would commit murder. The barracks of the Tehran Castle appeared. There was food on the table. The students were sitting at the tables. It was heard that they thanked them for the treat. Grinning, the guy said that it looked delicious, to which he was told that, frankly, he put up with stupid training only for the sake of food. Closing his eyes, the student said that it seemed that after several weeks of good nutrition he had gained a little weight. If it were possible to always eat like this, he would have no other wishes. Suddenly, the guy looked away in surprise. Grinning, Lena said that she had a nice appetite. Looking at her, the students thanked her. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that she was simply lovely today, as always, and another added that she was an angel. She tells him, an angel. Looking away, the student asked that maybe he should try to talk to her. Suddenly, a glow appeared around Victor. He stretched out his hand and said that they should turn away before he gouged out their eyes. Looking at him, the guys responded approvingly. Lena suddenly looked at him in surprise. Victor looked at her silently. Turning his head, he asked what she ate before work. A red glow appeared behind him. The man looked at him in surprise. He stuck out his tongue. The guy ran forward quickly. He looked around. Victor looked down and wondered where she had gone so far at such a late hour. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise. The guy heard conversations around the corner. Running around the corner, he asked what she was doing. Victor clenched his teeth in amazement. The guy swung his hand at the girl. Looking to the side, Lena turned around. The bread fell to the ground. Grinning, the guy said that he understood. Suddenly, a blow flew at his face. The student flew to the side. The girl looked at them in amazement. Victor came closer. Sitting on the ground, the guy said his nose. Holding his face, he added that he was a bastard. Looking at him, Victor heard that how dare he, a slave, let him know his place. Suddenly a blow flew at the student. It was heard that he was thinking that if he beat him, he would be safe. Victor swung his fist sharply. He delivered a powerful blow. The guy looked to the side and wheezed. Looking at them, Lena exclaimed in fear. The student grabbed him by the hair. Tears were pouring from the guy's eyes and he was asking for help. Swinging, Victor shouted for him to die. Someone looked out from around the corner. The guy looked in amazement. The student rushed forward, thinking that things were bad. Tears were streaming down the guy's cheeks. The thought appeared that they should run, now, leave them and go away. Victor beat the guy. He opened his eyes wide, thinking that he needed to take care of Lena. Suddenly the boy froze, hearing that he should pull himself together. He turned around in amazement. Looking at him, the hero said that he should calm down and look around. Victor clenched his teeth tightly. Lena was shaking with fear. She looked straight ahead. It was heard that he should go and rest. It seems that she was very shocked. The boy raised his eyebrows, hearing that the rest should take care of the body of this dead boy. The bread was lying on the ground. The protagonist stood in front of the student. Lowering his head, Victor said that he should forgive. Looking at him, Logan asked what he was sorry about. Frowning, the boy replied that he was not at all, to which the hero asked why he was apologizing then. Lowering his head, Victor said that it was because he killed one of his soldiers without permission. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that it wasn't true, but he thought he regretted something else. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that he brought his sister here. The girl was hiding behind Victor. He heard that she almost got hurt because of his stubbornness. Dragging her along and trying to protect her was not the best option. The guy looked down, hearing that he would also take her on the battlefield. Frowning, the hero said that he should think about it for a little while and understand that it was better not to bring her to potentially dangerous places where he would have to protect her. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he let him take it so that he would realize it. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he didn't expect it to be like this. But he felt guilty in front of Lena. Victor lowered his head, hearing that he understood him. Looking at the guy, Logan thought that maybe this would help him stop being overly caring. The moon appeared in the sky. It was heard that how he would punish him, to which the hero asked what he was afraid of. Looking down, the student replied that no, he would accept any punishment, but... The protagonist grinned, hearing that Lena was just a victim, so he was asking. Victor looked surprised, hearing that murder was a crime. However, he had worked hard today. Next time he should definitely ask him for permission first. Logan smiled and said that he did not want his becoming a knight to be delayed because of a worthless pervert. The guy looked at him in amazement. The moon appeared. It was heard that it was so strict, he would remember. A fireplace was burning in the room. Raising his hand up, Kyle asked what and still is it reasonable. His slave killed a common man, to which the hero replied that Victor was his slave, not property, but about the deceased. The protagonist stood in front of the guy. It was heard that the other students were saying that he had been a whore in his village too. Even before coming here he had made lustful comments about Lena. Sitting at the table, he said that it turned out that his slave had killed a vile criminal. So what? Closing his eyes, the man replied that they would say that Victor had acted on his orders. Logan held a pen in his hands. It was heard that he would publicly shame him for his crimes and hang him on the castle gates. Let him warn the soldiers about it, to which the man replied that he understood. Gritting his teeth, Kyle asked, by the way, what was he marking on the map? To which the hero replied that he was talking about that. The protagonist looked down and grinned. A mark appeared on the map. It was heard that this was a secret event for the soldiers. The guy looked at him in amazement and asked what he had killed the soldier. It was said that the news that Victor had killed a man had shocked the soldiers, but when the details of the soldiers' crimes were revealed, the student looked at him furiously and asked what he had done to Lena like that, and the other added that how dare he treat the angel of their barracks like that. Standing around the corner, the protagonist listened to him say that he had always felt that this guy was strange. He knew that one day he would do something like this, to which he thought that the incident had quickly exhausted itself. The blue sky appeared. The thought appeared that time had flown by, and 3 months later. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was already New Year, to which the man asked that time had passed quickly. Yes, they had known each other for 2 years already. The knight suddenly shouted. It was heard that yes, it had been a long time ago. The soldiers brandished their swords. It was said that the training period was 90 days. The initial number of trainees was 1,000, 12 failed, 1 died, 987 passed the basic training. Looking straight ahead, the man said that everyone was doing well now. Grinning, he added that only those with sufficient endurance and perseverance remained, to which the hero thought that the basic training was almost complete. He asked Tamar to make 400 additional crossbows. Looking to the side, he added that they were not enough for everyone, but it was enough, and then asked that in order to conduct a joint combat training, right? Grinning, Logan turned to his father, to which Patrick replied that he was right. The forest at the foot of the mountains should be perfect. The hero looked surprised, hearing that the time had already come. Soon their knights would need practical training. to which he asked what he wanted to say. They mastered the sword of iron blood. The father smirked and said that they had learned the basics, but true mastery came in actual combat. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he was right, abilities improved when applied in practice. They shook hands. Looking at them, Kyle thought that hard times were ahead. The man looked straight ahead and shouted to raise their swords. The students stood near the trees, and a command was heard to control their breathing. A glow appeared around the knights. The man struck the tree when he heard the command. The tree was cut in half. The trees fell to the ground. The soldier smirked and said that it worked, and the other added that they really did cut down a huge tree in one blow. All those months of grueling training paid off. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that this was the true power of the iron blood sword. Smiling, the soldier said that they were far from the knights, to which the boy replied that he could not believe that they cut down a tree with one blow. Looking at them, the protagonist shouted at them not to relax. Frowning, he added that they were not in an ordinary forest. The monster grinned, looking straight ahead. The goblins were holding weapons in their hands. It was heard that monsters lived here. Smiling, the knight said that they came here for the first time, and here. They began to fight the goblins. It was heard that this was all they could do. The knight looked away in amazement. The monsters ran to the sides. It was heard that the goblins scattered. Frowning, the hero shouted that the crossbows were at the ready. The knights were holding crossbows in their hands. It was heard that they should kill every goblin that ran away. Arrows suddenly rushed forward. The monster looked in amazement. Shots began to fly at the goblins. The knight grinned and asked what they had seen. He finished off too, to which the other replied that they were easy and why he had only been afraid of them before. They looked at him in fear, hearing a loud cry. The monster took a step forward. The knight held his weapon in his hands. Suddenly the beast rushed forward. The men clenched their teeth. The beasts ran forward. It was heard that they were horned wolves. Let them group together. A glow appeared around the knights. The soldier looked in amazement. The wolf grabbed his weapon. The soldiers began to fight them. Stretching his hand to the side, the man shouted about the cavalry with crossbows. The knights aimed their crossbows. It was heard that they should shoot. The arrows flew quickly at the monster. Raising his head up, the beast howled. The arrows flew straight. They flew near the beast. The man looked in surprise and said that the arrows did not work. Frowning, the hero shouted for the swordsmen to form up. The soldiers rushed forward, hearing that they should not let a single one pass by. They ran towards the beasts. Victor swung his sword sharply. The beast jumped up. He fell to the ground. The guy turned around, hearing a loud sound. The beast attacked the soldier. It was heard that his leg. The soldier clenched his teeth in fear. A fiery beam from the blow appeared. Logan quickly ran forward. Standing next to him, the guy turned. Frowning, the hero shouted that he should gather himself, take the wounded and retreat, to which the soldier responded approvingly. Looking away, the protagonist thought that as expected, most of them can't do anything when an unexpected skirmish occurs, however. The soldiers fought with monsters. The thought arose that those who got into the top 100 during the sensory testing were different. The beast stood in front of the guy. The thought arose that among them. The guy looked to the side in amazement and thought, damn, dove right away. Suddenly, the soldier rushed forward. Victor swung his sword furiously. He made a sharp swing of the weapon. The soldiers fought with the beasts. The guy lowered his head down. He smiled, looking at his sword. The soldiers looked around in fear. Grinning, the hero thought that Victor had clearly already freed himself from his cocoon. It seemed very soon. The student looked at his weapon. The thought arose that he would enter the realm of the aura user. A blow flew at the beast. Looking straight ahead, the father asked that this was the last one, to which he was answered that they had also dealt with it on their side. The commander grinned, hearing that a month and a half had already passed since the start of training. A lot of time had passed, to which he replied that, well, after all, they had found 3 cities where there were thousands of monsters. The animals were lying on the ground. It was heard that the mere thought of them all joining together and attacking the castle was giving one goosebumps. Thank God that they had managed to find them in time. Patrick frowned, hearing that the first young gentleman had predicted this too, to which he thought that it was possible, but rather. Raising his hand up, the hero shouted that they should hold out a little longer. Looking at the knights, the protagonist said that they just needed to cut down the trees. Let them carefully carry the trunks to the construction site in the city, just let them not damage them. Gritting his teeth, the man said that they had been cutting down trees and monsters for a month and a half. It was killing him, to which the other replied that he had not mastered the iron blood sword for this. Smiling, Logan said that he could not even believe that so many excellent trees remained untouched because of the monsters. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he had trained the soldier and gotten wood for the city, killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and the man thought that in his opinion, the trees were more important to him. The hero grinned. A thought appeared that there were more monsters there than expected, so they were a little late, but they got a lot of information, among other things. The soldiers were sitting on a log. It was said that some candidates who were among the top 200 and 500 in the sense tests absorbed the power, although weakly, and those who desperately swung their swords to survive in any situation, and those who had a particularly strong survival instinct. Smiling, the protagonist thought that maybe awakening the power requires excellent performance of the six senses, survival instinct, or even fighting spirit. If they achieve the expected results in the Grandia Civil War this winter, they can quickly increase their strength for the war with the Empire. Looking away, Hamar asked why he was laughing. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that okay, there is enough wood, we need to finish building the city of Maclane, there is 1 month left until spring, asked what to do before the sowing season. Closing his eyes, the dwarf answered approvingly. Smiling, Logan asked if it was even possible, said that he just said it, hoping that there was at least some chance, and then thought that it would be difficult for him. Raising his hand, Hamar said that, well, they had magicians with them, and the workers were quite motivated after building the dam, there was enough food, and the typical construction would go faster over time. The hero looked in amazement. Looking at the gnome, he thought that Hamar had always been so reliable, he liked his state after the vacation. It was heard that he would not forget to build a magic tower in the center of the city. The man stretched his hand forward. Frowning, he shouted about a stone wall. A pentagram appeared in front of his hand. The guy looked away in amazement. A stone wall appeared. It was heard that it was enough to be surprised. Let them quickly collect the earth. People dug the earth. It was said that thank him again for agreeing to additional conditions. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he probably wasn't very pleased, because the magic tower would be built in a small town, not a large one, to which the magician replied that yes, what about him? Frowning, Clayton said that he had promised annual financial assistance in the amount of 10 million, so it didn't matter what size the city was. The protagonist grinned, hearing that, in addition, the tower would be located in the center of the largest town in the kingdom. It wouldn't be much different from other cities. He was impressed. Stretching his hand forward, the magician said that if everything went according to his plan, this town would become the center of the entire region and larger than Tehran. In general, on such a vast plain, building a castle would be. Grinning, Logan asked if he was needed, said that it was enough that people would have a place to grow food and live. People held shovels in their hands. It was heard that, however, since the town was large, crowds of people would also increase, which increased the risk of rebellion. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it wouldn't happen unless the villagers were exploited. The man exclaimed in surprise when he heard this. He put his hand to his face and said that in any case, his vote was for him, to which the protagonist asked what he was talking about. A wall appeared, and it was heard that, by the way, he was sure that this earthen wall was good enough, in case they were invaded. Looking straight ahead, Logan replied that it would be enough, because this place would never be a battlefield, he wouldn't allow it, and then thought that in fact, they themselves were planning to invade others in advance. The magician looked at him in amazement. It was heard that he really cared about the well-being of the people, but not as much as his students. The moon appeared in the sky. The hero held a weapon in his hands. He frowned. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. He abruptly pulled his sword forward. A glow appeared behind the forest. Suddenly, the glow intensified. Logan looked at him. There was a stone in front of him. A hole in the stone appeared. He heard what happened. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Smoke was coming from the trees. The thought appeared that he had not only pierced the boulder, but also the tree behind it. Looking at his weapon, the protagonist thought that this was the second form of the secrets of the divine sword, a cut that pierces iron. A small but powerful blow can pierce even steel. The range is also gradually increasing. Now it remains to become stronger. The magician looked at the guy. The hero put seals on documents. A sign of the city of Maclane appeared. People looked ahead in amazement. They entered the building. The girl wiped away tears. The blue sky appeared. The protagonist was sitting at the table. Summer had come. Stretching his hand forward, Dwayne said that the development of the city land was going smoothly. The only drawback was that they had little male labor for such an amount of land. Holding a pen in his hands, Logan replied that the refugees began to arrive when rumors reached them. Let him accept everyone. Sitting at the table, he asked what news there was about Hamar, to which the man replied that no, he was still on vacation. This time he was gone for a long time. It would be a long time before he returned. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked if he was spoiling him too much, said that well, with the construction of the city and the creation of additional crossbows, everything was fine. Looking straight ahead, the man said that however, he heard that Hamar received a lot of mithril before leaving for vacation, asked if this was true. An office appeared. It was heard that yes, he gave it to him so that he could study during his vacation, and made some weapons for the knights, so he was not resting. Grinning, the hero asked what he was talking about. Getting a rare metal is a dwarf's dream. Tapping his finger on the table, he added that in any case. The city appeared. It was heard that the construction of the city was finished, and there were no problems with its development. Only one problem remained. The man slammed his fist on the table and asked what the Maclanes were developing the wasteland. Frowning, he added that nothing would grow in that harsh land. Standing in front of him, the guy said that he was curious, and that was the only reason he went to see It seemed they drilled into the mountain to bring water from the Luther River, to which Max asked why they went to such a madness to revive the wasteland. They had enough money. Frowning, he replied that there were rumors that the first young gentleman made money in business, found a gold mine, or even money fell on him from the sky. However, Max stretched out his hand and said that he didn't care about absurd rumors, focus on the facts. The boy frowned when he heard what he thought the harvest would be on those lands, to which he replied that at a conservative estimate it would be twice as much. Max's eyes widened, thinking that the neighboring territory had suddenly become rich. They couldn't sit back. He looked surprised when he heard that he could find an excuse. The boy smiled broadly and replied that there was no need for that. The people were moving forward. It was heard that some of the inhabitants of their lands had gone to their city, using this as an excuse to get in. They could take this land or the corresponding Tezon plains as compensation. Sitting at the table, Max heard that the problem was, to which he replied that it was definitely too dangerous to do everything themselves. Gritting his teeth, he added that he would be a hindrance. The man extended his hand forward and said that he should contact the Sylvan Viscounty. They had the same high taxes as theirs, and some of the inhabitants had probably left there. He smirked and added that the two Viscounties would unite and take over Maclean. The boy bowed and said that it was a wise decision. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that they had selected about 300 particularly talented recruits, and were training them separately, without burdening them with assignments. Looking at him, the man asked what he wanted to say. Were they all worthy of becoming knights? To which the protagonist replied that yes, at least he hoped so. Dwayne looked at him in amazement, and said that there were quite a lot of them, to which the commander replied, not just a lot, but an absurdly large number. Frowning, he added that even if they trained soldiers like crazy for 10 years, only 1 in 100 would awaken the power. Dwayne's eyes widened when he heard that these were 10 knights out of 1,000 soldiers. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that, but he said there were 300 of them, to which he replied that they would maintain the current training system. The people looked at him in amazement when they heard that they would continue to periodically bring in more soldiers year after year, to which Dwayne asked why they were spending money on it in such a peaceful time. Looking straight ahead, Patrick said that their family was now at a stage of significant development. Excessive expansion of the army could provoke neighboring territories. Frowning, the protagonist replied that they were provoked, even if they did not give a reason. Father looked angrily and asked again. The field appeared. It was heard that the city of Maclean was fully ready for exploitation. The wasteland turned into plains. The Sylvans and Peretz. He thinks these greedy families will stay away. Grinning, Logan said that they had plenty of excuses. The commander, looking at him, asked what excuses. They did not do anything reprehensible. The hero smiled, hearing that it was because of the refugees. Sitting at the table, he said that he should remember how many they had accepted recently, asked what part of them left the Sylvans and Peretz. In their place he would use this as an excuse. Frowning, the man shouted that since he had foreseen it, it was worth preventing the disaster. Patrick gritted his teeth. Sitting in front of the hero, he asked that he had planned to start a war from the beginning. Frowning, the protagonist replied that they would have had to deal with these enemies eventually anyway. Frowning, Vincent asked how he could say that. Closing his eyes, Patrick thought that he had handed over his power to him too soon. The servant opened his eyes in amazement and turned. Logan turned his head, hearing that the houses of the Sylvans and Peretz. The men looked surprised, hearing that they had sent ambassadors. Lowering his head, the hero said that it seemed to have begun. Grinning, he added that they would discuss how to deal with them and move on. The flags went up. The knights walked forward. The guys smiled. Looking to the side, the man said that how interesting, and the other added that it was true, he had not seen such cities. The town came into view. The houses were neatly arranged along a wide road. The town did not have the refined charm of the big cities, but felt fresh. Looking straight ahead, the man thought about what was more important. The woman smiled, and he added that the common people were unusually pure and joyful. The ambassadors smiled. The thought came that this city was worth capturing. The man grinned and said that it was a good place. He did not know who came up with such an idea, but it was a wonderful attempt. Closing his eyes, the knight replied that he was right, all thanks to the first young master. Dave looked surprised and asked again, and then thought that but he was only 20 years old. The soldier grinned, hearing what he wanted to say. The city was designed by the first young master, to which he replied that it was their young master. The ambassadors looked at him in bewilderment. The knight closed his eyes and said he would tell them a joke to brighten up the journey to the castle. During the last war, their young master, the thought came that he should shut up, crazy man. The man stood still. Patrick stood in front of them and said that he thanked them for having come such a long way. Looking straight ahead, they heard that they looked tired. Everything was fine, to which Ron replied that yes, everything was fine, and Dave added that he truly had wonderful soldiers, to which the hero thanked them. Putting his hand to his chest, the man said that they could not keep them waiting, so they would get down to business. They demanded the return of the missing refugees, and to avoid a repeat of the incident. Grinning, Dave said that they demanded control over the Tezon plains, and Ron added that the southwestern part of the restored wasteland as well. A glow appeared around the people. It was heard that it was adjacent to the territory of the parade house. The protagonist lowered his gaze. Frowning, he thought that in other words, giving up the entire castle and half of the developed lands, they were clearly asking for war. Looking at his father, Logan added that he said that it would be like this. The man closed his eyes. The commander looked at them. Vincent turned his head to the side. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that the houses of Sylvan and Parate wanted to immediately unleash a war. The knights clenched their teeth. The people looked at him in fear. It was heard that they were crazy, they had gone mad. Let them get out of here. How dare they? Ron looked at them angrily. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that they could not intimidate the ambassadors. If they did not want to start a war, then let them recall the knights. Looking down, Patrick said that they were declaring war, and the Maclanes were not afraid of it. Smiling, the man replied that only a handful of dust would remain of the Maclanes, asked that they definitely wanted to be destroyed. The hero gritted his teeth and asked how refugees who had escaped tyranny could be a bargaining chip. Frowning, he added that they had forgotten their obligations as aristocrats. The knights drew their swords forward, and it was heard that there was no need for negotiations. Looking away, Dave asked that they were seriously going to start a war, and Ron added that they were crazy or something, that they wanted to die. The protagonist was going down the stairs, and it was heard that it would be an all-out war. Looking at the people, he asked why they were crazy, and said that he was impudent. Standing still, Logan asked how he dared point a finger and use foul language towards the ruler of these lands. Taking out his weapon, he added that it seemed that they were out of their minds. Stretching his hand forward, the man said no, it was him. He gritted his teeth in fear. The knights rushed forward, hearing that what they were doing, let them stop him. The hero looked forward angrily. He raised his weapon up. The protagonist abruptly struck the guard. The man clenched his teeth and wheezed. He fell to the ground. Blows flew at the knights. The soldier raised his head up. Walking forward, Logan said that since they dared to draw swords on foreign territory, they should prepare for death. The man looked at him in amazement, and shouted that he should not come closer. The hero frowned. It was heard that they thought that the Maclanes would remain safe if they attacked them. Suddenly, a blow flew at the man. He fell to the ground. The ambassador opened his eyes in amazement. Kneeling down, he said that it was his will, he would convey all his words to his master. Looking at him, the protagonist heard himself asking to forgive him for his rudeness. Dave gritted his teeth, hearing that it was a wise decision. Logan looked at his father. The man nodded his head. The knights raised their hands, hearing that they should prepare for war. The hero stood in front of the man. It was said that at the very moment the Sylvan ambassador was killed, the Maclanes sent a magical message to the two Viscounts. The man slammed the table and asked that they killed the ambassador. Sam frowned and asked that the Maclanes were out of their minds. Standing in front of him, the servant said that they insisted on compensation for the damage caused by the insolence of the ambassador, asked what they should do. Holding a glass in his hands, the Viscount asked what insolence, said that these beggars have become a little better, and now they show off fearlessly. Smiling, he added that it was not that they had enough strength to fight them, they would show mercy once. A magic ball appeared, and it was heard that the Sylvans were demanding in the end. The hero lowered his gaze and said that they would return the runaway serfs, pay 10 million gold as compensation, and hand over the Tezron plains to them. That was right. Gritting his teeth, he added that this was their answer after 2 days, and they had left here immediately after sending the message. Frowning, Patrick asked why they were in such a hurry, said that they might not know, but they had enough strength to crush the Viscountcy. Looking at him, the protagonist said that they needed to capture the Sylvans as soon as possible. The more strength they showed, the less such petty mockery they would hear in the future. Clenching his fist, he added that there was no need to mobilize soldiers. If they quickly captured the Sylvans with regular troops, the Parettes would not dare to act rashly. Standing still, Logan said that what was important was how quickly they could do it, to which the man replied that they definitely would. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door that it was Kyle, to which the hero replied that he should come in. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that he was asking for forgiveness. Smiling, he added that 1,389 soldiers of the regular army, including 100 located in the main fortress of the Maclanes, and 313 mercenaries were ready, as ordered. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that good work, what is the state of the soldiers' weapons? To which Kyle said that they were given armor, spears, crossbows and horses. He is sure that no force will surpass them. Looking straight ahead, Logan thought that the crossbowmen had become 5 times stronger compared to what they were during the war with the Tesserans, and the level of his father and the knights had increased thanks to the mastery of the Iron Blood sword. He frowned and added that the Sylvans and Parettes were unlikely to lose to them even if they united, but it was not worth provoking both at the same time. The army's coat of arms appeared. It was said that after uniting their territories with them, his family would have 5 fortresses, which would make their territory comparable to a margraviate. The men looked down. The thought came that even then the first and second princes, competing for the throne, would want to lure the Maclanes to their side, Now it was impossible to attract the attention of these factions. The guy lowered his head. It was said that since he wanted to make the third prince king. The man grinned. The thought came that in his past life it was the first prince, but he took advantage of the MacLeans and abandoned them. His repression greatly weakened the kingdom. The second prince is not much different from the first. The guy sat on the sofa. The thought came that therefore there was only one option left. This is the third prince, although he is the third, but he is the son of the current queen. Despite his youth, the king considers him the heir to the throne because of his outstanding talent. Blood appeared on the man. The thought came that however the prince was unlucky, since the king suddenly died. Right now he is the only one who can avoid the tragedy that happened in his past life. Frowning, the hero thought that this was why he would win the civil war and make the third prince king. To do this he had to remain inconspicuous, maintaining enough territory to hold 3 fortresses, making them similar in size to a large viscounty. Looking straight, he said that however. The man smirked, hearing that he had some good news, to which he replied that yes, he did. The guy looked up. It was heard that Victor had awakened the power. He was waiting to tell him in person. Smirking, the protagonist said that finally, to which Kyle asked that he should call him. Victor, climbing the stairs, said that he apologized. Looking straight, he said that he. Smiling, Logan said that there was no need for long explanations, let him show, to which the guy responded approvingly. Victor looked down. A glow appeared around him. People looked in amazement, and Patrick asked that his power was gray. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that in just 2 years. The guy stood still. It was said that his talent as an aura user was the same as in his past life, yes. He smirked when he heard that he was doing well. Suddenly, Victor looked at him in surprise. Holding the paper in his hands, the protagonist said that here was his slave ID. From now on he was a knight, so he would not need it anymore. The guy looked at him in amazement when he heard that he had been holding it with him all this time. He had a feeling that he would soon awaken, so just in case. He shuddered when he heard that, however, his promotion to knight would be postponed until the end of this war. Logan frowned when he heard why, to which he replied that he could not allow someone who had just been freed from the status of a slave to join the other knights. Holding the paper in his hands, he added that he would burn this document right away, so let him be patient for a little while longer. The guy looked surprised to hear that he believed him, to which he replied that it was not about that at all. The hero smiled, hearing that he was just, to which he thought that he knew that was not what upset him. The candle burned near the letter. The thought appeared that he was simply thirsty for battles. Victor frowned. The thought appeared that he wanted to bear his sword in front of strong enemies. The guy held the sword in his hands, and the hero thought that he had already prepared an opponent for him. When the time came, he would fight as much as his heart desired. A magic ball appeared. It was heard that they would send a response to the Sylvans. Good that he wanted to tell them. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that it was necessary to question the legitimacy of their protest and report that the behavior of their ambassador was unacceptably rude. Grinning, Patrick said that he should let go of formality and get straight to the point. Logan silently looked at him. The knights rushed forward. It was heard that he should stop talking nonsense, let him fight. The horse stopped in front of the castle. A crowd of knights stood. It was heard that Sam should come out and fight them. A soldier looked surprised and asked what it was, to which another added that it was a burning flag. The man took a step forward. Frowning, the man asked that they were attacked by the MacLeans. The army stood in front of the gate. It was heard that these madmen were mocking him. Looking straight ahead, the knight said that he should let him lead the attack. He would stop Patrick. All 120 knights of the Order of the House of Sylvanus were ready. Sam looked away, hearing that 2,512 soldiers were also awaiting orders since he had heard about their outrageous demands, to which he thought that it was true. Even if the MacLeans had more forces than he thought, they were still at an advantage. The soldier frowned, thinking that Callian had already become a high-ranking knight. Now he was not the only one with such power, Patrick. Sam silently looked forward. The soldier, looking straight ahead, heard that there was no response from the Peretz yet, to which he replied that they were silent. It seemed that they were still negotiating, to which Callian said that even if the Peretz sent reinforcements, they would arrive in half a day. There was no need to wait. Standing still, the man said that it was not that. What if they defeated the MacLeans, and then? The knight looked in amazement, hearing that the Peretz would betray them. Turning around, Sam asked that he did not find this strange, said that they declared war immediately after they sent a message of protest, and hurried here as if they were waiting for this, and meanwhile the Peretz were silent. The knight frowned, hearing that in his opinion this was normal, to which he replied that it was probably not. Sam smiled and said that exactly, those bastards had banded together, otherwise there would be no point in what was happening. Clenching his fist, he added that how dare those worthless people. The man looked away in surprise, hearing that he was afraid. Walking straight ahead, Patrick shouted that he should continue to hide there like a cowardly dog. He would personally cut off his head from his shoulders. The Viscount clenched his teeth. Looking straight ahead, he said that he should contact the Beffros, inform them that once they defeated the MacLeans, they would offer them half of what they had captured as a token of their gratitude. Looking away, Sam added that he should do what was required to prevent the bastards from House Parade from taking action, and that he should completely crush the McLeans. Standing in front of the knights, he shouted that until the parade reinforcements arrived, to which he was answered approvingly. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that he dared to hit him in the back. After the McLeans, he would be next in line. Sitting on his horse, the commander asked if it would be better to provide covering fire before heading into the castle. Patrick looked away and said that not yet, they could not miss Viscount Sam, to which the hero added that his father was right. Grinning, the protagonist said that they thought they were superior in strength, so they would come out soon, and also. Looking straight ahead, he added that he knew Sam, he would not survive such an insult, so they would wait a little. Vincent looked away and thought that Mr. Logan had spent his whole life in McLean, how could he know what Sam was like? The gates opened slightly. Suddenly they swung open completely. The knights ran forward. The horse raised his head and exclaimed. The army lined up. Looking at them, the man said that there were 3,000 people in the regular army, to which Vincent replied that this was 1.5 times more than they had. Colleen looked ahead. Frowning, he shouted that the McLeans, who had neither shame nor conscience. Looking straight ahead, Patrick gave the command to attack. The soldiers advanced. Looking at them, the knight said that he was such an ignoramus, to which Colleen asked what they were, did they not know how to count? Frowning, the man said that besides. The knights held crossbows in their hands, it was heard that he should take a look at them. They were just a bunch of rabble in good armor, it seemed that the McLeans had earned a tidy sum. The soldiers advanced, the thought came that they had knights at the head, and the cavalry supported them. Everyone was standing in a standard position, it was standard because it had proven its effectiveness. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that today they would see it for themselves. Stretching his hand forward, Kyle shouted that they should get ready. The knights took aim with their crossbows. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what the crossbows were on the battlefield. He stretched out his hand to the side, thinking that he was disappointed, and then shouted that they were using arrows, let them raise their shields. Kyle shouted a command loudly. The arrows shot forward. The knight covered himself with his shield. The arrow was flying straight at him. It was approaching the shield. The man frowned nervously. Suddenly, the shot flew past. A hole was left on the shield. A glow appeared around the knight. Turning around, he shouted that this was an unusual attack. Let them group up and increase their strength. Holding the shield in front of him, Callian shouted for them to protect their bodies with it and attack. Gritting his teeth, he thought how the crossbows could be so powerful, even the knights would have died if they had reacted a little later. Stretching his hand to the side, the man shouted that they were coming, and then wondered what MacLean had hidden until now. The horses ran forward, the thought came that he would kill them. Gritting his teeth, the knight thought that he would kill. A glow appeared around the soldiers, the thought came that he would kill them all. Stretching his hand forward, Kyle shouted for them to disperse. Looking straight ahead, the man asked again. The soldier rushed forward. The knights ran to the sides. Looking straight ahead, Callian heard that the crossbowmen were cavalrymen. They should ignore the enemy knights and aim at the soldiers. Gritting his teeth, the man said that they were bastards. Looking to the side, he thought about whether he should take the opportunity to go back, and someone addressed them. The knight looked surprised when he heard the address. Grinning, Patrick shouted that if they had the courage, then let them fight. The man looked at him in amazement, and asked what the blade of power was. A glow appeared around him. Suddenly Callian fell from his horse. He looked straight ahead. The knights fell to the ground screaming. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that he had reached the foremost rank. Patrick stretched his hand to the side, the thought appeared that when he had time. Raising his weapon up, the man shouted that they should destroy the enemy. The knights gritted their teeth and told him to die. Looking straight ahead, Callian asked how that was possible. The knights were fighting each other. A glow was flying around the soldiers. The man looked forward angrily. Vincent swung his weapon. A thought occurred to him that just 6 months ago the Sylvan Knights were on the same level with them, but now they were easily overpowering them. The man looked to the side. A thought occurred to him that, moreover, some of them had moved to a new level during the fight, and then he said that they should attack. The commander looked to the side. A glow was flying around the hero and father. A thought occurred to him that the master's training had not been in vain. The man looked to the side. Gritting his teeth, the knight shouted that they would see how long they would laugh. The man turned his head in their direction. He suddenly rushed forward. The soldier looked to the side and exclaimed. Suddenly, the knight looked in surprise. The sword fell to the ground. The man stood still. Gritting his teeth, the soldier said that his wrist, and the other added that the commander was also a high rank, but he was not nearly as fast. The man grinned and thought that thanks to the iron blood sword, he overcame the wall behind which he was stuck for a long time, and became a high-rank knight. Now the middle-rank knights are not a problem for him. Callian parried the blows. The thought arose that right now the only threat to them was that high-rank knight. Smiling, the knight said that, however. The man rushed forward. The thought arose that there was no need to worry. The hero ran forward at a rapid pace. Callian clenched his teeth tightly and thought that a curse. The protagonist pulled out his weapon forward. It was said that having completed the second style of the secrets of the divine sword, he rose almost to the level of a high-rank knight. Logan stood still. The thought arose that but the wall that he expected to easily pass, for the past few months, had not given in to him. He looked at the wall, thinking that it was a period of anxiety when he thought he could see over it. The hero ran forward quickly, thinking that this high-ranking knight from another fief did not learn the steel blood sword like his father or Vincent. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would be able to overcome that wall. The man glared at him. They began to fight. Logan suddenly struck. The knight, wide-eyed, said that he was an idiot, and then thought that he was attacking with pure brutal force without any techniques or tricks. The hero swung his sword sharply. The man exclaimed after parrying the blow. Kellyan gritted his teeth and thought that he was pushed back. The protagonist pulled his sword forward, and he added that this pathetic knight of average rank. Standing in front of him, the knight said that he was too relaxed. Logan frowned when he heard that he would not give in anymore, which he thought was bullshit. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. A sword appeared next to the man. The thought occurred that there were three. Kellyan looked straight ahead. The thought occurred that there were swords. He frowned angrily. Suddenly, the man rushed forward. Frowning, the hero thought that it did not matter if the one in his hand was real. A glow flew around the sword. The thought occurred that wait, wasn't this too obvious? The man's eyes widened. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise. Looking to the side, he thought that they were all real. Standing in front of him, the man said that he was lucky. He was aiming for the neck. Grinning, Logan said that all these swords were real, an interesting trick. Frowning, the man said that he should enjoy it. Rushing forward, he added that he was still alive. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought it was another sword. The knight looked at him in surprise hearing that, but a glow appeared around the sword. It seemed like he had some tricks up his sleeve too. Running forward, the soldier wondered what that strange aura was. Looking straight ahead, Kellyan added that his swords were shaking more the closer he got, as if he was confusing them. He clenched his teeth angrily. Raising his head up, the man yelled at him not to play with him. Grinning, the hero said that he had created more swords despite being under the pressure of the blade of power. The knight swung his weapon sharply. Grinning, he thought that was great. His aura trembled. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. Grinning his teeth, he thought that it was like he was fighting 5 men at once. Running to the side, Logan added that calm, if he holds at least 1 or 2 swords with the blade of force, he can create a gap. Frowning, he thought that he would take a couple of steps back. Opening his mouth, the hero thought that slowly. Smiling, the protagonist asked what all this was, said that it was so weak that he got bored. The man looked at him angrily. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Swinging, Kellyan screamed for him to die. His heart began to beat faster. Logan looked at him silently. He froze, looking straight ahead. The hero closed his eyes. A bright sphere appeared. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. A glow appeared around him. The man looked at the wound in amazement. Turning around, the knight thought that how, he saw everything. Logan stood still. A thought appeared that but at that moment his speed became much higher than his. Lowering his head, Kellyan thought that really. He gritted his teeth when he heard that he needed to be rewarded for giving him experience. The hero raised his sword up. The man said that he was of high rank, his eyes wide open. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. He swung his weapon. Looking at him, the knight heard that he was thankful for playing with him, to which he replied that it was impossible. The knight smiled. It seemed that it was catchy. The morale of the troops increased. The men looked at him in fear. It was said that the enemies had fallen into despair. Frowning, Logan said that the first style of the secrets of the divine sword. Suddenly, he used the skill of the cleavage splash. Holding back the attack, the man exclaimed. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. Looking straight ahead, the knights exclaimed. The hero lowered his head. It was heard that the commander had lost. The men looked at him silently. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Raising his hand, he shouted that he had killed the enemy commander. Standing on the wall, someone shouted that they had captured Sam. Smiling, Patrick said that they would spare those who threw down their weapons and kneeled, let them surrender. Looking straight, Logan asked when he had time. The sword lay on the ground. It was said that the Sylvans, Kellyan and 42 knights were dead. 1,223 soldiers were killed. The soldiers looked forward. The thought came that the Maclanes, 5 knights were dead, 0 soldiers were killed. The people raised their hands up. It was said that the battle that began in the afternoon ended in an overwhelming victory for the Maclanes in a couple of hours, and this victory would provoke a great war. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked that the Sylvans lost to the Maclanes. Standing in front of him, the knight answered that it was true. Looking straight ahead, he added that he might be overstepping his bounds, but he thought it was time for him to make his move. Sitting on his throne, the man heard the Lord of the Southwest. The man was kneeling, and it sounded like he was giving him one chance. Looking at the man, Patrick said that he should apologize for his sins, take some property, and leave these lands with his kin. Looking up, Sam said that the government would not tolerate such an outrageous takeover. The man frowned when he heard that the ruler of the Southwest, Earl Roger, would not allow this. Looking away, the hero thought that nothing more terrible could be said to his father. At that time the fall of the MacLanes was due to the inept leadership of the Earl. The man smirked. It was said that but the one who brought about the rebellion in order to benefit from the chaos was Roger, one of the MacLanes' vassals. The flag appeared. The thought arose that the former rich lands of the MacLanes had become the property of the Beffros, making them the rulers of the southwestern region. Frowning, the protagonist thought that of course, thanks to the intervention of the government, the Beffros did not force the MacLanes to serve them, and they would not have gained much from it. The man gritted his teeth and asked what it meant. He wanted to die. The thought arose that but the mere mention of this family was enough to anger his father. Sam looked at him in fear. Suddenly, Patrick swung his sword. The hero stood before him. Gritting his teeth, he said that he respected his wish to die with honor, and did so painlessly. Closing his eyes, his father replied that he had done well. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they were trying to give him a chance, so he hoped the other nobles would not use this as an excuse to attack. Clenching his weapon, he added that especially the Beffros, they must be careful, such an enemy is not yet within their power. Putting his hands behind his back, Logan said that they continue to watch, but the Peretz have not done anything so far, to which Patrick asked if there was a reason for them to do so. Putting his hand to his face, the hero asked what about the Tezon castle, to which the man replied that Clayton is there, no matter what happens, he will be able to stand. Looking away, the protagonist said yes, wait, and then thought, they did not defeat the Sylvans only with brute force. Sam smiled, thinking that the Viscount had underestimated them. Patrick frowned, thinking that they had brought everyone they could. The mage stood in front of the golem, thinking that with only one trump card up their sleeve, they wanted to remain out of reach in Tezron. Lowering his head, Logan thought that it would not be possible to hold 3 castles this way. Everything would need to be reorganized. He extended his hand forward and asked what about shifting the center of their possessions, saying that if they built cities in the center, it would be easier to manage 3 castles. The man looked surprised and answered that he was right. They had cut down the forest with monsters, so it was enough to leave a minimum number of forces in MacLane, and the other added that the knights would be placed in the cities, then they would be ready to go to Tezron and Sylvan at the first call. Sitting at the table, Patrick said that yes, it was a wise decision. Grinning, the hero thought that now he would not have to deal with this himself. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what he said, that they captured 75 knights, to which the protagonist replied that yes, they were all in the dungeon. He smiled, hearing that he could convince them to serve them, to which Logan replied that no problem. No one swore absolute loyalty to Sam. Looking away, the hero thought that just think, in one battle they got so many knights, it was more profitable than recruiting talented youths. But if the Sylvans acted a little more carefully, there would be losses. They managed to capture only a quarter of his knights. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist added that in the future, this will not happen again. One should not relax because of the victory. He must tell his father to remain vigilant. Closing his eyes, his father said that with such forces, even the Peretz did not seem scary. Smiling, he added that it was all thanks to him. Logan looked at him silently. Putting his hand behind his head, he thought that he would enjoy the victory today. Suddenly, someone ran into the room and shouted that a letter had arrived from Roger. The man looked at him in amazement. Holding the paper in his hands, the servant said that he would read it. Looking straight ahead, Patrick heard that as the ruler of the Southwest, he felt uncomfortable with the wars that the MacLanes were organizing, to which he asked that the ruler of the Southwest, how dare he? Looking at the letter, the man said that at the request of Viscount Sam, the Peretz and MacLanes were obliged to immediately stop the conflict. Gritting his teeth, Patrick asked that they had started this, and now they were asking to stop. Sam had no conscience, to which the hero replied that they would listen. They looked at him in amazement, hearing that he, however, recognized the reason for the constant conflicts, all because he did not fulfill his duties as a ruler properly, and did not achieve peaceful coexistence of the houses in the region. The man shouted furiously when he heard that therefore, he, Roger, on his 50th birthday, which would be in a month, was inviting the heirs of all the families in the Southwest to discuss the future goals of the entire region. He slammed the table furiously. Looking straight ahead, the servant heard that he was inviting the heirs to discuss the goals. He believed that the MacLanes were serving him, and the hero thought that his energy had torn his clothes. Lowering his head, the man said that in the end he wrote that absence from the party would be a sign of refusal to discuss, to which Patrick replied that what a gentle way to threaten them. The hero gritted his teeth when he heard that the MacLanes would not bow to threats, to which he replied that it sounded interesting. Sitting at the table, his father asked again. Grinning, the protagonist said that perhaps it would not be so bad to pay him a visit. Patrick looked away in amazement. Putting his hand on the table, he said that he respected his will. The man punched and shouted, however. The servant looked at him in amazement, hearing that they would not bow down to the Beffros. He would not allow it even if he had to die, to which he replied, anything but a letter. Smiling, The hero asked what he wanted to be buried right now. It was heard that there was no patricide. The man put his hand to his face and sighed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he would listen to him, what he had in mind. Patrick frowned, hearing that no matter what they did, they would not defeat the Befros now, to which he replied that it was true. Looking to the side, he said that 2 knights of the highest rank and 15 high, a total of 300 more knights, and this was only a part of their known forces. The men looked at each other in amazement. Gritting his teeth, Logan said exactly that. They were doing well now, but they were crossing the line. Now that the Tesserans and Sylvans were damaged, Roger was watching them closely. Patrick looked away, hearing this. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that if they acted for show, being so close to him, everything could end badly for them. The knights stood still. It was said that they needed time to lure the Sylvan knights, force the Perettes to serve them, reorganize the troops. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that for him to properly master the 3rd style of the secrets of the divine sword, the other knights would also need training. Leaning on the table, the man said that the southwest was different from other regions. Unlike other rulers, the Bethros cannot rely on the loyalty of other nobles. Looking away, he added that the reason was difficult to explain, but it was true. If the Bethros tried to use their right as rulers, others would undoubtedly turn away. Frowning, Logan replied that no, when he was in the capital of Percival and Rough Mina north of the Bethros. Patrick asked in surprise, hearing that they swore allegiance to them. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that to be more precise, he knew about it from a past life, to which the man asked when it happened. He clenched his teeth tightly. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that he had to feel ashamed because their family had little strength. Let him forgive him, to which he thought, great, permission was granted. Standing in front of his father, Logan said that he knew what he was capable of. Everything would go smoothly. He would consider this an opportunity to see how the lands of their ancestors had changed. The hero looked away in surprise, hearing the address. Hamar frowned and asked if it was true that he had been sold to the enemy, to which he replied that he had just returned to the city where he had picked up the rumors. Standing in front of the hero, the dwarf said that if he died. The protagonist smirked, and thought that it seemed like they were close enough to care for each other. Frowning, the dwarf shouted that about the promise regarding his freedom, he would keep it. Closing his eyes, Logan said that he would not die and he had not been sold. Let him learn to ignore stupid gossip, to which Hamar replied that but most of the rumors about him turned out to be true. Closing his eyes, he added that fine, let him take it wherever he was going. The ropes fell to the ground. It was heard that he did not have time to properly decorate it, but it was made for him. Raising a finger up, the dwarf said that he could assure of its excellent quality. Looking at the weapon, the hero heard that this sword was made of pure mithril. The coat of arms on the handle appeared, and a surprised exclamation was heard. The carriage stopped, and someone told the gentleman that they had arrived at the gates of the Befros castle. The guy looked down and listened to the knight's words that they were told to wait until someone came to meet him. Looking at the hand, the stranger agreed, and the plot introduced us to Finn, the heir of the Ferret house. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the wanderer, Finn began to think about who this man was. The knight stood in front of Logan and asked him to wait. Sitting in front of the window, the guy thought that he could not believe that he had actually captured the Sylvans, and it seemed that no one was with the main character, not even guards. Grinning, Finn came to the conclusion that Logan's house had suffered great losses in the war against the Sylvans, and that was probably true. The boy looked at the protagonist and said that if Befros hadn't intervened, they, the ferrets, would have grabbed them by the hand. He got out of the carriage and asked what was going on and why they were treating him like someone who looked worthless. Finn, looking pleased, said that the protagonist would hardly hear him. Looking at Logan's back, the guy said that if it weren't for the Earl, his family would have fallen to their knees before him, begging for mercy. Finn approached him. Stretching out his hand, the guy introduced himself, noting that he had heard about the protagonist, because they say that he killed 6 knights in a row. Finn raised one eyebrow. His gaze fell on the blade under Logan's robe and added that the hilt of the sword was clean. The protagonist shook his hand and said that he was glad to meet him. Looking down, Finn said that Logan was younger than he imagined, and it seemed to him that the rumors about him were exaggerated. The guy tried to squeeze the protagonist's hand with all his might. The protagonist frowned at what had happened. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist squeezed the guy's hand harder. Finn was stunned by this. Logan let him go. He said with a satisfied look that he thought he was trying to conduct a test of strength. The enraged boy thought that the protagonist was a fool. He grabbed the blade and screamed that Logan was an impudent bastard. He pulled out his sword. The angry Finn said that he would teach him a lesson in manners. Taking off his hood, the protagonist noted that he was still talking nonsense for which he could not answer and asked how the heir to the house could not understand where his place was. Finn was taken aback by what he heard. His face was furious. The knights rushed at Logan after the boy shouted that he dared to insult him and ordered them to seize him. The protagonist reached for the sword. He rushed past the warriors. The protagonist found himself behind them. A crack appeared on Finn's blade. His blade broke. He looked at the knights and noticed that all their swords were cut in two. The dumbfounded boy emphasized the fact that he did not feel any strength. Logan held the blade in front of him. A slight smile appeared on his face. The puzzled Finn began to reason that he did not feel any magical power either, which meant that he had not used the artifact. The guard stood behind Logan and asked where he had bought such a sword. The furious Logan threw away the broken sword and mentally assumed that he was lucky to have found such a good sword somewhere. The unknown man stepped forward. The guard turned his gaze to him. The protagonist turned and looked at him. The knight's face was serious. The dumbfounded people began to vigorously discuss the fact that the Knight of the Moonlight had personally arrived there. The protagonist, with a serious face, reasoned that this was one of the two knights of Befros with the highest rank. Examining the man, the protagonist noted that he had silver hair and eyes. As they say, he really stands out. It is surprising that such a knight was sent to meet two village boys. The knight began to move towards them. Finn extended his hand and stated that it was an honor to meet him, then added that he was the heir of the Ferret house. Frank turned his attention to Logan and said that since Finn was a ferret, he was a MacLean. The man had a bright aura about him. Smiling, the protagonist wondered if he was trying to put pressure on them. Frank frowned when he heard Logan's name and stated that it explained everything and that he was surprised, then asked if he was an average rank at such a young age. The boy was shocked by what he heard. He looked at the protagonist in surprise and listened to the warriors discussing that they thought he was strong because of his good sword. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He thought with a satisfied look that it worked. Various knights appeared in his mind and he noted that after receiving a high rank, knights have a unique sharp energy that cannot be hidden and can only be detected by knights of the same rank or higher. Logan thought with a serious face that since he had reached a high rank and earned 3 stars for the power core, he could control the power of this energy. Looking at the warriors, the protagonist added that it was better to show only this much power while he was with the Befros to lower their guard, which is why he did not bring guards with him. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist thanked Frank, noting that he was working hard to become like him in the near future. The man replied with a satisfied look that he should not stop at just this. He had such talent that he could become at least a superhuman. The gates opened and Frank said that he was glad to meet them and would lead them to the castle. They stopped and the man noted that this was a building for important people. Frank looked at the guys and told them that the heirs of the Rough Man and Percival had already arrived, so he asked them to wait there and rest until the feast, which would be held tomorrow night. Logan turned his attention to Finn, who asked if this was awkward. The guy with a smirk on his face said that it was unlikely that the one who came without servants had clothes for the holiday, after which he offered to lend him his pajamas. His face was pleased. The puzzled protagonist looked at him silently. Approaching the stranger, Logan asked him to take him to his chambers. Frowning, the protagonist began to reason that when Finn allowed his knights to fight despite the ban, he already understood everything, but he did not realize what situation he was in. If such was the level of the ferret heir and his knights, then it would not be difficult to capture them. The guy's face was furious. Looking at the building, Logan emphasized the fact that he did not intend to take off his armor there. His face was serious. Examining the flag, which depicted a burning rose, the protagonist added that there are lands that his ancestors lost. One must not let down his vigilance. The chandelier on the ceiling shone brightly. The protagonist stood in front of one of the rulers. There was a smile on the man's face. He looked at Logan and ordered him to immediately take off his sword. The protagonist looked at the elegant guests. Looking at the ruler, the protagonist said that it was an honor for him to greet the ruler of these lands, Count Befros. Closing his eyes, the protagonist also congratulated him on his birthday. The guys mockingly discussed Logan's appearance. The protagonist frowned. Looking at Roger, the protagonist thought that since he was a potential enemy, he might have to fight. A few days before arriving there, he looked at neighboring castles and cities, and also expected that people there would be as dissatisfied as in Sylvana or Teheran, but they turned out to be quite friendly. The guy threw his hoe over his shoulder and said that Roger was a good man. Firstly, taxes are low. Looking around the room, the protagonist came to the conclusion that their wealth is so great that they do not need to extort from the people. Holding his fist in front of his face, Roger asked if he could be sure that the MacLanes would agree to follow his will since he was there. Logan said with a smile on his face that if peace was maintained thanks to her, the MacLanes would follow her in the forefront, at which point Roger cried out that he expected more resistance, but the protagonist understood everything. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest. He saw the magic seal on Roger's chest and noted that he was indeed a 5th circle in any case. Logan remembered eavesdropping on the citizens' discussions in his past life and told us that in his past life, there was a rumor that Count Befros had shown incredible strength in battle. He was on the side of the second prince who lost, so he did not pay attention to it, but the fact that he was a 5th circle was true. The wizard flew up from the ground, and the protagonist emphasized that the 5th circle was equal in strength to the level of an advanced rank, especially in war. When this strength extends far beyond individual battles, it is considered even more impressive. Holding his chin, Logan wondered what he should do, since Roger had 2 advanced knights. Looking at the people, someone asked for attention, since the Count wanted to give a speech. Roger stood up from his chair and said that he first wanted to thank those who came to the birthday of such an ordinary person like him. Putting his hand on his chest, Roger said that he himself did not come, but the Count was obliged to thank His Highness the Second Prince for giving him the tears of the sun, with endless respect. The surprised girls began to discuss. They knew that they were close, but not that close. Holding a glass in front of him, the protagonist listened to Roger's words, that for a long time they, the aristocrats of the Southwest, were separated, unlike other regions. Raising his fist above his head, the Count cried out that it was time to leave behind meaningless traditions and customs and unite. His Highness the Second Prince, who would most likely inherit the throne, wanted to support their region. Logan sipped his wine and thought it was a fancy way of telling everyone to shut up and serve the Second Prince. Roger's face smirked. The protagonist was surprised to hear that they had started and would end the 200-year-old southwestern conflict in the presence of the McLean heir. The Count stated with a satisfied expression that Logan was a great youth who had stood out during the McLean's recent 2 victories. This genius was always 21 years old, and he was already a mid-rank knight. Even the advanced rank knights he knew were not such masters at his age. The protagonist tried to put a smile on his face and wondered if it was a compliment, and what Roger was planning. Stretching out his hand, the man said that he did not intend to force or oblige such a talented guy, but only wanted to make an offer. Logan's face was puzzled. The man looked at him and said that Count Jordan, the grandfather of the Second Prince, was looking for talented young men like him. If he did not mind, he would like to recommend him to him. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. A drop of sweat was running down his face. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist replied that he was honored by his offer, but he already had a mentor. Displeased, Roger clarified if Patrick was his mentor. Logan calmly said that it was not so. He was lucky to train under a great man, so he had to refuse. Silence fell in the room. The Earl with a smirk on his face said that he was quick to understand, but they would soon be personally visited by the Sword of Sweltering Heat, so he could learn from him for a while. Noting that this offer was not only for him, he intended to offer it to all the heirs who came today and served him. Logan nodded his head and heard the request to name his mentor. The embittered protagonist thought that Roger secretly said this as if the McLeans really served him. He was eager to tie them to himself at any cost. In such a situation it would be difficult to refuse him again. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Looking at the Earl, the protagonist said that he was grateful to him for the flattering reviews. He could not be if his desire was so strong and waiting. The man grinned and thanked Logan for accepting the offer, adding that choosing the McLeans would be the first step towards uniting the Southwest. But most importantly, his old friends Percival and Rough Man had agreed to unite under the Befro's banner. The boys had smiles on their faces. The people were bringing in the glass cube while Roger was saying that as a token of gratitude for their loyalty, he would personally gift these heirs. Looking at the weapons, the people discussed that these were artifacts, the shades so deep that they were at least a 3rd class. Logan looked at the weapons and told us that an artifact was a magical tool that holds or contains magical power, which almost always gives them magical properties. These artifacts, created by mages from the Department of Magic, are more versatile than what mages do with circles. The protagonist introduced Clayton and noted that because of this, artifacts are divided into classes based on the magic that permeates them. As Logan examined the hammer, he thought that their prices were absurd. The cheapest material used to create them was mithril, so as not to waste resources, they were usually enchanted with at least 3rd circle magic. The man examined the glowing blade, while the protagonist thought that a 5th circle mage was required to create a 3rd class artifact, so it was no wonder that the prices were so high. Roger waved his hand and ordered Ramon and Eric to step forward. Standing in front of the guys, the Count asked if they swear allegiance to him, to which he received a positive answer from both guys. Sipping wine, Logan listened attentively as Roger accepted their promises and gave Ramon a sword and Eric a hammer. The guys lowered their heads and cried out that they were grateful for the honor. Smiling, the Count emphasized that he was not stingy with gifts. Those who served him would receive appropriate thanks. Taking another glass, the dissatisfied protagonist noted that the Count was looking at him. Drunk Finn stood behind and asked if Logan's sword looked better. The protagonist's gaze fell on the drunk fool from the ferret house. Irritated, Roger listened to the guy's words about how he thought the protagonist's sword looked better. The guy shut Finn's mouth, saying that he was too drunk. Stunned, Logan emphasized the fact that the guy had dug his own grave. The protagonist presented his blade and told that the sword forged by Hamar is called Lux, which means twilight. In the ancient language, its power is clearly comparable to most artifacts. The master blacksmith created it especially for him. Such a thing is filled with a soul. An image of a gnome appeared in the protagonist's imagination. The boys turned their attention to Logan's blade as he reasoned that getting a good item from a dwarf wasn't that hard. But the greedy aristocrats didn't realize it. In the worst case, if his plan didn't work and the Count would force him, he wanted to use it for negotiations or to buy time. Looking at Finn, who pushed the servant away. Logan said that this idiot interfered and ruined everything. Standing in front of Roger, the protagonist said that he was lucky enough to get it from a dwarf. Holding his chin, the Count replied that if that was the case, then it was comparable to artifacts. Squinting, Roger asked to examine it. Putting his hand on his chest, Logan replied that although he was young, as a knight it was difficult for him to hand over his comrade to someone else, and in his thoughts he noted that he was betting on the fact that he would not get it back. Closing his eyes, the Count said that he was so young, but spoke like an old man, and asked how about demonstrating his knightly skills in an exhibition match. Stretching out his hand, Roger said that it would be good to compare him to these gentlemen who had received artifacts, after which he clarified whether Ramon was also a mid-ranking knight. Ramon answered with a smile on his face that he had become one several years ago, although he still lacked skills. Stretching out his finger, the Count said that a normal match would not be so interesting, so they needed to bet on something. Looking at Ramon's smiling face, Roger said that if he won, he would take the dwarf's sword, and if Logan won, he would reward him with a suitable artifact. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. The smug Count clarified how he liked such an offer. The protagonist frowned. He smirked, emphasizing the fact that this had come as a complete surprise, but he had no reason to refuse. Logan drew his sword and shouted that he agreed with his proposal. The protagonist stood in front of Ramon. The boy, with a confident face, stated that since he was older, he reserved the right to strike first. Holding the sword in front of him, Logan replied that it was not necessary. He did not want to hear later that he had the advantage and noted that in any case, the victory was his. Ramon frowned, saying that the recognition of his genius killed his arrogance. For his sake, he would show that there were clouds above the sky. The boy clenched the blade in his hand. A blue aura enveloped him. The enthusiastic girls began to discuss how great it looked and asked if all artifacts emitted such a beautiful glow. The protagonist, with a displeased look, wondered if he was trying to attract more attention from the girls. Looking at Roger, Logan wondered in his mind if the Count had intentionally given him an artifact that was more flashy than useful. Looking at his sword, the protagonist thought that the light from Lux was rather modest in comparison, but it was perfectly balanced. Well sharpened and durable, the sword was needed only for its intended purpose, and not to be called beautiful. Smiling, Ramon asked if his pretty sword could withstand the artifact, and Logan assumed that this blockhead lacked the brains to realize this. The guy rushed into battle. The protagonist stood quietly and watched his movements. The protagonist turned his attention to Frank, who was watching them and thought that he could hide his full strength from him, but it was much more important to hide his confidence. Holding the sword in his hand, Logan came to the conclusion that he should match it. He parried Ramon's attack. The protagonist stumbled. A scratch appeared on his face. Logan swung his sword and added that he needed to casually give a good counterattack, show a little strength. An aura enveloped the protagonist's hand. Ramon fell to the floor. He held the sword to the guy's throat and declared that he was just lucky. Trying to catch his breath, Logan thought that he needed to increase his metabolism with his power core to make himself sweat and look more convincing. Turning around, Ramon cried out that it was an accident, he was just not used to the sword. Frowning, Roger clarified if he wanted to say that his gift was to blame for his loss, adding that it disappointed him. The protagonist put his sword in its sheath. Sitting on a chair, the Count apologized for such a pitiful sight. His people were unfair to him. He will open his treasury and allow him to choose any artifact. The people looked at the protagonist in surprise. Frowning, Logan wondered if Roger intended to keep him there at all costs, since he was confident that whatever he chose would come back. A dumbfounded servant ran into the room and cried out that the Duke of the Sword had contacted the Count on his birthday. Roger was shocked by what he heard. Felix closed his eyes and congratulated one of the most trusted pillars of the kingdom on his birthday and apologized for not being able to come, but he was sure that those who had arrived were enjoying his kindness. Smiling, the Count thanked him. Standing in front of the magic ball, Roger emphasized that he did not expect him to contact him personally. Shifting his gaze, Felix clarified if it was Logan standing there. The dumbfounded Count turned around. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that his teacher had appeared just in time. The dumbfounded Count thought that since he asked him for help, he should follow the plan. Stepping forward, the protagonist said that he had not seen his mentor for a long time. The people were shocked by what he heard. They crowded around the protagonist and exclaimed that he had just said mentor. Felix sighed, noting that he was speechless upon suddenly seeing his apprentice who had never contacted him, and then asked when Logan would be coming to the capital, noting that he had told him that he would throw a banquet for him. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist apologized, adding that due to the problems between the houses, he might need to stay in Befro's castle. The Count had made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Felix looked over and asked Roger if that was true. The Count, taken aback, said that it wasn't quite true. If he was eager to meet Logan, he could put his plans on hold. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he had done the right thing by asking for his help. The protagonist imagined the image of the teacher and began to reason that although he takes a neutral side and did not choose any of the princes, he is a superman who has power over the ruling family. Even the count cannot refuse to carry out the orders of such a person. Felix winked and said that they will see each other in the capital. The protagonist laughed and thanked him. Roger was furious about this. The next day, Logan arrived at the treasury. The guard stood behind him and said that he had an hour to inspect. The count would give him one jewel. The protagonist stood in front of many artifacts. Looking around, Logan asked if the count had removed the most important ones, because there were about 30 of them. Grinning, the protagonist noted that any of them were still worth at least 10 million gold. He would try to choose a good one. Looking at the various weapons, the protagonist began to reason that his senses, strengthened after the development of the power core, allow him to feel the differences in the energies contained in the artifacts, by which one can judge their power. He passed by the weapon and noted that he had enough of lux. Even with a simple glance at it, it was obvious that there was nothing better than what was at the banquet yesterday. He looked at the armor and noted that it was armor reinforced with fire and electricity magic, which would roast alive whoever put it on. Logan shifted his gaze. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist noted that all the power converged in one place. The protagonist began to examine the display case. His gaze fell on the boots, from which an aura emanated. Examining the shoes from all sides, the protagonist clarified whether this was an artifact at all. He directed a flow of energy into the boots, thinking that they would continue to absorb his power if he continued to supply them with it. The protagonist began to give his mana to the boots. The energy quickly went to the artifact. Logan was surprised by this. Looking at the boots, the protagonist noted that his power was flowing into them. Trying to hold back his hand, the protagonist came to the conclusion that at this rate he would take damage. Frowning, Logan cried out that he would see who would win. A powerful aura emanated from the guy. The artifact continued to take energy from him. The protagonist was surprised. He covered his face with his hands. Looking at his hand, Logan noted that his power had returned. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the moon, the count clarified whether Logan had already left. He stood in a dark room and said that he took the artifact with him, and really intended to spite him. Roger clenched his hand into a fist. With an enraged look, he ordered them to go after him and return the artifact along with his sword. They can do anything, just not kill him. Logan's face was calm. The light from the fire enveloped the forest. The protagonist was resting near it. The protagonist suddenly heard a sound from the forest. Rising to his feet, the guy asked if he sensed killing intent. Red mana was coming from the forest, and Logan asked if Roger had sent pursuers after him. The guys came out of the bushes, saying that he had a heightened sense of smell. Holding his sword in front of him, the protagonist asked if the stranger was trying to hide his identity with a distorted voice. The bandits with their leader were walking towards him. Standing in front of the attackers, Logan asked if it was stuffy for them to walk like that and suggested that it was difficult to get there from Bethros. The man asked with a serious look not to kill him. The bandits rushed into battle. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. He prepared to dash. The protagonist began to move towards his opponents. The guys were taken aback by what they saw. Logan began to deliver powerful blows. The protagonist rushed past them. He killed 2 warriors and left them behind. Smiling, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he had made the right choice by taking those boots. He remembered standing in front of the display case and noting that when the boots released the power that was put into them, he considered it an accident, but after putting on the boots, their true value was revealed to him, which was the speed of reaction, triple jump in the air and speed climbing. Moreover, they repair themselves and adjust to size. Logan presented his boots and emphasized the fact that this is an artifact of at least the 4th class. The warriors ran towards him. Turning around, the guy loudly asked to be allowed to aim at vital organs, otherwise he would not be overpowered. The man stood quietly and said that it was a shame. He rushed into battle. The mysterious stranger instantly appeared behind the protagonist and swung his sword. Turning around, Logan wondered if this was a silver blade of power. Frank created a powerful gust of wind around himself. The dumbfounded protagonist repelled his attack. Energy began to emanate from the boots. The guy was able to block the attack. Frowning, he said that he did not know that he earned the title of the Knight of the Moonlight through cunning. The man stood silently. Frank began to remove his hood, saying that Logan was not the only one who hid his true power and amazing artifact. He showed his face. The protagonist with a serious look reasoned that Frank decided to reveal his identity, although after using the legendary silver power, there was no longer any point in hiding further. Standing opposite, the man said that he would take these artifacts as payment for the lesson, and Logan asked if he was embarrassed by his title. Frank waved his sword, emphasizing that this is why the lesson will be harsh. The surprised protagonist noted that this was a strange pose, as if the man was holding a whip. A powerful aura enveloped his body. Swinging the blade, Frank created gusts of wind. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if his blade of power really moved like a whip. Powerful blows were aimed at him. Trying to parry, Logan thought that his blade of power did not work against him, it could only reflect blows. He held the sword in his hand and noted that since it came to this, he would have to use everything he had. The protagonist struck the ground with his sword. The warriors watched the fight with surprise and said that Sir Frank's power was as strong as always. Standing in a cloud of smoke, Logan thought that he did not feel any effect, although he used the first and second forms. He was surprised. The blow knocked him off his feet. The protagonist landed on the ground. Frank took a step forward, saying that it was close, if he relaxed, he would have died. The delighted man clarified how he did it, adding that he doubted that the artifact was the problem. Frowning, Logan noted that Frank was still on his feet. His blows did not go through. His legs began to tremble and he began to reason that if it weren't for the abilities enhanced by the boots of the God of Wind, he wouldn't have responded to that blow, he wouldn't have enough strength to defeat him. Drawing out his sword, Logan noted that it was quite respectable that he was holding his own against an advanced knight. Slapping himself in the face, the protagonist cried out that of course it wasn't so. He spat and asked for time to show him the secret arts of the sword duke, since he still hadn't fully mastered them. Surprised, Frank asked to show his abilities. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that since the man was inspired, it would be easier for him. He took a step forward and emphasized the fact that he just needed to believe in himself, his secret arts, which he barely understood, even after a month spent as a high-ranking knight. A powerful aura enveloped the protagonist's hands. He closed his eyes and asked himself to concentrate. Energy surrounded him and Logan thought that if he lost ATM, he would lose Lux and his boots, and Frank would make sure that he would never be able to hold the sword again. He opened one eye. The man pounced on him. Frowning, he cried out that the protagonist trusted his enemies too easily. The sword was close to Logan's chest. A powerful blow was heard, raising a cloud of dust. Frank stood in front of the smoke. Beads of sweat were running down his face while he said that after this, the protagonist would not remain unharmed. Logan created a magic sword. He stood in front of the man. A smile was on his face. He opened his mouth and spoke about the third form of the secrets of the divine sword. Yellow mana surrounded Frank. The man was shocked by what happened. Frank stood in the middle of a whirlwind. He clenched his teeth in panic. An explosion occurred in front of the guys. Reaching out his hand, the knight ordered them to find him first. The man reached out his hand for the sword. Frank frowned and said he had dodged, lying on the ground and saying it would have been better to die together. The horse galloped through the forest. Sitting on the horse, the protagonist thought he had relaxed. Remembering his opponent running towards him, the protagonist thought that when he stepped on him, he saw a hole the size of a coin piercing the right side of his chest. He imagined the man's broken armor, thinking that it must have formed during the split. Imagining Frank smiling, the boy thought that his excited expression and all that chatter were for show, but he could not recognize it at the time. Logan held the reins, thinking that he knew for sure that with his abilities and treasures, he could definitely defeat a high-ranking knight. The protagonist braced his foot on the stirrup. Letting go of the rope, the protagonist said that this alone deserved it. He fell to the ground. "Rick," taken aback, called the young master. The boy put his hand to his neck and replied with a smile that he had fallen asleep while riding his horse, thinking that his return had caused a stir in the MacLean household. After all, the heir who had arrived from the Beffros 2 weeks later looked very shabby. Looking at his father at the window, Logan thought that this was not enough reason to officially complain about the Beffros, who could start a fight under the pretext of slander, so the incident was hushed up, and Patrick said that he had to endure hardships because their family had little strength. He could not look him in the eye. The protagonist grinned and replied that they would pay them soon, thinking that for this he needed to reorganize their forces. Ranian swung his sword with a cry. He cut the log. The serious guy tried to catch his breath. Remembering how his brother smiled and said that this war would end quickly, he did not need to be there. Let him hone his skills. Ranian thought that he could not allow him to treat him like a child. He was also a sword of their house. The boy looked ahead sadly, thinking that his brother had faced humiliation at the Beffros, and listened to him working hard. The protagonist approached him and said that he should rest and allow him to introduce him to the one with whom he would train from now on. Victor stood next to him and said that he was a new knight. Calmly looking at him, Ranian thought about the fact that they were the same age as him, and he could also use power. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had awakened not long ago and had been getting used to power until that day. They were the same age, he could be a good motivation for him. The brother stood confused on the street and asked if he meant training together, and the guy interrupted him, saying sparring. Logan looked at the serious guys, asking if they wanted to try right now. The protagonist raised his hand to his face and announced the start of the battle. Victor extended his sword to his opponent. Gritting his teeth, Ranian thought about the iron blood sword. He looked at his serious opponent, wondering if he had just awakened. The teenager bared his teeth. Swinging his flaming sword, Ranian wondered what he would say right now. Victor frowned. The guy quickly swung the weapon. Looking at the flying opponent, he wondered if the attack was from above. Victor furiously lowered the sword. The guy stabbed the weapon into the ground. Ranian jumped back. Frowning, he said that the opponent was a monster. The guy looked at him sadly. Stretching out a finger, the protagonist laughed and asked who he called a monster, so cute. Raising his sword, Ranian thought that he should give it his all. His opponent looked at him happily. The teenager grinned. Watching the battle, the protagonist thought that, as expected, they were fighting in harmony. He watched his brother parry the blow, thinking that Victor had not only mastered the iron blood sword perfectly, but also adapted it to his fighting style, while Ranian, who would surpass a mid-rank knight even with his limited knowledge of sword styles, moved freely without restraining himself. Crossing his arms, Logan thought that the cruel free blade and the pure precise blade should reflect the qualities that they would mutually transmit to each other during the fight. The protagonist smiled, listening to how one should not hit and that all means are good during a fight. Watching his brother punch his opponent in the face, the protagonist thought that there were 7 years until the war in the Empire. These two would be ready in 5 or 6 years. It would be good if Victor learned the secrets of the divine sword now. Frowning, he thought that the question was whether he could trust him so much, if only he could get some kind of catalyst that would bind him to this place. We are transported to an office illuminated by the sun. Extending a finger, Clayton asked if he wanted to say that this child saw manna. The guy pointed his hand at the girl and answered in agreement. Logan remembered how he crossed his arms and told her that when she tried to study something, she would find something that would help her. Imagining Lena looking at the mage and asking if she could learn how to move clay dolls with that yellow chain, the protagonist thought that she looked depressed, and he wanted to cheer her up. What a surprise. Smiling, the protagonist thought about how he had his suspicions when they first met, but he didn't think she could actually see mana. The man leaned towards her happily and said that he would now direct the mana in a certain direction, asking if he could tell where exactly. The girl looked at his hand. Pointing her finger at the boy, she said, "Into that guy." Lena pointed to the side and said, "Into that bottle of water and that guy." Hugging her shoulders, Clayton said, "That's it, child." The protagonist looked confused as he heard that not all great mages could see mana with their own eyes, and thought that it was such an amazing skill, there would be a stir if it became known that he could see it too. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she was sure she wanted to study magic. The girl put her hand to her chest and replied that if she had a strong doll, she would be able to do more things. The boy smiled and said that it was a good goal. Leaning towards Lena, Clayton informed her that they had no robes for the children, so they would need to ask the dressmaker to bring him a measuring tape. Logan watched as the man picked up the tape, thinking that she had the talent to become a great mage, so both twins were geniuses. Now he had even more questions regarding their parents. Smiling, the protagonist thought that they were getting stronger. It was time for him to head to the Grand, he had promised the master. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he would do it faster alone. The assistance would only slow him down. The plot moves us to a few days later, when the man frowned and shouted that it was an honor for him to serve the young master. The knights stood around the boy and said that they would serve him with all their hearts. Logan sadly grimaced, thinking that they should leave already. Frowning, Henderson said that the commander of the 18th Squad of MacLean Knights had arrived for duty. It was an honor for him to serve him. He grinned, thinking that if he could accompany the young master to the capital today, it meant that he was serving the future legend. He would do everything to become one of his confidants. Turning around, the protagonist asked to bring them some wood. The man was collecting branches in confusion. Remembering how his father sat at the table and said that it was necessary to take at least a minimum number of assistants, it would be impolite to the Duke of the Sword, the protagonist said that he wanted to go alone. A couple of knights would be enough. Rick fed the horse with grass and asked what people would think of the heir of a noble house who went without a personal servant. Frowning, Logan clarified whether he was sure that the reason was not a desire to visit someone. Turning around, the guy sadly replied that it was true. No one in their fief wanted to talk to him because they thought he stunk. He also needed to get married. Let him take some responsibility for it. The main character covered his ears, thinking that they were slowing him down. He wasn't just going to meet his mentor. Remembering the boy who had turned away, the protagonist thought that his journey had two purposes. First, to determine potential changes in the future, and then to meet with the third prince to establish contact. He imagined the two girls, thinking that the current ruler, Richard, had no heirs until he was 40. And so he summoned 2 women from the ducal families to be his concubines and had 2 sons. Imagining the old man reaching out to the baby, the boy thought that 10 years later, the queen gave birth to a 3rd son, when she was 40. Logan remembered the king stroking the boy's head, thinking that the 3rd son, with his innate talent for swordsmanship and good manners, surpassed his troublemaking brothers in prospects for the throne. Imagining the sullen men, the protagonist reflected on how the king also had great hopes for him, but the families of the 2 princes did everything in their power to stop the expansion of the 3rd prince's influence. The protagonist imagined swords in the ground and told us that he would describe events that would happen in the future. That winter, just before the 3rd prince was to become an adult, a civil war would break out and the king would suddenly die. Thinking of Huang's aversion, he thought of the 1st prince, a mage with the sixth circle, receiving support from his grandfather. He imagined Jordan holding a sword, thinking that like the second prince, a young superhuman. Thinking of the man in the hall saying that this was the king's will, Logan thought that since the third prince did not have the political power of any faction, he would almost be executed. The protagonist remembered Felix telling him with a serious expression that if the third prince was spared, he would become the blade of the new king. Thinking of the frowning duke, the protagonist thought that the most prominent nobleman, who had taken a neutral position, would save the third prince's life with this statement. Looking down, he thought that after this, the first prince would gain an advantage, but in 5 years he would bring the country to ruins until the empire attacked. The guy clenched his fist, thinking that the king was using Ranian as bait during the war with the empire. Logan frowned and decided that he would not let him become king. The protagonist looked at the happy guard, thinking that the second prince was a berry of the same field. He should see with his own eyes whether the third prince was worthy of being king, and the guy said that his identity was confirmed. He can pass. The protagonist walked through the courtyard with the guys. Rick rolled his eyes and said that so this is the mansion of the Duke of the Sword. He looked at the maid in shock. The guy leaned towards the master with a smirk and asked if it would be a plus for his family if he established contact with the Duke's maid, if he could help him get closer to her. Rick sadly fell to the ground. Lewis stood in front of the knight and called the protagonist to follow him. Smiling, he said that the rest can follow Sir Ermin. Frowning, Logan asked if he could learn his name. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard that he was Duke Felix's caretaker, and thought that he knew it. Looking at the serious man, the protagonist thought that this was the commander of the liberation of Grandia. Unlike him, who was burning with revenge, he was a man with ideals. He clearly remembered their last meeting. He remembered how Lewis held out a book and said that he needed his help. He was the only one who could explain it. The guy imagined how he stood in front of him and said that he should remember everything, even if he had to burn the book, remember its contents and pass it on to someone talented. Imagining a serious man, Logan thought that the commander gave him something else besides the secret scripture. The protagonist grabbed his head. The protagonist stood in front of Lewis, thinking that this was an important memory. Opening his eye, he said that he was grateful to the commander, that is, the overseer. It seems that he did not rest well last night. Hugging him, the man told him that you need to take good care of your health when you are young. Even if you feel great, age will take its toll, so he should take care of himself. Smiling, the guy thought that he often repeated this in his past life too. It must be his favorite topic. Fortunately, he got himself under control. Logan followed the man across the yard, thinking that no matter what the memory was, everything is in the past. You just need to make sure that it does not happen again in the future. Looking at the door, Lewis said that the Duke is waiting. He smiled and said that they will see each other later. The protagonist was taken aback, hearing how he was asked what he was waiting for. The protagonist happily looked away. Walking towards the woman, he said he was glad to see them again, overjoyed to know they were in good health. The Duchess stood next to her husband and replied that he must be Logan. She had heard a lot about him from her husband. Smiling, the guy said he was glad to meet her, congratulated her on the imminent birth of an heir. The woman sat in a chair opposite and said that there was something she wanted to ask. Hugging her stomach, she said that the name of this child. Logan was taken aback to hear that it could be his name. Extending his hand, Felix said that they had discussed it for a long time. Everything worked out thanks to him, so he would like to name this child after him. The protagonist looked confused as he was asked if he would mind, thinking that a name would determine and illuminate the path the child would take. Imagining a crowd over a child's bed, the protagonist thought about how the people of Grandia had believed this since ancient times. Aristocrats would look for respected people to name their child after. They would even hold festivals to celebrate the names of their children. He was asking him for such an important thing. He sat in front of the man, thinking about how although they had only met twice and had not greatly influenced each other's lives. Smiling, the guy thought that this responsibility was great, but he had no reason to refuse, and replied that he would take it as an honor. Felix smiled happily and thanked him. He led his wife away and informed her that she should go and rest. He said she should not overwork herself. Putting his hand to his chin, Logan thought that the one after whom the child of the sword was named was a good title. Opening the door, Felix said that she needed to rest anyway. He leaned his back against the door, saying that it was hard for him to communicate with words. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was time to switch to body language. The man grinned and said that he was amazed at how quickly his level had increased. He looked at the guy surrounded by flames and said that it had been little time. He should see how strong he was now. The guys stood in the hall opposite each other. The protagonist rushed forward. The Duke dodged the attack. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure. Felix deftly parried the blow. Logan grinned, thinking that he could easily block his blows. The protagonist looked at the serious man, thinking that since this was a fight with a master, he could test the limits of his abilities. Closing his eyes, the Duke said that was enough. The protagonist was surprised to hear the man ask what he was doing. Felix stood in front of him, asking what he was doing. He didn't want to say that this was all his power. The protagonist frowned, listening to him give it his all. He stood surrounded by flames, thinking that this was their first training since they became a teacher and mentor. He couldn't disappoint him now. The guy swung his sword furiously. A flash occurred around the boys. Gritting his teeth, Logan thought that after the pulse would separate. Releasing a stream of mana, the protagonist activated a lethal iron cut. The protagonist was taken aback, hearing that this was nonsense. Felix brought the sword to his neck and asked if he really planned to lose after 2 strikes. He hit the guy in the leg. Standing in front of him, the man shouted that he should get up. He can only waste his strength like a fool. Logan gripped the hilt of his sword and thought about how he called his divine sword combo stupid. He even injured the Moonlight Knight with it. The Duke looked at him with disdain and said that he should show everything he could, the real art of the sword. Felix stood in the arena and asked him not to disappoint him even more. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he would show him properly. The protagonist lifted off the ground. Jumping up, he thought that he would use the deadly iron slash again. The Duke closed his eyes and said that it seemed that he did not understand anything. Clouds of smoke appeared in front of him. Landing, the guy thought that he simply disappeared. He did not even hear the footsteps, where he went. The man appeared behind him and said that he was here. Logan turned around in shock. Felix hit him in the face. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist decided that it was a curse. The sun's rays illuminated the weapon. The protagonist frowned. The Duke waved his sword in front of him. The boy grabbed his hand. Standing in front of him, the man asked if he called it swordsmanship. At least try. Logan writhed in pain, wondering how to understand his words about swordsmanship, what he wanted. Looking at the boy's legs, the man said that his strength had increased since their last meeting, but his skill had not changed. In fact, it had worsened. The protagonist was taken aback when he heard that his fundamental indicators had dropped. Closing his eyes, Felix asked if he thought that in order to master the sword, it was enough to put all his strength into one special move, adding that the fundamental indicators should be the basis for strengthening oneself. He looked at the averted student, and said that even if he moved to a new level due to luck or talent, it would only increase the height of the next step. The protagonist looked down with a smile, thinking that he had easily gained strength. Because he had returned in time and retained the memories of his past experiences, he had spent all his time on the secrets of the divine sword. How stupid it was. Picking up the sword, he thought about how he had misjudged himself when he returned to the past, since everything had gone according to his plan. The man turned around, hearing that he wanted to do it again. The boy frowned and cried out that he was asking for another chance, and thought he would fix his fundamentals. The beaten Logan rolled his eyes. The knight carried him away on a stretcher and said that he was an urgent patient. They would take him to the infirmary right away. The Duke stood with the caretaker and reported that the sword is mastered through the body. The more painful, the better the training. Louis looked away, hearing that he could do so if he wasted his talent though. Felix looked seriously and said that he liked his determination. The boys looked forward, hearing their name called. Rick picked up the letter, said that he was Logan's servant. He held out the envelope and said that he brought a message from Baron MacLean, and the man said that he could deliver it virtually. The Duke took the letter out of the envelope. Looking down, he read that Patrick MacLean had a favor to ask of him. He knew that they would never be able to repay him for the favor he had given them, but thanks to the secrets he had given them, the knights of their family had been able to overcome many difficulties. He knew that it was shameless to ask him for anything more, but he had to do so, realizing how dear Logan was to him, to whom he had given those great secrets. We were shown Patrick sitting at the table and writing that his son had been hurt a little in the past. In short, if he fulfilled this request, the MacLeans would be forever grateful to him. Looking at the paper, the man said that it was an interesting request. Scratching the back of his head, Rick said that Logan thought that it was not the time to worry about such things. Felix smiled and asked if a 20-year-old man was not interested in women, adding that he would do what he could. The plot moves us to a week later, where the protagonist looked confused and clarified whether it was a date. The Duke stood in front of him on the street, asking how the heir to the house at 21 years old could not have a bride. The protagonist listened with a surprised look that he intended to find him a partner, and clarified if he did not want him to concentrate on training while he was here. Closing his eyes, Felix answered that a kind heart must be trained correctly. He realized this only after meeting his wife. Smiling, the guy thought that the war would begin in a couple of months. Where would he get time to arrange his marriage? He would like to tell him this, and answered that everything was very sudden. Why now? Logan looked surprised, listening to him worry about the future of his favorite student, clarifying whether he was asked. Frowning, the Duke replied that his father's worries were not groundless and asked if it was really normal that an adult heir does not get married. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that everything was useless. He simply could not ignore the teacher's words. If he spent one day, nothing bad would happen, and said that he would meet her. Eileen stood turned away and said that she was glad to meet him. Lifting up parts of her skirt, she said her name. The girl looked calmly. Stunned, Rick grimaced and thought that she was a beauty. Looking at the dissatisfied gentleman, he thought that she was too good for him, who was surprised. although he usually would not have shown interest. Sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek and he thought how this was possible. Looking at the girl surrounded by mana, the guy thought that his potential bride was a force user. Logan looked at the embarrassed Eileen, thinking that she was at the peak of the low rank, almost reached the middle, and this at 18 years old. Unbelievable. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that she was from the Floyds. Imagining the corpses on the battlefield, the protagonist thought about how she was the talent of the Grandia kingdom who died after 3 years of war, the one who stood out among all the others, the one who defended the entrance to the inner castle and killed 100 knights, the steel rose that bloomed in the fallen family. Remembering the girl with the sword, he thought that this was Eileen Floyd. The guy put his hand to his chin, thinking that an unexpected meeting, it would be good to get her to his house before the war began. If it was a wedding, and not just a wedding, he could take her under this pretext. Logan stood in front of the sad girl, thinking that, however, he had never heard of aristocrats getting married a few months after meeting. What to do? Eileen frowned. Taken aback, the protagonist listened that it seemed that he was also forced to come here, and decided that he was thinking. The girl calmly said that she had similar feelings, she would rather not waste time. Clenching her fist, she listened to him apologize, because he was thinking about other things. Eileen approached him and asked how about spending some useful time together. A little earlier, she wiped her face and asked what kind of a groom would he really not give up, since she would not marry. Smiling, Robert said that her beauty supported her popularity. Felix Esperanza himself recommended him. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking if this was really the Duke of the Sword. Closing his eyes, her father replied that few people knew about it, but he had heard that he would soon become famous, and he thought that he was far from her, who had received power at the age of 12. The man remembered the boy holding his cheek and thinking about how his daughter's first suitor broke off the engagement when she defeated him, after which she was banned from training, but only for 2 years. Imagining Eileen throwing her sword over her shoulder, he thought that soon she defeated another suitor who was supposed to become a knight, and proved that she was superior to many knights. Touching his chin, Robert thought that she was a girl who defeated knights. Because of such a nickname combined with her desire to become a knight, marriage proposals stopped coming, so he should use this chance. That young man the Duke himself called talented. Perhaps he would be able to cope with his daughter. The protagonist looked surprised when he heard her ask how about spending some time together usefully. Clasping her hands, Eileen said that they said he was an apprentice of the Duke of the Sword. She looked at him pitifully and asked if he would cross blades with her in a fight. Rick, dumbfounded, grabbed his head and called the young master. Clenching her fists, the maid asked if she wanted to fight her potential groom. The count begged her not to. The girl remembered the smiling guys and said that the two of them despised her and behaved rudely, so she taught them a lesson. They should have been beaten even harder. Smiling, she said that he was different. Eileen watched as the protagonist warmed up his arms. Frowning, Rick said that he asked to listen to him. Why should he warm up? If others found out that he hit the girl, the master would beat him. Imagining the guard at the door, the guy said that this would not happen. He asked that the training field be closed. Logan smirked, wondering how strong she was. Was it true that she had killed 100 knights by herself? He would check now. The maid put her hands to her cheeks and shouted that since it was inevitable, she wished her mistress to win. Raising his fists, Rick asked if she had gone crazy. Did she even know how strong the young master was? Extending the sword to the side, Eileen said that she had trained with the sword for 10 years alone. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, asking if she had been alone. Frowning, the girl said that she had defeated knights before, so she hoped he would not underestimate her. The protagonist smirked and replied that he had not planned to give in to her at all, so he hoped she would understand if he was a little rough. The rival was taken aback. The guys were standing on the training field. Eileen rose from the ground. She quickly struck. The guy looked at her confidently. He attacked the girl furiously. Eileen coughed in pain. Standing in front of his opponent, Logan said that he had hit her with the flat side. The protagonist watched her stand up and said that she was open to blows on the sides, so she would be more careful. Grinning, the girl thought that she would hit him at least once. Raising her injured hand, she heard that the grip was too weak. Eileen dodged the blow, hearing that she needed to move faster. The protagonist hit her in the side and screamed that she had opened up again. The girl was kneeling in front of him. Covering her mouth with her hand, the maid called for her mistress. Approaching his rival, the guy said that she seemed tired. Dodging the sword, he told her to wipe the sweat. Holding out the sword, Eileen thought that even the surprise attack hadn't worked. She was taken aback by the sound of a good try. The girl watched as he closed his eyes, wondering if he was angry or mocking her. Hitting her on the head, Logan screamed that his movements should be more precise. Eileen grabbed the top of her head in tears and thought, to hell with him. Smiling, the protagonist thought that judging by her bad habits, she really trained alone. But a couple of comments were enough for her to become better. She has talent. Although she can't use it yet, does his teacher really feel the same when they train? What a pity. The girl screamed from fatigue. She jumped back. Eileen confidently ran forward. Grinning, the protagonist said that an interesting movement of the legs. it was different from the previous simple acceleration. The opponent swung furiously. The guy parried the attack with a sword. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that he parried again. Logan hit her with his shoulder. Eileen coughed. Frowning, the protagonist thought that she had more than enough talent. The protagonist watched her sitting on the ground, thinking that she had good potential. He watched as the girl tried to catch her breath and asked again, thinking that she had enough stamina. The boy extended his hand, saying that he wanted to help her. Logan helped her up and said that she would have a chance next time. Eileen reached forward, confused. The protagonist pulled her towards him. Smiling, the protagonist said that she had an amazing talent. Let her come to Mac Lane. He stood in front of the surprised lady, telling her that not as a girl, but as a knight, he could freely train and spar there. He would provide her with a battlefield where she could earn glory. Grinning, the guy asked if she agreed, that of course, they would have to be conditionally engaged. Eileen looked at him, confused. She blushed in delight and replied that of course. Smiling, Logan thought about the fact that she had a sense like Ranian. The rumors were clearly not lying. It was very likely that in the future she would become a superhuman. The protagonist watched as the maid handed her a handkerchief, thinking that if engagement was the price to pay for such talent, it was a small one. Looking away, the protagonist wondered why his mentor had introduced him to the Floyds. Felix lowered his head and said that there were two reasons. He sat at the table in front of the guy and said that the first was that as long as the Floyds did not side with one of the princes, they retained some influence in the capital. Introducing the furious man, Logan said that the other reason was that Roger would have to wait and thought about how he was a little worried about the impending civil war. But from his point of view, such a choice made sense. The man put down his fountain pen and said that what was more important was that. The protagonist froze in confusion. Extending his finger, Felix said that he was curious how such a wild boy would get along with such a problematic girl. Just think, he liked her very much. Smiling, the protagonist thought that sometimes he was very strange. Well, it's good that everything was fine. The Duke sat in front of him and told him that he saw him blush when she came. Now he corresponds to his age. Getting up from his chair, Felix said that he couldn't even imagine how heavy the burden was on his shoulders. But for a young man like him, whose face reflected the weight of responsibility for the world. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and continued to say that it was not interesting to watch. The man with a serious look said that he could share the burden, let him open his heart, trust the people around him and relax. Imagining Logan walking arm in arm with a girl, the Duke said that maybe he was in a hurry. But from what he knew, Eileen could help him with this. Smiling, the protagonist called for a mentor, thinking that only he could handle this. Felix looked seriously, saying that he should not delay having children. He would judge from his own experience. Looking around the illuminated office, the guy screamed. The sun was shining brightly outside. Klaus, gritting his teeth, held his sword. The guy standing in front of him shouted at him to pull himself together and learn to block blows. Confidently looking forward, the main character understood that 3 weeks had passed since he arrived in the capital, but he spent all that time training. Henderson pointed his finger at the guy and told him that this could also be considered training. Looking at the smiling heroes, Logan understood that he felt the most pressure in the capital, so he shouldn't have hit them so hard. Henderson looked at the gentleman with a smile on his face. The man's body was lying on the ground. One of the guys, his mouth wide open, said that the Duke demanded that his knights be of middle rank. Turning his head, the hero replied that they might have potential, but his buddies should turn to the knights who were undergoing training. 2 knights, walking forward, said that there were very kind heroes here who asked to fight on the very first day. Henderson looked at his partner and answered that they were strong, but not as strong as when wielding the iron blood sword. Looking at each other, the guys did not understand why the knights used a weaker blade style if the young gentleman said that he received this technique from the Duke himself. Klaus, lowering his head, understood that they could not have come up with it themselves. Thinking about Logan, the guys said with admiration that the young gentleman blessed them with abilities better than the Duke. With smiles on their faces, the guys looked at the dissatisfied protagonist. Touching his neck, the protagonist said to himself that he was not sure what was happening, but his job was not satisfied with troubles and they were focused on training, so they could be taught something. A board with inscriptions. Standing next to it, the guy spoke of a rare opportunity. Holding a box of things, Philip shouted to people that they contained the most important goods that took the breath away from the aristocrats. Raising his hand up, the boy with a smile on his face shouted to one person that he saw anxiety in their eyes, so the box contained the product that would solve all the problems. Closing his eyes with a smile, Philip began to shout to one guy that he looked very much like the young master. Logan looked at Philip with displeasure. Leaning towards the ground, the guy shouted that there were too many competitors. Sitting on the guy, Logan shouted at Philip to keep his form. Turning his head to the guy, the protagonist told him that he would earn a lot of money anyway, so he should not neglect such things for the sake of sales. Standing on the ground, Logan shouted at Philip to get up, because he would now give another task. Pointing at Henderson, the hero said that these were the knights of the 18th Mac Lane squad and they would be responsible for the guy's safety. Frightened Philip, looking at the hero, asked him why he was giving tasks that required his protection. Philip's eyes widened as he heard them tell him to get as many weapons, war horses, and lumber as possible by the end of the year. His mouth wide open in fear, the hero began to ask Logan if he was going to start another war. Philip closed his mouth, telling himself not to say the words out loud. Looking askance at the guy, Logan said with a smile on his face that they had 30 million gold, so they needed to get as much as possible for that amount. Looking at the surprised Philip, the protagonist realized that he had learned this in the battle against the Sylvans. Thinking about the situation, Logan decided to increase the number of cavalry with crossbows, where soldiers could take on low-ranking knights, and then defeat the user of the force, and if successful, this would change the norm of combat. In the empire of Logan from his past life, the crossbows were different, but theirs turned out to be quite similar. Standing with Logan, Philip shouted at the guy that he didn't really understand how it worked, since they wouldn't be able to get even half of what they were asking for. Opening his mouth wide, the hero began to shout that if demand increased sharply, the price would also skyrocket. Waving his arms, Philip said that a large amount of money could not guarantee that horses would start giving birth to triplets, and foals would grow faster. The dissatisfied guy began to ask the heroes about their plans to start another war. Showing his fingers, Logan looked at the hero with incomprehension. Opening his mouth wide, Philip replied that the price would most likely increase threefold. Looking confidently ahead, the guy understood that this was madness. Thoughtfully looking ahead, Logan understood that nothing could be done in this case. Opening his mouth wide, the main character tried to shout something. With a smile on his face, Logan told the guy that if he managed to buy cheaper than double the price, he would receive an equivalent bonus. Philip looked ahead and asked the main character how much they would pay him. The hero opened his mouth wide and heard them tell him that they would pay him 3% of the difference in price. Henderson looked ahead and asked his assistant if 3% was a lot. Closing his eyes, Logan began to understand that money could solve any problem. Thinking about the situation, the protagonist answered that he had received a hint from his mentor on how to train, and that was where he was able to find a talented girl, Eileen. Thoughtfully looking ahead, Logan understood that everything was going well, but he was stuck at some points. Imagining the king in his head, the guy understood that there was still no bad news about him and perhaps his death was really sudden and unexpected. Thoughtfully looking ahead, the hero decided that he would justify the mentor's trust, and it would be good if he had a chance to meet the third prince. Standing aside, Logan understood that the mentor would soon have a child, and when he was given a name, the protagonist would be able to return home with Eileen. Suddenly, an unexpected knight looked at Logan and asked him if he would go to His Majesty. The surprised hero pointed at himself, not believing that he was the one being called. Opening the gate, someone told the guy that his identity was confirmed and they could pass. The guys walked confidently along the road. Looking down, Logan could not believe that the king wanted to meet him, because he was the son of a simple village baron, and in a normal situation he would not have a chance to meet the king. Looking askance at the main character, the knight asked the guy if he was worried. Looking up, the hero said that there was no need to worry, because the king just wanted to see his student. Lowering his head, the man calmly said that His Majesty highly appreciated talent, and this was only to his advantage, so nothing bad could happen to the guy. Frightened Logan looked at the knight. Looking around the territory, the guy understood that even the Empire did not dare to destroy him, but decided to preserve the beauty of the Grandfee. Imagining this whole situation, the hero thought that after the war with the Empire, it was designated as the headquarters, so the symbol of the kingdom led him to many troubles. Raising his head, Logan understood that this future should not be repeated. The gates slowly opened. The heroes walked forward. Two silhouettes walked along the corridor. After a few seconds, the legs stopped. Lowering his head, the knight began to greet the ruler of the nation. The king, opening his mouth, told the knight that he did not need to observe manners in front of him. The knight, closing his eyes, asked the king who would perform his duties if the elders stopped doing it, because respect must be shown. Waving his hand, the king said to raise their heads, because he wanted to see the knight with his student. Logan looked closely at the silhouette. In front of the guy was the real King Richard, whom he wanted to see for so long. The crown. On the throne sat Richard, who would eventually become known as a useless ruler. Looking carefully ahead, Logan realized that he looked healthy, and it was not surprising that no one expected him to die, because if he showed any sign of weakness, the struggle for power would have been immediately put down and the civil war would not have begun. Examining Logan, the king began to tell the knight that he did not have enough courage to study. Opening his mouth, Logan apologized to the king. With a smile on his face, Richard calmly told the guy that he should not imitate his mentor in excessive mannerisms. Raising his head, Felix said with admiration that Logan's skills were as strong as his will, and since he had the courage and wisdom that led him to victory, he would become a good foundation for the development of the kingdom. Continuing to sit on the throne, Richard asked the guys how they met. Time passed and the hero began to tell the king everything from the very beginning. Closing his eyes, Richard began to laugh and say that this was a very funny coincidence. Looking carefully at the guy, The king asked the main character his real name. A frightened Logan looked at the king, who thanked him. Looking down, the hero began to say that he felt like a great debtor to his friend because of the injury, and it was so difficult for him that he could not even bring up the topic. The two guys looked closely at the king. Closing his eyes, Richard began to say that resolving this problem helped him calm down. Looking up, Felix with a smile on his face told the man that he thought highly of him. Lowering his head, Richard began to tell the man that he should somehow reward him to express his gratitude. His hands removed the bracelet from his wrist. Opening his mouth, Logan was surprised to realize that it was a bracelet filled with mana. Holding out the bracelet, the king looked at the guys, and Logan himself was surprised to realize that this was an artifact of at least the 5th class. The main character looked away with incomprehension, not knowing what to do. Holding out his hands, Logan understood that he would not refuse all this. Standing behind the main character, Felix shouted at the guy that he could not accept him just like that. Raising his gaze confidently, the guy began to say that he was superfluous as much as he could use it wisely. With a smile on his face, the protagonist heard the king say that he had more ambitions than his mentor. Richard calmly looked at the guy and said that they had gotten to know each other well at this meeting, and the gift would only strengthen their bond in the future. Pensive Logan thought about the words of the king, who said to try for the sake of the people, like his teacher. Lowering his head, the protagonist understood that he would stop the empire at any cost. Voices rushed across the territory that His Majesty had become much softer than he was. Walking forward, Felix calmly said that he never just had conversations and his desire to meet Logan was also unusual. Opening his mouth, the guy told the man not to be afraid. With a smile on his face, Logan replied that the meeting was short, but if the king had a problem, he would have immediately told him about it. The hero looked at the guy with displeasure. Looking forward, Felix calmly said that he was becoming calmer with age, so his heart trembled, because his student accepted the treasure of the ruling family. With a smile on his face, the man said that this was a recovery bracelet. Surprisedly looking at the bracelet on his hand, Logan heard that this was an artifact endowed with 5th class magic, fast healing, and since it only had one spell, it was quite strong and most likely its power was at the level of a high-ranking priest spell. Logan's eyes widened. He realized that this thing could turn a serious wound into a scratch, and it also had a lot of restorative power that could be put into a spell. Lowering his head, Felix calmly replied that he would be calmer since he had received such a great item. Turning his head to the main character, Felix with a grin told the guy that now he could bring Logan half to death, because the bracelet would still heal him. The main character began to laugh. The guy lowered his head and covered his eyes. Walking down the street, the hero told the man that he would try to live up to all their expectations. The beaten Logan lay on the ground. Looking at the night, the protagonist lying down understood that something like this had happened before. Someone started running to the guys, loudly calling the Duke. Logan, sitting on the asphalt, looked at the guys. The man's mouth suddenly trembled. A tear ran down Felix's face, because the very event that everyone was waiting for had happened. The entire castle was in perfect condition. The guests in the building were shouting that the Duke of the Sword had finally had a child, so they held a banquet in honor of this. Logan, standing in the hall, heard people talking about the Duke of the Sword also coming to the banquet. One of the guys approached Logan and began to say that it was an honor to meet him. With a smile on his face, the protagonist understood that the title of the Duke of the Sword's apprentice attracts a lot of attention. Looking sideways, the guy saw the wind. Felix held the child in his arms with admiration, happiness on his face. One of the guys began to shout that the Bishop of the United Sacred Order of Grandia had arrived to them. The man walked calmly forward. The hero's gaze looked at all the guys. Standing with a joyful Felix, the bishop congratulated the Duke on the birth of his son. Looking at all this, Logan understood that many aristocrats receive a blessing at birth. Thinking about all this, the guy understood that among them was the blessing of the 5th of the 9 gods, Agna, the goddess of trees and life. All parents wish to receive a blessing from her, so that the child is healthy. Looking at the happy Felix, it was clear that the bishop himself would bless. The legs stood calmly. The duchess and the duke stood with the bishop on the upper floors. In their arms was a small child. Raising the baby up, the bishop began to say that this simple slave appeals to the 9 great gods who watch over their world. Logan opened his mouth wide and began to marvel at the holy power. Seeing the baby in his hands, the guy understood that it was closer to the origins than ordinary power, and less noticeable than mana, so people do not feel it at all, only see a bright light. Raising the baby up, the bishop continued to bless the newborn Esperanza. The baby slowly opened his eyes. A bright light began to shine throughout the territory. The heroes, with their mouths open, looked forward in surprise. One of the men could not understand what had happened. A few seconds later, all the heroes began to congratulate the Duke. Logan, looking at this with incomprehension, did not agree with something. The bishop held the child in fear. Looking down at the baby, the man stared at something, saying that the baby's body rejected the holy power. The frightened hero held the child. Felix, standing with the man, asked him what was wrong, to which the bishop said that he was tired, because he had not had to perform a blessing for a long time. A few seconds later, the man slowly descended the steps. The Duke and his wife watched him go. Looking askance at the bishop, Logan understood that the nature of the sacred power is one of many powers and perhaps the child has a special organism that can reject it. One of the men with a smile on his face told Logan that they had not seen each other for a long time. With a smirk, the hero asked the guy if he felt well. With a joyful smile, Logan began to say that he was fine. Confidently looking forward, the Count told the protagonist that he remained as impudent as ever. Laughing with his eyes closed, Logan replied that this was part of his charm. The fist was removed with great force and displeasure. The man stood opposite the guy with the broken glass. Taking a napkin from the waiter, the hero with a smile on his face said that at his age he does not hold objects well in his hands. Wiping wine from his hands, the hero told Logan that the reason he is still alive is that he somehow managed to become the Duke of the Sword's apprentice. Pushing the boy, the Count replied that thanks to this they had attracted many high-ranking aristocrats. With a smile on his face, the boy understood that he was behaving too childishly for the Count. The man continued to look ahead with displeasure. Surprised, Logan heard the Count tell him that he hoped to maintain this attitude even after meeting a high-ranking aristocrat. Holding his hand in front of him, the man said that the second prince wished to see Logan. With a smile on his face, the protagonist removed the napkin, answering that it would be an honor for him to be introduced to His Highness. The dissatisfied man did not understand why Logan needed time to think. The two heroes stood opposite each other. With a smile on his face, the man asked the Count about his desire for him and the teacher to join the other side. The hero, looking at the dirty napkin and wine, was a little perplexed. His hands continued to clench into a fist. Leaving, the Count told Logan that if he deceived him, he would pay off the debt much longer than he could express. With a smile on his face, the guy said that he would wait. Looking after the dissatisfied hero, Logan understood that now he was saying whatever he wanted. But when the Civil War began, he would not even have time to think about the guy, so he would have to wait just a couple of months and postpone the meeting until then. Looking ahead with dissatisfaction, the hero understood that his power was like that of a margrave, but he behaved like an envoy of the second prince. Looking at him, Logan understood that this was his destiny. Seeing high-ranking people, it was clear that this was one of the 5 dukes of the kingdom of a Superman who was able to use aura. Seeing the man, Logan understood that he was the grandfather of the second prince on his mother's side. The hero's head began to look in a completely different direction. With a smile on his face, the protagonist noticed that the man was ignoring him and did not think at all about someone like him. One smiling guy standing behind Logan told him to be more careful in making decisions. Covering his eyes, the hero smiled and greeted his nephew. Touching Logan by the shoulders, the guy calmly replied that seeing him so grown up even made him proud as the eldest member of the family. Looking at the man, it was clear that he was his mother's older brother and the heir to the house that was connected to the MacLanes. Thinking about his relatives, Logan understood that he had never behaved like his uncle. The guy's memories only included how the hero asked him not to cross the line. 2 guys laughed loudly at little Logan. Pointing at himself with his palm, the guy's uncle replied that they had no blood ties, but everyone knew that the MacLane and Kira's houses were connected by marriage. Looking at the floor, Logan asked the hero if his ties were not broken. Laughing, the guy replied that they had disagreements, but they were still relatives, because one could recall the financial support that the Kira's house had provided over the past 10 years. His gaze looked forward with displeasure. Dissatisfied, Logan thought about it, and said that they never turned a blind eye to their mistake when they were feeling bad. Dissatisfied uncle continued to smirk and thought that Logan had grown up impudent and a little famed. Watching the frowning guy, it was clear that it would not be difficult to fool him. Pretending that the hero was sorry, the uncle answered Logan that their house had really made a mistake and despite all this, he would like to apologize on behalf of his house. The hero continued to look at the guy with dissatisfaction. Starting to reach for his jacket, the guy answered that he wanted to apologize. His hands took out an envelope. Holding the paper in his hands, Logan asked the guy that they really came to apologize, so without saying anything, they gave him compensation. The hero's face showed a smirk. Bowing before Logan, the man asked him to help him, since he did not know what to do. Looking thoughtfully ahead, the main character could not believe that the heir of the Kairos, who never thought about his behavior, did this. His gaze immediately began to look ahead. Observing the surroundings, the guy decided that he could have been pressured. Thinking about his relatives, Logan understood that the grandfather on the paternal side of the first prince was in strict opposition and was the only magician with the 6th circle in the kingdom. Looking discontentedly at the Count, Logan understood that all of them would never kneel before the dukes. The man heard with incomprehension how he was told to raise his head. Looking at his uncle, Logan asked him if it would be difficult for him to fulfill one request. His hands reached for the man's ear, trying to tell him something. A few seconds later, from what was said, the uncle's face changed to a more frowning one. The man's gaze looked away with incomprehension, not knowing how to react. Laughing loudly, Logan said that if he fulfilled this request, Then the meeting with His Highness the First Prince would not be difficult at all. The dissatisfied uncle grabbed his head. A few seconds later, someone began to call all the guys. The vassal of the house, holding the papers, shouted that now the most important part of the banquet would come, because they would meet the person who would give the name to the baby. Turning back several times, the man looked at the papers with incomprehension, not believing his eyes. Climbing the stairs to the Duke and Duchess, Logan heard how they talked about him. Looking at the main character, the vassal wondered with incomprehension why he would be the one to give the name. The guy slowly rose. Looking at the baby, Logan understood that after birth, she received a shower from the aura from his teacher. The baby began to laugh. Holding the baby in his arms, Logan looked at her attentively. With a smile on his face, the main character thought about the fact that he had come up with a huge number of names. Standing near the crib, Logan shouted that the name of this child would be Stella. The baby looked at Logan with interest. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that from the ancient language this name is translated as a star, so he hopes that their daughter will become a ray of light that will illuminate the night sky. Felix and his wife looked at the guy. With their heads down, the Duke and Duchess answered that they completely agreed with this. People looked at all this with interest, but Logan was still thinking about why she rejected the sacred power. In Logan's arms, the baby laughed and played. Smiling from ear to ear, the protagonist thought that it was all a trifle. Grinning, Rick said that they should look at all these letters. The aristocrats sent them because after that banquet they wanted to meet with him. Looking at him, the hero replied that he should leave them in his chambers. He would refuse everyone at once, to which the guy asked why. Frowning, the protagonist said that they should go home, and then thought that a civil war would break out soon. It was a pity that he did not have the chance to meet the third prince. But it was time to return to preparation. Looking at the ball, he heard that their harvest would be 20 times better than expected. It was the size of the harvest of 3 or 4 years combined. A thought appeared that everything seemed to be going according to plan at home. He should see for himself. Looking away, Logan heard that he would go home. The man smiled and said that he should stop training for now. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he wanted to teach him the final secret art. Standing in front of the man, he said that he was surprised that he had decided to do this out of the blue. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that he knew that he had something even greater. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that he was about. Looking at the hero, Felix said that about that ancient secret art, he once spoke badly of it, but if used correctly, it would be stronger than him. Smirking, he added that however, one should not forget what is more important than him. Frowning, the hero said that the basics. Taking a step forward, the man said exactly what. Now he will pass on to him an art that can strengthen his basics. Raising his head, the protagonist thought about what to strengthen. Logan stood in front of the teacher, heard that the martial art style he developed does not allow the enemy to move, and increases his speed, which allows you to take control of the battlefield. Clenching his fist, the man said that the first proper manifestation of this is a heavy sword. Standing still, he added that he was going to teach him now. The hero looked in amazement, hearing that his martial art, which allowed him to become an aura user. Standing in front of him, the man said that he should watch carefully. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaimed in amazement, and thought that he had disappeared. Standing in the middle of the room, he added that he did not even see him take a step. Logan looked straight ahead. Suddenly, something approached the back of his head. A hand stretched forward. The hero raised his head up. He looked to the side in amazement. Felix clenched his fist. A thought appeared that it would not be possible to follow this strange movement with his eyes. He remembered it from their previous sparring. The man frowned and asked what he thought. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he was very impressive, but he could only make an aura user out of a human. Of course, a superhuman like the Sword Duke was impossible to track. Putting his hands on his hips, the swordsman said that his thoughts were read on his face. Looking straight ahead, Logan heard what was the basis of all martial arts, to which he replied that it was the legs and gait. Grinning, Felix said that however, this only applies to those who do not use force. It seems that he wanted to say this, but the reason why he is ranked above other aura users in the kingdom. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that it is due to the shadow of the spirit. Looking down, the hero thought that the shadow of the spirit was a strange name, but since he was so proud, it was worth mastering. Looking away, the man said that he heard that he was having trouble with that knight named Frank. Raising his eyebrows, he added that such a thing would not happen again if he studied it. The protagonist smiled, hearing that he wanted. Looking straight ahead, he replied that of course. A room appeared, and a voice said that he should step lighter. Logan shuddered in amazement, hearing that his heels should only touch the ground at the moment of jumping. The thought appeared that an amazing talent. The hero frowned. The thought appeared that he not only copied everything in a couple of hours, but also learned it so well that he could master it completely. Grinning, the man thought that the decades spent waiting for someone who could do it had finally paid off, and then shouted that it was too slow. He should step lighter and strengthen his strength. The protagonist frowned. The thought appeared that excessive praise was poison for a genius. His assessment of himself was still inadequate. A little humiliation would do him good. Logan took a step forward, hearing the command to stop. Crossing his arms, Felix said that he should continue training to master the movements. Good job. Looking at him, he asked what happened to his face. Looking down, the hero said that well, the movements are really amazing, he feels like he has become twice as fast. Stretching his hand forward, he added that but it does not look like such a method was created by a knight, rather, to which the man asked, that an assassin. The protagonist silently looked forward. Closing his eyes, the swordsman said that there was some truth in his assumption. Lowering his head, he added that when their king was a prince, he made his novice knight his personal guard. The man looked in amazement. It was heard that his majesty always had many enemies. Even when he ascended the throne, he experienced many horrors that are difficult to talk about. The swordsman extended his weapon forward. It was said that the youth who was delighted with the knighting had seen more bloodshed than the knights on the battlefield. In order to protect a man from the crowd advancing on him, that youth continued to kill. The man clenched his teeth tightly. It was heard that more than the killers, he needed to become faster and more agile. Felix held the weapon in his hands. It was said that he needed a martial art that allowed him to control the space, so that one blow could resolve everything. Lowering his head, the man said that when he studied the shadow of the spirit, he felt that he had achieved his goal. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that he was finally able to awaken the aura. Grinning, the swordsman said that he should not turn his nose up just because he understood the theory, and trained with the sword all his life. Bowing, the hero replied that he understood. His eyes widened. He thought that this was the path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom chose to become a superhuman. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that, however, there was another reason why he came to him before leaving. He widened his eyes in amazement when he heard that the third prince wanted to meet him. A dark sky appeared. A man ran forward at a rapid pace. The unknown people flew through the air. Looking straight ahead, Logan asked that he taught him the spirit shadow so that they could move like this, to which the man replied that, well, partly. Landing on the ground, he added that they were in place. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that it was the same. A small house appeared. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that an abandoned house on the outskirts of the outer castle, the third prince lived in such a place. The man knocked on the door. Logan looked ahead in amazement. A passage opened. The thought appeared that an underground staircase. Descending the stairs, the hero asked if it was worth the risk to meet him, to which the man replied that many were watching him. Looking to the side, he added that he wished to meet the Duke of the Sword's apprentice. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he had heard about the third prince. Walking forward, Logan said that there were only rumors that he was suitable for the title of the new king, to which the man replied that he should not say such things in public. Descending the stairs, he added that this could lead to trouble. Felix knocked on the door. The guy gritted his teeth, hearing that it was Felix. The man reached for the handle, hearing that they should come in. Taking off his hood, the swordsman said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he was glad to meet, and this. Smiling, the prince asked what his apprentice was. The man looked at him silently. Bowing, the protagonist said that he welcomed him. Frowning, he thought that he would finally be able to see for himself. Chuck smirked, wondering if the third prince was fit to be the new king. Putting his cup down, the prince asked that at such a young age he was already a high-ranking knight, very impressive, to which he was told that they were praising him too much. His merits were small, all thanks to his great teacher. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that it was small. He was destined to do great things, unlike a mediocre one like him. Looking down, he added that he did not mean to insult him, he simply heard what was said about him. Not only was he a skilled fighter, but he also saved his family, which was falling into decline, and even increased its influence. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he was worthy of being called a hero, to which he replied that he was grateful, and then thought that he knew how things were in the outskirts, which most aristocrats considered unimportant. Felix closed his eyes. The thought occurred to him that his teacher had not told him anything. Stretching his hand forward, the prince said that since the duke rated him so highly, he had conducted his own investigation. It was by chance, it would not offend him, to which the protagonist replied that of course not, he was grateful for his interest. He smirked and said that now let him get down to business. The thought occurred to him that he thought he would be little better than the other princes, but he greatly exceeded his expectations. Looking at the hero, the guy said that perhaps he did not know, but the fate of their country was now in danger. The aristocrats had divided it in two, and were fighting, trying to absorb each other. Clenching his fist, he added that there were no obvious physical conflicts now, but the situation was like a ticking bomb. Gritting his teeth, the prince said that these damn idiots did not have an ounce of care for the common people. They were a poison that would destroy the country. Frowning, he shouted that therefore, he needed a talented man. He needed the strength to pull out the leeches that were drying up their country. The man looked at him in amazement and turned around. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that he knew how he, a prince without power, could ask the duke's men to fulfill his goal, to which Felix replied that this was not what he wanted. Looking straight ahead, Logan heard that he was a genius of their age and a treasure of the kingdom. Stretching his hand forward, the prince said that he hoped such a talented man like him would fight by his side when the time came. Looking at him, the hero heard that he could do this for him. Smiling, the protagonist thought that of course, this is what he wanted, and then said that he would fully share his opinion, and having met him in person. The guy smiled, hearing that he was convinced that the rumors about him being the only suitable candidate for the title of king were true. He looked in amazement, hearing that however, there were some obstacles preventing him from serving him now. The prince lowered his head and said that it was clear that he didn't have a chance, to which Logan replied that no, his potential was more than enough. Looking straight ahead, he added that at least everyone could see that his two brothers were showing disgusting behavior. Putting his hand forward, the man said that he was in no position to which the prince replied that it was fine, let him continue. Looking at him, the hero said that his fief was currently at odds with Count Roger. He was a tough opponent, and it was difficult for him to resist with their current capabilities. Before answering his call, he should deal with his own problems. Putting his hand to his face, the prince asked that he was on the side of the second prince, right? The protagonist smirked, looking at him. Putting his hand forward, he said that if he gave him some time, he would deal with him, and help him with the restored powers of the MacLanes. Logan smiled, thinking that in exchange, he would become his sword. Putting his hand to his face, the prince said how confident he was, as expected from the Duke of the Sword's apprentice. They looked at the guy in silence. Chuck smirked and said that he had prepared a good gift for him when that time came. The hero extended his hand forward, hearing that he would be waiting with impatience. They shook hands. The doors appeared, and it was heard that he was thinking about what he had been thinking when he swore allegiance to the prince. The protagonist looked at the man in amazement. Smiling, he asked that he had been too straightforward. After all, he had specified that this would happen when he dealt with Roger. To which Felix replied that he was very cunning and understood what he was doing. Putting on his hood, Logan said that he had done so because he trusted him. To which the man asked what he had, said that he had warned that he would not guarantee anything. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the man said that he knew that this was not all. He could talk about his experiences. Smiling, Felix said that maybe he could help. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. A dark sky appeared. It was heard that in addition to the third prince, he believed the king. Closing his eyes, the Duke said that the decision would not be his, but His Majesty's. Looking straight ahead, Logan said that there were rumors about this. He frowned and added that the first prince would become a tyrant who would destroy the ruling family, the second a terrible king who would destroy the country. The man looked at him in amazement, and asked who dared to say such a thing, to which the hero thought that he was in his past life, but he doubted that he thought the same now. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist said that he believed it, and thought the third prince was better than the other two. What would he say? Looking at him, the Duke replied that he would repeat himself. It was not up to him to decide. Gritting his teeth, Logan said that he wanted to hear his personal opinion. The man looked down. The hero smirked, hearing that they had the same opinion, to which he thought, great, now he had his full approval. The man put his hands on his hips. The thought arose that even if this was just a seed in his thoughts, but when something unexpected happened, it would grow. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he should protect the third prince until he came of age, and then thought that although chaos would come sooner. Closing his eyes, Felix replied that he always felt that he was quite interesting, but until now he did not understand what he was thinking. People were walking towards the gate. The image of a man appeared. It was said that in the past 2 months he had completed many things. He had visited the king and met the third prince. The man smiled. The thought arose that he had received railway lines and networks from the Kiros and secured a promise of cooperation. This would make it easier for them to acquire supplies during the Civil War. The horses walked forward. It was said that it was time to return home. The carriage moved forward. The man grinned and said that during their stay in Grandia they devoted themselves to training, to which the knight replied that to think that they had a chance to cross swords with the knights of the Duke of the Sword, it was not for nothing that they accompanied the young master on this reconnaissance. Frowning, he added that but the greatest benefit lies in this, so, to which Henderson responded approvingly. The hero grinned. The thought appeared, that the young master's engagement. Walking straight, the man said that who would have thought that he would find a partner in the capital, to which the soldier said that he decided on this after the first date. The protagonist put his hand to his face. It was heard that he liked it in her. He frowned. The thought appeared, that strength and fighting ability. The girl looked at him. She turned her head. The thought arose that he had brought her to use her as a knight, but they were conditionally engaged because of this. The man looked at her with fear. The thought arose that he had problems convincing her father. Logan looked away, hearing that he was asking her to keep her promise. The girl looked out the window, and he asked again. Taking the girl's hand, the man turned. Standing in front of her, he said that he asked her to take care of herself. Looking straight ahead, Eileen said that she could not return without results, having come all this way, so he must keep his promise. The hero looked at her in amazement. He walked forward. The thought arose that the feeling when you leave the place where you have lived all your life. The protagonist suddenly froze. He looked at the kingdom. Sitting in front of the girl, Logan said that of course. Eileen grinned and replied that she hoped they would arrive soon. The hero grinned, looking away. The carriage was going to the castle. It was heard that he was too. The carriage suddenly stopped. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room. Grinning, he said that he was back. Suddenly, people looked in amazement. The thought appeared that the girl. People opened their eyes in surprise. The knights froze in bewilderment. Patrick looked down and thought that Logan had returned with the girl. The hero smiled, looking at them. Stretching his hand forward, the man thought that it could not be, and then said that welcome back, asked who this lady was next to him. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist replied that it was Eileen, his fiancée. People exclaimed in amazement. Smiling, the father thought that his fiancée, he expected that they might be at the courtship stage, but it turned out that they were engaged. It's good that he turned to the Duke of the Sword. Looking at them, the man said that they were welcome, to which Logan said that she would also become part of the knightly order. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she was Eileen of the Floyd house, she would serve him as his daughter-in-law and knight. The man looked at her in amazement when he heard this. Frowning, he asked that he wished for his bride to be a knight. What nonsense! It was said that the news of Eileen's desire to become a knight spread quickly, to which everyone reacted differently. Vincent smirked and asked that such a thing had never happened, but wouldn't someone stop him? Ranian closed his eyes and said that he was welcome to the family. Looking away, he turned to his mother. The girl looked at him in amazement when she heard that she should run. The dwarf crossed his arms and said that he didn't know what was going on, but he would fool her. It was heard that he was saying such things. The hammer struck the wood, and it was heard that the young gentleman was acting up again. The man looked at him in amazement and asked what it was this time, to which he was told that he had brought a girl who would be both a knight and his bride. Sitting by the fence, the man exclaimed. The sky appeared. It was heard that he thought he would say that they would have to level another mountain, and this did not surprise him at all. The knights looked at the girl in amazement. She was standing in the middle of the soldiers. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that my God, he was not joking, to which the hero replied that such things are not joked about. Frowning, Patrick said that she was a woman. In the history of their kingdom there had never been female knights, to which the protagonist said that she could use force, and in their situation they needed to hire as many useful people as possible. Looking away, he added that the MacLane Knight's training was more intense than others. Even if she was talented, she was still a woman, a noble lady, and suddenly her father looked at her in amazement when he heard that she could. Looking at them, Eileen said that she would erase all their doubts about her abilities. Smiling, she added that as women, and then thought that she would make them recognize her as a knight. Looking at the girl, the knight said that this is what is said here, and the hero asked that this is her wish. Lying on the ground, Eileen thought that crazy bastards. The soldiers carried each other on their backs. A thought appeared that all knights trained like this, some had less aura power than hers. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that she was not yet. She clenched her fist. It was heard that she regretted. Eileen looked at the hero. Standing in front of her, the protagonist thought that 2 months at most, they need to finish preparing for the war faster than the Befros. The girl looked down. A thought appeared that he was going to let her join them, but he could not wait any longer. Looking at her, Logan heard that yes, he regretted. Frowning, Eileen shouted that she regretted not being ready for such training. Looking at her, the hero heard that he promised her glory on the battlefield. Gritting her teeth, the girl objected. Looking at the apple, she said that she understood that he would not be able to keep his promise if she did not try herself. The apple was hanging on a branch. It was heard that she needed to realize that the knight's glory would have to be earned herself. The hero grinned, looking at her. Hitting the tree, he said that as promised. The girl caught the apple, hearing that he would give her a fight in which she could earn her glory. Grinning, she thought that a steel rose does not become because of some trifle. It was heard that let him eat it and go to the end. The man jumped up. The knight flew forward rapidly. He stretched his weapon in front of him. The soldier frowned and shouted no. Suddenly, a blow flew at the knight. He fell down. The man was holding the soldier in his arms. Patrick looked away and said that he had dropped out and was now excluded, to which the knight replied that he was definitely so. Looking straight ahead, the soldier said that their training had always been brutal, but this was just madness. Sitting on the ground, the man asked who had thought of this before, to which the other replied that he should guess. The hero put his hand on his side, and it was heard that he was a young gentleman. Patrick grinned and said that this was good siege training. It was also good for practicing defense, although a little dangerous, but at the same time excellent. The man stood still, and it was heard that Eileen was next, that she should get ready. The girl rushed forward, hearing the command. Suddenly, she jumped up. Eileen was rapidly climbing the wall. The guy looked at her in surprise and said that she was fast, to which the other added that yes, but it would not help. Gritting his teeth, the knight said that it was an exercise. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that he favored the defender. The girl frowned. It seemed that the attacker needed to be much stronger, or have big ones. Suddenly, Spill flew into the knight's face. Eileen climbed up. She clenched her teeth tightly. Suddenly, a blow flew at the man. The girl pulled the weapon forward. Grinning, the hero said that victory was Eileen's. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she had done it. Looking to the side, the man asked what he was saying. She was an aristocrat, to which the protagonist replied that yes, I must have misheard that, and she was nothing. He recognized her. Looking straight ahead, Patrick said that she was trying her best to cope with the training, and her sword art was excellent. Asked how could it be otherwise. The hero and father smiled. It was heard that it was possible, then they would play dirty and win. Grinning, the protagonist thought that the knights were getting used to training, and Philip was busy with logistics. There was one last thing left. Turning his head, Logan addressed his father. The man frowned, looking away. Frowning, the hero said that he needed to discuss something with him. A view of the building opened up. Raising his hand up, the guy addressed. Philip, standing in front of the man, said that he had just checked the storage. It seems they have a lot of empty spaces. Thanks to this they will be able to reduce costs and increase the shelf life of their products, to which the man asked if it was true. Looking away, he added that by the way, something is wrong with the maintenance of the city and the payment of wages. There is some kind of error, let him take a look, to which Dwayne responded approvingly. Smiling, the boy said that and also, let the weapons be in very good condition, cleaning oil from Kalia is half the price of from Kale, to which the man asked if that was true, and he was familiar with the market, as he could see. Looking straight ahead, the manager asked that he arrived at the fief yesterday, to which Dwayne replied that he knew that the young master had ordered him to help with the management of the fief, but his methods were different. Philip put his hand to his face. It was heard that they were saying that he was the one who was in charge of purchasing all the weapons and what that had recently arrived to them. What the young master was planning to do with all this. Looking straight ahead, Dwayne wondered what would happen next, no matter how you looked at it. Frowning, the man asked that they were preparing for war. Closing his eyes, he said that he wanted to talk in person, exactly about this. The hero looked at him silently. Trees appeared. It was heard that Roger would arrive soon. Everything was wrong. Patrick looked at him in amazement when he heard that they were provoking a war. He clenched his teeth tightly. Clenching his fist, the man said that he should first state his reasons, to which the protagonist thought that he had held back. Stretching his hands forward, Logan said that as far as he knew, Roger had not attacked them yet because of his teacher. The man frowned when he heard that, but how long he would wait. Looking straight ahead, Patrick said that until then they could continue to build up their power. Compared to him, they were still lacking in many ways. Looking at his father, the hero replied that if he were his father, he would make sure that this continued. Clenching his fist, he added that they needed to attack now. The man looked at him in amazement and turned. The protagonist frowned when he heard that he knew something that he did not know. If so, he asked for the truth. Logan looked down. Patrick's eyes widened in shock when he heard that if he said he knew when the king would die and that it would be soon, he would believe it, to which he asked if he really did. The man held out his hand and asked if he was planning on committing treason, to which the protagonist shouted no, definitely not. Frowning, the protagonist said to imagine that it was true, how he thought things would play out later. Putting his hand to his face, Patrick said that first there would be problems with the struggle for the throne. Looking straight at him, Logan said exactly that, the struggle between the first and second princes had escalated, and Roger was one of the second prince's key supporters. What did he think would happen if they started a war at that time? Smirking, the man replied that they would essentially be turning their blades against the second prince. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that was right. If they wanted to fight Roger without outside pressure, now was their only chance while the king was alive. The scales appeared. It was said that when Bethros fell, the scales would tip. Frowning, the protagonist thought that then, too, he would place the third prince in this war. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he understood his motive, but could they not wait until one of the princes was crowned, and until then, stall for time? Closing his eyes, Logan thought that after the Civil War, the Empire would immediately absorb them, and then said that then it would be too late. Images of rulers appeared. It was heard that if the second prince won, Roger would become his most trusted supporter, and if the first prince, then Roger's territories would not belong to him. Looking directly, the hero said that they would never be able to take possession of his lands again, just as they would not be able to occupy what was rightfully theirs. Gritting his teeth, Patrick answered that fine, he understood. To be honest, there were still many questions. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that, for example, how he knew about the king's imminent death. He opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that, but he believed him. The castle appeared. It was heard that everything he had done so far was also questionable. Looking to the side, the father said that he seemed to know the future. Looking straight ahead, Logan heard that he understood. Perhaps he was in a situation that he could not tell others about. Turning his head, the man said that therefore he would ask the last question and would not inquire further. The girl smiled. It was heard that everything he had done. Ranyan looked happily at the weapon. It was said that and everything he was going to do in the future. Standing in front of the hero, the father asked what it was for what. The hero silently looked forward. Frowning, he said that his goal had always been the prosperity of their family, nothing more. The man grinned, hearing this. Standing in front of the hero, he said that it was fine, he trusted him, he would convince the advisors himself. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist asked that he was sure that he could handle it alone, to which Patrick asked again that he did not trust his old man, and he added that that was not the point. Smiling, the father said that he should not worry and rely on him. As his father, he will cope with this. Putting his hand on the table, the man said that on New Year's Eve they will start a war. The people looked in amazement. It was said that everyone jumped as if they were pierced by electricity. The reaction was expected, considering that their fief had not long ago become suitable for life. The man frowned. The thought arose that but the father did not give up. The servants lowered their heads. It was said that he reminded everyone of the shameful loss of their lands. The knights angrily clenched their teeth, hearing about Roger's attempt. The boy looked at his hand. It was said that and about the danger. He looked at the photograph. The thought arose that which is inevitable. The blood of those present sometimes boiled, then froze, and soon they realized the need for war. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he couldn't mention the king's death, so he decided to play on the emotions. Frowning, he added that they needed to move on, no matter what it took. The horse stopped. The men sat on their horses. It was said that 2 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, 152 knights, 1,000 cavalry crossbowmen, including trainees, and 1,532 foot soldiers set out. Frowning, the man shouted forward. The horses rushed forward. The father looked at the hero. He looked away silently. The protagonist frowned, hearing that he had a plan. Turning his head, Patrick asked that he had thought out a strategy before declaring war, to which Logan replied that of course. Raising his hand, the hero said that for now they had no choice but to go into a full frontal attack on Roger. The man asked in surprise, hearing that therefore they would not declare war on him. Smiling, the protagonist said that instead. The man opened his eyes wide and turned. Stretching his hand forward, he said that the McLeans declared war. They want to avenge the shame of 6 months ago. Max looked in amazement, hearing that they, the Peretz. He opened his eyes wide. The knight rushed forward. He heard what nonsense. Frowning, the man asked that the McLeans declared war on the Peretz. Kneeling, the knight said that yes, the Peretz asked for help, asked what he would do. Smiling, Roger said that fools, he barely restrained himself because of the Duke of the Sword, but it seemed that they themselves provided them with an excuse. Frowning, he thought that their military force, at a rough estimate, was twice theirs, although this depended on the veracity of the rumors about the crossbows. Looking away, the man asked if the preparations were complete. Looking straight ahead, the knight replied that they were. Standing up, the ruler said that they should prepare to go to war. Clenching his fist, he added that they would crush the Peretz when they were drunk with their victory. They would bring them down to earth. Patrick ran forward at a rapid pace. Looking at him, Vincent shouted that at this rate they would reach the Peretz castle within a day. Looking straight ahead, the man replied that great, then they would change direction. The man sat down on a chair. Max's eyes widened and asked why they were not moving. Rushing forward, the knight said that the McLean army, to which he asked where it was. Looking straight ahead, the soldier mumbled. Leaves flew up. It was heard that she had disappeared. The horse ran forward. A question was heard. The man's eyes widened in amazement, hearing that they were not on their territory, but at Roger's. The knight frowned as he heard them pass their first castle. The hero ran forward quickly, and it was heard that they were heading towards the second, Tomoto Castle. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this is where it is, to which Vincent responded approvingly. A long wall appeared, and it was heard that this was Roger's second castle, where a huge granary was located. A settlement appeared, and it was heard that it was Tomoto Castle. Gritting his teeth, the man said that the Befros kept most of their supplies there. If they occupied it, they would suffer long-term consequences, however. Looking away, he asked if they could win by simply occupying the castle. Patrick turned his head, hearing that it was true. He frowned. It was heard that by the time they stopped there, they would declare war on the Peretz. The hero held out his hand and said that his real target was the Befros castle, Tomoto. Patrick looked ahead in confusion. He held out his hand and asked that he wanted to lure Roger out using the Peretz, to which the protagonist replied that yes, they would do everything they could to avoid their main force and take over Tomoto Castle. Looking straight ahead, the father said that however, ultimately, no, they wouldn't even have 2 days before meeting them. Logan smiled and said that it was okay, they just needed to hold out until His Majesty died. The man's eyes widened in amazement. Standing before him, the hero said that once that happened, all the nobles in the kingdom would be forced to drop everything and attend the funeral, a direct order from the royal family, which had enormous power. Frowning, he added that it was powerful enough to stop the war. Patrick put his hand to his face and replied that it was good that if Roger committed a crime against the royal family, then he would be accused of treason immediately. He lowered his head and added that even though he said that he knew the day of his death, he still couldn't believe that he had thought of such a thing. He was absolutely sure of the day. Smiling, the protagonist said yes and then thought that he would never forget this day. The moon appeared and it was said that the king's death would be announced on New Year's Eve, 2 days left. Logan looked ahead angrily, thinking that they had to occupy Tomoto Castle until then. Lowering his head, the man shouted that it was a curse. Jerome looked angrily and asked where they came from. Jericho looked at him and said that he should calm down. They had already reported to the main castle. They just needed to hold out for 1 day. The man looked away. Gritting his teeth, he said that there were 3,000 of them. The army moved forward. It was heard that there were about 200 knights alone. How could they hold out? Clenching his fist, Jerome said that if this were the main castle, but the forces of Tomoto Castle could fight them off, to which Jericho replied that they just needed to guard the fortress and hold on. If they acted in a coordinated manner, they would last a day. The knights looked straight ahead. It was said that these 3 were high-ranking knights. They would justify their keep, right? Suddenly Patrick shouted loudly. The people looked at him in amazement. The soldiers rushed forward, hearing the command. The archers pulled their weapons forward, hearing that they should aim. The crossbowmen aimed their weapons, hearing the command to pay attention. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The arrows flew forward rapidly. Jerome frowned and thought that they were fast. The arrow flew along the wall. The shots hit the fence. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that at least they couldn't get past the fortress. He smirked slightly. Stretching his hand forward, the knight shouted that they should shoot back, now. Arrows shot forward. They flew along the ground. Looking straight ahead, Kyle said that it seemed that this was the limit of the bow's shooting range, to which the hero replied that the same thing happened with crossbows. No matter how much effort they put in, they would hardly reach the fortress walls. The man held the crossbow in his hands. It was heard that they would stop firing. No, it was better to keep them under control. Smiling, the protagonist said that, besides, if we were talking about the number of arrows, Hamar had done more than enough, to which the man replied that he was asking for additional vacation days. Looking away, Logan said that now. Smiling, he added that he had a request. Clayton frowned and replied that he didn't think they would have to participate in the war. The mages looked at him, hearing that they were coming. Shots flew along the wall. Gritting his teeth, the knight asked what they were doing. They were not succeeding. It was just a waste of arrows. With wide eyes, he added what they had in mind. The man winced and asked what the sound was, to which he was told that it was elusive, but even the earth shook. The golem swung his hand. Suddenly, he hit the ground. Jerome looked in amazement, and said that it was the same. The monster hit the ground. It was heard that it was a golem. Looking to the side, the man asked that they also have mages. The monster hit the ground. A question was heard, what is this golem doing? A high tower appeared. Looking straight ahead, Clayton asked that he wanted to use golems in the war. Standing in front of him, the hero answered that yes, they could protect them from arrows, or easily remove enemies from the way. He smirked and added that if he needed mana stones, they would provide them, to which the mage asked that this fight would be that important. He put his hand to his face and objected. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that what he was asking for was impossible, to which he asked what, why. Stretching his hand forward, Logan said that if it was about mana stones, to which the man replied that no, it was not about stones. Standing in front of the hero, the mage said that it was about their lives. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. The man frowned when he heard that lives, to which he replied that yes, few people know. Looking straight ahead, Clayton said that after the golems received a certain amount of damage, it would then move to the caster. Stretching his hand forward, he added that of course, they were looking for a way to fix this. Holding a paper in his hands, the mage said that for example, if he looked at this research paper, disrupting the flow of magical energy sent by the mana stones. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that his dream of an army of golems, he heard that he was listening. The man looked at him silently. Stretching his hand forward, the mage said that he had a suggestion. He slightly opened his mouth. The golem swung his hand. He struck the ground. The monsters hit with their hands. A mound appeared on the ground. Putting his hand to his face, the knight said that the golems went underground along with the mages. Looking straight ahead, Jericho said that they were no longer shooting, asked what they were planning, to which the man asked again that they were really planning to dig a tunnel under the wall. Looking away, the knight replied that he should calm down and take a closer look. The sun was hiding behind the clouds. It was heard that they started in the morning, and it was already getting dark. At this rate, reinforcements would arrive before the golems got here. Looking away, the man said that they just needed to wait. Suddenly the ground shook. It was heard what was happening. The man looked scared and said that the walls. He clenched his teeth tightly. The knight looked away and shouted that what was the chance that the walls would collapse. Frowning, the man replied that it was impossible. Stretching out his hand forward, the knight asked what he was talking about, because he could feel everything shaking, to which he replied that they should not leave here. Looking straight ahead, Jerome asked what, but suddenly the walls would collapse. The army stood still. It was heard that why, in his opinion, they did not attack. Surely they had something in mind. The knights stood in front of each other. The man clenched his fist and exclaimed. Jericho closed his eyes, hearing that it was necessary to attack their magicians with a shock force. He would personally go down and. The man turned around in surprise, hearing that he was now the commander. He could not go anywhere. He would deal with this. Let him give him a couple of nights. The man silently looked forward. Looking straight ahead, he heard that it was good, to which he thought that he had finally calmed down. The flag appeared. It was heard that he was starting to worry too easily, guilty. Trees appeared. People on horses walked straight. Gritting his teeth, the knight said that the sun was already setting, to which Jericho replied that nothing could be done. The plan of action appeared. It was heard that they were surrounded by forest from the south and west, so it would be safer to go around them on the southern side of the forest and attack. The people stopped. It was heard that they had arrived. The soldier looked to the side. It was said that there were 5 ordinary knights. The man opened his eyes in amazement. A glow appeared around Vincent. It occurred to him that the level of power emanating from him was completely different. He was a high-ranking knight. Holding the weapon in his hands, the soldier thought that the McLeans could not have so many high-ranking knights. If he killed him, the situation would turn in their favor. Stretching out his hand, the knight asked that he was not planning to attack. It was obvious that this was a trap, to which he asked what, let it be, they will not turn back. The man frowned. The soldier shook his head, hearing that they must first deal with them, and then return to the western walls. Frowning, the man thought that they were worried about him. He had been worried since the invasion began. Gritting his teeth, the knight thought about his brother. The knight smiled. It was said that he and his brother were special. They came from a family of commoners, but at the same time they were high-ranking knights, which was very rare, even within the entire country. Because of this, they were awarded the honorary title of guards of the second castle. The man smirked. A thought arose that perhaps it was because of their past. But his brother was always worried that his position as a commander would be taken away from him. Jerome shouted angrily. It was said that unnecessary mistakes and losing his temper were the least of his problems. The knights stood back to back. A thought arose that his reputation among the knights was falling. Even his attempts to help had their limits. This fight could be their last chance. He must win at any cost. The soldiers rushed forward, hearing the command. The knight looked away. The warriors ran forward. They heard that they were attacked. From behind, it was an ambush. The man looked forward in amazement. Looking straight ahead, he thought that they were running into the tunnel. Their numbers were greater, but they also had a high-ranking knight. It was strange that they had escaped without a doubt. Frowning, the knight said that it was probably a trap. He clenched his teeth tightly. The man grabbed his weapon. The knights rushed forward, hearing what was behind them. The warrior ran forward quickly. The arrow flew straight. The man dodged the shot. Gritting his teeth, he thought that this was why they went into the tunnel. They wanted to shoot at them from the darkness. Clenching the weapon in his hands, the knight thought that these pathetic arrows would not kill such a high-ranking knight. He extended his hand to the side. The man frowned. Jericho grinned and thought, good, he will continue to dodge. The horse raised its head and screamed. It fell to the ground. A glow appeared in front of the knight. Soldiers began to fall to the ground. Rushing forward, the man thought, damn, he can't help ordinary knights who are not able to repel arrows themselves. Looking to the side, Jericho shouted, those who can repel arrows with force, forward. He took a step forward. Looking to the side, the man thought, if only he could defeat a high-ranking knight, then the rest, and the magicians, would be easy to defeat in close combat. At this rate they would have a chance. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted, earthen wall. Stones began to fall from the sky. The knights looked around. It was heard that their way back was blocked. Looking at them, the magician shouted, swamp. The knight kicked the ground. Lowering his head, the man asked what kind of magic it was, said that the earth had become a swamp. Sitting on his horse, the knight said that their people died from arrows. The man clenched his teeth. Vincent grinned and said that there was no way back. Holding the weapon in his hands, the soldier heard that they would have fun now. The man looked at him and smiled. The knight clenched his teeth and thought that this was a failure. He needed to save as many of their people as possible and quickly regroup. The man was breathing heavily. The thought occurred to him that he would hold them back if the rest broke the wall. He looked in amazement, hearing the appeal. Raising his head up, the warrior thought that it couldn't be from above. Looking straight ahead, the hero shouted that he was attacking. The army quickly ran forward. The protagonist smiled, looking straight ahead. The knight clenched his teeth and thought that his brother. Lowering his head, the man shouted at the devil. Standing in front of the hero, the magician said that he had a proposal. Holding his hand out, he added that the golems would dig a hole to bring down the castle walls. It would not be difficult to destroy the supports located under the walls. Putting his hand to his face, Logan said that but to maintain a safe distance from the arrows, it would be necessary to remain at a distance. Even a golem would need time to reach the castle walls. He frowned and thought. Holding his hand out, the hero said that they would do this. They would lure the enemy into the tunnels. Frowning, Clayton said that he wanted to redirect their forces. The protagonist smiled, hearing that, but was he sure they would fall for it? To which he replied that of course, one tunnel would not be enough. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that therefore, let him cause an earthquake. Frowning, the mage said that magic was capable of this, but he would not be able to cause a real one. to which Logan replied that it was okay. The man stood still. It was heard that something was happening underground. It was only necessary to get a reaction from them, and as soon as some forces were redirected to reconnaissance of the situation, they would attack the castle walls. The warriors rushed forward. The man clenched his teeth and shouted, "What the hell?" Taking a step forward, he wondered why now, when his brother was not here. Frowning, Jerome thought, no, they must have been counting on this. He knew it. Smiling, the guy said that he panicked too easily. The man clenched his teeth and screamed. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted, "Fire." The archers fired. It was heard that they should not let them pass. Arrows flew at the warriors. They raised their heads up. The man grabbed the rope. The warriors ran forward quickly. The girl frowned. The horse raised his head up. Ranian and the girl flew up quickly. Looking straight ahead, Eileen thought that the height of the cliff on which she had been training for several months. She touched the wall with her foot. People looked at her in amazement. The girl grinned and said that it significantly exceeded the height of these walls. Looking at her, the knight asked what the woman. Eileen swung, thinking that she would definitely find her glory here. The girl landed on the wall. Gritting her teeth, the knight said that she was damned. Blood dripped from the sword. Eileen lowered her head down. The soldier swung at her. She looked away in amazement. The tip of the sword glowed brightly. The girl opened her eyes in fear. Suddenly, someone pierced the soldier with a sword. Frowning, Ranian shouted that he should pull himself together. It was dangerous to go so far. Looking at him, the girl thought that she was scared. She froze, thinking that she fully realized what it was like to be on the battlefield when she killed a man for the first time. The girl clenched her fist tightly. Looking at her, the guy turned around. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he should forgive her for showing herself from an unsightly side. Looking straight ahead, Ranian heard that and thank you. The girl frowned and looked away. The boy smirked, looking at her. Closing his eyes, he said that he heard that she was eager to earn glory in this fight. Smiling, Ranian added that he did too. Standing behind Victor, he said that he wanted to contribute to their victory and become stronger, so as not to yield to someone who was very quickly increasing his power. The girl smirked, looking at him. They stood back to back. Frowning, the boy shouted that they were moving forward. Eileen looked furiously. They rushed forward sharply. The hero raised his head up. Frowning, he thought that they were too enthusiastic. Swinging, the protagonist added that when Ranian managed to become a mid-rank knight, it seems he has a new sword. He is very proud of it. Gritting his teeth, Logan thought that now is not the time for this, for now it is too dangerous to rampage like this. At this rate, high-ranking knights will come to deal with these two. The hero raised his leg. He suddenly jumped up. The knights looked at him in fear. The protagonist landed on the wall. A flame suddenly appeared in front of him. The soldier standing next to him exclaimed in fear. Logan raised his sword up. Frowning, he thought that he needed to continue to attract the enemy's attention. Patrick frowned and turned to the knights. The thought came that he also had to defeat the commander of the castle guards, Tomoto. Raising his weapon up, the man shouted that he was Patrick. Swinging his weapon, he added that they should try to escape if they could. Patrick looked away in bewilderment. He parried the knight's blow. Frowning, Jerome shouted that he would take his head. Grinning, the man replied that he was the commander of the guard. Looking straight ahead, the knight thought that although he was now an advanced rank knight, until recently he had a high rank, like him. Their swords collided. The thought came that he could handle it, he would succeed. The knight jumped aside. Patrick swung his sword. He was told he could do it. The man's eyes widened. His head flew off. The knight stood still. The head fell in front of him. Frowning, the soldier asked what the golden flash was. Suddenly he looked up in amazement. Jericho's eyes widened and he asked what was happening. Patrick stood on the wall. The man clenched his teeth. He raised his head and shouted that reinforcements were on the way. The soldier looked away and asked that he had returned from the tunnel, and another added that reinforcements were on the way. Jericho frowned and shouted that he would take command, let them fight to the end. He added, widening his eyes, that they should not let their comrades' deaths be in vain. It was heard that there were no reinforcements. The hero suddenly flew up. Looking straight ahead, he asked that anger had blinded his eyes. Frowning, the knight shouted that he's a redhead, he'll kill them all. The protagonist quickly approached him. The man opened his eyes in fear and asked what when he. Logan struck him. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he was the only one who would die here. The horse ran forward at a rapid pace. The protagonist looked away, hearing the appeal. The men grinned, looking straight ahead. Stretching his hands forward, Logan said that he was glad to see them unharmed, to which Clayton replied that it was all thanks to Vincent. Gritting his teeth, the man said that although two enemy knights still hit the wall, to which the hero replied that he shouldn't worry about it. Vincent looked ahead in bewilderment. The knights were planting a flag. It was heard that they had dealt with the remaining enemy knights. The castle was successfully captured. The men smiled when they heard that they had won without much effort thanks to the two of them, to which the mage replied that they hadn't done much. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement. Lowering his head, the hero said that on that note, he wanted to ask him for another favor. The man's eyes widened and he asked what. A settlement appeared, and he heard a request to create a large pond around the castle. Smiling, the protagonist added that the enemies hadn't arrived yet. The water was spreading near the walls. People were sitting on the floor. Grinning, Logan said that he had not only surrounded the castle with a moat, but had also patched up the walls. Closing his eyes, he added that earth magic really couldn't compare to other types of magic, to which the mage replied that he was praising him too much. Clayton began to cry, thinking that he had a strange feeling that their magic was starting to specialize in buildings. He was wrong. The hero looked away. The water was spilling near the walls. The thought came that the ditch was 5 meters deep and wide. If you fall into it in heavy armor, then even a knight will have a hard time getting out. Frowning, the protagonist said that they should not spare the oil, pour so much that they would slip immediately as they stepped on it, to which the knights responded approvingly. An army appeared in the distance. The thought came that it was good. They organized the defense. Soon there would be dinner, at which time Roger's army was expected to arrive. The army moved forward. Smiling, Logan thought that it was very timely. The knights ran forward. They heard that there was an enemy there. Let them prepare for battle. The horse suddenly stopped. The knights looked forward. Roger looked at them. Looking down, the hero thought that the king would die at midnight. He would stand here until the evening. The flag rose up. The man looked in surprise and asked again. Putting his hands on his hips, Roger asked him what dared to put his flag in his castle and ruin the surrounding area like that. Frowning, he added, what about Jerome and Jericho? To which the man replied that it seemed like they were killed. Looking straight ahead, the ruler said that that was why they managed to dig a moat. The damned fools couldn't even hold the castle. The boy smirked at the sound of his name. Turning his head, Roger asked what the enemy's strength was, to which Archie replied that from the words of their men who managed to escape, they had about 150 knights and less than 2,500 soldiers. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what else, to which the boy replied that it seemed like their lord was an advanced knight, and they had about 10 people who were earth mages. The man smirked and asked what he meant. He had prepared his secret weapon. Archie rolled his eyes at the expected result. He smiled broadly and said that their victory was overwhelming. Patrick crossed his arms and said that the enemy had about 300 knights, and the number of soldiers exceeded 5,000. The mages were talking to each other. It was heard that yes, and also with them were the mages from the Magic Tower of the Wind and Roger himself. It is known that there is a mage with the 4th circle, but in fact, he has 5 circles, so you need to be vigilant. Patrick frowned, looking straight ahead. The guy grinned. It was heard that, moreover, with them were Archie, the super speed knight, and the Knight of the Moonlight. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he must be nervous about the difference in strength. He opened his eyes in amazement, hearing that on the lands belonging to him. The protagonist looked away, hearing him address the filth that had invaded here, forgetting its place, to which he thought he had amplified his voice with magic, and then shouted that they should prepare to open fire. Frowning, Roger shouted that he would root them out with his own hands. The army rushed forward, hearing that they were attacking. The knight extended his weapon to the side. Logan, wide-eyed, asked why they were attacking without shields. Then Vincent asked again, were they really that confident in themselves? Frowning, the hero added, well, we need to find out. The crossbowman fired, hearing the command. Arrows flew at the soldiers. Shots flew at the knights. They looked in amazement, and the man shouted that arrows. The soldiers smiled, looking straight ahead. The men sat on their horses. The magicians began to cast spells. Roger smiled and said that no matter how good their special weapons were, they were no match for magic. The hero lowered his head and thought that the crossbows were weakened by magic. They would do nothing to the knights. Patrick turned his head when he heard that they should aim at the soldiers, and the knights should step into their designated places and prepare for battle. The protagonist frowned and shouted that they should break their heads before they got here, and then thought that for a long time the outcome of the war was determined by the users of force. Frank looked straight ahead. The thought occurred to him that since the crossbows did not work, he would simply defeat them himself. The guy opened his eyes wide. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought about how they would attack. The horse stood still. Suddenly, the knight rushed forward. He smiled widely. Holding a glass in his hands, the girl asked how this dwarf was going to become a knight, and the guy added that at least he could lift a sword. Smiling, the girl said that Archie looked like a monkey, to which she was told to be quiet, otherwise he would hear. Archie opened his eyes wide. It was said that short in stature, long arms, and a peculiar appearance, his appearance always attracted attention wherever he went, but now everything was different. The boy looked straight ahead. The thought occurred to him that he had not listened to those idiots, and, having made an unimaginable effort, had become an advanced knight. Smiling, the knight thought that now he was not the victim. He looked down. Liquid was flowing down the walls. The thought occurred to him that they seemed to have done something to the walls. Jumping up, Archie added that, but that would not stop him. The girl looked at him in amazement. Frowning, she asked what the monkey was. The boy opened his eyes in amazement. He began to slide down the wall. The knight fell into the water. Someone shouted that Sir Archie had fallen. The girl put her hand to her face. Archie got out of the water. It was heard that they should be careful with the walls. He smirked, hearing that even an advanced knight could not climb them, to which the boy replied that he should shut his mouth, useless fool. The knight looked away angrily. The girl looked at him, and laughter was heard. The boy, wide-eyed, said that he would amuse her well. The man took a step forward. Standing in front of the knight, Patrick said that he had heard of him. The man held the weapon tightly in his hands. Frank frowned. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they said his son had displeased him. A white flag appeared. The soldiers fought among themselves. A glow appeared at the end of the sword. A blow flew at the girl. Standing in front of her, the man said that it was not bad. Archie, wide-eyed, asked if all the bitches from the McLean house were so impudent. Gritting her teeth, Eileen thought that damn him, he was only aiming at her. Holding the weapon in her hands, she added that no, it would be more correct to say that he was just having fun. Standing in front of her, the guy asked if something was wrong. Was he mad that he had to deal with a monkey? And the thought occurred to him that she had understood correctly. Putting her foot forward, Eileen thought that at least let him. Holding the weapon in front of her, she added that she would keep this advanced knight here. Archie smiled and said that he would not rush her, they would play. The swords clashed. The knight gritted his teeth and let out a gasp. The hero pulled his weapon forward. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what had happened, said that he had clearly heard that the eldest son of the McLeans was a knight of high rank. The protagonist frowned, hearing that, so why had 3 people of similar rank not been able to push him back a step? The man's eyes widened, and he asked if the rumors that he had wounded Sir Frank were true. Looking at them, Logan asked what they were whispering about. Smiling, he added that the knights of Bethros fought with their tongues. Frowning, the soldier said that he was an arrogant fool. Let's see how long he lasted. Suddenly, the knights rushed forward. They ran quickly towards the hero. The hero stretched out his weapon in front of him. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist struck them. The man clenched his teeth in pain. He looked away in amazement. Logan turned his head. The thought occurred to him that when he managed to get behind them, he did not even notice how he started moving. He increased his speed by force. Closing his eyes, the hero said that their thoughts were obvious. The knights looked at him in amazement. Grinning, the protagonist asked what was the matter. His legs were buckling from fear. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he should calm down. He was a formidable opponent. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he needed to be careful with him. Frowning, Logan thought that the knights were given a high rank for a reason. They wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. A blow flew at the people. The thought appeared. Moreover, just now. The man clenched his teeth. The thought appeared. He protected his vital organs with precision and minimal use of force. The hero frowned. Holding the weapon in his hands, he thought that he shouldn't even think about the Moonlight Knight that his father was dealing with. He was more worried about Archie, the super speed knight. Rushing forward, the protagonist added that he couldn't waste time here. Frowning, the man said that he was advancing. Logan swung his hand. Turning around, the soldier thought again. Swinging, the guy asked what he thought. Will it work a second time? The hero ran forward quickly. Raising his head up, the guy exclaimed. The protagonist stepped on his face with his foot. Logan began to fight the soldier. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was a bastard. The hero looked to the side. The sword hit the floor. It slid across it. The protagonist raised the sword up. The man's eyes widened in amazement. Logan was running forward at full speed. The soldier swung at him sharply. He clenched his teeth. The man grinned, looking straight ahead. The hero struck him. The protagonist looked down. Standing in front of him, the man asked who he was. Stretching his hand forward, he added what those movements were. Suddenly, he was pierced by a sword. Logan's eyes widened in amazement. Grinning, Ranian asked if he was unharmed. Standing in front of the hero, he added that he came running immediately when he saw him fighting 3 high-ranking knights. Closing his eyes, the brother said that it looked like he pierced the enemy's heart just in time, and Victor said no, he cut off his hands first. Suddenly, he turned around and replied that yeah, his strike was faster. Frowning, the guy said no, first he lost his hands. The hero looked at him in amazement, listening to him say that he had enough lying. It was not knightly, he was lying. Lena was twice as good a knight as he was. Stretching his hand out to the side, Ranian asked what he had seen, and Victor added that he should judge them. The protagonist grinned and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a blow flew at their heads. Clenching his fist, Logan asked what to judge. He saw that the blows were delivered simultaneously. They were maintaining the tension on the battlefield, to which the guys apologized. Taking a step forward, the hero thought that thanks to them he was now free. He had to hurry. A wall appeared. The sword hit the floor. The girl stood in front of Archie. Eileen was breathing heavily. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that she was in the same mood as a man, since she had not yet burst into tears from the pain. Smiling, he added that he was doing well, That would make the game even more interesting. Frowning, the girl thought, damn, the hand holding the sword was weakening. Gripping the weapon tightly, she added that it would be arrogant of her to think that she could stand up to an advanced knight. Archie smiled. The thought occurred to him that if he had wanted to kill her, she would have been dead long ago. Suddenly, the guy rushed forward. The girl looked at him in amazement. She frowned and exclaimed. Looking at her, the knight said that he looked scared. Raising his eyebrows, Archie said that she should decide, he would treat her well. He began to strangle the girl. Suddenly, she spat in his face. Smiling, Eileen said that she should go to hell, she would rather kill herself. The guy smiled widely and laughed. With wide eyes, he asked what she thought. She had a choice. Squeezing her neck, Archie added that he would show her hell. He smiled widely. The girl clenched her teeth. The guy's eyes widened. He froze in amazement. The protagonist swung his sword. The blow flew in front of his face. He heard that why shouldn't he play with it? A devastating explosion thundered. The guy slid along the ground. He looked forward. Archie looked at them. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked what could stand, to which the girl replied that yes, she was fine. She clenched her teeth, hearing that she should go to the military doctor, to which she responded approvingly. Raising his eyebrows, Archie said that he was interfering with his fun. He frowned and added that he wanted to replace her. Logan frowned. Holding the weapon in his hands, he thought that he had attacked him, but his hand had gone numb. The guy stretched his hand forward. A thought appeared that everything would not be like during the fight with the high-ranking knights. The knights looked at the flashes in amazement. People were fighting among themselves. It was heard that Sir Archie was fighting now. Yes, he was very fast. He could not even keep track. Looking straight ahead, the soldier asked what but how was Maclean. The hero rushed forward. It was heard that he was keeping up. Smiling, the guy said that it was not bad speed. It seemed that he had a good artifact in his hands. Frowning, the protagonist thought that yes, his count gave it to him. Logan struck sharply. The guy jumped aside. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that it looked like he had won too. The knight smiled, thinking that after fighting him, he realized that his fast movements were due to the artifact. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, hearing that he could hear his thoughts. Archie opened his eyes wide and said that all young gentlemen were the same. His enemy was in front of him, and he doubted and lost in his thoughts. Looking straight ahead, he added that as soon as he stopped keeping up with him, he lost. Suddenly, the guy rushed forward. Opening his eyes wide, he said that he would not be an exception. The knight struck sharply. The guy stood still. Suddenly, he looked in amazement. A blow flew at him sharply. He grabbed his shoulder. The hero extended his weapon in front of him. He frowned, looking straight ahead. Gritting his teeth, Archie thought that Frank was right. He was using a strange secret technique. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. He jumped up sharply. Logan opened his eyes in amazement. He froze in fear. The hero turned around abruptly. Looking at the hole in the floor, he thought he had missed. Standing in front of the guy, the protagonist thought it was luck. Suddenly, the knight exclaimed in amazement. Logan rushed forward. A thought appeared, really. The hero looked straight ahead. A thought appeared, that he was not going to dodge. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he was crazy. Swinging his sword, the protagonist heard that he wanted to die together, to which he asked what and what, scared. The knight clenched his teeth tightly. Swinging the weapon, he asked what he thought. Would he give up so easily? The protagonist rushed towards him. He held the weapon in his hands. The guy stretched his hand forward in amazement. Lowering his head, he exclaimed. Archie smiled and laughed. The hero was lying on the floor. It sounded like an idiot. He was ready to finish him off, but he could barely scratch him. A glint appeared from the bracelet, and it was heard that the victory was his. The guy looked away in surprise. Rushing forward, Eileen addressed the hero. Looking at her, Archie said that it was just in time. She looked in amazement, hearing that he would take care of her now. The guy opened his eyes wide, and said that with this sword sticking out of his stomach. The knight looked away in surprise. A glow emanated from his hand, and a question was heard, what light? The guy opened his mouth and thought that it came from the bracelet. Only priests could emit such light, it couldn't be. Stretching his hand forward, he added that the bracelet must be destroyed right now. Archie looked away, hearing that he should not move. He parried the girl's blow. Eileen frowned and said she didn't know what the hell was going on, but she shouldn't bother the young master, and then thought damn, he blocked her with one hand. The knight's eyes widened and he thought the blow would have been a trifle if it hadn't been for the wound. He shouted to let go as he kicked. Eileen lowered her head and exclaimed. Archie looked at him in amazement. A bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. The hero took hold of his sword. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. They were standing in front of each other. The protagonist wiped the blood off his face. He smirked and said they would start the second round but with a different weapon. Logan held the weapon in his hands. Archie gritted his teeth and said damn his sword. He looked at the weapon in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought it was clear. He frowned. The guy looked at him in amazement. It was said that when he put power into this sword, the mana inside him enhanced his senses. He had a feeling that everything around him slowed down. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that this artifact made him a super speed knight. He licked the weapon. Logan smiled and said that now it was his too. The guy looked at him angrily. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. Frowning, Archie shouted that this was his weapon. Did he really think he could handle it? The protagonist looked at him furiously. A swing of the sword was seen. The knight opened his eyes in surprise. He looked to the side. The guy wheezed in pain. Walking forward, Logan said that damn, he was aiming for the heart. Grinning, he added that he was unlucky. Blood dripped onto the floor. You could hear that damn, how did he heal that hole in his stomach? The hero looked to the side and heard how such a kid could master such an artifact. The bracelet on his hand lit up. A thought appeared that the bracelet of restoration that the king gave him had magic that could turn any fatal wound into a regular scratch. If he was not killed instantly, he would be able to recover. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that, but it was risky to bet on it. The guy was breathing heavily. A thought appeared that okay, it's time to eliminate one of Befroz's key people. Looking at him, Logan thought that he would put an end to him. Suddenly he jumped up. Frowning, the hero added that here. The knight opened his eyes in amazement. He froze in amazement. The knights rushed forward and shouted. The protagonist looked to the side. He deftly parried the soldier's blows. Gritting his teeth, Logan thought that damn, very inopportunely. The guy was standing behind him. Raising his eyebrows, he thought that his. Holding the weapon in his hands, the knight added that he needed to kill now. The man took a step forward. Eileen swung her weapon sharply. The guy parried her attack. Frowning, she told him not to dare. A blow flew at the guy. The hero was fighting with the soldiers. He looked in amazement when he heard that he should stop. The protagonist looked at the guy. Archie clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, he fell down. Logan looked at him. Turning her head, the girl asked that they go in pursuit of him. The ruler was sitting on a horse. It was heard that Roger and the mages from the magical Tower of Wind were waiting below. Chasing him would cost them more than he was worth. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that the hell. He tightly clenched the weapon in his hands. Raising the sword up, the protagonist introduced himself. The knights looked in amazement when they heard that he defeated the super speed knight, to which the man asked that this was Sir Archie's sword. Looking straight ahead, Roger said that it was a pitiful sight. Standing behind him, the magician asked what they should do, to which he replied that no, even if they hit him now, he would be able to fight back. Holding onto the rope, the man added that he had also trampled the morale of their troops. Looking to the side, the ruler asked what was wrong with Archie, to which the soldier replied that they had been informed that his life was not in danger. The guy was lying on the ground. It was heard that but they did not take advanced potions with them, so he would not be able to continue fighting. Smiling, the man said that well, these rats were well prepared. Gritting his teeth, he added that the longer this goes on, the harder it will be for them. Let's see how long they can hold out. Looking straight ahead, Roger shouted that they were retreating. The knights rushed forward. Hearing that this was an order, they were retreating. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they were running away, to which the other asked that they had won. The sword slid along the ground. Frank stood in front of Patrick. Looking to the side, he asked that they were retreating. Looking at the man, the knight added that he was lucky. Patrick frowned, hearing that this fight ended quickly. Taking a step forward, Frank said that but he had already found out. Turning his head, he added that even an advanced Maclean knight was nothing special. Suddenly, he jumped up. The hero rushed forward and turned to his father. Looking at him, the man asked that he was safe, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Closing his eyes, Patrick said that let him forgive him, he was only able to keep him here. Looking straight ahead, Logan thought that they were both advanced knights, but the difference between them was great, because his father had only recently received this rank. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the hero said that he should rest. The enemies were exhausted, so they had time until they returned, to which the man replied that yes, he should rest too. They sat silently on the floor. Eileen bandaged Victor's wounds. Ronian talked to Vincent. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he hoped this would continue until midnight. Flames flew from the torch. Suddenly, they became larger. Looking through binoculars, the man exclaimed. A white flag appeared. It was heard that there was a flag with an eagle above the torches. The knight's eyes widened. The horses were moving forward. An army appeared. It was heard that the Paridi. The hero looked in amazement, hearing that it was the Paridi army. The horse raised his leg up. Looking to the side, the man turned. Looking at him, Max heard that he himself had brought his army here. He wanted to help them. He closed his eyes and replied that he knew. It was nothing for the Count of the Southwest, but he was in a hurry, hoping that it would be useful. Frowning, the man thought that together with the army of Befroz they would definitely crush the McLeans. It was worth trying to gain his favor. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this is why he came, to which the father replied that he was a nasty guy. Looking to the side, he added that there was no choice, he would have to do it, to which Logan responded approvingly. The man stood in front of the wall. It was heard that everything was ready. A view of the buildings opened up. Sitting on the floor, the girl asked how long they should stay home, to which the mother replied that a little longer, it was still dangerous outside. She lowered her head. Closing his eyes, the man suggested praying together. They were sitting on the floor, and it was heard that when the new year came tomorrow, this war would be over. Frowning, the man turned to the soldiers. The knights rushed forward, hearing that they should bring him the heads of the Maclanes. The crossbowman took aim, hearing the command. Shots flew at the soldiers. Gritting his teeth, Kyle said that only the parade soldiers had laid down their crossbows, to which the hero replied that it didn't matter, let him keep shooting. Frank gritted his teeth and said that they were fucking annoying bastards. Frowning, he shouted that the enemy was preparing for a siege, let them not relax until they reached the walls. The man stretched his arms out to the sides. Suddenly, he rushed forward. Looking to the side, the protagonist shouted that the enemies were climbing, let him throw them into the moat. Frank looked straight ahead. A bright beam appeared in front of the hero. The blow flew at the wall. The man waved his weapon. The protagonist looked at him in amazement. The knight landed in front of him. Looking straight ahead, he said that this time he would definitely finish him off. Red beams appeared in the air. Frank looked away in amazement. A devastating explosion thundered. The man held the sword in front of him. Looking straight ahead, he said that he was so fast. The weapon appeared, and it was heard that it was also a great sword. Grinning, Patrick said that the name Speed was engraved on it. Frowning, the man heard that it was not very suitable for him, it was better for him to use it. A thought appeared that, and how could he have doubted his kindness before? Standing in front of the hero, the father said that he should go. Looking straight ahead, Patrick thought that although he was weaker than the Moonlight Knight, he had the sword that he gave him. The protagonist looked ahead angrily. Gritting his teeth, the knight said that he saw that he had Archie's sword. Rushing forward, he shouted that he would return it to him. Logan ran forward at a rapid pace. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he believed in his father. The hero bounced off the wall. He looked to the side in amazement. Victor swung his weapon. He swung his sword sharply. The guy looked to the side. Suddenly, the hero landed on the wall. The guy looked in amazement and turned around. Frowning, the protagonist asked what else could fight. Looking at him, Victor replied that he could handle them alone. Smirking, Logan said fine, let him knock as many people off the walls as he could. The guy looked in amazement when he heard that if it didn't work. The hero frowned and said let them climb. The army stood in the middle of the field. Looking straight ahead, Roger said that it was strange, to which Max asked what exactly. The soldiers were climbing the wall. It was heard that their people were managing to climb the walls much easier than before. No one was really opposing them, maybe they were tired. The man frowned. The hero was fighting the knights. It was said that, and if that was not the case, then they were plotting something. The protagonist frowned. Looking down, he thought that there were almost no enemies left below. Flames appeared around his feet. Logan looked down angrily. A settlement appeared. It was heard that they were retreating. Ranian opened his eyes in amazement. Eileen froze in surprise. The man looked away. Roger looked in surprise and asked what was retreating. The horse took a step forward. Max, wide-eyed, asked what the earthquake was, to which Roger replied that no, it couldn't be. Raising his head, he said that it was the same. The man leaned on the ground with his hands. The magicians were creating an earthquake. Frowning, the man said that his requests were simply ridiculous. The knights ran away from the glow. It was heard that they were retreating. Let them protect the soldiers and let them go down first. The man looked surprised and asked why the enemies were jumping down, and the other added that they were scared. A glow appeared around the leg. The man was creating an earthquake. The walls of the fortress began to crack. The magician frowned. Suddenly, the wall collapsed. The knight began to fall down. People began to fall. It was heard that the walls were collapsing. The ruler clenched his teeth in fear. He looked forward furiously. Sitting next to him, Max asked what was going on. The wall was destroyed. It was heard that damn rats. The magician was sitting on the ground. Rushing forward, the hero turned to him. Looking straight ahead, Clayton said that as he ordered, he and the students used the rest of their energy to destroy all the walls. The mages were exhausted. It sounded like they had worked hard. A significant portion of their enemies must be buried under the rubble. Looking straight ahead, Clayton said that given the knights' physical abilities, they were probably fine, to which the protagonist replied that they were fine. He smirked, looking away. The horse took a step forward. It sounded like it would all be over soon. The army stood still. Roger lowered his head, asking what nonsense. He had destroyed his last line of defense with his own hands. A glow appeared around his hand. It sounded like he had only hastened his demise. The man raised his hand up. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero said that he should take his men and retreat. Looking straight ahead, Patrick said that he should allow him to ask one last time. Frowning, he asked that he was sure of it. The protagonist glared and replied that he should not worry. The man clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly he froze. A red light appeared in the air. The inhabitants of the city froze. People looked ahead in amazement. The girl opened her eyes wide. The thought appeared that he remembered it clearly. The hero looked straight ahead. He turned to the side. It was said that on that day. The protagonist grinned slightly. Beams hit the towers. The thought appeared that a red light appeared above each tower in the country, notifying people of the news. People looked up in amazement. Gritting his teeth, Roger thought that things were bad. Streams of red light began to flow from the towers. Patrick looked at what was happening and clarified if something had happened to the ruling family. The man turned and looked at Logan. They nodded to each other. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if they knew what this light meant, adding that something had happened in the palace. They needed to immediately stop the fighting and contact the king. Roger was furious. His hand began to shake, and he thought that he had the perfect chance to grind them into dust. Frank looked at him and asked what he would do. The man suddenly looked surprised. A blue aura emanated from Roger's hand, who shouted that they needed to prepare for battle. Frank was shocked by what had happened. He took the blade in his hand. The boys got into fighting poses. Stunned, Patrick asked if Befrose had gone crazy and wanted to continue the fight after the light signal, noting that this was against the orders of the ruling family. Furious, Roger replied that he had no idea what they were talking about. The man, looking crazy, shouted that he only saw them. Frowning, the protagonist noted that Roger was furious. He did not expect him to attack, risking becoming a traitor. Now they had only one way out: fight. The man raised his hand above his head and shouted that they needed to fight until the very end. Veins of anger appeared on his face, and Roger ordered the execution of the red-haired fool. The man asked thoughtfully if this was the voice of Count Befrose. Roger suddenly shuddered. Clayton ran across the battlefield. He held the magic ball in his hands. Trying to catch his breath, Clayton turned to the Minister of Defense and said that they were in Tomoto Castle. Befrose refused to end the fight. Jared, with a satisfied look, clarified whether Roger was committing treason. The man shuddered from hearing the question. Clayton picked up the sphere from which Jared shouted that he was announcing to everyone that the king was dead. All nobles were obliged to come to the funeral. This took precedence over all other obligations, including the war. Jared's face was serious. Beads of sweat from fear were running down the count's face. Roger lowered his head. Logan and Patrick stared at him intently. The man clenched his teeth. He sat on his horse and shouted that they accepted the will of the ruling family. Jared had a smirk on his face. Clayton looked at the orb from which came a voice saying that it was better this way. Roger stood in front of them and called them McLean's rats. Clayton frowned at these words. The embittered Earl cried out that the boys should not think that this was the end. Turning his horse, he said that they were going back. Logan and his father watched him silently. Clayton's mouth fell open in surprise. Ranian had a smile on his face. They looked up at the sky and shouted that they had won. The knight sighed in relief and declared that they had survived and thought that they were finished. Patrick, with a joyful face, announced that they had won. Logan looked away, thinking that it had been very risky in the end. If Clayton had not brought the sphere for communication, Roger Befrose would have tried to destroy them with magic. Holding the sword in his hand, the protagonist thought that human anger can be variable. He should try to rely not only on knowledge from the past. Touching his chin, the protagonist remembered something. He looked at Clayton in surprise and asked how he knew they would need the sphere, to which he replied that he was in hiding but brought it because they had been contacted by the palace. But he did not know the situation was so urgent. Closing his eyes, Logan thanked him, adding that his tower was the biggest contributor to the war. Confused, Clayton asked if he could ask for more funding, to which the protagonist replied that he would talk to Dwayne about it. Turning around, the protagonist noted that he needed to check on the others. Eileen stood quietly in the middle of the battlefield. She calmly stated that it was indeed over. Logan walked towards her and called her. Confused, Eileen turned around and turned her attention to him. The protagonist flinched at this and asked if she was happy to see him, noting that he thought she would be angry. The protagonist extended his hand and asked if she was scared, since she almost died in her first fight against an advanced knight, to which the girl replied that every knight must go through something like that. Eileen's shoulders were shaking. She touched her shoulder. A smile appeared on Logan's face. The girl was taken aback by the protagonist's words that she was amazing, since in his first fight he could only hold back and not run away. The protagonist remembered how he fought during his first fight. His face was scared, while Logan said that he simply froze and could not move, which is why he was worried about her, but she did much better than expected. Eileen happily asked if it was true or not. Smiling, the protagonist said that he hoped that he could continue to watch her progress. The girl was embarrassed. A smile appeared on her face too. They shook hands. The next morning, the guards stood in front of the people, because Patrick ordered the soldiers who could move to inform the residents that Tomoto Castle now belonged to the McLeans. There was a question about the need to immediately go to the capital for the funeral. Wrapping his hand with a bandage, Logan clarified, "Who cares if the unknown baron is a little late? Vincent looked at him and replied that it was not that he was wrong, but, lowering his head, Patrick said that now it was important to compensate for the losses in the war, and yet it would be good not to be too late, so they needed to quickly pack their things and go. Clayton, with an angry look, said that now they needed to rebuild the walls of the castle. The guy was shaking with fatigue and said that he was no longer sure whether he was a magician or a worker. He could die like that. Turning around, Clayton asked the guy to hold on a little longer, because they were promised a long vacation later. A bright light began to come from Grick's chest. The energy began to intensify. Grick was surprised by what happened. He looked at the clot of mana that flew out of him. The joyful guy cried out that he received the fourth circle. Smiling, Clayton thought that his students were growing, perhaps thanks to this work. In the settlement, shouts were heard that the guys should try their best and use magic to the limit, and the plot told us that what happened later became the basis for the McLean mages to start walking the path of military engineering. Sunlight broke through thick clouds. The plot takes us to the capital of Grand, which was shrouded in powerful gusts of wind. Felix stood in front of a panoramic window. His face was calm. A voice behind him told him that Logan and Patrick McLean had come to visit him. The man asked with a serious look to invite them. Standing in the room, the guy asked if they came in right away, how they arrived in the capital, and if they were tired. Standing in front of him, Patrick asked what kind of knight who was training would be tired of something like that. The guys followed him. Puzzled, Logan asked how the gentleman was doing. Smiling, the guy said that Felix was very surprised, because no one expected the king to die so suddenly. Walking along the corridor, he said that the king lost consciousness when he was doing state affairs. In the church they say that he got a cerebral hemorrhage from overwork. The protagonist suddenly stopped. The protagonist was shocked. Walking further, Logan thought that in his past life he had a heart attack due to old age, and now the cause was a cerebral hemorrhage. Holding his chin, the protagonist admitted that in both cases it was a matter of age, but something was wrong. The guys sat opposite Felix. The man lowered his head. The upset protagonist thought about his teacher. Looking at Felix's face, Logan began to reason that they had not seen each other for a couple of months, but he had aged a lot. The man looked up and asked if he was in poor condition, to which the protagonist replied that he was not. Closing his eyes, Felix stated that his decrepit body was now in keeping with his age. The boy stood behind him and told him that his lordship had overdone it while investigating his majesty, and the man called out to Lewis. Confused, Logan mentally assumed that the king's death had hurt him greatly. Taken aback, Felix asked what he was thinking, then apologized for keeping Patrick waiting, adding that Logan had talked about him a lot. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist's father said that he had heard that his incompetent son owed him a favor, and it was an honor to meet him. The exhausted man apologized for not being able to greet Patrick in a good mood. Folding his arms, he noted that he had felt weaker than ever in the past week. The protagonist extended his hand and asked if the situation in the capital was that bad. Frowning, Felix replied that it was not good. The enraged man declared that Juan and Jordan were scum. The boys were taken aback by what they heard. The protagonist thought with a serious expression that Juan was an influential figure in the first prince's faction, and Jordan in the second prince's faction. Holding his face, Felix said that at this rate the country would split in two. Both dukes forgot that it was necessary to maintain a balance between the factions, and went into open confrontation. Enraged, Felix said that they dared to put pressure on him with the help of the third prince. The dumbfounded Patrick cried out that this was shameless. Looking at the man who threw his head back, the protagonist asked if it was because he was the patron of a prince who had not yet reached adulthood, to which he received the answer that it was so. In order to save him, the man must join one of the factions. Looking down, Logan said that if Felix continued to refuse their demands, then the third prince would be in danger. The angry man covered his face with his hand. Frowning, the protagonist began to reason that in fact, none of the factions would risk attracting attention to themselves with the sudden death of the prince at such a time. Only one would do it. In his past life, many attempts were made on the third prince. There was no point in allowing those incidents to happen again. Looking down, Felix said that he could not do it. He looked at Lewis and asked him to bring the third prince to the estate, and Logan said that this could not be done. The man was taken aback by the words that no matter how much he wanted to keep the prince close, he could not be with him all the time. The protagonist held out his hand and asked for an announcement instead that he would not participate in the faction conflict. Felix was surprised to hear that their greatest fear was not that they would not be on their side, but that they would become their enemy. Patrick brought his hand to his mouth and began to whisper that he thought Logan had come there to ask the Duke of the Sword for help after what happened to Befrose, to which he received the answer that they could resolve their problems themselves. Patrick was surprised by these words. Holding the back of his head, he apologized for showing his unattractive side. Closing his eyes, the man stated that he had been too stubborn and could not see the whole picture. Felix rose from his chair and thanked the protagonist, adding that if he could fulfill his duty with just words, then there was nothing more to discuss. He began to walk towards the window. The man raised his gaze. Looking at the sky, he stated that the fate of their nation would be as the heavens wished. The boys looked at him in silence. Logan, with a serious face, thought that unlike his previous life, instead of giving in to the pressure to come to neutrality, he chose his own place. It would bring him practical benefits. Turning around, the Duke said that he could not help their family right now, but if they were afraid that something would go wrong, they could come to him. Grinning, Logan asked if Felix meant to say that he would fulfill any request he made. The man calmly replied that it was so, if he could, he would. The joyful protagonist thought that he was just joking and did not expect to receive such a gift. The Duke was taken aback by the words that Logan had nothing to ask him for yet. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist stated that if a request ever came up, he would be glad if Felix would consider it, and then thought that it would be better to leave this opportunity for a bigger matter. Smiling slightly, the man replied that everything was clear to him. The guy ran down the hallway. He knocked hard on the door and asked for forgiveness. The courtier looked into the office and said that 2 superhumans had just arrived at the estate. The men's faces were serious. Crossing his arms, the stranger said that he did not expect to meet a muscleman there, and the plot introduced us to William, from the first prince's faction, Stormblade. The disgruntled man cried out what he wanted to say, and we were introduced to the Marquis, from the second prince's faction. Half-giant. Grinning, William asked if he had come to get beaten by the Duke of the Sword, noting that he doubted that he was interested in their factions. Gritting his teeth, the Marquis asked to worry about himself. The angry boys looked at each other. The courtiers were shaking with fear. The boys were taken aback when they heard Felix ask why they were ruining the atmosphere there with their thirst for killing. He walked towards them and asked if they were looking for a fight. The boys bowed and replied that they were not. Smiling, the Marquis said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at him, the Duke asked if they were showing him respect, although they abandoned their duties to play at choosing sides. Putting his hand on his chest, the Marquis said that the lessons that the man had taught him, even his body would not forget. He stood in front of Felix, and said that this time he had come not to him, but to his guests. The Marquis's face was serious. Frowning, William said that he had also come to the McLeans, noting that he had not at all wanted to displease him. Holding his chin, the Duke replied that he understood them. Felix turned around at the sound of Logan's voice, who asked to speak to them directly. The protagonist entered their room and remarked that it would be an honor for him. He stated his name with a satisfied look and added that it was an honor for him to meet them. The guys were shocked by what they saw. They suddenly looked at each other. The protagonist smiled in confusion, hearing the words that they were glad to meet such a talented young man, but they came to talk to his father. The protagonist was dumbfounded. Patrick frowned. A purple aura enveloped him. Logan's father entered their room. Looking at the warriors, Patrick said that it was an honor for him to meet 2 superhumans of their kingdom. Stretching out his hand, he added that at the moment his son was handling the affairs of his house, so they should address him. Holding his chin, the Marquis clarified whether it turned out that he was taking care of an entire house at his age and suggested that he was not only strong. Logan smiled and asked if he could ask what their business was. The boys stood in front of him in silence. Looking at the protagonist, the superhumans said that they liked his straightforwardness. Considering that they were all busy people, it was better to get straight to the point. William extended his hand and asked if he had fought with Befros from the second prince's faction, and why he didn't take this opportunity to swear allegiance to the first prince, His Highness Reuter. If he agreed, they would support his house. The protagonist shuddered when he heard that his uncle Kairos was also on their side, so it would be good if he joined them. The Marquis bowed in front of Logan and asked why there was any need to quarrel with the neighboring territory, since it was better to swear allegiance to His Highness Romain, then they would achieve a favorable outcome in the matter of Befros. He touched the protagonist's shoulder and stated that he had to make a choice. The Marquis asked with a satisfied expression if it wasn't better for the neighbors to live in peace. Frowning, Logan wondered if the man was intimidating him, adding that the Marquis was right. The captured Tomoto castle bordered Luther's trading city. The Marquis stood before him with his arms crossed. A bead of sweat ran down the protagonist's face as he reasoned that Luther would easily use his influence if he wanted. But even so, he had no intention of joining their factions, at least for now. Looking at the man, Logan thought that if he thought about it for a moment, it was obvious. If he chose the first prince, the second would use his fight with Befros as an excuse to start a civil war. Looking at William, the protagonist added that if he chose the second one then, although he and Befros would be forced to make peace, but after the Marquis would invade his territory, declaring that his warning had been ignored, any of the choices would create a pretext, so it would be better to refuse everyone. Closing his eyes, Logan asked for forgiveness, and said that it was difficult for him to make a decision now. An angry Felix asked what they were allowing themselves to do. The guys shuddered at the tone of the man's voice. The Duke approached Logan and said that this was a pathetic sight. They stopped pretending and decided to directly establish a boundary, involving his student. Felix flew into a rage. The guys put their hands in front of themselves and answered that it was not that he was his student. They made an offer specifically to the McLean house. They did not want to go against his will, but only wanted to discuss the future of the McLean house. Frowning, Felix asked if they were absolutely sure that it did not concern him. The superhuman stood up quietly and swore to it. The man continued to look at them silently. Turning around, the Duke replied that it was necessary, because he did not intend to interfere in the disputes of the factions. Taken aback, William clarified what to understand by this. Stopping, the man said that today he decided that he would not participate in the confrontation of the factions. Felix turned around. Passing by Logan, the Duke added that therefore they would not get him through him or anyone else, they should forget about it. The guys exchanged glances. The protagonist sighed with a smile on his face. William approached him. With a smirk on his face, he asked him to think carefully about the decision. He passed by him and noted that they would see each other soon. The protagonist turned his attention to the Marquis, who said that the McLeans were a great success. He pointed out with a satisfied expression that if they had attacked Beffrose after the funeral, His Highness would not have bothered with negotiations. Logan closed his eyes and replied that he was glad, and he thought that was why he had arranged the attack in advance. The protagonist watched the warriors go. Holding his head, the protagonist noted that they had finally left, even the conversation had tired him. The Duke stood opposite and asked if Logan planned to participate in the confrontation between the factions. Looking at the closed door, Felix added that the protagonist had not refused them. Looking down, the guy said that if it was necessary, it would be. He was sorry to say this, but for now he did not have enough strength to adhere to his ideals. The Duke was surprised by his words. Holding his fist in front of him, Logan said that no matter what path he chose, he would do everything possible to preserve his honor. Felix was shocked. Closing his eyes, he said that this was all he needed to know. Looking at the student, the man reasoned that his beliefs were his own, he could not force them on others, even if he was his only student. Walking away from there, Felix asked Logan to go and rest now. The man looked up. Looking at the gathering clouds, the Duke noted that the funeral would soon begin. Strong gusts of wind blew through the capital. The gates opened. People were carrying a coffin in which the king lay. The sun's rays fell on them. They placed the coffin on the floor. The priest walked to the pulpit. He stood behind the pulpit. The old man leafed through a book. His face suddenly became frightened. People began to whisper with an angry look. The faces of the men who exchanged glances were dissatisfied. Felix lowered his head. Frowning, Logan thought that instead of mentioning the deceased, they decided to split up and watch each other. The archbishop, seeing this, began to tremble. The old man looked at the page and said that he would begin reading the prayer. 40 years ago, King Samuel von Grandy. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if he had started that far ahead. Logan noticed the words that he had a week. Crossing his arms, Roger asked to enjoy it while he could. Despair would only ruin the last days. Frowning, the protagonist mentally asked who came up with who to seat with whom. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist assumed that the Count had not heard yet. Smiling, Logan emphasized the fact that he was invited to Roger's faction. Smirking, the protagonist suggested that they might become allies, so the Count should watch his words. Dumbfounded, Roger clarified what kind of nonsense this was. Logan turned his attention to the Marquis and said that if the Count thought he was lying, he could ask him himself. Roger frowned at these words. Closing his eyes, the protagonist added that he was joking. The Count began to shake with anger and asked how Logan dared. Clutching his jacket, Roger asked himself to keep himself in check in his thoughts, because as soon as the funeral was over, he would go see the Count. Looking at the protagonist, the Count noted that no one had ever walked away unscathed after touching something that belonged to them. Frowning, the Count added that it was neither now nor before. Reuter crossed his arms. One began to yawn. Felix and his son were shaking with sadness. The archbishop opened his mouth. He calmly announced that the first day of the funeral ceremony had ended. It was raining outside. Patrick and Logan entered the room where they were given towels. Wiping his face, the protagonist thought that he had not expected it to start in the morning and last until the evening. The protagonist remembered how the guys approached them and noted that after the ceremony, vassals from both factions began to approach them. They did not leave them alone until the very end. Irritated, Logan noted that he had already gotten used to rejecting their offers. His father looked at him and asked if he really did not want to join one of the factions. The protagonist turned around. Turning around, Logan asked if Patrick was worried, to which he received the answer that if things continued like this, their home would be in a perilous situation. Standing in front of the protagonist, he added that the power of any of the factions would help them stop Beffrose. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that if necessary, he had the option of relying on the mentor, although everything would resolve itself anyway. Stunned, Patrick asked again. Stretching out his hand, he asked if the protagonist already had a plan, and Logan allowed the man who was knocking on the door to enter. The door opened. Philip, wiping his face, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Taken aback, Patrick clarified why this guy was there, and the protagonist said that during the funeral ceremony, his father would see what he had come up with. The voice of the archbishop was heard in the room, who said that the funeral ceremony was over. Holding his head, Logan thought that it was finally over. It lasted 4 days. The guy passed by the protagonist. The protagonist looked at him. The stranger with a serious face said that Roger was right. Logan watched him go. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he had been wondering why the faction ambassadors had not come today. It seemed that he had not been crucifying himself in vain, telling about him here and there, although he still did not intend to join anyone. Someone was walking towards the protagonist from behind. Turning around, the protagonist heard Robert's voice, who said that he had not seen his son-in-law for a long time. Robert held his hat in front of him. Looking around, the man clarified why Logan was alone and whether his father had not come, to which he received the answer that Patrick had already returned to his place. The protagonist was taken aback by the question whether he had already decided on the wedding date. The puzzled protagonist stood in front of him and said that as Robert knew, there was constant unrest in their territory, and revealing the connection between their houses would help keep Bethros under control. Logan sighed in relief when Robert said that if he continued, Eileen would scold him again. Looking around at the other guests, Robert asked if this was the protagonist's first time. The enraged man emphasized the fact that he would not be so calm if this were not his first marriage, to which Logan replied that it was. Robert closed his eyes. He looked at the huge building and noted that he was talking about a gathering of aristocrats, the greatest. The guys were standing outside and discussing how they said that even those below the Viscounts were allowed in. They stood quietly and said that this showed how much the ruling family was surprised by His Majesty's death. Someone hit the guys from behind. Logan knocked the guy down. Standing over him, the protagonist apologized. The protagonist smiled and added that he was truly sorry and asked to be helped up. The guy hit Logan on the arm, shouting that he would get away with it. As he walked away, the stranger called him a fool. Patrick stood behind him and asked him not to worry about it, because the man seemed irritated. Logan looked up. Looking at the many people walking up the stairs, the protagonist thought that this time the meeting was held 2 weeks earlier than it was in his past life. The protagonist introduced Felix and emphasized that it was because the mentor had declared his neutral position that both factions had nothing to hide anymore. Looking around the building, Logan thought that the aristocrat meeting in his past life had ended in chaos. An image of a man appeared in his imagination and the protagonist said that the instigator was a Viscount from the First Prince's faction, and during the meeting, he succumbed to the growing tension. The man extended his finger. The protagonist stood in front of Jordan and added that the Viscount was cursing him. Jordan's eyes began to glow brightly. People began to fight, while Logan was saying that eventually the middle-class aristocrats started a fight that got out of control. Even superhumans joined in. The incident was called the slip of the tongue that led to the fall of the country. Someone slammed their hand on the table, while the protagonist was telling us that after that, a civil war began, and the Viscount who started it all was criticized for a long time. An enraged man stood up and loudly asked who would become king if not His Highness Royman. People in the room began to shout loudly while arguing. Reuter turned away from Royman. The judge closed his eyes and sighed. The protagonist calmly thought that it would not be surprising if someone lost their temper in such a situation. Looking around the courtroom, Logan began to reason that in a past life, after a fight at the meeting, everyone prepared for some time, and after 1 or 2 months, the first battle of the Civil War took place, but this was too long. The protagonist frowned and noted that Roger would have time to crush them during the preparation time. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist came to the conclusion that the Civil War should start earlier. His gaze fell on the guy he accidentally pushed. The man raised his hand and asked how much time had passed since they abandoned the tradition of the eldest son inheriting the throne. He pointed his hand at Romain and stated that the right to the throne was determined by the candidate's abilities. Considering how His Highness the Prince resolved the trade issue with the Empire, he was more suitable than others to take the throne. A smile appeared on Romain's face. Someone stood in front of him and asked what nonsense Duke Larry was talking about. The guy's nose started bleeding while he was asking who was more interested in the affairs of the country than His Highness Prince Romain. Looking at his hand, Larry clarified where the blood was coming from. The man was surprised by what he saw. Dumbfounded, Larry looked at his hand. He rolled his eyes. Larry began to stagger. His legs buckled. The man fell to the floor. The dumbfounded people stood up and ran to help him. The protagonist was shocked by what he saw. His ring began to glow, and Logan noted that it worked. The protagonist introduced the plant and told us that it was the herb of oblivion. After introducing power into it and drying it for 3 days, its properties are greatly enhanced, and it becomes a deadly poison that causes a cerebral hemorrhage. He introduced a mysterious man in a cape and emphasized that this property will only be revealed in 15 years. It is this plant that the Grandia Liberation Front uses to kill the upper echelon that controls the Empire. Logan remembered how Philip came to him and noted that he asked him to get him the necessary herbs in a couple of days, and with the help of a small needle attached to the ring, he was able to inject the poison into the Duke before the meeting. The protagonist imagined how he left a scratch on Larry's shoulder. Logan, with a serious expression, reasoned that it would not have worked on either a knight or a mage, but it worked on a simple aristocrat. Examining Larry's corpse, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was the 9th assassination target of the Grandia Liberation Front, codenamed Parasite, adding that this time he ended his life before Larry sold out his country. Placing his hands on the table, the protagonist noted that now Romaine and Reuter were shocked by what had happened. Romaine was furious. The guys were dragging a stretcher into the hall. The man grinned. Clenching his fist, he asked how they dared to poison his follower. Frowning, Reuter clarified that he would really win by killing this traitor. He smirked and asked what about him, who, in his opinion, could fall for this farce. Grinning, Romaine asked him again. Chloe jumped up from the bench and shouted that the accusation was baseless. Didn't he know why Duke Clet had fallen unconscious? He looked away and listened as they asked him why he was angry. Roxon raised his hands, asking if it was His Highness Romaine who had accused His Highness Reuter of poisoning the victim. He smirked and asked if it was possible that the word, traitor, had provoked him. Chloe lowered his eyebrows in anger. He raised his hands and shouted for him to be quiet. The people on the bench were chatting vigorously. Standing next to his father, the protagonist thought about how in the end these two had started the fight first. They were like him and Roger, both from rival families in the north. Looking at the man surrounded by mana, the protagonist thought that another similarity was that. He looked at Roxon, who was turned away, and continued the thought that the heads of the families were a knight and a mage. Frowning, Chloe asked if he was asking for death. The man clenched his fist and replied that he wanted to ask that question. The judge was banging on the table in a panic and shouting that he was asking them to calm down. Were they crazy or something? What other fight was there at the meeting? He looked in surprise. 3 guys were standing surrounded by red mana. Blue energy was enveloping the opponents. The man dropped his gavel in shock, asking what was going on. Felix said with a serious expression that was enough. The people in the hall froze. The Duke walked towards them and said that he was asking everyone to calm down. They needed to investigate what happened and find out what really happened. Raising his hand, he said that emotions would not help matters. Looking down, the boy thought that he had intervened in time. Logan watched as the man waved his hand and asked what the investigation was about. Everything was clear as day and thought that this time the mentor would have a hard time. Reuter extended his hand and replied that he completely agreed with the Duke. He had no real reason for this, so he decided to get rid of the useless puppet by staging this farce. The man frowned, asking how he dared to say such a thing after such a treacherous murder. Smiling, the opponent replied that there was no point in hindering the investigation if he was clean. Felix ran towards them, saying that he asked them to calm down and listen. The man walked across the floor. He walked forward. Jordan extended his hand in front of the Duke. Frowning, Felix cried out the names of the brothers. The man with a serious expression said that he should not interfere. Extending his hand, Juan said that even he would have a hard time opposing them. Taken aback, the Duke asked if they even realized what they were doing. The brothers looked at him sullenly. Patrick stood with his son in shock, asking how this was possible. Looking at the boys, he said that the 3 dukes of their kingdom were in conflict with each other. Juan calmly said that he was sure even he understood how pointless this meeting was. Frowning, Jordan said that it would not be so bad to come to a conclusion. Looking at the men in front of him, he said that they were crazy. Romaine grinned. The man held out a finger and shouted that Ruther was no longer his brother. He looked at the confused interlocutor and said that they must prove their right to the throne. Frowning, Romaine said that it must be done by force. Ruther smirked. Raising his hand, the man shouted that his followers should call their people. Romaine jumped up from his chair, saying that they would not tolerate it any longer, to take up arms and prepare for battle. The brothers knelt down, saying that they understood him. Felix looked at them seriously. The carriage was parked near the castle. Jordan was sitting inside it. Looking at the happy man, he asked if he was asking for time to deal with the MacLanes, to which he agreed. The Duke put his hand on his shoulder and said that time then. Frowning, Jordan clarified that the war could start at any moment, and he was asking for time. Taken aback, Roger thought about how his nickname, Sword of Exhausting Heat, only referred to his strength. He looked at the serious man, thinking that in reality he was an incredibly cold and calculating person. One wrong answer and everything would be over. Lowering his head, Roger said that he would not delay, only 10 days. Jordan closed his eyes and replied that it would be wiser to bring the MacLanes into their faction. Looking at the dumbfounded interlocutor, he reported that then their forces would be added to theirs. The man was sweating as he listened to how he had even sent Luther to arrange everything, but he had warned that the MacLanes were too rotten to accept them. He bowed his head and said that he was asking for forgiveness, that he had been consumed by greed, that his misdeed was unforgivable. Jordan frowned. Looking at the surprised man, he said that they should give up greed for a while, and when the war was won, he would deliver these people straight to his house. Turning away, the Duke said that he would give them a short warning, so they should not worry and gather their best people. The man calmly said that now they needed to think bigger. The city was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The plot moves us a few days later to Tomoto Castle in a bright office. The protagonist stood in front of the ball, listening that he respected their desire to remain neutral. The man in the magic ball frowned, saying that, however, if they went back on their word and did something provocative, they would mete out a severe punishment. That was what his lordship had conveyed. Bowing his head, Patrick said that he would take his lordship's words into consideration. Disappearing into the ball, the ambassador said that he hoped they would continue in the same spirit. Raising his hand, the father said that he had not said goodbye. How could a representative behave so disrespectfully? He put his hand to his chin, listening to how they had nothing to worry about anyway. They would not have to rely on the mentor for everything, and said that if everything was as they had been told, then, instead of attacking them, Roger was gathering forces to go to the capital. The man looked at his joyful son, saying that with the current state of affairs, it seemed they would be able to rest for a while. The protagonist smiled and said that they would focus on what they could, thinking that the civil war that had started over Larry Cleet's death had led to a physical clash just a week later. Imagining the fallen chess pieces, he thought that at first both sides had planned to kill the enemy prince, but something unexpected had happened. He remembered the knight sitting on his horse, thinking that while the summoned forces of both factions were riding to the capital, they had accidentally collided. Imagining a map of the area, Logan thought that eventually a long line had formed from the initial set point in the north to the territory under the crown's control. Both armies had started spontaneous battles throughout the kingdom, meaning that the war would drag on. The protagonist imagined a flag, thinking that as the events unfolded, the heads of both factions began to use the last forces they could muster. Eventually Roger, of course, had to move to the central front. Remembering the army retreating into the distance, the protagonist thought that he had left very few people in his main castle. He imagined Roger frowning, thinking that if they hadn't gone crazy, they wouldn't break the Duke's order. The guy imagined the man grinning and thinking that they weren't crazy. Logan slammed his hand on the table. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted that they would use the situation to seize Roger's territory. Patrick was taken aback, thinking that he had gone crazy. The guys were standing in front of the guy's table. Dwayne, dumbfounded, leaned his hands on the table and said that Jordan had warned him. Frowning, the protagonist listened to him wonder if he was really going to ignore the words of a Superman, and replied that he was. Vincent caught the falling man and informed him that Roger could not fight them off while the civil war was going on, asking if their actions would be considered a challenge to the second prince. He imagined a crowd around a coffin and explained that eventually those who remained neutral would be taken under control. The guy imagined himself climbing out of the coffin and saying that he was wrong. Raising his hand, Logan said that they were at war before the Civil War, so considering their fight between the families a challenge to the second prince would be too free an interpretation of events, which both the second prince and Duke Jordan understood. Vincent, taken aback, asked if he had predicted this and therefore captured Tomoto Castle. The protagonist laughed when he heard that this was impossible only if he could see the future. Patrick turned around and said that, however, Jordan was the kind of person who would make him bear responsibility sooner or later, asking if he had thought about the consequences. The son hung his head and said he hadn't thought about it. The protagonist smiled and said it was because he couldn't hold them accountable. The men looked at him in shock as he said, of course, if they captured Roger's castle and became strong enough to be the trump card of both factions. Patrick held out his hand and asked the boys to leave them alone for a moment. Vincent walked in front of his colleague, asking if they were starting a fight. The father looked at the boy and addressed him. Logan was taken aback as he asked if he realized he had a fatal flaw in his judgment. Patrick raised his hand and explained that the Civil War might not last until they captured Roger's castle and became strong enough to carry out that plan. The protagonist listened in shock as he seemed completely confident that the war would drag on, thinking that if history were to be believed, civil wars rarely lasted longer than a year. The protagonist stood in front of his serious father, thinking that the fact that the Civil War in Grandia would last for 3 years made it special. He accidentally forgot about it. The man closed his eyes. Patrick stood in front of the table, telling what he had already said before the attack on Tomoto Castle, that he had no intention of getting into his head. Frowning, he said that he believed that his son was doing everything for the good of their family. The boy looked confused, hearing that, however, it would be better to take such weak points into account, and replied that he would keep it in mind. Logan looked at the window and said that now all that remained was to capture. No. Imagining a city behind the fortress, he continued to say that they would return the lands of their ancestors. The plot moves us to Roger's main castle, where the sun's rays fell on the wall. The guard put his hand to his forehead and asked what was there. The horses galloped quickly along the ground. Seeing a huge army, the boy shouted that this was an enemy attack. He watched as the knight sat on his horse and said that they were attacked by the McLeans. Turning to the crowd, the guard explained that they had sent a message to the ferrets, so they would be here soon. They needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The protagonist sat on his horse, telling his father that it didn't look like they were going to surrender peacefully. Patrick looked at the knight's legs and shouted that they would take them now. Raising his head, the protagonist listened as his lordship left these lands for a civil war that would determine the fate of their people. He entrusted him with the honorable duty of remaining here as a last line of defense. Lentaire stood on the wall and said that he had heard of him and would give him what he deserved for dishonorably taking over Tomoto Castle. Swinging his sword, the man said that he was a high-ranking knight and challenged him to a duel. The guy looked at him in confusion, listening that if he was a knight, he would answer him, otherwise he would be disgraced, and thought that he was the only one disgraced here. What kind of one-man show was this? Logan punched him in the face. The enemy flew back. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he eventually switched to a fist fight, he just wanted to kick him. Vincent stood over the wounded man, saying that it looked like he lost consciousness. Stepping on the opponent's face, the protagonist asked if it was really from such a blow, if he was really a high-ranking knight. He looked at his father, who turned away, and said that it seemed like they had figured everything out. The man looked forward in shock. Patrick looked worriedly and said that it was so. Looking at the birds flying over the river, he continued that this was the land of their forefathers, from which they were expelled 200 years ago. Smiling, Patrick said that who would have thought that it would return to them so easily. The son looked at him happily. Turning away, the protagonist said that it simply did not happen. The boys stood in front of the crowd. The knight smiled at the ruler. Ranmian looked happily at his father. The man was shocked. He smiled and said that he was right. Patrick stood before the army and said that they had all worked hard. He clenched his fist and said that they, the MacLanes, had reclaimed their lands thanks to their efforts. The boys listened happily as he told them that he was blessed to have them as his vassals. Looking out at the sunlit clearing, the man said that this place was a testament to their efforts. Picturing the many corpses on the ground, Patrick said that it was also a monument to the fallen. Looking down, he said that he would never forget the knights whose lives had brought them here. The man stood before the crowd and recited the names of the fallen. Ranmian began to tear up. Vincent was barely holding back his tears. Eileen hung her head sadly. The protagonist stood next to his father. The protagonist gripped the hilt of his sword. He smiled. Looking up at the sky, Patrick said that he would engrave these names on his heart to remember forever. He pointed at his son and said that it would be better to ask the future MacLanes about the upcoming events that awaited them. The boy looked at his serious father. The man smiled. Logan looked worriedly. The protagonist approached him. Standing on the wall, the protagonist said that he knew, they themselves assumed that the era of chaos had come. The knight stood seriously, listening to this chaos that would pick up the MacLanes so that they would climb even higher. Raising his sword, the boy shouted that he asked them to become wings. The man answered with a proud look, "Long live the MacLanes." Logan stretched his sword into the sky. Meanwhile, waving his hand to the side, Roger asked if his castle had really been captured, what the ferrets and Lentaire were doing. A voice came from the tent camp, reporting that the castle had fallen before the ferrets arrived. Clenching his fist, the man shouted that Lentaire was a fool. He waved his hand and said that they needed to go back. They would come back and rip their skin off. Jordan walked confidently towards him and replied that this was not right. The Duke spread his hands and said that what about his lands? His home was attacked by savages, specifying why he forbade him to return. Raising an eyebrow, the man said that the forces concentrated on the central front were almost equal. However, what, in his opinion, would happen if his people were not with them? He frowned and asked if he meant that his lands were more important than their task. Roger looked at him with fear and replied that he did not mean that. Pointing his hand to the side, the Duke said that those crazy people ignored his warning. He was taken aback to hear that Jordan would personally deal with them when they completed their task. Turning away, the man said that, however, first he would offer them to join their faction. Roger looked dumbfounded and asked why he would do that. Jordan smirked and said that he would lead them to the front lines and use them as cannon fodder. They would have no right to refuse. The protagonist sheepishly put his hand to his neck and said that if they threatened. The man looked furiously into the magic ball, listening to how there was no choice, he would have to support the first prince. Roger was sweating in panic, wondering if Logan had really gone crazy. Looking at the guy smiling in the ball, he thought that even if he was reckless, how could he threaten his lordship? Jordan asked with a serious expression if he not only dared to ignore his warning, but now rejected his advice. Frowning, he clarified whether the protagonist realized that his actions directly contradicted the will of His Highness Romaine. A lot of mana appeared around him. Roger covered himself with his hand, wondering what kind of energy it was. The protagonist sighed and replied that he was well aware that he was crossing the line. The protagonist smiled and said that their feud with the Befros had been going on for generations. It was not a matter of opposing him, or His Highness. Jordan frowned and said that if that was the case, then let him prove it. Looking at the spilled wine, he said that if he brought his men to the front and distinguished himself, then his and the prince's anger would dissipate. The guy grinned and replied that he could not. The man kicked the ground beneath him, listening to him say that he heard a strange sound. Was he okay? Was there a problem with the connection? Roger clenched his fists in anger when he heard that he would follow the will of the mentor and remain neutral. Therefore his loyalty to the ruling family would not change. He hoped they would not doubt his intentions. Grinning, Jordan replied that this was very arrogant, and he dared to call it that. Suddenly, a knight ran up to them and shouted that the first prince's men were approaching. The man turned around in rage. The subordinate was sweating in fear. Logan smiled and communicated through the orb that he seemed to have a lot of work to do, let him deal with it first. The protagonist looked away. Jordan picked up the orb and said that no matter what it took, he would put an end to it. That would be the best way to raise their morale. The protagonist grinned and replied that he wondered if he could do it. He heard it was pretty tense on the front lines. I was sure he was not one to get angry easily. The man gritted his teeth and said that the thoughtless fool would soon realize what he had done. Roger caught the orb, confused. Jordan stood in front of him and informed him that he would give him a few men. He bared his teeth and ordered him to make the fool feel sorry for him. Roger grinned and thought that the McLeans had dug their own grave. Very well, not bad at all. If he could put an end to them with his lordship's hands. Juan laughed loudly. Raising his hand, he asked if the guy had captured Roger, adding that he hadn't heard such a heroic story in a long time. The protagonist put his hands on his legs, thinking that he couldn't believe that he had contacted him immediately after the call from Jordan ended, and said that it was an honor to receive a call from him. Extending his hand, the man said that since he attacked Roger, it meant that he wanted to join their faction. The protagonist smiled. Juan looked at him seriously, hearing that he was simply an old enemy of his family. Squeezing his eyes, the guy said that they were not ready to join anyone yet, and thought that his cheek muscles were cramping. The man put his hand to his chin and said that knowing what an evil person Jordan was, he was sure he would try to absorb his entire family. Frowning, he asked what he planned to do. Logan looked at the magic ball with a smirk. Looking at his surprised interlocutor, the main character said that, in fact, he had just called him, he had begged for forgiveness, and he had given it to him. The protagonist smiled, saying that his family was weak, they could only remain neutral, he could only give him moral support. Laughing, Juan heard that he wanted to ask him to defeat Roger's remaining forces, and said that he really said whatever he wanted. The man frowned and said that, however, he would clarify just in case. Clutching his knee, the protagonist listened that if he intended to deceive him, he would not leave it like that, thinking that he was intimidating him, but he managed to strengthen the neutral position of the McLeans. This is all that remains for him. Max writhed in rage and asked if Roger was captured. Extending his hand, he said that they did not even have time to send reinforcements. What should they do now? Dave stood in front of the surprised man, telling that since the McLeans behaved like this, the Duke will not sit silently, and will not let them get away with it. The boy grinned and said that of course he would surely punish these fools severely. The knight said with a serious expression that they would not pursue them, they were taking a neutral position. The boys looked at the ball in shock. Dave held out his hands and said that it was impossible, if so they would not have gone against them. The man ran into the room and shouted that a message had arrived from the McLeans. Max approached the servant and asked what they were writing. He stood next to the boy, reading that there were demands to pay a monthly tribute of food and supplies worth 10,000 gold at the market price, reduce the share of land ownership by a third and conduct monthly inspections, allow the McLeans to freely recruit their soldiers as needed. The man looked at him in fear, reading that given the current situation they could not directly attack, but no matter who became the next king, they would be the owners of this land. If they wanted to avoid death in the near future, they would submit. The plot moves us to Roger's main castle. Dwayne stood in the hall and said that, as expected, the Parate family agreed to become their vassals. The protagonist happily raised his glass, answering that great, they will subjugate them all one by one until they can take all their powers for themselves. Smiling, the man listened that it was a pity that they could not do anything with Ramon and Eric, answering that they had already achieved so much. The protagonist held out his glass and said that it was true, all possible threats were eliminated. He rose from the throne and shouted that it was time to celebrate. Smiling, the guy said that the war was over, let them eat and drink to the bottom. Vincent happily gave the glass to his colleague. The waiter leaned towards Hamar. Patrick banged glasses with his wife. Victor frowned. Standing in the crowd, he furiously thought about the fact that no one dared to address his sister. The man approached his joyful son, asking if they were starting. Vincent turned around when he heard himself being asked to come forward. Patrick pointed his finger forward, saying that his master was addressing him, and he was not greeting him. Smiling, the boy said that it was for leading the Order of Knights. The boys held their glasses, listening to him say that he had won the war. The man was taken aback when he heard that he was rewarding him with 1,000,000 gold and lands of similar value. His surprised cry was heard from the castle. The dumbfounded guests stood in the crowd, asking if their fief had been ruined. He heard that the young master had stolen all the treasures from the castle. No wonder there was so much wine. Licking his lips, Logan mused that Roger's soldiers had managed to empty the storage of artifacts before they left, and it would have been good if they had left them. Clayton looked up in surprise when he heard himself being called. He was sweating in panic as he heard that the magic tower had achieved a lot during the battle at Tomoto Castle. The man blushed when he heard that his reward would therefore be a piece of land in the city of MacLean, given to him for life without taxation. Holding out a glass, the protagonist said that there would also be a reward of 1,000,000 gold. Clayton put his hands on the floor. Crying, he said that he was very grateful. Victor watched as the man cried desperately, and said that he was laughing and crying at the same time. Patrick stood happily with his wife, listening to the fact that others would also receive monetary rewards, so let them drink to the bottom today. Touching his chin, the protagonist thought that bragging about other people's money was very pleasant. He watched as Eileen clapped her hands joyfully. Smiling, the guy asked if she was happy with the reward, even though the Floyd house was not poor. The girl extended her finger and replied that it was not just money, she earned it herself for the first time. Eileen clasped her hands and asked what opportunities there were for women to earn money in this country, adding that she had managed to fulfill one of her dreams. Logan turned, hearing his brother call him. Ranian was standing with Amar, asking if he had thought of something for their blacksmith. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that he was a scoundrel, bringing him because he made him a sword, and said that of course. The man was surprised to hear that he had prepared the perfect gift for him. The carriage slowed to a stop. The knight looked at the dwarf and said that they had arrived, let him get out. Stepping on the ground, Tim asked what kind of person would carry a slave in a carriage and not in the luggage compartment. He walked down the street, saying that he wondered what kind of wonderful new master he would have. Many people were walking around the city. The man looked at them in surprise, wondering if he would work here, in the city. The dwarf stood behind him and said that this was the place, stupid people, there were too many of them, it gave him goosebumps, and yet their current owner was rather strange. The man held out his hand and asked who was driving the dwarves in a good carriage. He frowned and said that he was still an ordinary aristocrat, he probably just wanted to show off his wealth, showing that he could even provide a carriage for slaves. Putting a finger to his lips, Tim said that he should watch his words, suddenly someone would hear. The comrade looked at his hook, asking if he would really give up his pride just because he lost his hand. The dwarf was taken aback, hearing that if everyone got out then let them follow him. Turning around, he thought about how stupid they were, why they couldn't understand that by clinging to pride, they would bring even more misfortunes upon themselves. Tim looked at the hook, thinking that after losing his hand he had renounced all pride. The man looked sadly, thinking that only in this way he, who could not even forge properly, managed to survive until now. The crowd followed the knight. The dwarves moved along the street. Tim sadly lowered his head. He looked at his feet. Looking upset, the dwarf thought that maybe it was time to just die. Smiling, the man said that here they are. Pointing at the crowd with his finger, he counted them, saying that they were perfect. The worker put his hand to his face and shouted to tell Mr. Hamar that help had arrived. Raising his hands, Tim clarified whether they called the dwarf Lord. Crossing his arms, the man asked if they knew each other. He put his hand to his chin and said that he was their best blacksmith. His inventions had greatly changed their fief. Tim looked at him with admiration, listening to how they expected a lot from them too. Imagining Hamar with a hammer, he thought that he would never have thought that people would recognize the dwarves, how great he was. The blacksmith approached the boys and said that they had finally arrived. The dwarf enthusiastically extended his hand, hearing that he was glad to see them in good health. The man smiled, hearing that they were so healthy. Throwing the hammer on his shoulder, Hamar said that they could be driven like dogs. Dumbfounded, the dwarves listened that they should quickly come in. They were waiting for a lot of orders. In Tim's thoughts, the image of the blacksmith cracked, and he thought that this was their master. The plot moves us to a few days later, when the main character looked in the door, asking if he received his gift. Extending his hand, Hamar replied that of course, he was grateful. The production of crossbows accelerated. He pointed his finger to the side and said that they were working conscientiously. Looking at the sad dwarf at the table, the blacksmith said that it was like a well-oiled machine. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said that with such a system, everyone was responsible for their own type of parts. It was suitable for mass production, but he could imagine how much resistance there was because of their pride. Hamar remembered how the workers frowned and shouted that they would not do everything at once, but in parts, blacksmiths have pride. Imagining the frightened dwarves, he said that he showed them how many orders they had, and they fell silent. The man imagined him smiling, saying that he thought he would suit being an inspector, and said that there was also a lazy person among them who wanted to be a manager. Hamar remembered sitting in front of the lying worker and saying that somehow everything had settled down peacefully. Crossing his arms, he said that he had learned from the protagonist. Tim looked sadly ahead, thinking that nevertheless, they would devote themselves to work for 20 years. He imagined the smiling Hamar, thinking that after they would be released, the master had promised this to all of them. The man looked at the hook, thinking that he would let them go. Such a chance might not come again. The blacksmith watched as the dwarves worked at the tables. He crossed his arms and asked Logan why they needed so many crossbows again. They could arm 10,000 or more soldiers with that amount. Hamar extended his hand, asking if he wanted to stock up for 10 years ahead. What careful preparation. Laughing, the protagonist replied that he did not at all. He was going to make an army of 10,000 soldiers and had already started recruiting. A dwarf shouted from behind the door, asking again about the number. Putting his hands on his waist, the protagonist said that he already saw what he wanted to say. He stood in front of the blacksmith, thinking that the civil war had just begun. No one knew that it would last 3 years and that the Empire would invade at the very end. Imagining the fighting knights, the guy thought that this war was being fought by elite soldiers. Logan imagined how the guys crossed swords, thinking about how they would have to resort to mercenaries later. Remembering the man holding the weapon in fear, the protagonist thought that eventually the situation would escalate so much that civilians would be forced to arm themselves with pitchforks and go to war. Frowning, the protagonist thought about how this terrible sight would become hell on earth, and that they needed to prepare for these times. Hamar looked calmly and said that little depended on him, asking if it was okay to arm so many people. Raising his hand, the guy replied that he only needed to provide them with the means of subsistence. Logan stood in front of the thoughtful blacksmith, saying that then, even if he gave them bombs, there would be no rebellion. Leaning toward the dwarf, the protagonist said that he wanted to ask him and Sir Clayton to do something for him secretly. Gusts of wind blew through the tower. Picking up the books, the man asked what kind of bomb that exploded after a while was. The protagonist stood next to him, telling him that that was not all. The condition for the explosion would be a blow, the force of which would exceed a certain level, like a punch. Watching the man write, he said that before the explosion there should be a slight warning vibration, otherwise you can forget to throw it, and it would be great if the color changed too. Clayton wrote with a pen, listening to that the explosion time should also be delayed by 5 seconds. The explosion itself should be similar in strength to a second-level spell. The guy happily raised his hand, saying that, moreover, the cost of producing one piece should not exceed 5 gold, asking if he could handle it. The man smiled, asking if such a thing even existed, and Logan replied that he had used it before. Frowning, Hamar said that he had déjà vu. The protagonist extended his hand and said that he had roughly explained what materials would be needed. Clayton said with a serious look that the properties of the compounds could change depending on the difference in materials. The protagonist looked sadly, listening that besides, if he wanted the power of a second circle spell, it would cost 10 times more than a first-level scroll. If such an item existed, the business of creating it would take off. Looking at the magic ball, the man said that since he had already used this thing, it would be wiser to contact that manufacturer. Lewis looked confused, asking if he had an acquaintance who could create a new item. Logan sat in front of the ball, listening that he was not very close with magicians and thought that he did not know anything either. Imagining the glowing ball, the protagonist thought that he was now planning to create Liberation, a bomb called Freedom, in the ancient language, which the Grandia Liberation Front successfully used against the Empire, but only a few people knew the method of its production. Alas, he was not one of them. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, thinking that he thought that Commander Lewis might know something about it. Watching the men conversing, he thought that Liberation was created by an earth mage. They say he was inspired by the weapons of the ancient dwarves. That's why he hoped that these two would cope. Hamar put his hands on his hips and asked if he dreamed it, adding that although he remembered using it in such detail, it was unlikely. The guy calmly thought about the fact that his memories of Liberation were indeed very clear. Sitting at the table, Logan decided that this was unusual. Touching his neck, the protagonist thought that there was nothing strange about it, because it was she who destroyed him. The sun was shining on the clouds and the stranger said that he would explain it again. Let them listen carefully. Hitting the table with his mug, the man asked what was wrong with this country. The guy was sitting at a table in a cafe and reported that the battle was moving here, to the south. The stranger scowled and shouted that if the aristocrats wanted to fight, they should have done it themselves. Why were they sending them, the owners of more modest territories, instead of themselves? Damien raised his head and said that he was right. Clenching his fist on the table, he said that they should have fought themselves. He was dragged into the war because his great-great-great-grandmother was the second daughter of the Marquis of Ka. It was illogical. The guys at the table turned around, hearing that the small landowners would simply be killed. The guy put his hand to his face and said that their families would suffer first. Damien desperately roared, saying that he ran away without even having time to take the bodies of his family members. A worthless thing. The man in the robe approached him and addressed him by name. The dumbfounded guy turned around, asking who he was. Handing over the letter, the stranger said that he was from the Information Guild. His clients sent him a letter. Damien took the envelope in surprise and asked who it could be. After examining the letter, he said that it was a seal of fire. Surprised, Rick asked what Logan was doing and whether he was planning a banquet. The protagonist was filling out paperwork and asked Rick if he thought there would be a banquet under these circumstances and if he was crazy. Holding a pen in his hand, the protagonist said that he was writing to talented people who had lost their masters during the Civil War. Pointing his finger at the letter, Rick asked if he wanted to hire them. Spreading his arms, the guy asked if there were any famous knights left in the destroyed territories, noting that he had not heard of such. To which Logan replied that for now these people were either heirs or soldiers of small and medium-sized fiefs. If they were left, they would most likely become mercenaries. Puzzled, Rick asked why he would hire such people. Grinning, the protagonist asked if the guy had heard of rough diamonds. Sitting at the table, Logan told us that his knowledge was based on information from his past life. Most of these people will become power users, but now they do not know how to use it. He calmly noted that one of them is especially important. The protagonist continued writing letters, thinking that it would be good if the most important of them answered. Looking at the document, Logan wrote to Damien that he is the eldest son of the McLean house, the work that the boy left at the academy, called Poem of the Month of Drunkenness, made a deep impression on him. He considers him a gifted person and writes to him in connection with the misfortune that recently befell him. The man read the letter, which said that the protagonist's house continues to grow despite the difficult circumstances and needs talents like him. Damon was shocked by the words that if he is now looking for a place to settle down, Logan would like him to consider the option of living in the city of McLean. 2 months later, the boys stood in front of the gates to the city of McLean. The guards looked at the citizens and discussed their confusion about where they came from. The warrior looked at the letters the visitors were showing and said that everyone claimed that they were from the young master, but he did not know if this was true. Damien approached the guard. Holding the letter in front of him, he also stated that he had come at the invitation of the young master. The man looked at the envelope and said that it had the seal of the McLean house. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. The guard looked at Damien. He smiled and wondered how such an outcast could have received an invitation from the young master. The man appeared behind the soldier. He began to look around. As he walked down the street, Damien wondered if the McLeans were planning to attract refugees from the war to expand their territory. His gaze fell on the villagers who were discussing something and he wondered why he had been invited. His face was serious. Damien opened the door to the office and mentally wondered if it was possible that Logan had mistaken the recipient of the letter. The joyful protagonist took the man by the hand and thanked him for coming all the way. Taken aback, Damien came to the conclusion that Logan had not sent him the letter by mistake. There were cups on the table. The protagonist held out his hand and asked for some tea, since it was still quite chilly outside. Damien began to drink his tea. He looked up. Looking at the protagonist, the man mentally asked if they knew each other, noting that he did not remember meeting anyone with red hair and such eyes. Damien's gaze fell on the smile on Logan's face and he came to the conclusion that he was glad to see him. The man turned away while drinking his tea. The protagonist thought with a satisfied look that it turns out that the genius of the Liberation Front was once very naive. Logan looked at Damien and told us that the man was behind the development of cryptographic algorithms. He is a genius of information management. Logan introduced Damien from his past life and emphasized the fact that for more than 20 years, he managed to protect the identities of the members of the Liberation Front. Damien from his past life had glasses on his face, while Logan thought that there was a lot to say about his talents, but most of all he was interested in his sense of righteousness. Having lost his entire family in the Civil War, the man fought for the good of the country for decades, barely claiming any prospects in the future. If we can attract him, then we can trust him in everything. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he heard that he was a graduate of the Faculty of Management. Damien was shocked by the offer to become an assistant to their chief administrative officer, because Logan also said that if he showed his abilities, he was ready to entrust him with the castle. The man waved his hand and asked why the protagonist wanted to appoint him to such a position. Raising the cup to his mouth, the protagonist said that as it was said in the letter, his poem left him under a deep impression. Considering his talent as a writer, he has the ability to understand the subtext of any work, and he is also familiar with connotations. This will greatly help in management and administrative matters. Damien was shocked by such words. Looking away, the man mentally asked what kind of heresy was this. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that he himself said it. But this is complete nonsense. He must do everything possible to get him. Looking at Damien, Logan thought that his house was still small, but when the McLeans become more powerful, the man's ability to manage information will be a great advantage. Until then, although it is not very suitable for him, let him work hard as an administrator. Gusts of wind rustled the branches of the trees. A week later, a joyful Dwayne exclaimed that Damien was the best. He hugged Philip and told him that they were doing 10 people's work, and the protagonist mentally assumed that Damien was suited for this position after all. Dwayne said with a satisfied look that he would help them get settled in. He was glad to have such talented guys. Pointing his finger, the man added that there was one more thing. Looking at the many people on the street, Dwayne said that refugees were coming to them because of the Civil War. The city was populated by new residents faster than expected. Perhaps they would have to speed up the construction of the second one. Logan's face became serious. Dwayne grabbed the back of his head when he heard the protagonist ask if finances allowed it. Philip stood behind and listened to Dwayne estimate a little in advance. But because of the war, what is now worth its weight in gold. Until they finish building the city and collect this year's harvest, it will be difficult with finances. Confused, Philip asked how it could be difficult when their lands were overflowing with export opportunities. Taken aback, Logan asked again. Holding the documents in front of him, the boy said he was talking about food. Furious, Dwayne asked why they would sell food. Smiling, Philip said that in preparation for the war with Bethros, they began selling off their surplus food. Standing in front of them, the boy explained that the battle ended quickly, and because of the civil war, food prices skyrocketed. Looking at the documents, Philip emphasized the fact that even if they sold half, they would no longer have to worry about money, the rest could be invested in logging. Holding his chin, Logan began to talk about logging. Placing his hand on the table, the protagonist thought that in order to regularly mass-produce thousands of crossbows for the cavalry, they would need this. He thoughtfully noted that they were currently importing all of their supplies, but that they needed to start producing their own to maintain their own strength, and then stated that it was a worthy idea. Philippe said with a satisfied expression that he knew Logan would come to that conclusion. Looking at the chessboard, the protagonist stated that he was entrusting Philippe with this. He should increase their income as much as possible, and use the remaining money for logging. Logan extended his hand and said that he was entrusting Dwayne with preparing for the construction of the second city. The man put his hand inside his bosom. He handed over a letter saying that it was for him. It had come to their office by mistake. Looking at the seal, the protagonist wondered if it was from the Information Guild. Opening the envelope, Logan allowed them to get back to work. The protagonist began to read the letter, which said that he asked to locate some people. They managed to find one of them. Looking at the document, Logan mentally asked about the location. He remembered standing in front of the mysterious guy and noted that he actually did make such a request. It was the day he first mastered the Forest Blade. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that he asked to find independent superhumans who participated in the Imperial War. It took a long time, but one was found. Holding the letter in front of him, Logan continued to read that the man's name was Chern John, not the last name he expected, but it was very likely that this was the same person. The puzzled protagonist stated that John was not an ordinary person. He imagined a sorcerer standing in front of many soldiers and added that John succeeded in supplying a large number of low-quality artifacts and was one of the top 10 merchants of the empire. His entire body was hung with artifacts of his own production. Unlike the magicians, he was active on the front lines. This sorcerer destroyed the forces of Grandia. In his imagination, a man's face with glowing eyes appeared and Logan added that he was called the Sorcerer of Bloodshed. John. Clutching the letter in his hands, the protagonist thought that because of the low-level artifacts he supplied the Empire with, Grandia fell twice as fast as it could have. He is an extremely dangerous enemy. Sitting at the table, Logan noted that it would be better to recruit him. Clutching the letter, the protagonist emphasized the fact that if he succeeded, he would kill him. Gusts of wind enveloped the border post. The wanderer was moving towards the gate. The guard put his hand in front of him and asked to stay for a minute. Logan, with a hood on his head, said that he was a merchant from Grandia. Closing his eyes, the guard replied that this territory had been talked about a lot lately. Turning around, he assumed that the wanderer had been through a lot. The protagonist silently looked at him. He gave a gold coin to the soldier, saying that you could say that. Looking at the coin, the guy said that now Logan had nothing to worry about. The protagonist looked at the mountainous area. Taking off his hood, he noted that he had not been to the Empire for a long time. Walking across the field, the protagonist reasoned that according to the Information Guild, that person did not live in a large city, but in the border territory. He did not know what the future Superman forgot there, but the fewer people around, the better for him. Looking down, Logan thought that in order not to attract attention, he deliberately disguised himself and used magic to change the color of his eyes. It was getting dark outside. Raising his head, the protagonist asked where he was. He heard a voice behind him that he needed to stay put. The guys were walking towards him, saying that Logan was fast. The bandits surrounded the protagonist. The man pulled out a blade and ordered him to quickly throw the backpack on the ground, otherwise he would make it so that his entire body would be the color of his hair. The protagonist looked at him with a calm look. Gusts of wind enveloped the towers. The beaten guys said that they had arrived. Waving his hand, Logan declared that they could now go free and thanked them for seeing him off. Looking at them, the protagonist sighed. The protagonist continued on his way. Logan passed by many townspeople. He noticed a guy who was showing imported leather from Laspelheim, the quality of which was excellent. A stranger from the carriage put his hand out of the window and asked to find him a quiet bar. The girl with a smile on her face said that she had seen a fashionable dress in the city the other day. Turning around, Logan thought that this was a border area, but it was very clean and the infrastructure was so developed that it could be compared with many cities in the kingdom. Looking at the map, the protagonist noted that he was told that his house was located far from the fortress. Holding the paper in front of him, the protagonist thought that judging by the map. Logan raised his gaze. Looking at the estate, he wondered if it was there. The protagonist put the map in his bosom. He raised his fist to knock on the door and suddenly stopped. Frowning, Logan wondered if John was still superhuman. He calmly began to reason that everyone knew about his hot temper, so there was a chance that they would come to blows if he refused to cooperate. He had a slow activation speed of magic, which meant he had the ability to kill him. The protagonist slapped himself. Logan closed his eyes and wondered what he was thinking, adding that he needed to do his best to recruit him, and that he needed to let go of the grudges from his past life. The protagonist knocked on the door. Logan continued to pound on the door and asked if anyone was home. The door suddenly opened. The man said with a serious expression that he had even told the Lord not to disturb him. The protagonist was taken aback by what he saw. Standing opposite him, the protagonist asked if that was Mr. John. Holding his head, the man asked what business Logan had come for. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had come a long way to meet him and asked for some time, after which John screamed that he needed to get out of here. The door slammed shut in front of the protagonist. Logan sighed with a serious expression. Holding his head, the protagonist wondered if he should kill him after all. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist thought that this should not be done. If he can lure him over to his side, John will become an incomparable ally. He needs to endure and just endure. Touching his chest, the protagonist felt the magic of lightning. Lightning appeared in his imagination, and Logan thought that such an amount of lightning would be enough to kill any ordinary person. Frowning, the protagonist called him a scumbag, noting that if John does not want to talk, he will force him. Logan knocked down his door. Entering the room, the protagonist loudly screamed that he wants to talk. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. John was holding murderous spheres over his head. Examining the balls, Logan told us that they constantly protect John, and also automatically repel enemies, which is the perfect balance between offense and defense. Although he is weaker than any other superhuman, but his murderous spheres, especially when they gain the power of fire, are considered incomparable weapons for killing civilians. A bead of sweat trickled down the protagonist's face as he thought that John had not yet reached the required level. Looking at the man, Logan asked if John had been too harsh with a guest who had come from afar. Putting his hand inside his bosom, the protagonist asked what he could do but kicked down the door since the man refused to talk. He threw the bag at John. It fell at the man's feet. John examined the gold coins, and Logan said that it was enough for repairs. The man was puzzled. Sitting opposite the protagonist, John asked why he was there. Smiling, the protagonist said that he had heard rumors about him and had come to hire him. The man listened carefully and asked about the rumors. The protagonist stared at him. John looked away while Logan reasoned that his conscience did not bother him at all. The man was taken aback by the words that they said that he was a master of artifacts, because it was obvious, judging by the objects behind his back. The dumbfounded John asked where the protagonist had heard about it. Smiling, Logan said that he had heard about it from the Information Guild, which was looking for capable mages for him. The man with glowing eyes began to ask about the Information Guild. The protagonist answered with a serious expression that he could not say that. Looking at the book on the shelves, the protagonist said that he had come after hearing about his greatness, but it seemed that he was carrying a burden of sin, after which John cried out that he lived an absolutely normal and law-abiding life. Looking at his sword, Logan began to reason that no matter how capable John was, if there were problems with him, he would finish him off, because it was impossible to predict when a person would betray him. The protagonist's gaze fell on the balls and he added that if he looked closely, the killing spheres seemed weaker than they were in his past life. He would definitely not have any difficulties with them. Folding his arms, Logan asked if the last name Johnette was familiar to him. The man was shocked by what he heard. He looked up at the protagonist. They stared at each other in silence. The spheres filled with red energy. John's face was serious. He frowned in rage. The man rushed at the protagonist. Leaves from the trees flew around the building. A powerful explosion was heard from the estate. John destroyed the wall. A sphere was flying in front of his hand. He was shocked. A powerful whirlwind of yellow mana knocked him off his feet. Covering himself with his hands, the man asked if he dodged. Grinning, John said that he was lucky, but it would not happen again. Standing in front of Logan, he cried out that he should not expect to compare to his spheres. The protagonist raised the blade above his head. Smiling, John called him pathetic. A powerful blow was heard. Flames moved towards the man. Grinning, he declared that the protagonist's actions were commendable. He was suddenly taken aback. A powerful stream of energy reached John. His spheres were floating in the room. It suddenly broke in half. The wounded man was sitting by the wall. His gaze was dumbfounded. His gaze fell on the chopped artifacts. Logan approached him. He asked with a mad look how much John's conscience was tormenting him, if it reacted like that. The man was scared. He asked with a dumbfounded look how the protagonist knew his name, if he destroyed all traces of himself, and the plot told us that there are practically no records of John Cronet until he became a Superman. He opened his mouth in surprise, while Logan reasoned that looking at him now, he saw only a fugitive. The irritated protagonist asked John where he thought he came from. The man frowned at such a question. Touching his pocket, John cried out that he should not be played with. Logan was taken aback by this. The man took out another sphere and said that he usually does this. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the protagonist. His body was enveloped in an aura. Looking at the hole in the floor, Logan asked if John had fallen into the basement. Frowning, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he was hiding another artifact. The protagonist jumped into the hole. Logan found himself in a huge library. He was surprised by what he saw. Examining the table with documents, he clarified whether this was a lab. The protagonist turned to John's voice, who called him a clingy freak. The man, enveloped in red mana, flew up. Holding the staff in front of him, he wished Logan death. Pink lightning flew out of the staff. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he was using two different spells so quickly. The protagonist watched the spells flying at him. Logan's blade was enveloped in energy. John's mana began to reach for him. The confused man wondered what kind of energy it was. The protagonist's blade dispelled all the red energy. Logan aimed a magical blow at him. John was dumbfounded and wondered who he was. The protagonist stood in front of him with a serious expression. The man's arm was cut off. A stream of mana flew past the man's face. The severed arm fell to the floor. John, dumbfounded, began to scream in pain. Logan, standing in front of him, said that he had brought himself to this. The enraged man screamed that he would finish him off. He swung his other hand. The protagonist's face was serious. Another stream of energy flew at him. He swung his sword. The protagonist delivered a powerful attack and declared that it was too slow. Logan stood in front of the man. Blood flew out of John's mouth. He fell to the floor. Looking at him, the protagonist sighed. The protagonist noticed the trembling ceiling and assumed that it was about to collapse. Looking at John's corpse, Logan thought that his lab belonged to a man known as an artifact master. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he wanted to study everything carefully. But there was nothing he could do. He wanted to quickly look around and leave. Logan began to turn around. The shelves with books began to shake. The protagonist turned his attention to the table with documents. Taking a book in his hands, Logan asked if these were his research notes. He presented metal ingots and noted that in his past life, John had invented a method of placing magic not only in precious metals like mithril, but also in ordinary ones, which allowed for the mass production of low-level artifacts. Smiling, the protagonist assumed that this method was described in the book. He began to take other books and noted that he would need to familiarize himself with them. Turning around, Logan asked if there was anything else there. He was surprised. The protagonist saw gloves and a pendant, after which he asked if these were also artifacts. Taking the pendant, the protagonist thought that he did not feel any special energy coming from them. Raising his hand to the gloves, Logan said that he was sorry, but he would still accept them with gratitude. The protagonist was surprised. He felt energy coming from the gloves. The protagonist remembered that something similar happened with the boots. Smiling, Logan came to the conclusion that they needed to be tested. He put them on his hands. The protagonist's face was serious. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. A bright light emanated from the fist. The guy was delighted by this. Looking at his hand, Logan thought that his strength seemed to have increased several times and even the durability and power of his body had increased significantly, very similar to those boots of the wind god, after which he said that he did not expect to find something like that. Looking at the broken cane, the protagonist wondered if the boots and gloves were created by the same person, noting that in any case, it was clearly not John in his current state, but then it was unknown who it was. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Standing in front of the table, Logan said that people would come there. You need to take what you can and leave. Having collected all the necessary drawings and books, the protagonist thought that he got what he wanted. Even if John died, he was still worthless. Now it was time to go home. Closing his eyes, Logan said that he hoped his bag was still upstairs. His gaze was calm. Ronian seriously asked if the guys wanted to join the McLean Knights. The boys answered with a smile on their faces that it was so. They had heard that the great young master was hiring talented people. Lowering the wooden sword, the boy replied that he understood. The boys, looking furious, ordered them to draw their swords and fight in that case. The warriors shuddered at what they heard. Smiling, Dwayne said that the young master was currently absent. Frowning, the man said that he had come because Logan was hiring knights. Irritated, Dwayne wondered if this was the way someone who wanted to be hired should act. The man was shaking with anger. Vincent, smiling, asked if they had guests. Dwayne noticed him and said that he was just in time. Standing in front of Vincent, he said that these knights had come from the front. They wanted to meet with the young master and discuss the terms. The man, looking pleased, said that Vincent's fame preceded him. He put his fist on his chest. The boy introduced himself with a satisfied look and said that his name was Dylan. He grinned and pointed out that he was also called Dylan the Fast Sword. Dwayne, taken aback, asked what sword. Holding his chin, the second knight said that his name was Tony, and in his homeland they called him Tony the Power Sword. And the third said that he was Jacob. Vincent put his hand out in front of him and said that he understood everything. Spreading his arms, he suggested that the boys were big enough for nicknames, and he was jealous because he didn't have one. The boys smugly justified themselves by saying that they had acquired these nicknames in the boondocks. Vincent sighed and ordered them to stop chatting. Looking at them, he asked to be allowed to say only one thing. Vincent said with a serious look that the young master treated people according to their abilities. The man's gaze fell on the knight's blades and he said that if they wanted good treatment, they should prove that they deserved it. Standing in front of them, Vincent added that now he wanted them to back up their words with actions. The boys looked at each other. A smile appeared on their faces. The boy's gaze was empty. He stuck out his tongue. Lying on the ground, Dylan wondered why he was lying down. He remembered how they stood in front of Vincent, who said that they needed to win to be hired, but for some reason he put them against those guys. Ranian stood in front of him, while Dylan reasoned that his opponent was the kid everyone called the young master. The boy smirked and emphasized that he only wanted to earn a few points, but the boy's gaze was serious. He was taken aback by the order to stand up. Ranian stood in front of him. Dumbfounded, Dylan heard the boy ask if he had already surrendered. His face was serious. Powerful mana emanated from Ranian while he asked if the knight had given in to him. Frowning, Dylan asked again. He turned around in surprise when his comrades asked how he could give in to him. The boys smiled and said that Ranian was worried for nothing, since he was the one who usually gave in to them. Dylan, irritated, wondered if they were sucking up to him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy asked himself if he looked weak. Furious, Ranian answered himself that it was possible, since he was not that strong. His eyes filled with rage and he said that if he was weak, he would only hinder his older brother. Sweat from fear trickled down the boy's face. They began to tremble in fear. The boys pointed at Dylan and ordered him to grab his sword right away. Frowning, the stranger cried out that as soon as the young master mentioned his older brother, everyone who opposed him turned to dust. Dylan turned around. His gaze fell on Ronian's sword. The boy swung the blade. Dylan began to tremble with fear. The enraged boy ordered to fight. Dylan began to scream and cry. A powerful blow was heard. The frightened boys cried out that Ronian would soon get them too. Vincent watched the fight. He sighed with a smile on his face. Eileen threw the sword over her shoulder and said that Dylan the fast sword at least moved well. Stretching out her hand, she noted that the remaining two were good, but not promising. Victor with a calm face said that he agreed. He did not know if he was strong enough to be called a powerful sword, but it was clear that he had trained. Closing his eyes, Vincent suggested that they should be accepted. Standing in front of the boys, he noted that he knew who to turn to test the newcomers. Vincent was suddenly taken aback. Ranian continued to beat the knights, and Eileen suggested that the younger young master was a little upset lately, and Victor said that he was worried that he was not growing. Vincent crossed his arms and said that the young gentleman had been missing for 10 days. Eileen looked at her comrade and said that she was also curious about where he had gone, since she knew nothing. Her face was interested as she said that she was sure that Logan was doing something incredible. Many books fell on top of each other. Clayton looked at it. His face was surprised. The protagonist covered his face with a backpack. There was a smirk on his face. Stretching out his hand. The protagonist said that they were from a mage's lab. He thought that they might contain research notes, so he took them with him just in case. Confused, Clayton wondered if Logan wanted him to look at everything and ask if he had stolen these books from a magic tower. Waving his hands in front of him, the protagonist cried out that this was not the case at all. They belonged to the one who died after the fight with him. Clayton turned his gaze to the book. Having collected all the books in a pile, the man said, that in that case there would be no problems. There was a smile on his face. Clayton started to leave. He turned around in surprise. Looking at Logan, he asked if there was anything else to do. The protagonist looked away and grabbed the back of his head. Looking at the books, the protagonist asked to look through them now. The irritated man stood in front of him. He hid his anger behind a smile and replied that he had a lot of things to do because Logan had already assigned him. He was working like crazy developing those bombs. If he started reading, the deadlines would be greatly delayed. Smiling, the protagonist thought that it was the first time he saw him so furious since they met in the magical tower of the earth. Frowning, Logan noted that he could not do anything. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist asked to look for now if there was anything useful there and to do it first. Looking at the notes, Clayton wondered if it was so important that Logan was willing to ignore other matters. He put the books on the table and agreed. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. The man began to leaf through the book and said that if he only needed to look through it, it would take a couple of hours. He could take a bath in the living room and rest in the meantime. His face was interested. Clayton was suddenly surprised. Logan looked at him and called out. The man was shocked. Looking up, Clayton asked him to answer honestly if the protagonist really didn't take them from the magic tower. Looking at the books, the protagonist answered that it was definitely so. The man continued to study the books with a thoughtful look. With a smile on his face, he said that there was something very useful there. This was a study on how to place magic into ordinary metals. There was delight on the protagonist's face. Covering the smile on his face with his fist, Logan listened to him say that there were still many shortcomings in it, but the basis was described. If it was completed, the whole world would turn upside down. Pointing his finger, Clayton added that there was more. The confused protagonist heard that they would be able to create those bombs. The sun's rays illuminated the city. People walked along the streets, where vendors shouted that it was necessary to buy silk and iron bars of high quality. Smiling, the woman asked to show this product. A guy was drinking alcohol at a table. The man approached him, asking if he minded if he sat down. He was sitting near a tavern and asked if he really was drinking in broad daylight. Raising his hand, the stranger replied that he would not get very drunk. The man frowned, hearing that even if he did get drunk, it would not cause problems, and asked if he was sure. Smiling, the guy said that it was true, there seemed to be 30 knights here. The interlocutor slammed his fist on the table, and said that there were 150 soldiers, he should watch more closely. He lowered his eyebrows and asked when it would happen. The boy winked and replied that it would be tonight at the residence in the north of the city. Raising his mug, the stranger explained that there was no reason to linger, only a high-ranking lord himself could stop them. The man extended his hand, asking if he shouldn't gather more information first. Imagining the wounded knights, he explained that from what he had heard, a local young lord had defeated a couple of Roger's swordsmen. The boy closed his eyes and asked if he believed it, since he was only 21 years old. The man imagined the protagonist confidently holding the sword, saying that people said he was getting stronger with each battle. The stranger raised the mug to his face, replying that it sounded like a character from some heroic epic. Opening his eye, he said that, and still, if the rumors are true, imagining a flash in the sky, the guy continued to say that he would like to fight him himself. A bright moon illuminated the palace. The protagonist sat thoughtfully at the table. The armor lay on the dresser. The protagonist carefully looked at the letter. Looking away, he listened to how the city had grown a lot lately. Rick stood by the bookcase, telling that even the market had opened, next to the memorial for the fallen in Tomoto. Picking up the book, the servant said that many interesting things were delivered to them, there was something to see. Touching his chin, Logan listened to how he planned to check out what they were selling there next weekend, and answered that it seemed to him that he preferred to sleep around the clock. The guy turned around embarrassedly. Imagining a winking girl, he said that even if he wanted to sleep, she would be sad, so there was no choice. The protagonist looked at the letter, saying that it was okay, let him have fun, and the servant asked if he could say it with at least a drop of warmth in his voice. Frowning, Rick said that okay, he didn't expect anything from him, and the protagonist said that it was a joke. He jumped from the flying bag and cried out that he was scared. The guy looked at the money with delight, listening to the words that he should buy Lilia clothes with it and eat somewhere nice. The servant happily hugged the master and said that he loved him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Rick said that he asked him to rest at least a little, because he had a date with Mistress Eileen. Watching the servant run away, Logan said that then he should return the money so that he could go with her. The protagonist propped his cheek with his hand, asking what date meant. Imagining himself walking arm in arm with Eileen, the protagonist thought about how he had no time to think about dates and vacations at such an important time. He imagined the girl's happy face, thinking that there were already a lot of things to take care of. The guy blushed embarrassedly. Logan was happily sitting at the table. Clutching his head, the protagonist shouted that now was really not the time for this. Imagining his bride swinging her sword, the protagonist said that Eileen, in general, after the war with Roger, took up its implementation and spent every day training. Putting his finger to his chin, he thought about the fact that, in addition, the Civil War was approaching its critical point. The guy looked at the letter, thinking that according to the Information Guild, the balance of power maintained by the two forces was disrupted faster than expected. A quick end to the Civil War was important to avoid wasting the country's resources, but he was still not ready. Logan imagined the knights with crossbows, thinking that of course, due to the armed groups and soldiers hired from outside, his current military power already surpassed that of the attack on Tomoto. Frowning, the protagonist thought that although it was not enough to face any Margrave, it was enough for any other purpose. But he was not satisfied with this, he needed more time. The protagonist imagined the man squatting, thinking about what needed to be completed. He imagined the walls of the castle. The boy suddenly tensed up. Logan grabbed the sword. The protagonist stood up from the table in alarm. Letting go of the sword, the protagonist thought that he felt the intent to kill. Putting on his gloves, he wondered if its source was somewhere nearby. Could it be a robber? The boy stood in front of the window warily. Logan looked ahead carefully. Moonlight was leaking through the window. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. The glow was reflected off the glass. The protagonist's eye lit up. A spark appeared in the corner of the window frame. Red mana flashed in front of him. The guy looked at the shards in shock. Having blocked his opponent's blow, Logan thought it was a blade of power. The enemy swung his sword. He jumped back. The stranger closed his eyes and said that he didn't expect him to block his blade of power. The enemy looked away in confusion, hearing that he had been caught. The protagonist struck in a jump. The stranger closed his eyes. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the attacker had been careless. How funny. Holding out his sword, he thought about gathering energy and defeating him. Logan was taken aback. The opponent jumped above him. Grinning, the protagonist thought that there really was another one. The guy watched the explosion. The man landed next to him. Frowning, he said that he had advised him to take him seriously. The protagonist walked forward. Approaching the guy said that it seemed like they were both advanced rank, both wearing masks and trying to squeeze him. Extending his sword, Logan asked if they had any honor. The man raised the blade and replied that he should not have crossed that man. Rushing forward, he shouted that he should give up and die. The protagonist looked at him in confusion, specifying which man. The protagonist pushed off the floor. The guy flew up above his opponents. Turning around, the man said that he was fast. Logan confidently flew down. He was filling with fiery mana. The stranger pushed his ally away with his hand. The enemy looked forward mockingly. The guy deflected the fire with his sword. Swinging his weapon, he said that his attacks were too dull. The stranger frowned. The protagonist clicked his tongue in displeasure. Falling to the ground, the protagonist reported that their techniques were at such a level that they almost imitated the blade of power, which meant that they were close to a high rank. Closing his eyes, the enemy replied that unless a miracle happened, they would complete the mission as planned. Logan thought tensely about the fact that someone was able to set at least 2 advanced ranks on him, and hated him enough to try to kill him. Squeezing the hilt of his sword, the protagonist decided that there was only one option. Imagining a serious man, the protagonist thought that it was Jordan Valterman. He imagined how the mercenaries were standing in the room. Frowning, the guy thought about the fact that he was sure that there were more than 2 intruders, if the rest came from different parts of the residence. Among them there would be at least 1 more advanced rank. Logan imagined bloody footprints on the floor. The protagonist remembered how drops of blood fell from the sword. The protagonist imagined Marion crying and calling for her husband. He imagined his wounded father clutching his shoulder. The boy remembered Patrick frowning and asking how Jordan, the bastard, dared to do such a thing. We see a broken window of the castle. The man pushed off the floor. He swung his sword furiously. The enemy released attacks in midair. Looking at the flying mana, Logan decided that he was advancing. The protagonist raised his hand in alarm. The protagonist dodged the blow. A stream of energy flew over his head. He flew back from the powerful explosion. Grinning, the guy thought that his skill was ordinary, but the problem was how freely he set the distance with his blade of power. The opponent ran his hand along the blade. Logan stood in front of the fiery tip, thinking that besides, there were 2 opponents. The protagonist turned around with a grin. A stream of mana rushed down. The protagonist looked at his wounded shoulder. He raised his hand. Looking at his opponent in the darkness, the boy thought that he appeared and attacked from the shadows like a ghost. Grabbing his shoulder, Logan thought about what happened before retreating and disappearing. It reminded him of the ghost of the Empire, who was only rumored. This man was known as the greatest user of power among the assassins in his past life. The protagonist was taken aback. Blood gushed out from the wound on his leg. Looking at the man who turned away, the protagonist thought, damn, now is not the time to lose consciousness, he is in danger. The opponent jumped up. The boy parried the blow with his sword. Raising the blade, Logan thought that if you think about it, he, who only has a high rank, would never be able to stand up to 2 advanced ones. The protagonist tried to catch his breath, thinking why then he did not feel like he could lose. The opponent frowned. Squeezing his eyes shut, the stranger said that he was very stubborn. Jumping over him, he shouted that he should die. The protagonist was accumulating mana in his legs, thinking that he should hold on. The guy rushed forward. Logan rushed past his opponents. Looking at the dumbfounded guys, the main character thought that whether it was artifacts or techniques, he would use all the possibilities and concentrate on defense. Leaning down, the protagonist decided that he was sure that the chance would present itself. He turned around seriously, thinking that for now let it be like this. Looking at the man surrounded by energy, the guy thought that it was overheating. Logan watched the running opponent, thinking that they were squeezing out strength, exceeding their capabilities and not caring about the consequences. The protagonist dodged many blows, thinking that it meant that something was putting pressure on them too. The protagonist repelled the attacks in anger. Gritting his teeth, he thought that if he received a direct hit, he would die on the spot. The guy braced his feet on the floor. Squeezing the hilt with both hands, the guy thought that his body would not withstand parrying them all. The man looked at him in surprise. He pulled the sword. Swinging the weapon, the enemy shouted that he would die. Frowning, the mercenary said that this was the end. The man looked at him in shock. Logan held the sword in front of him. The protagonist grinned. The enemy said with a serious look that he was tenacious. The mercenary kicked him in the stomach. The protagonist flew back. The guy jumped above him, saying that he had enough games. He closed his eyes, thinking that he had really defeated Roger's knights. Let them not make him laugh. The enemy flew down, thinking that he had seen many newcomers who died under the weight of rumors that extolled them too much. Grinning, he thought that he had only managed to stand firm once. The guy looked at the serious protagonist, continuing the thought that he would join their ranks. Logan's eyes sparkled. The opponent looked at him in shock. The protagonist looked at the flaming weapon, thinking that his sword was moving. Squeezing the hilt, The protagonist thought that he had overcome his conscious part. He looked in surprise, thinking that he had unconsciously begun to move not by desire, but instinctively. The flying enemy was reflected in his pupil. The guy quickly swung the fiery sword. Frowning, the stranger thought that the rumors were true, the more he fought. He looked at the approaching flames. Watching Logan swing his weapon, the opponent decided that the stronger he was becoming. The protagonist confidently said that it was his turn. The sword was surrounded by bright mana. Leaves flew past the broken window. The protagonist sat at the table with the guys, saying that according to the investigation, 13 people invaded them. Now they are all dead. Looking at the worried man, he said that 5 soldiers were dead, 12 were wounded. The guy looked down with displeasure and said that his father was not feeling well. Imagining Patrick lying on the bed, Logan reported that he was seriously wounded in battle while he was protecting his mother. The protagonist imagined Marianne sadly sitting by her husband's bed. Vincent with a serious look said that considering the strength of the invaders, they got off easy. The protagonist clasped his hands and replied that it was true, there were people of advanced and middle ranks among them. He recalled lowering the opponent's mask and saying that, however, no one could be identified. The man looked at him with alarm, asking who could have done such a thing. Leaning his hands on the table, the guy said that to be honest, he believed that Jordan Valterman was behind it. Dwayne, taken aback, cried out that this was not possible. He extended his hand to the standing gentleman, saying that given the current situation, he would have to fight against the entire faction of the Second Prince. Logan frowned. The man looked surprised when he heard the protagonist ask why he assumed that he would attack the Duke. Vincent listened with a serious expression, that he had not lost his mind. They would die if they attacked the dukedom. Even if he himself were the Duke, it was suicide. Juan Douglas would only give up an advantage. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that this is why he must fight. Dwayne looked at him in confusion, hearing that no matter what tragedies they had to endure, no matter how much the lord and soldier suffered, they must restrain themselves. Beating his chest, the boy shouted that because they were weak, they had no strength. The man frowned, hearing that wasn't that a shame. Clenching his fist, he listened to the boy alone here being depressed. Standing in front of the table, Logan asked how the training for the knights was going. Lowering his head, Vincent replied that they were in excellent condition. The protagonist smiled, saying that this was good. Looking at the sun outside the window, the protagonist said that thanks to it there was hope. He believed that one day they would have enough strength to avenge the insult they had suffered. He bowed. The boys were taken aback. Stunned, Vincent looked at him and called out. The boy bowed his head in front of the table. Frowning, Logan was telling them to work a little longer. The men stood up from the table, hearing that soon all the glory of the MacLanes would be with them. Dwayne looked at him pitifully. Clayton smiled next to the boy. Leaves were flying over the city. The plot showed us the boys around the table, telling us that after the night attack organized by Jordan, the protagonist and his allies strengthened their resolve in the need to develop their own fief. Damien desperately carried a stack of papers, thinking that it looked like they would work all night today. A soldier waved his sword at the boys, shouting that as a user of the Force, they'd better not give up just because they reached their limit. If they really thought so, then they should take another step forward. And the plot informed us that this affected even the civilians living in the MacLane territory. A man stood behind them, saying that the knights training today looked very difficult. Did something happen? The friend frowned and replied that he hadn't heard that someone had attacked the night before and their lord had almost died, and that a war might break out. The man raised his axe and shouted that this was madness, that they would still take in refugees like them. He looked away tensely. The man looked at the running crowd of knights and said that in his opinion, now was not the time to cut down trees. The comrade looked at the leaves flying in the sky and replied that they couldn't let their house be taken away from them, that he thought he saw a recruitment drive. They showed us the trees in the sun and told us that as a result of Walterman's attack, the number of people wishing to join the MacLane's company had increased, and that 3 months had passed since then. The protagonist looked at the hooves and said that fortunately, it seemed that the Duke had not tried to make any other attempts. The protagonist rode through the city with his father, saying that it had been half a year since the Civil War began. They said that the elites of the factions were now directly involved in fighting against each other. Apparently, they could not afford to send someone to kill them. The man stood with the girl and whispered that they were the Lord and the young master. Patrick said with a serious expression that given that the Second Prince's faction was being pushed back. Looking at the children playing, the boy interrupted him that since she was constantly being pushed back to the central front, it meant that she would be forced to return to the westernmost edge of the Valterman territory. He looked at the Sand Palace, saying that one of their twin castles standing on the border and the royal lands were also taken away. Logan looked at him seriously. Imagining the disgruntled men behind Roger, the protagonist thought that one of the main forces of the Second Prince's faction, Befros, had lost its territory and supplies. Due to this, in order to maintain their strength, the Second Prince's faction was forced to provide for Roger. The protagonist smirked, thinking that because of this, the side that was supposed to lose was moving even faster towards its end. Everything was going according to plan. Patrick looked ahead, saying that as a knight, He shouldn't say that. He rode his horse through the city, telling them that their territory had increased due to the civil war. The boy watched as the knight touched his friend's shoulder, thinking that his father had said the right thing. Looking at the soldiers saluting, Logan thought that due to them picking up the knights of the fallen houses, their number had increased to 170, which was much more than they had before the attack on Tomoto Castle. The protagonist looked at the confused boys, thinking that the number of their cavalry with crossbows and ordinary soldiers had also exceeded 3,500. Having presented a map of the area, the protagonist thought that now, thanks to the capture of 5 castles of Bethros, the castles of Sylvan and Tezran, and 2 more cities, the number of recruits in the squad. He looked down with a smile, continuing the thought that it had reached 10,000. The man looked at his friend in confusion, asking if he should also come and say hello. The horses were standing in the forest. The guy created a spark in his hand. Logan happily launched a stream into the sky. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this was a blade of power. He had acquired the distinctive ability of the strongest. With it, power becomes both a weapon and armor. Laughing, his father said that it seemed that he had surpassed him. The protagonist touched his cheek, thinking that he had not yet even grasped what the secrets were and how to make a burning blow with the 4th form of the divine sword. However, everything was happening faster than he had planned. He stood in front of his serious father and announced that it was time to begin. Surprised, the man asked what he meant. Did he really mean that? The guy raised his head confidently. Logan watched the sun illuminate the trees, saying that he would end the civil war. We are transported to the southern mountains, where many goblins were standing in the forest. The monsters turned around in surprise. The golem was carrying a glowing object in his hands. The monsters screamed furiously. The enemy swung his hand. He threw the object at them. The goblins bared their teeth. The glowing ball fell to the ground. The monsters looked down in surprise. They laughed. The monster laughed loudly. A powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the trees. The golem watched the burning ground. The protagonist approached him and said that everything was fine. Resting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that this was a great power. Clayton wrote in his diary, listening, that it seemed that they managed to reduce the activation time by half a second, answering that he would take it into account. Picking up the box, Hamar said that they used up all the new items, maybe they should go back. The guy looked at him upset, and said that he asked to prepare more. Logan smiled and said that it still only took an hour to wipe out an entire goblin village. Holding out his hand, the protagonist said that it was very promising. The protagonist turned around in fear, asking what the noise was. Hamar covered his ears from the scream, specifying that it was a scream. Frowning, Clayton said that it was coming from the forest. The guys quickly ran deeper into the thicket. The sun's rays illuminated the grass. The men tried to catch their breath among the trees. Frowning, the guy said that he did not know, but it seemed that the roar of the explosions woke up some kind of predator. Logan turned around. Looking into the distance of the forest, the protagonist said that the depths of the southern forest are known throughout the continent as the home of a demon. Clayton held the belt of the bag. Putting his hand to his neck, the protagonist said that everyone had worked hard today. He stood in front of his companions, saying that he was sure he lacked information, but he had done much better than expected, thinking that his invention was superior to what he had used in his past life. The man raised his hand and replied that the power of the Liberatio bombs was on par with the power of a second circle mage. Clenching his fist, he said that however, the production cost was comparable to 2 first-class scrolls, a revolutionary level of efficiency. Extending his hand, the guy listened that it was all thanks to the documents he had brought, and replied that not only that, he had worked hard too. Logan touched his chin, saying that however, such a weapon could not be created without a blueprint. Clayton frowned when he heard that he therefore expected the creation method to be kept in the strictest confidence. Shrugging his shoulders, Hamar said that if you do not know the ratio of materials and mana settings, you will not be able to make copies, even if you see the creation method. The protagonist nodded and agreed. The man blushed in embarrassment, hearing that as a thank you, he would increase the funding of the magic tower by 30%. The dwarf cried out in delight, hearing that he would deduct 3 years from the duration of the contract. Raising a finger, the protagonist said that of course, if the creation method fell into the wrong hands, everything would be cancelled. He looked surprised, hearing that since they were in a good mood, they should show him, because he took it with him. Clayton stuck his hand in the bag, telling him that they tried to do something while they were developing Liberatio. He looked at the weapon and said that they called it an artifact version of the automatic crossbow. Taken aback, the guy mentally said the name. The golem stood in front of them. Logan pulled out the crossbow. The arrow quickly flew out. A bright explosion was heard in the forest. The protagonist happily put his hand to his forehead, asking what other crossbow had so much fire power. Smiling, Clayton asked how he did, adding that they had designed it to have a destructive power that would match Liberatio. He examined the weapon, explaining that after testing the mana resonance, they had found that the range had increased significantly. Raising a finger, the man said that however, it fired 2 projectiles per shot, and was essentially a consumable item, as it could not be used after 10 shots. The protagonist looked down at the crossbow, thinking that even if they made one a day, they would only have 365 crossbows in a year, but it would be a waste to give up such destructive power. Standing in front of the boys, he said that for now he would be mostly handing them out to high-ranking knights, and that they should try to make as many as possible in 2 months. Clayton nodded and agreed. Hamar crossed his arms. Looking at the boy who had turned away, he asked why in 2 months. The guy grinned and replied that they wouldn't need them after that. The plot moves us to the McLean fief, Tomoto Castle, where a crowd stood in front of an announcement. Throwing a rake over his shoulder, the man said that construction had been completed in the second city, and anyone who wanted to live there could simply move. He raised his hand to his forehead, listening to how someone was doing well here, and why change anything, and read what they wrote, that those who moved would get a new house and land to work on. The stranger thoughtfully pursed his lips. Meanwhile, near Sylvana's castle, the guy crossed his arms, saying that he didn't want to anyway. Stretching out his hand to the crowd, he reported that after the change of lord, life here had become much better, specifying who would decide to leave their home and go meet difficulties. A man from the crowd jumped up, answering that it was him. The townsman beat his chest, shouting that they were ready for difficulties. Clenching his fist, he said that their homeland was already destroyed, and there they would get houses and land for free, and asked when they would have another chance like this. Turning around, the man shouted to the crowd that it was time to move forward to the second city. The protagonist moved a figure across the map. The protagonist sat at a table and said that the second city was built between Tomoto and Sylvan. Smiling, he asked the interlocutor why he did that. Dwayne held the papers and answered that it was because these castles were far from each other. Closing his eyes, the guy said that it was true. Logan ran his finger across the map, saying that the road from Tomoto to Sylvan on foot takes about 3 days, so if someone invaded from here, they would be in big trouble. Looking at the surprised man, the protagonist said that this is why the residents of this city will have to undergo training, and it will also help with public order. Dwayne held out his hand in confusion and replied that he understood, but who would invade them? The new city of the McLeans on the plain of Bethros. Smiling, the protagonist said that it would become a solid wall that would protect the plain of the McLeans. The man was taken aback, thinking that who should invade them anyway. The guy put his hands on his hips, thinking that his doubts would disappear with the onset of summer, and said that now they would take part in the Civil War. The dumbfounded guys stood around the table. Leaning on his hands, Dwayne said that he was wondering what was going on, clarifying whether he was serious. Why? He stood opposite at the table and shouted that everything was fine in the fief. Even if they sat and did nothing, they were guaranteed prosperity. Logan thought sadly that if they only defended their lands, then that would be it. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that, however, this is not what he wanted. It was so wrong. The sun was shining in the room and the protagonist was saying that if they continued to remain neutral, then no matter who won, the McLeans would fall into decline. The boys opened their mouths in shock. Philip raised his hand and said that everything was correct. The first prince's faction should win, and they were currently at odds with them. Patrick slammed the table and shouted that everyone should be quiet. He stood seriously next to his wife. Frowning, the man asked his son to explain. The protagonist looked at him tensely. The protagonist looked down and wondered if the first prince's faction would be satisfied with their victory over the second prince's faction after the war. He imagined their hands reaching out to the boys, thinking that the answer was no. In his past life, the first prince's faction was not satisfied with winning and attacked those who remained neutral. Lowering his hand, the guy thought that, however, this explanation would not work. The effect would be produced by an explanation that was directly related to them. Logan stood in front of the table, explaining that there were 2 families known to them in the first prince's faction. Imagining the boy turning around with displeasure, the protagonist said that although they were related, during difficult times for them due to the war for territory, the Kairos cold-bloodedly refused to support them. Marion looked down sadly. The protagonist imagined Rena smirking, saying that it wasn't just them. Another family had disrespectfully and unilaterally broken off the engagement, the Wolves. Raising his hand, he said that they were both the main supporters of the first prince's faction. The guy looked at the serious guys, asking if they would allow them to remain in power when the war was over, and thought that, to be honest, no one knew. Logan thought with a desperate look that they could only guess about their opinion of them until they asked directly. However, that was not important, but what feelings they themselves had for them. Philip raised his hand and asked if he would join the first prince's faction now. The protagonist grinned and decided that it was okay. They got caught and said no. The protagonist spread his arms in front of the table and said that they would join the second prince. The men were taken aback. The people stood in front of him in a panic, asking what he was saying, since Bethros was in this faction and it was losing. The guy closed his eyes and answered that he understood them very well, but let them think about it. His father looked at him tensely, listening to how grateful they would be if they helped win. It would be better to join the losing side and turn the tide of the war. Philip looked down and wondered if he really had an idea on how to do this. Dwayne frowned in confusion and said that he was afraid that they might end up with nothing. Logan crossed his arms and said that indeed, the trough had a couple of holes and was on the verge of falling apart, wondering who was sane then. The protagonist frowned and shouted that, however, victory was possible. The dumbfounded guys looked at him, listening to what the point was. Patrick looked at him with displeasure, thinking that it was impossible. Frowning, Vincent decided that this was a serious speech. The protagonist smiled widely. He closed his eyes and asked if they had ever lost under his leadership. The guys stood sadly around the table, thinking that he was right. Dwayne ran up to him worriedly. Raising his hand to his face, he said that the gentleman said that Valterman was involved in that attack. The man looked at the surprised guy, asking why they were joining him then. Logan looked at him seriously. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he didn't have to worry. Dwayne looked at him in shock. The protagonist frowned and said that he would definitely pay for what he had done. Jordan asked him seriously if he was saying that he wanted to join them now. He sat in front of the ball in rage, wondering if Logan had gone crazy. The protagonist smiled at him in confusion, saying that he thought it was a little strange. The protagonist furrowed his brows in pity and said that if that was the case, they might as well join the First Prince's faction. The man frowned angrily when he heard the boy ask if he really wanted to. Sitting at the table, the man asked that otherwise he would join the First Prince's faction. He tensed his hand. The servant looked at him in fear, hearing that he dared. The man overturned the table and shouted that they were not playing these games with him. He clenched his teeth tightly. The servant was kneeling in front of him. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that there was so much noise, but since he was expressing his anger like that, it meant that the situation was indeed quite gloomy. Looking at the ball, the man heard that he would not be rude to him. The protagonist grinned and said that not to mention that he had recently received an extremely frightening gift from him. The Duke clenched his teeth. Looking straight ahead, Logan heard that the gift said that he did not understand what they were talking about. The servant was kneeling, and it was heard that he was sure that he would not join them just like that. Looking down, the man asked what he wanted. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that his request was simple. Standing still, the man heard that they only needed official recognition of the occupied territories of Bethros, and also half of the lands of Kalia, which bordered the McLean fief, and lastly, the Count's title, lost by his ancestors. Raising 3 fingers up, the protagonist said that he wanted a positive answer to all 3 conditions. The man looked at him in surprise when he heard what he was going to say, to which he asked again that he was serious. The servant was trembling. It was heard that in comparison with the dangers that awaited them, it seemed to him that these conditions were insignificant. The man smiled and exclaimed. Taking a step forward, he said that he was not worthy of negotiations. Logan looked at him in surprise when he heard that, however. Looking away, the Duke said that if he could repeat all this to his face, he would recognize him. The hero looked up. The man looked at him in amazement when he heard that it was true. Good. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he would visit him soon. Bethros Castle appeared. The knights stood in front of the gates. It was heard that all their people were assembled. The supply detachment was ready. Yes, sir, they had prepared supplies for 3 weeks. Logan looked away when he heard the address. Looking at him, Patrick asked that he did not think that his conditions were excessive, said that for them they were just cannon fodder. Grinning, the hero replied that but they were the ones who needed cannon fodder, right? Sitting on a horse, he added that, moreover, he gave his consent after seeing the power, right? To which his father said that it was indeed an incredible weapon. Vincent smiled. It was heard that their vassals also admitted that it could turn the tide of the war. Looking straight ahead, Patrick said that but he was worried about whether they would be able to cope with all this, and also. Stretching his hand forward, the man asked if he really wanted to make the second prince king. He looked down. It was said that during the incident that led to the civil war among the aristocrats. The protagonist looked in surprise. The thought appeared that having witnessed Larry's death, the man looked away. Logan was smiling. Patrick frowned and thought he didn't know why, but if their involvement in the war was related to that then. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that there was complete anarchy now. His father looked surprised to hear that today's enemy could be tomorrow's ally, and today's ally, tomorrow's enemy. Grinning, the hero said that in times like these, they could only take home as much loot as possible. The man smiled, looking at him. His father closed his eyes and thought that he must be getting old to worry for no reason. The knights stood before the gates. It was said that he would pray for glory at the end of their journey. Frowning, the man shouted for them to open the gates. The gates opened slightly. Kyle and Victor looked straight ahead, the thought that even if the darkness hindered their path. The mages looked ahead. The man looked at his son. The protagonist frowned. The thought came to light his son's future with the light of glory. Logan smiled, looking straight ahead. A settlement appeared. The thought came to him that he was asking and praying for it. A soldier stood on a tower. He looked through binoculars. A white flag appeared. It was heard that there was a coat of arms on the flags. Turning around, the man shouted that everything was correct. These were the McLeans. Taking a step forward, he grinned. Looking straight ahead, he said that they really did come. Frowning, Jordan added that yes, and with a huge army. The knights rushed forward. It was heard that there was cavalry, and behind them were those same crossbows. The number of ordinary soldiers, it seems, exceeds 4,000. The carts were moving forward. It was said that there were also magicians with them. Lowering his head, the knight said that, and yet they are nothing more than a temptation. Smiling, he added that they had not had time to restore even half of their army. Destroyed by his people, they probably replenished their ranks. The man looked at him in amazement, hearing what he thought. Smiling, the guy said that their movements showed good training, and they were also splendidly armed. Looking straight at him, he added that their judgments were not too biased. Gritting his teeth, the man said the name. Jordan looked away, hearing that he did not overestimate the capabilities of a group whose ulterior motives he was not even sure of. Turning his head, he asked what he thought. Standing in front of him, the guy said that if he told the truth, that they would be of great help to them, but more importantly, that. Smiling, Luke asked that these were the same people who defeated him. The Count looked at him in amazement, and thought that he was a lazy parasite. The guy smiled. The thought came that once again he strengthened his position by slandering others. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that if he weren't Jordan's nephew, he would have already run to maintain neutrality. Standing still, the knight said that it was fine, he would convey this to his highness. Roger looked in amazement, hearing that he should receive them, to which he addressed. The man looked down. The Count looked at him in fear. Someone touched the Count's shoulder. Looking straight ahead, Jordan said that he should look wider. They would use them to deal with the first prince's faction. It was all part of the plan. Removing his hand, he added that he should think only about this. Roger clenched his teeth tightly. The boy grinned. It seemed that he understood. Looking straight ahead, Jordan said that now. The gates opened on command. The hero's eyes widened in amazement. The army stood in the square. The men looked straight ahead. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he was greeting them rather solemnly. Jordan lowered his head and said that they had finally arrived. The men were holding the structure in their hands, and it sounded like they had rejected his friendly offer of cooperation. Sitting on the throne, the man asked what had happened, and now they had shown up with their disorderly army. Were they expecting a warm welcome? The protagonist looked at him, and wondered what was wrong with this idiot. The prince put his hand to his face. It was said that, to be honest, he knew little about the second prince. But he had no doubt that although the first prince ascended the throne and led the nation to ruin, being a tyrant, the second prince was no better. Kneeling, the hero thought that now that they met, he had an idea of his personality. The prince stuck his finger in his ear. The thought arose that he was so ignorant that he did not know what situation he was in. Looking away, the protagonist thought that at least he was glad that people were talking to each other, and he added that the assistants were not so distant as not to feel shame. Grinning, Jordan said that he was sure the Baron understood him. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would explain the rest, to which the prince replied that he was tired, he would go rest. The thought arose that he had done anything at all. Looking at Patrick, the man exclaimed. He extended his hand and said first, let him thank him for joining, to which the man replied that it was an honor. Smirking, Jordan said that unlike his son, he was a very polite person. Looking straight ahead, Patrick replied that he himself was quite polite. Looking away, the man asked if it was true. Turning his head, he added that it didn't seem that way to him. Extending his hand, the hero said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Smiling, he asked how he was doing. Roger chuckled, looking at him. Hitting his hand, the man said that he was shameless. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if things hadn't gotten better for him. The man's eyes widened when he heard that he had always dreamed of uniting the Southwest region, and it had finally happened. He furrowed his brows angrily. Looking at him, Logan heard that how dare he say such a thing, to which he thought that he only wanted to tease him a little, but the reaction was excellent. The Count clenched his teeth in anger. The thought appeared that if he was lucky, the enraged Count would attack him right here. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that then he would be able to kill him, hiding behind self-defense. Looking at the man, Frank said that he was asking him to restrain himself. Frowning, he added that being near the manure, he involuntarily inhaled its smell. The hero grinned and thought that it did not work. Gritting his teeth, the man said that it was true. Looking to the side, he added that he would not forget this. The protagonist looked at the Count. A settlement appeared. It was said that now the castle of Arlaun and the neighboring castle are twin castles located in the county of Valterman. The monsters stood in the square. The thought came that their names were a reference to the two moons that disappeared thousands of years ago in the era of the gods. They say that at that time the castles were built to protect the human lands from the great army of orcs that captured the southern plains. However, alas, the will of their ancestors has long since faded. People were sitting at the table. The thought came that now the twin castles were used as a base for waging a terrible civil war. The hero looked straight ahead and thought that wars are not for land, but for the throne, so it does not matter how it is waged. Looking to the side, he added that until the enemy prince is destroyed, it will continue. The man crossed his arms. The thought came that, however, none of the crown princes would sacrifice themselves to end the war. Putting the glass on the table, Logan thought that if everything was left like this, then, like in his past life, the nation during the war would be eradicated. The men were sitting at the table. The thought came that such meetings were absolutely useless. Frowning, the hero thought that only one thing was important: to quickly kill those who were needed and end the war, and also, looking straight ahead, the knight said so. The protagonist looked in amazement, hearing that he would outflank the enemy. He looked away in surprise. The men were looking at him. Logan looked away in confusion. The guy widened his eyes. A thought occurred to him that he was looking at him strangely, with hostility. No. He raised his eyebrows. A thought occurred to him that he was curious. Turning his head, the hero wondered what had happened to him in his past life. It was heard that he did not answer. Frowning, Jordan asked that he intended to disobey the order. The protagonist smirked, hearing that either they should call his father, who had given him all authority, to which he replied that no. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that he wanted him to outflank them, to which he replied that exactly. Looking at him, Logan heard that both sides had information about each other's main forces. He was the only variable. He smirked when he heard that, so would he open up an opportunity for them, to which the hero thought that he really did. Looking at Jordan, the protagonist thought that he was trying very hard to finish him off. He wanted him to bypass the great army of 50,000 people, with his measly 5,000. Roger put his hand to his face. A thought appeared, that the scumbag's smile was about to reach his ears. Lowering his head, the hero thought, what a crazy suggestion. The man asked again, hearing that he understood. Good. The knight looked away. Roger froze in amazement. Luke smirked, looking away. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he could think of what to do himself. Jordan looked at him angrily. Clenching his fist, he said, of course. The man was sitting at the table. He crossed his arms and said that if he had refused, he planned to break him apart to gain access to the crossbows and rebuild them. Frowning, Jordan added that if he had been against it, he would have sent him to fight on the front lines. Looking down, he said that he was sure he had a plan, but Roger looked at him in amazement, hearing him think what he had planned. Looking away, he thought that he had exceeded his expectations many times and taken his lands. He could not answer so quickly. Holding a glass in his hands, the man said that he should not think about it for too long. Standing next to him, Luke said that those who followed orders without resistance when they were told to commit suicide were either fools or... Smiling, he added that they were simply arrogant. Jordan frowned and asked that even his knights would have a hard time, and he agreed. Looking away, the boy said that the thing is, if he showed up, the enemy would do everything they could to stop him. The man looked at the glass, hearing that, but would he do the same if it were the McLeans? Raising his hand, Luke said it was simple. Clenching his fist, he added that he was either stupid or he could handle it. Spreading his fingers, the boy said that if it was the first, he would simply die and disappear. Smiling, he added that they had nothing to lose in either case. A flame appeared from the fireplace, and it was heard that the McLeans had joined the second prince's faction. Looking straight ahead, Juan asked if they were crazy, or if Jordan himself had lost his mind. Gritting his teeth, the man said it didn't matter. Sitting at the table, the Duke heard that this only meant that they would have to kill more people. Smiling, Juan asked if he was being too cold. Looking straight ahead, Kirin heard that their children had once been married. Frowning, he replied that it was in the past. Leaves were flying in the air. The gate opened slightly. The knights were running fast on horses. It was heard that they were advancing. The army was moving forward. It was said that for some time now both sides have been focusing not on direct conflict, but on killing. It might seem that they will soon come to an agreement on a ceasefire, but the faction of the second prince, which is in a losing position, resumed the war. The knights walked across the field. Turning his head, Patrick said that just let him look, the army has really become huge. Even after a month of fighting they managed to keep 1,000 cavalry, and the total number is 5,000. Frowning, the hero said that however, their opponent is in the same situation. Magicians appeared. It was said that under the command of the ice magician and Huang, the power of the magicians is 1,000 times stronger. The protagonist frowned. Standing next to him, the man said that they would have to face such an enemy. The soldiers looked ahead, but it was heard that the soldiers that the second prince's faction provided them were keeping their distance. Gritting his teeth, the man said that in such a situation, if they made even one mistake, they would be completely destroyed, to which Logan replied that this was a fact. Looking down, the hero said that the situation had changed, and they were ready to send them first because they did not trust. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he would kill the enemy as soon as possible and end the war. The flag appeared, and the thought appeared that this was the first step towards the goal. The prince raised his hand and yawned. Juan grinned, looking straight ahead. Frowning, Jordan shouted that they were advancing. The soldier began to give the signal. The horses rushed forward. The knights ran forward at a rapid pace. Patrick looked to the side in amazement. Frowning, he shouted that they were moving out too. The flag rose up. The soldiers moved forward. They were sitting on horses. The prince looked away and said that they had humiliated them at the first meeting and given them an impossible task, and yet they acted without hesitation. Jordan frowned. The hero looked straight ahead, heard that they needed to be kept an eye on. They would soon see for themselves if he was honest. Luke grinned, looking straight ahead. An army appeared, heard that the McLeans went on a detour. Madmen, now they were definitely lost. Looking straight ahead, the soldier said that they probably thought that war was some kind of game. The flag went up. Raising his hand, the soldier said that the Count asked to be trusted to intercept them, to which one replied no, they would leave that to the wolves. Smiling, he added that he was sure they would achieve good results, considering what they had been promised. The knight sat on his horse. Looking straight ahead, he asked that wasn't it a pity. Sitting at the table, the man said that if their bonds with them were preserved, they would have to side with them. The knight put his hands behind his back. The man smirked. It was said that his shining golden hair and bright blue eyes were proof of the presence of royal blood in him. The man placed his hands on the table. The thought came to him that, however, this magician also had the blood of his mother, which was thicker than his father's blood. He broke through the limit that he should not have surpassed, and was trying to take the place that he could never claim. The man closed his eyes and thought that since the McLeans brushed him off once, it meant that they were already a target for destruction, and then said that if that were the case, he would have lost his connection with him. Juan smiled, hearing that he had gained something more valuable, so why leave attachment to a trifle, to which he replied that he still considered it a loss. Lowering his gaze, the knight said that he would definitely take care of that fool during the next battle. Looking at him, the Count asked why he was so sure, said that after all, he defeated Roger. Gritting his teeth, the man said that only with the help of a pathetic trick, his secret weapon. Standing in front of the Count, he added that it was already in their hands. The knight held a crossbow in his hands. He looked away in amazement. Holding binoculars in his hands, the man said that 800 meters from them, the army was moving forward. He heard the flag of the McLeans. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that if he had some Margrave with him, he would have a chance to win. Stretching his hand forward, he gave the command to defeat them with their new weapon. The army moved forward. The knights ran forward at a rapid pace. The soldiers moved straight ahead. The thought appeared that it was too early. The horse suddenly stopped. Kirin gritted his teeth and thought that until their crossbows reached them, a little more. The guy grinned. The thought appeared that he would fall from the weapon that he himself created. Smiling, Kirin thought that Patrick would forgive him. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted that he should load. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The horse stood still. An idea came to mind that he should load. The hero extended the crossbow in front of him. An idea came to mind that it was at such a distance. The arrow flew forward rapidly. It flew along the ground. The knight looked at the shot in amazement. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was impossible. They were still out of range. The arrow stuck in the ground. An explosion thundered in front of the army. People began to fall from their horses with a scream. Gray smoke scattered in the wind. Kirin's eyes widened in amazement and asked what it was. He clenched his teeth tightly. The hero put his hand to his face, hearing what he had done, to which he said that excellent, their formation was destroyed. Looking straight ahead, he turned to the magician. Clayton looked away. He turned towards the magicians. Clenching his fist, the man shouted that now. Looking at him, the students answered that yes, exactly. Clayton looked ahead. A glow appeared around the mage's hands. Looking straight ahead, Lena heard that it would work, to which she answered that yes, she could do it. Wide-eyed, she added that she would show what she could do. Kyle looked in amazement and asked that the enemy had automatic crossbows. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that since they had weapons similar to theirs in their hands, then that was probably true, and then thought that sooner or later everyone would have found out about him anyway, but he did not expect Roger to be the first. Looking at the girl, Logan heard that they had not seen each other for a long time. A thought appeared that no, it was Rena, exactly, it must have been at that very moment. Turning around, the hero shouted that those with automatic crossbows, no, those with explosive crossbows, forward. Frowning, he added that as long as the enemy did not use their crossbows, they would destroy him. Suddenly, a monster began to form. The golems rushed forward. The monster looked away. He took the substance in his hand. Frowning, Clayton shouted that they had plenty of liberatio, let them spend as much as they wanted. Looking at him, the mages replied that they understood. Looking down, Lena thought that she had already mastered the magic of the first circle, so she was sure that she could handle it. No, she would prove to the others that she could do it. Looking straight ahead, she added that for the safety of her brother, and then shouted for them to throw it. The golem held spheres in his hands. Suddenly they threw them forward. The sphere flew at the soldiers. Raising his head up, the guy asked what it was. Explosions thundered on the ground. Kirin opened his eyes in amazement. Looking to the side, the knight shouted that it was magic, to which he replied that they were much stronger. The mages were strong, but they could not defeat so many. Frowning, the man exclaimed. The army rushed forward. It was heard that the cavalry was attacking, advancing. Gritting his teeth, the knight thought that if they mixed with their soldiers, the mages would not be able to hit the area. Stretching his hand forward, Kyle shouted for the soldiers to reload. The knights fired on command. Arrows flew forward rapidly. They began to defend themselves with shields. Gritting his teeth, Kyle thought that as soon as he reached the level of a knight, arrows stopped working against him. He looked to the side. Victor nodded his head. Looking to the side, he shouted that the cavalry with crossbows scatter. The army scattered, hearing that they should keep their distance, and attack their destroyed formation. Yes, sir. The soldier parried the shots. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that, damn it, if they hadn't fallen off their horses, this shelling wouldn't have happened. Arrows were flying at him. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes in amazement. Shots were flying at the soldiers. The army was moving forward. Victor looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that he would lead the common soldiers. Crossing his arms, the hero said that he was sure. He wondered why this was necessary, since he had just become a knight, but to which the guy replied that he would do it. They looked at him in amazement. Lowering his head, Victor said that but his sister asked him to protect her, no matter what happens. Frowning, he added that he did not know what he would do if something happened to her. The protagonist hit him on the head and told him to calm down. Raising his hand, he added that Mr. Clayton would take care of Lena. He should not worry about her. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that he should worry about himself. He looked down when he heard that it was also necessary for the sake of his sister. Lowering his head, the boy heard that he understood. Looking down, he thought that such worries and plans for the future were possible thanks to Master Logan. Victor frowned and thought that Lena still needed his protection. A glow appeared around the girl. The thought appeared that about his sister and about his master. The protagonist looked forward angrily. Frowning, the boy thought that he was worried first, and then shouted that to the rear, they would raise the enemies to the ground. Logan raised his hand. He opened his eyes wide. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that Victor with a detachment of crossbow cavalry headed to the rear, to which he responded approvingly. Looking to the side, Patrick shouted that behind him, to which the knights responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the soldier asked what the hell, what were they doing here? It was heard that rather. The people rushed forward. It was heard that they were leaving. Kyle looked to the side. Clenching his fist, he shouted that they would cease fire. The man was breathing heavily. Nick held the weapon in his hands. He frowned. Raising his head, the man thought that they had stopped. They had used up the supplies. The man clenched his teeth tightly. The protagonist was moving forward rapidly. Looking straight ahead, Nick thought that they were attacking head-on. They were just knights led by a high-ranking lord. He put his leg to the side. The knight held the weapon in his hands. Extending his sword in front of him, Nick thought that the war was still controlled by knights and mages. Frowning, he added that it did not matter what kind of weapon a soldier carried. As long as he could hold off the opposing order of knights, the chance of victory could be restored. A glow appeared around the sword. The man swung his weapon and shouted that they should die. The weapon began to crack violently. The shards rushed forward. Frowning, the hero thought that he had broken his sword on purpose and used force on its fragments, and he wondered why he was being so careful with it. The protagonist prepared to jump. Suddenly, he jumped up. Grinning, Logan said that crossbows were not all he had. Flames appeared in the air. A blow flew across the ground. A shockwave appeared. The man clenched his teeth tightly. He grabbed the weapon tightly. Nick blocked the blow. Smiling, he said that great, he blocked. Suddenly, the knight's eyes widened in amazement. His weapon suddenly shattered. The attack pierced him through. The hero rushed towards him. The man's eyes widened. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his weapon. Logan frowned. The man's head flew to the side. The hero lowered his head down. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that he had defeated the commander of the enemy knights. The man's eyes widened in fear and thought that he had defeated Nick. What was going on? Looking straight ahead, Kieran heard a scream. His eyes widened. He thought about what was going on. The hero stood still. The thought occurred to him that they had suffered more losses in this short battle than in 6 months of civil war. The man clenched his teeth tightly. Turning around, he shouted that they were retreating, everyone back. The flag rose up. The knights ran forward at a rapid pace. Kieran ran ahead of everyone. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he would not weaken his own strength just to hold off the enemy. The man aimed the crossbow. The man frowned. He threw the crossbow aside. Running forward, the knight thought, damn it. The hero stood still. Frowning, he shouted that there was no need for pursuit. Let them reform the formation. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he never expected them to retreat immediately after their commander fell. Turning his head, he added that since they now had him, they would not be able to stop them in the future. Standing in front of him, Vincent said that among the knights there were 5 wounded and 2 dead. Among the soldiers there were 100 wounded. Closing his eyes, he added that it was a complete victory. Logan put his hand to his face, hearing that the results of the battle against the Count were simply incredible, and then thought that he needed to calm down. It was too early to rejoice. The hero looked straight ahead. The kingdom appeared. It was said that they probably had a good view from there. Duke Jordan. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he still had a lot to show him. Let him think carefully about how to deal with them in the future. The men looked ahead. Pursing his lips, the knight thought that on this battlefield, which seemed very cruel, only weak and insignificant nobles died. With wide eyes, Jordan thought that they, who had nothing to lose, could only watch from a safe distance those who pretended to be loyal and betrayed them. Looking to the side, he added that this was the reason this particular battle began in the first place, and then said that if you just look at the results, they are at the level of a marquis. The people looked at him in amazement. Grinning, the man asked what was the matter, said that this force will soon be theirs. With wide eyes, the knight said that it was true. Jordan frowned as he heard that if they really betrayed them it would be very unpleasant, to which he thought that it was not unpleasant, but deadly. He looked up. Flags appeared. The thought came to mind that recognition of Roger's occupied territory and half of the Marquis' lands and also the title of Earl. Smiling, Jordan thought that he had made such high demands for a reason. Clenching his fist, he added that fine, this time he would not pay attention to it, but one day he would pay for his arrogant trick. Stretching his hand out to the side, the man shouted to give the signal to every unit. The McLeans would soon attack the enemy rear. He frowned, looking straight ahead. Flags appeared. It was heard that this was a real full-scale war. The wolves retreated. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted that this was a joke, or were they really that useless? The knight closed his eyes and replied that he should forgive him. It turned out those pathetic fools were hiding a lot of strength. The man clenched his fists and shouted that they would just watch. Standing in front of him, one replied that it was necessary to go on the defensive. He looked to the side. An army appeared. It was heard that since the McLeans would attack from the rear, the main army would attack from the front, asking not to leave him. Sitting on a chair, the Count asked how to understand all this. Gritting his teeth, one thought that damn, the McLeans were like rats. Clenching his fist, he added that they should just try to get closer. The army moved forward. The thought appeared that even though he had suffered losses, he would tear them to shreds. The man frowned. Jordan looked straight ahead. The knights ran forward rapidly. Luke grinned slightly. Looking straight ahead, he exclaimed in surprise. The army ran forward. It was heard that the most valuable people of the country did not care about the battlefield in front of them, and this is a small family of the Baron's house. The hero frowned. It was said that it was interesting who this war was really being waged for. The knights ran forward. The man looked at him in amazement, and said that these were scum. Jordan frowned and asked what they were doing. The hero ran forward with the army. It was heard that they were moving further away from the rear. Looking at him, Patrick asked that he was sure if they continued, then upon their return. Looking away, the protagonist answered that they did not expect that they would actually be able to strike from the rear from the very beginning. They planned for them to fight a little and die. Holding a paper in his hands, he added that instead of dying, they would do something more significant. The father looked at him in amazement, and asked what it was. Logan grinned and said that they would destroy empty houses. The man was sitting at the table. He closed his eyes and said that there was no news of the MacLanes, they had vanished or something like that. The man walked forward. He held out his hand and shouted that there was bad news. Frowning, one asked how he dared to behave like that in front of His Highness, to which he was told that he should forgive him, but the matter was urgent. The knight approached him. The man opened his eyes in amazement. Looking to the side, the man asked what was going on. Looking at him, the Count replied that it was Tehran Castle. The man opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that no, it was not just him, from Alston to Firenze. Frowning, the Count said that all their supply bases had been set on fire. The man looked at him in amazement. The mug fell to the floor. The drink spilled across the floor. The settlement was ablaze with bright flames. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they were burning well. Lowering his head, he added that he knew it was a good idea to follow that note. The man smiled, thinking that he learned about the trade route from that guy during the mentor's child naming ceremony. Since it was the largest grain trading group in the country, it was obvious that the bastards from the First Prince's faction were in charge of the supply. Smiling, the protagonist asked what it was like to lose 3 castles in a week. Throwing away the paper, he added that it seemed like the First Prince's faction had relaxed a lot. The castle was in flames. It sounded like they were leaving now. That's right. Logan was sitting on his horse. He smirked, saying that he had made a good profit thanks to him.